Gope baru nggak pakai lama, dompet andalan gamers banyak damage-nya.
Rasa baru makin seru. Pertama di Indonesia, kopi susu rasa cookies. Always ready, warnai harimu. Good Day Groovy Cookies. Nikmati sensasi asyik kopi kukusnya.
Tak ada hari tanpa mabar. Main ngelek, kerap buat ku tak sabar. Gimana mau main sampai kelar? Ini waktunya ku bersinar. Oke, let's do it. Game smash andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Tim stabil main makin mulus, rankku fix naik terus. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Cuma game smash, makin-makin no debat.
Games Max Booster, kini dapat DG Rings. Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya di aplikasi Dunia Games.
相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせで行くわよ。
よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
Ini bakal langka. Ini dari One Play. Ada tanda tangan gua. Kalian harus dapat semua.
Minna, Utsumaki Narutoが帰ってきたぞ。力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
In time immemorial, the endless war destroyed the balance between yin and yang, plunging the Cadia Riverlands into chaos. As catastrophe loomed, a woman of destiny stepped forth, casting aside divinity for the plight of mortals.
Sacrifice for a fleeting moment of peace in the mortal realm. Does thine heart not regret?
To protect the realm.
What is there to regret?
Chaos ini ku terasa sepi. sendiri. I need you here with me. Aku pilih madu manis kayak kamu. Let's go.
Jiralu.
Tapi tunggu dulu, ku masih meragu. Kamu mengganggu. Wanna be with you.
Berjadi dulu.
Semua.
dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we'll nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadap semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuhkan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuhkan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuhkan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuhkan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this.
Baru awesome intelligence. Tambah makin next level, always race. Wasting time no more. Charging obviously faster.
Baru Galaxy A36 5G.
Baru awesome intelligence. Tambah makin next level, always race. Semua game kita gak worry. Victory, guns victory.
Baru Galaxy A36 5G.
Walau yang lain terus berubah, Gope konsisten, kasih yang pasti murah. Bayar tagihan murah di aplikasi Gope. Gratis transfer 100 kali per bulan. Download aplikasi Gope baru, nggak pakai lama. Dompet andalan gamers banyak damage-nya.
Rasa baru makin seru. Pertama di Indonesia. Kopi susu
Ada hari tanpa mabar, main nge-lag, kerap buat ku tak sabar. Gimana mau main sampai kelar? Ini waktunya ku bersinar. Okay, let's do it. Game smash andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Ping stabil main makin mulus, rankku fix naik terus. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Cuma game smash makin no debat.
Game Max Booster kini dapat DG Rings. Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya di aplikasi Dunia Games.
相変わらずやかましいやつ。
Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this.
Awesome intelligence, stand by my thing, next level, always race. Wasting time, no more. Charging obviously faster.
Baru Galaxy A36 5G.
Baru. Awesome intelligence, stand by my thing, next level, always race. Semua game kita gak worry. Fast and easy, guns victory.
Baru Galaxy A36 5G.
Walau yang lain terus berubah, Gope konsisten, kasih yang pasti murah. Bayar tagihan murah di aplikasi Gope. Transfer 100 kali per bulan. Download aplikasi Gope baru, nggak pakai lama. Dompet andalan gamers banyak damage-nya. tanpa mabar, main nge-lag kerap buat ku tak sabar. Gimana mau main sampai kelar? Ini waktunya ku bersinar. Okay, let's do it. Game smash andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Tim stabil main makin mulus, rankku fix naik terus. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Cuma game smash makin no debat.
Game Max Booster, kini dapat DG Rings. Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya di aplikasi Dunia Games.
Dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan. Hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan. Hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss.
Live from Jakarta International Velodrome, MPL Indonesia Season 15 is powered by Moonton. Supported by Esports Federation of Indonesia. Presented by official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy. Official e-wallet GoPay. Official sponsor, Head & Shoulders. Official coffee, Good Day. We own this.
Tim lanjut berjuang hingga playoffs di MPL Indonesia Season 15. Dan ini adalah perjuangan tanpa jalan pulang, karena di ujungnya hanya 2 persimpangan, jadi pecundang, atau jadi pemenang. Bagi veteran, ini pembuktian apakah mereka masih hebat atau memang eranya sudah lewat. Mereka yang dianggap tumpul sekali lagi ingin membuktikan bahwa perjuangan mereka dapat setimpal. Bagi Youngblood, mereka tak ingin hanya jadi pengikut jejak, ada sejarah yang ingin mereka cetak. Karena yang muda, yang menggugat, mereka ingin merebut tempat untuk dilihat, ingin membuktikan bahwa menggantungkan harapan kepada mereka adalah hal yang tepat. Pertarungan antar generasi tidak lagi terhindar, mau yang berangkat dari akar atau sudah memiliki nama besar. Perjuangan mereka di musim ini akan terbayar. Selain gelar, 2 tiket MSC 2025 Riyadh juga akan mereka kejar.
Seperti yang Idit katakan, ini adalah babak baru di mana nama akan dituliskan dan gelar akan dipertaruhkan. Dan sekali lagi sejarah akan diperuntukkan dan kita akan melihat bagaimana semuanya bertarung. Dan semua ini akan menjadi milik siapa? Akankah menjadi milik mereka yang haus akan kemenangan atau mereka yang masih harus membuktikan? Ini bukan sekedar pertarungan antar tim, karena ini adalah bentrokan era. Dua generasi, satu mimpi yang sama, menjadi yang terbaik. Dan mereka adalah nama-nama yang belum punya gelar. Tapi kini kita semua tahu mereka akan jadi besar. Dan mulai sekarang nama mereka lah yang akan kita dengar. Dan inilah mereka. Toy, Make It, Savero, Finn, Rine, dan Kyo. Mereka adalah The Youngblood. Nama baru di peta kekuatan memang bisa mengguncangkan tatanan. Namun bukan berarti ini sepenuhnya milik yang muda. Karena masih ada kekuatan yang tidak pernah reda. Mereka adalah cerita, legenda yang benar-benar ada. Dan kini hadir di tengah-tengah kita. Mereka adalah Dairen, Baloiski, Keyboy, Eman, Nino, dan Aran. Mari kita sambut para veteran.
Di lokal kita memang jarang gagal, tapi ayo buktikan playoff ini jadi bekal kuat buat di internasional. Sejarah yang Geek cetak di season ini belum berakhir. Di regular season upper, di playoff, piala baru akan jadi milik King Slayer. Di atas langit ada Onyx menuju MSC 2025. Siapa lagi yang bisa bawa pulang pialanya ke Indonesia kalau bukan Onyx?
Selalu ada di playoff dan sekarang waktunya Bigetron show. Karena Bigetron juga bisa beraksi taklukan Riyadh.
Beragam kepribadian, tapi satu tujuan. Merebut piala MPL pertama
sebagai MPL baru. Saatnya alter ego catatkan juara. Kata siapa tim Liquid Prime 1 season? Bersama tim Liquid PH, kita birukan Riyadh!
Di babak playoffs ini, baik mereka yang menolak runtuh atau yang bergejolak tumbuh akan bertaruh. Bagi mereka, ini perjalanan satu arah. Menang untuk meraih gelar atau kalah untuk kembali belajar. 6 tim, 2 tiket MSC, 1 juara, dan jutaan saksi mata. Ini adalah ajang di ujung cerita, dan kita terikat untuk ikut serta. Mari gemuruhkan arena MPL Indonesia Season 15 babak Playoffs.
Kegagalan adalah hal yang wajar.
Sayonara Geek Fam, langkah mereka harus terhenti.
Terima kasih atas perjuangan Bigito Nova.
Satu langkah lagi bagi RRQ.
Nice try RRQ Hoshi.
Sorry kok, gue ngecewain lo lagi.
Dalam setiap kegagalan, terukir pelajaran.
Tidak ada tim Indonesia untuk melaju ke babak selanjutnya.
Oh my god. Dalam setiap ujian, terasa kekuatan untuk bangkit menjadi sang penantang.
No way, what happened, Onik?
Duka dan penyesalan mungkin pernah singgah. Namun, tak akan mampu memadamkan api yang jiwa pantang menyerah. Panggung dunia kini bergema. Generasi baru telah tiba untuk menghadapi para legenda.
Percaya proses, Soy. Good luck di MPL Indonesia.
Buktiin lah mobil gue bahwa gue layak.
Orang tua ngasih anak kepercayaan lah buat gua, jadi gua nggak boleh sia-siain kesempatan itu.
Oke, apakah langsung ada di belakang sana? Langsung ada Wing, tapi di belakang sana Indon! The King Slayer berhasil mendapatkan tiket ke upper bracket place. Welcome, Geek Fam Fighting!
Kalau gua sih apapun kata orang kayak gua nggak tanggapin sih, kayak cuek gitu. Yang penting mah gue fokus sama diri sendiri sih. Nanti juga hasil bakal ngikutin.
Di arah belakang, Rini, Retribution of Rini. Langsung menang atas Fernand, menang permana begitu saja.
Di tengah pusaran ambisi dan warisan, mereka hadir menjawab setiap tekanan dengan tekad yang tak terhenti. Ini bukan lagi soal siapa yang lebih dulu berjuang, tapi siapa yang paling bernyali merebut masa depan. Inilah saatnya pembuktian mereka untuk siapa yang paling layak, paling pantas menjadi wajah MPL Indonesia di MSC 2025. One game, two champions. We own this.
We're now live, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, in Jakarta International Velodrome to celebrate and witness the journey of the 6 teams that have successfully made it from the regular season up until this point, the playoffs. Welcome to the playoffs of MPL ID Season 15. Back with me, Eterna, alongside with Arashi, as well as Realize, as once again, ladies and gentlemen, the 6 teams that have made it to the playoffs were not only going to be looking for that grand final slot, but also the slot to represent Indonesia at the Esports World Cup next month.
Exciting.
It's difficult because you want every single team to do well.
Yeah.
They've been improving so much. They have great storylines going for them. But unfortunately, man, in MPL ID Season 15, they can only be one.
Yeah, we have favorites as well. I mean, Geek Fam, out of nowhere, was up there in our predictions and the power rankings that was posted in the social media of MPL ID. And they did pretty well as well in regular season. So that's a new color to bring into the playoffs. But as of now, I think the games today, especially Elimination Day, is going to be a banger.
It really will be. It really will be. I'm quite excited, but a little bit of mixed feelings personally, especially in our first match of the day. We have Onyx and TL ID. We're going to look at today's schedule later on.
Onyx, Team Liquid ID?
Exactly. So
Got
we're
my
going to see
jersey.
perhaps maybe me and Realize really just hitting each other. Wait, no. I mean, like not literally, right? Not literally. But anyway, we're going to take a look at today's schedule now. Match number 1 is Onyx and TLID, like we mentioned. And after that, we will have yet another match between BTR and Alter Ego, the Chaos Derby once again. And just to remind you guys back at home that this will all be in a best of 5 up until we get into the lower bracket finals
Yes,
and,
sir.
of course, the grand final.
That's why it's so interesting right now, man. Even with the lack of information, even with, the 2-week break here, there's just so much time for teams to adjust. So if you're not good at surprises, but you're good at adaptations, now in Season 15, with the best of 5, there's so much potential here for all 4 teams playing today. And dude, the matchups, like you mentioned, Eterna, so it just seems so difficult to really predict that easily.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about the 2-week break. I feel like it can be a double-edged sword. We saw that break happen in MPL ID regular season. Evos, for example, was a good example of that. They did very well, but after that was like a 2-week break, yeah, they fell off to a slump, and they did not even make it to the playoffs. So yeah, it's very sad for them, but obviously the bracket is out there. Elimination Day is filled with teams that are chaotic as well. I mean, Onyx TLID is up there, Bigatron, Alter Ego as well with the Chaos Derby. I think it's gonna be a very great opening today.
Yeah, and meanwhile, you can see RQ and Geek as well, just waiting patiently, at the top in the upper bracket. Super chill because, when we even get to that point, we will be seeing that they do still have that lower brackets to fall on. So it's not just a single elimination bracket that we're looking at. But again, back to today, 4 teams will be going head-to-head, and 2 teams, unfortunately, will have to say goodbye to. Let's circle back on to what you guys think back at home. We want to know what you guys think about this next matchup because, ladies and gentlemen, play-ins feels like a grand finals.
Ooh.
Which mid-trio will take the win? We're looking at the veterans versus the young bloods in the mid-trios between both of the teams. Do you think A, Onyx veteran and a mid-trio will take it? Do you think B, TLID's young blood mid-trio will take it? Or do you think C? It's hard to decide because both mid-trios are strong. Let's start with you, Arashi.
I gotta go with C, man. It's hard to decide because both really are strong. I would say the difficult part is that both teams didn't just go and have a standard performance. Both of Team Liquid ID and Onyx had a slump. And then with Coach Yeb coming in, Onyx resurged, right? And we saw the good old trio mid. But for Team Liquid ID, they themselves also had this burst of improvement somehow, which leads me to believe they have something up their sleeves. That's why I gotta go with C, man.
Yeah, I think it's an even playing ground. Onyx, obviously seasoned veterans. This trio mid has been together for the longest time ever.
Yep.
But again, they struggled with consistency. I think after M5, post M5, it was downhill. Obviously, pretty hard. I mean, still they were able to get that 4-peat here, but I think consistency is something they struggled with. But with the iteration again of Coach Yeb into the mix, they were able to deliver pretty well. As for TLID, I feel like with this trio mid, Witty on the helm, just enables for the middle, the mid laner and the jungler, example, Favian as well. So that really just makes things good for TLID.
I actually like that you guys bring that point up, right? That dip in performance, and then we're seeing them kind of come back in form, because we can actually say that it's a similar story for TLID as well, right? They weren't looking too hot in the early stages of the regular season, but what they do share is the fact that both are global giants. Of course, in a different, I would say, direction, right? Onyx has been on top for quite some time, even having their own golden road back in the day when they unfortunately had to fall short. M Series, I think a lot of Indonesians back at home, even in the venue right now, are actually thinking about it. But for TLID, they also had a huge impact on the international landscape as well. Coming in as rookies, suddenly making it all the way to the grand finals, winning it, and then going into the grand finals of the M Series.
Yeah, I mean, TLID, I feel like their status to giancy, is that even a word? Giancy?
It's okay, we make up our own words.
Yeah, becoming a giant, it happened last year, to be fair, right? They were not in the best form ever after the rebrand, after becoming TLID. Before that, they were hardly making it to the playoffs, and now they're able to field the roster filled with rookies, and they're able to become a giant finally. Again, winning MPL ID season 14 it was, and then making it to the grand finals of an M Series. I think that by then we can bestow them that title of becoming a giant. For Onyx, it's always been them becoming a giant since, I think, day one, since the old ages, but I think it's harder for you to defend that title compared to you just chasing for the title, right? Because consistency, again, is a problem for Onyx. So, yeah.
I agree. It's quite tough, but let's see what you guys thought from that previous question. Which mid-trio is stronger, all right?
What?
Survey shows 79% Onyx veteran mid-trio. Hard to decide, 12% I believe, and 9% TLID's Youngblood mid-trio. And it's fair, right? We saw Onyx last performance against Alter Ego, where Sans was able to get the back-to-back MVP, and then I think he got the player of the match as well. The fact that that synergy between him and Keyboy when he was on the Luo Yi and the chip combination together, that's a sight to see, and that's a sight that we haven't seen for so long, but now we know that it's back.
And whenever it is back, it's always a big problem, man. We've seen dips in Onyx performance, but overall, we have never really, attacked, quote-unquote, their individual performances. The mechanics, the instincts are all still there, man. It was the game plan that we're talking about, the synergy. So, man, when they're in form right now, I think even if Team Liquid ID are at their prime, it's still going to be a massive question. So this goes back to the topic that Realize was talking about. It's going to be a lot more difficult to stay on top rather than just get to the top. And at this point, we've seen Team Liquid ID get to the top and then start faltering, right? Onyx is the more battle-hardened, battle-worn team.
Absolutely. I started to cut you off there, but look at the Sonics in the building. Realize this is your people. They're coming into the arena here together in the Jakarta International Velodrome. So for those of you guys who are still watching back at home, the tickets are still available. Come over, join in on all the exciting things that you can do, because the festival has a lot of activities. There's performances from the BA,
food stalls,
merch, booths, and just so many things that you guys can actually engage on. And usually, there's like free stuff that's given away. I love free stuff.
Rashi's gonna give out free stuff if you come over.
Am I?
Yeah, you are.
Okay.
Well, let's leave it at the maybe because we have to focus on the champion's legacy.
We're back on the mid-trio once again, and we're looking at the mid-trio from era to era to era. Back in the day with Rave, G, and LJ. Up until this point right now, the mid-trio has been a really huge highlight over the years because of the complexity in each meta that it is born in.
And don't forget, with three members playing together, right, there's just more margin for error. So the synergy and the communication becomes that much more important as well. And man, I mean, which trio do you think kind of stands out for you?
Everyone is legendary, but I gotta go for Trio Kage, obviously.
Trio Kage.
These are the guys that, set the stone and the foundations for Onyx that they are in right now. But, I mean, the M1 trio was also very, very good. But that was, the first ever, M series, so that was a long time ago. But they are legends of the game. So yeah, I think everyone is, or like all the groups are very great trios, but you know, yeah, there.
What about you, Arashi?
Yeah, Arashi.
Which is your favorite?
Off the bat,
Jago?
looking at the screen, I got a. What stands out, of course, is going to be the RRQ trio.
Of
The
course.
Big Man Lemon over there, along with
Arashi
Ian
Hoshi.
Jago and Liam. I've met Liam as well, so it's kind of a bit more familiar to me.
Okay,
But even
okay.
before that, gotta highlight Rave there being shown the asset. He is now the assistant coach for RRQ, if I'm not mistaken. So, man has been making moves, dude.
Making moves.
Stefan would be very disappointed in Arashi right now.
What?
Because he thinks.
Oh, right.
Anyway.
We're at odds, bro, but it is what it is.
The highlights of the poster that we saw earlier on, for those of you guys back at home, is the fact that we're, again, seeing a resurgence in young bloods. And finally, after so many seasons, after so many era, we're actually finally getting to the point where, okay, I think these young kids have what it takes to actually compete to the level of the veterans right now. And unfortunately, it looks like the veterans are actually the ones now who are kind of threatened, maybe, by the resurgence of these young kids.
Yeah, I mean, it's always them kids, right? It's them kids.
These kids,
making
these
moves.
kids these days. You know, back in my day.
Back in my days.
When was that, Arashi? Like 1800?
We're the same age. It's friendly fire, bro. We're in the same team.
I will not confirm that. I will not confirm that. But let's confirm the player rankings here. We're looking at Moreno as well as Sans. Sans still one of the players of all time, actually.
One of the players of all time.
One of the players of all time
we actually had
who
that
has the
conversation.
highest kills
Yeah.
so far as a mid lane.
I think that's kind of showing that it's survival of the fittest here. It's not about whether you're an old gen, a new gen. Either you get good enough or you get phased out. And for a player like Sans, he can illustrate that example so well because he's been around, dude. And he has been moving roles. So he used to be a jungler, right? Where if you fit in, if you deliver, then you keep playing, right? That's just the way it is. If you get phased out, it means you got left behind. You gotta keep up.
That's basically the theory of evolution.
Yes, sir.
The survival of the fittest, and I think we saw that from Sans, right? He played jungle, and then he transitioned to becoming one of the mid lane goats, not only in Indonesia, but in MPL and MLBB history, I dare say. So I think it's all about, again, longevity for me. Like
longevity.
Yeah, if you want to be a very good trio mid,
Yeah.
you got to have the consistency. The longevity, it's not only a one season type deal. You have to be consistently doing it week in, week out for like seasons, right?
Are you talking about TLID?
For everyone. For every...
Whoa.
For every
Why are we bringing
trio
TLI
mid.
into this?
Because they loved after one season.
That's true.
Like longevity?
Yeah.
Hey, that's
But I think...
too early to tell. bro.
Yeah.
That's
but
fair.
Too early to tell.
That's true. But I think it's unfair for us to like talk about longevity to Team Liquid ID because this is a new band of group, right? I mean, sure, they've been there since the MDL days, but their creation into TLID in MPL ID, like, has only been 2 seasons, right? Season 14 and now 15. So,
but look at the support though.
Yeah.
Despite that being the case, man, the supporters are in the building.
Cavalry.
It's Trina, how do you feel? This is your people.
Your
I feel kind of sad because I'm not there, bro.
Dang.
I feel kind of sad. I should be with them right now, you know, banging the drums.
Okay.
Gotta bang the drums, guys. Show your support for your team.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh!
That
He's
is-
on a horse!
That is so cool.
He's on a horse!
I'm on a horse. I'm on a horse. Is that Clint?
Is that who?
Clint?
That is actually super cool.
Is that Clint?
Yeah, it looks like Clint.
Is that Leo Moore?
Howdy, cowboy.
But technically, TLID are the Stallions, right?
They are, yeah.
The fans are
Baby
on
horses.
the...
They're riding the
on
wave
cavalry?
of the stallions.
No.
Riding to victory.
Yeah.
Type deal.
It's their ride. You know, that horse, that stallion.
Also,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
Because Leo, a young boy from the Philippines, a young man from the
Ah,
Philippines,
young man.
says whenever he refers to TLID as the young stallions,
Right.
right? So he's referring to them as the horses,
Yeah.
Yeah.
The horse. And the
That's
fans.
not the riders.
No, they're the horses. The fans are on
cavalry.
their backs.
On the ride.
Yeah.
I get it. I get it.
Cavalry,
I get
bro.
That's
it.
the philosophy.
But back to your point earlier on, it's actually a fun fact that both T-Boy as well as Sans hold the most trophies.
Ooh.
I was gonna say piala for some reason. Sorry, guys.
Most pialas, guys.
Bilingual baby
You gotta
problems.
get that pialas.
Pialas means trophies
Trophy,
in Indonesia.
Yeah, trophies.
Yeah, they have the most trophies.
Sans and T-Boy.
Yeah, Sans and T-Boy.
Sans and Keeps.
The math checks out. I mean, they've been so dominant for so
Yeah.
long. Remember, a certain young man from Indonesia who had red hair for a little while, he mentioned, if Onyx wins again, dude, we gotta find something else to watch.
Yeah.
Right? But they were that dominant.
I
They were
remember
just
that.
monopolizing all those pialas, bro.
It's a monopoly. It was a monopoly again. I think their conquest has been far too long, subjugating the teams in MPL ID.
They got close.
Yeah, but I think they showed that they're vulnerable. They're human. I mean, last season they lost to Geek Fam in the elimination match. Again, the same day they got geeked by the Natan. So I think that vulnerability is still there. These are, I think for Onyx, it's them proving again that they deserve that title of the Sky Kings. When we talk about the Sky Kings, these are immortal guys. These are unbeatable players, and now they're beatable. They're vulnerable. So now they have to prove again that they deserve to have the title back to their names.
Look at your screen though. Boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen back at home. This is the festival that we were talking about. There's actually a mini stage up there. You guys can actually take pictures with the horse. Have never seen an animal at MPL ever, by the way. Maybe fake ones, but not an actual real horse.
Is it gonna make its way into the velodrome?
I hope so.
So I was walking to the velodrome this morning, right? And I saw that horse outside. I was like, is this a, what do you call it, Delman? You know, the horse ride we have in Indonesia?
It's like a horse carriage.
Horse carriage, yeah, obviously.
Like, well, for fun.
And I was like, there's no way they're gonna offer horse rides. And turns out it's for the cavalries out there.
Individual, man. Did you hear the music start playing?
Ah,
We're gonna take my horse
to the Old Town Road in Hanun.
Anyhow, that's so cool, man. It's great to have a figurehead, you know, whenever there's if you see all these movies with the medieval battles, it's just great to have one guy just leading the charge, you know, just increases morale. So I think the fan cheering battle, I feel like Team Liquid ID might really give the Sonics a run for their money.
Imagine if they had like a knight in armor.
That would be sick, dude.
Whoa, I mean, yeah.
They should have.
Maybe they will. Maybe they will.
Maybe they
later
will
on.
make the grand final.
Maybe.
Then.
If they make it.
Are they gonna make it?
Because we do have to talk about it once again, right? Onyx TLID, we've seen them go head-to-head in the regular season. It was TLID winning out the first leg, and the second leg, it was overtaken by Onyx 2-0. So what will we actually be expecting today, ladies and gentlemen, as both teams are now ready for our opening match of the day? Let's welcome these two teams.
It's the Young Stallions charging into the velodrome, where it saw and bear witness of the Sky Kings ascending once more. Will they be able to again show that the Sky Kings are indeed vulnerable and no longer immortal? Making their way to the stage are two teams battling out for elimination, battling out for making their cut on towards the playoffs. On the left side, it is going to be the Sky Kings, Onyx. And up against them, charging, riding into the dying night, it is the Young Stallions, Team Liquid ID.
Man, this is going to be an intense matchup, man. And it all starts right here, right now. The mind games have begun, ladies and gentlemen. Coach Yap with Ari walking out with Tate DeLucas and Facehugger with our Marshal Gary, man. You can see the intense faces. They're usually very chill, but in this scenario, they have to let go all the stops and go all out. This is the battle for survival.
Absolutely. They know exactly what is at stake here. And after what both teams have actually gone through, more so for Onyx, they do want to have that final chance, right? Make their way to the grand finals, make their way to the Esports World Cup next month, and perhaps put their name and etch it in history. But this is the official team lineup for both of these teams, and it looks like, boys and girls, Aaron Shiki is not going to be in the lineup for TLID. It's actually Kyo as their starter.
So this is a funny account that we've heard from some of the analysts, the Indonesian broadcasters, well, even us here in English. It feels like Witty initiates better when he's playing with Kyo. And there isn't really an explanation as to why. But Kyo, I think, just enables for the team as well. He's able to play dynamically, passively, or aggressively. Whereas Iron Shike is the guy who takes risks, right? And I think that sets some sort of insurance for TLID to then progress into the later stage of the game. And yeah, for Kyo, I think it helps them as well.
It might just be because Kyo is a bit more calculated, right?
Yeah.
With that aggressive style, if you're a roamer, now you have to think, am I going to try and go fully focused on the engage, or do I want to just, just in case, help my gold in or out when he goes in and makes a big play? So if they're trying to play textbook, that could be the answer here, going with Kyo. And if you look at their unique heroes here, 41 heroes. Pocket picks show an Akai as well. Dude, this is a team that has so much diversity when it comes to their strategy. They have been in a slump, but when it comes down to the options they have, I don't think it has dwindled all that far. Especially if you're looking at the gold lane situation. They can go with the Herald, they can go with the Granger, and depending on the situation, depending on what kind of strategy they want to go for, what they pick in the EXP lane, if it's gonna be that Phoveus, if it's gonna be that Hilda, it can change the pace of the game immediately.
Yeah.
Looking at the keys to victory here by the Samsung Galaxy A36 5G though, Onyx, contest macro heroes, Chip and Lord Yi will be highly valued.
Yeah.
They can deal with the macro threats, but in theory, against a team like Team Liquid ID, why take that risk, right? Might as well remove that from the equation and get an EXP carry that could be a cheese pick option. Aran has gone with the zoning frontline carries, whereas Ludwig, he has shown that on a Benedetta, on a Masha, some of these crazy carry picks, he can definitely carry his team on his back. And for Team Liquid ID, here on the other side of the equation, Aran getting his screening heroes, like we mentioned, if he's able to stop the aggression coming in from Keyboy, coming in from Kyrie potentially as well, they can stop Onyx options when it comes to those flanks. But that's how they play. Sans himself would also flank around with the Assassins and the Roamer. And then along with that, just have to be a bit more calculated, man. They're up against the Sky King.
They need to be structured. I mean, that has been the scrutiny over towards CLID is the fact that they don't really have a structure. It's always them, I wouldn't really say blind rushing, but it feels like they're chasing for something that is not that urgent yet. They like to rush, they like to really just brawl out early on, and I think that's not very good, especially up against the Sky Kings, who likes to just dwindle you down and play the game of war of attrition. So it helps them out a lot. So if they can stop that rushing around.
Yeah, man. So deciding on what kind of game plan you want is a big deal. They're looking at the man here, Fabian, the usurper.
Absolutely. We're looking at him back then and now. He's one of the highlighted players up until this point. One of the reasons being is back in MDL, he didn't make it to playoffs 3 times. Yeah. And this is MDL level. He debuted in MPL and was instantly named the champion. So very interesting journey that we're seeing from Fabian in particular, as we're looking at other accolades that he's been able to kind of get for himself. The question is, how will he be faring now, today, with such instant changes into the meta? He's so used to the Assassins, but now we're seeing a lot of fighters and tanks in the jungle.
You don't see much of the Fredrins being picked up by him, right? Even the box, yeah, he still sticks. I think the bare minimum is the Suyo. Like the Suyo somehow can also function as a fighter, but it's more of an assassin slash fighter. I'd say for Kyrie, it's that position as well. So Fabian really needs to, adjust to that fighter style. And I think with that 2-week break, that might help as well.
We'll see. Because from the other side, we saw Fabian. Now we're looking at Sans, who has a completely different story. From MDL, he was able to insta-get the championship title. And as he moved up into MPL, that's when the accolades started really piling up for him, right?
That's way too many.
I remember the YSS days when he was in the jungle as well. 4P champion with Onyx, with the change in roster, even him switching it out. We've actually talked a little bit about Sans, but this is one of the reasons why both of these 2 players are the ones that are highlighted today.
You gotta talk about the versatility, man. Again, I remember Sans with that nasty Pakiro in the jungle, dude. Like, he knows how to deal, how to play around burst damage. That's why he's so lethal on that far side. He understands when and where that burst of damage can swing the balance for his team. On the other side, though, on the topic of Fabian earlier, I do think that his selection in heroes kind of reveal a bit more about his style. Because even on those aggressive fighters, he likes playing the alpha, right, back then with the Assassins. it seems like he does really well whenever he's allowed heroes that can farm well. And the Suyo, the Alpha, and then you mentioned the Baksha as well.
Yeah.
Farming quick is something that Fabian has always been able to do. And remember, I think he broke the record for the fastest to get to level 15 last season. So farming is definitely in the game plans for Team Liquid ID. But on the other hand, for Onyx, they are a team that has shut down junglers so badly, putting their opponents' junglers at like a 4 or 5 level deficit. So they know how to shut down a critical jungler.
I think the reason why Fabian survives that type of shutdown is the fact that he sometimes he plays for himself sometimes. That's not in a bad way. For example, when your opponent jungler goes for the turtle, all Fabian does is just focus on the kills, getting more of the gold to himself, and then he can transition late game to becoming a menace and just help out his team in terms of damage. So I think the reason why he's able to survive most, target jungle assassinations that is directed towards him is because of the fact that he's able to rack up those skills that helps him transition to the late game. And I wouldn't say that he doesn't focus on the objectives, because he does, but at a certain point you gotta go fight or flight mode, and he goes for the kills and the assassination. So yeah,
I agree. And to top that, I would also say it really depends on the drafts.
Yeah,
because if TLID can look for a draft where one, they're comfortable on, like the Hilda, the usual heroes as well for Yeheskiel, the Jushins, and then being able to win mid-prio, that really does help Fabian get to that point where you guys mentioned, that jungling point.
I think it goes back to their game plan and their win conditions. And speaking of their win conditions, it's going to come from the drafting phase.
We're ready, ladies and gentlemen. We've been waiting for 2 weeks to get to this point. We've been seeing some strategies from different regions, and we're finally going to get a taste of our own. It's been a while. Game number 1 in this best-of-5 series. Elimination match between the Sky Kings and the Young Stallions. Who will be able to get the upper hand? TLID on blue side, Onyx on red. We're seeing the bans come through. TLID with straight jungle bans. The same thing has actually been done by Onyx, Hayabusa, Baxia, Fredrin, gone. Joy, Fanny, gone. We're putting, honestly, Fabian up to the test.
Yeah, I mean, the Hayabusa is out as well. I think it's a fair ball game because, again, they want to target ban Kyrie, but to a certain extent that also shuts down the choices that Fabian has. So I think they're going to have to play a trump card if push comes to shove. But obviously with the Baxia ban, it makes sense. I think it's more of a roam ban compared to a jungle ban, because Keyboy kind of excels with the Spic as well. He introduced it back in the regular season against Spigatron, but they lost. And it enables you to just roam around the map, and you have that extra anti-regen good up against Kimmy, up against Harith, and it's a very good pick as well. And for now, the Ling gets taken out as well, so yeah, that's like 5 assassin bans, not 4 assassin bans.
And the big factor right here is that the macro threats are open, but no Kalia gets picked up. So the Luoyi and Chip can both be secured.
Yeah.
Either team. We've seen teams go for both even. The Luoyi immediately gets picked up by Onyx. We've seen Sans perform insanely on this hero, elevating that early game level 2 pressure into that dominant, creative late game with the diversions as well.
I think this is scary, guys, because the last time we saw Onyx pick up the Luoyi, it was a 12-minute, 11-minute game against Alter Ego. So like you mentioned, the chip is still up and available, and it's a strategy that we've seen Onyx utilize before, and it's also a really good takeaway considering that the Kalea can still be flexible in the EXP lane. And there it is.
Oh no.
The infamous chip Luoyi duo from the Sky Kings.
This is the winning condition in the draft that TLID really likes. It's snatched away from their clutches by Onyx, and now TLID, they go for the Harith and the Suyo. Obviously a very strong pair of heroes. Harith in the lane just bullies out other gold laners for Suyo. I think it's much more of a comfort compared to just being, a strong pick. I think it's still a strong pick. It's strong in the hands of Fabian as well.
And this is the combo we've seen before, Suyo, Kalea, right? But here comes a Masha. Masha and Luoyi. This was a menace a couple of seasons back, man. The Masha shows up behind you, and before you know it, your backline is non-existent. With Team Liquid ID having the Harith, there's going to be survivability available for Kyo to survive initially, but afterwards, I feel like they need something more there. Either more crowd control, more survivability. especially for your head skill as well.
If I'm not mistaken, I saw this being picked up in MPL MENA. I think it was the grand finals. So the Luoi Masha, the way it functions is that, like Arashi mentioned, you know, the teleportation, just sending the Masha into number one, a split push up top, down bottom. You can create that segue play. But number two is to burst down a particular target. For example, let's say TL ID has a Farsa. And I think, like, on paper, the Masha just gets bursted down by the Farsa. But if you have a Luo Yi, you can just teleport the Masha to the backline, look for the Farsa, and that's it. You win a fight, right, basically. But I think it sounds easier said than done, but I think there's an idea behind that.
And you know for sure that this Masha is going to deal damage, right? Lutfi,
Yeah.
second leg regular season has been experimenting with so many different heroes, and all of them have been damaged. This is the adaptation that a lot of the casters, a lot of the analysts have been actually predicting coming from Onyx, and we're getting to see it live here in the flesh. Good mention on the Farsa. It's also a really huge deny pick to what usually TLID likes to go for Yehezkiel. So that's something that now TLID really have to think about as we get into the second phase of the drafts here, presented to you by the official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy A36 5G. 1-1 banned out.
I feel like right now for Team Liquid ID, usually, right, against a team like this, you want to go crowd control. You want to make sure that you punish the funnel through from a diversion or a shortcut. But now with the Masha in the picture, this is a hero that can shrug off a lot of crowd control. So I feel like the angle for Team Liquid ID is to get some more damage, because the only real way to threaten and stop a Masha is to go damage and burst her down. They go for the 1-1 and Ranger ban, so they want to make sure that they themselves, with the Kalia and the Studio, are going to have ways to get to that backline and ensure that Self-Arrow can't really output all that damage reliably. And he's running out of options, unless he wants to go for the Moskov and go triple macro here.
Yeah, that could be an option, but sometimes when you go triple macro, it overwhelms you with options. Bigatron went for that pick in the regular season. They almost lost it against Dewa, if I'm not mistaken. But they were still able to then create that last-minute play to just have the Moskov split push. But I think, again, it can be very good, but sometimes overwhelming. It makes you really... I think you have too much on your plate, and then it makes it hard for you to decide on what you want to do. But they go for the Erendel. Against the Harith, okay.
Okay, so for sure TLID was trying to secure a winning lane for kill, right? That's the entirety of that. Understanding that they should have to say goodbye to mid lane Prio. I guess it's still up in the air. We're not really sure what Yehezkiel is going to be playing here. Against the Luo Yi, what do you think would be safe against Onyx?
You usually want to wave clear from a distance, because the Luo Yi can kind of burst you down, but it's short range. With the Masha in the picture though, something that's too far back is going to be difficult. I feel like the angle is to go for something that can survive a dive attempt. Something like a Chushin, something like a Zask even, right? Technically. Because that way, even though you get bursted down, you're going to have some impact left behind.
Yeah, because usually we see the Kimmy being picked up against the Luo Yi, but they still go for it. All right. Farsa picked up for Yehezkiel. Strong, long range, big burst in the early game, good rotations, but like Realize mentioned earlier, very, very vulnerable to the dive coming in from Onyx.
Yeah, this Farsa will have to be protected at all costs. I mean, they have the Badang to stop the Masha just running blatantly into the Farsa or even other targets. They have the Kalea as well to have that Tsunami Slam. But they'll go for the Kanja.
Wow.
What? Wait. Masha jungle?
What are we looking at?
I don't know. I'm jumbled up.
We're gonna throw it over to Miracle. Maybe he has an idea. Miracle Sheffin, take it away. What do you guys think, boys?
The battlefield is set, and the first blood will be drawn today. But what a way to start the draft just now. That is something that's gonna throw us back to Season 11 Onyx. Kaja on the jungle. Like, this is something that we've never expected before. It's a debut pick, even for roaming, right? This season.
We haven't seen it in Rome at all, I believe.
In jungle? Preposterous.
Hey, you gotta have some pocket picks to show up in the playoffs, and they decided to show it off in game number 1 of a best of 5. That's an elimination bout. Ladies and gentlemen, TLID and Onyx, whoever lose here, they're going home. No chance at MSC, no chance at EWC. TLID, the defending champions, versus the old legacy of Onyx.
While their brothers in the Philippines head to Riyadh, here in Indonesia, one giant must fall. the most decorated franchise in ID against the reigning champions. It's Legacy versus Pride. Onyx takes on Team Liquid ID in MPL Indonesia Season 15 Playoffs. It starts now.
Welcome to the land of Dawn, ladies and gentlemen, where we get to see the Kaja in the jungle in the hands of Kai. Someone who we expect to go on Assassins. I guess in a way it's a pickoff hero, right? Impure Rage on Kai. I wonder if it's just going to be like a tanky build. Support emblem with the Thrill and the Season Hunter.
And believe it or not, I think this game is going to put a lot of emphasis towards the EXP picks. Because in an early game, it's Lutpi's game with this initial damage. And there's going to be a lot of work to do for Iran in the early game too, because he's the one that's going to counter the engages coming in from Kyrie.
But that's why it's going to be weird, right? I think in the early game, they're going to have to bank on the damage of Kai. Oh, quite a bit of damage there. We're still gauging, ladies and gentlemen, how good this Kaja pick's going to be. So far, so good. Solid damage as Keyboy places a bit more with a Crash Course, and Witty is forced to recall the mid lane. Divine Judgment for Kai, and it's first blood.
On cue right away. Kyrie, the god of the jungle, he can play anything. That's including the Kaja Kyo though. Might be getting engaged on Keyboy, already on the case. It looks like he read the movement. So this game is just about engaging the engager. Like, a lot of times we see the Luoyi pick. We saw the Chip pick. They want to play reactively, but right now, they don't give a damn.
They really didn't. I think the orthodox pick would just be for them to go for the Lucas. We called it here on the desk. We were talking about, all right, this is going to be a Lucas game. TLID didn't ban it. Keyboy walking down though. Kyo! Uh-oh! That inexperience biting him in the back, but it will be traded for a turtle, so at least TLID don't walk away empty-handed.
Bit of a rookie mistake there. Kyo could have been a no trade for TLID getting the turtle also. But looking at the lineup from and the win rates that's coming in from these teams, Sans is still undefeated on the Luoyi. So even though this is a Chip and Luoyi combo, which a lot of people don't really like because, you know, the overloads of the teleporters, I think it's still gonna work for Onyx, especially this is the team that we know can pull off some crazy stuff. Looking at the talent prediction though. Woo. Wait, I think I predicted TLID 3-2 actually.
You went for TLID?
For bias prediction.
Well, here it is, ladies and gentlemen. 3 Onyx, 2 TL. So diversion up top, Aran's gonna be caught. Divine Judgment coming down with Lupi going in all the way. Won't be enough damage to take Aran down. The Badang good at disengaging. A flicker out as Fabian continues to path in the opposite side of the jungle, getting that level lead against Kai.
And as I said earlier, this is gonna be an early game for Lutpi because he has the early game damage. Meanwhile, Sabero is still needs to stack up the items. So they're gonna be rotating on towards the XP a lot, but Witty!
Oh, instant burst down. Good night, Witty. Good night, Witty to Keyboy. Purple buff.
And now Kyrie. This is tricky because there you go. This is the problem when you're picking a Kaja. You're not the most dynamic jungler out there. You're pretty much just ult jungle, and your jungling potential is super low. Keyboy though, on towards Kyo.
Short cover the Crash Course, a Purify already used as Kyo runs away. Kai gets to Divine Judgment. Lutpi again with the damage as Sans gets the dispersion enough to take him down.
Kyrie said, get over here to Mr. Kyo, and that's 2 kills already on the rookie. There's probably gonna be some consideration of substitution in game number 2 if he still continues to perform like this.
Fabian on the turtle. Kai doesn't have the Divine Judgment just yet. It's still on cooldown. Lutpi going in. That's going to be all in over to the back. Aran going to be taken down. Witty still there as Lutpi goes for more damage. Witty taken out. Retribution from Fabian with a Soul Sever combo. Turtle 2 over to TL, but Onyx win on the battle.
Yep, 2 kills. They'll take that any day of the week. And Kyrie is going to take that jungling boost to further boost his potential on the burst. I'm kind of curious about the build coming in from Kyrie because is it going to be, oh, there you go. It's a Thunder Belt, so a bit more utility right now, a bit more slows as well. So this is going to be the, you know, that Season 11 Kyrie utility jungle era, which is in a way good because Onyx was dominating at the era, but at the same time, this is Kyrie we're talking about. They missed out on the assassin potential of the god of the jungle.
we can say that all we want, Sheffin, but unfortunately, if we look at the drafts again, right, he was kind of forced into this position. And Onyx were prepared for it. That's Witty. Tsunami Slam already bringing that T-Boy. Oh, before he can do anything. Guy walking up. Aran going for the disengage already. Oh, Lupe! Thunderclap in the midst of it all. Kill going to be taken down. Witty falls as well to Lutpi.
But Keyboy though, that's a really fast reaction on the teleporter there, knowing that he's gonna be engaged on and he needs his teammates' help to retaliate. And he's already healthy right now on the bottom lane, screening for Savero.
Now I understand, you know, why a lot of people that I've spoken to, analysts, a lot of pundits, a lot of just fans of TL, have been saying that Aaron might be the better choice in playoffs. Playing in this grand stage is quite intimidating, and we gotta say, Kyo definitely is feeling it.
Yep, there's a reason why Aaron Shiki is named the untouchable one. He performed at the most grandiose stage in M6. Kind of fell short though, but he's gonna be here to support the rookie and maybe give his inputs as well in the break that's gonna come after game number 1. Onyx though right now still 1.7k gold lead. They're in a pretty good position despite them picking this Kaja. And now, second objective battle, surely this favors TLID just because of the jungle.
Aran on it already with Fabian. T-Boy does have the shortcut. San's not gonna look for an angle here. Kai's just gonna walk up for the airstrike coming down. Witty able to go for the Tsunami Slam! Oh! Win. Zaman Force coming down. Keyboy able to walk away. Witty though, caught again. Let's pay! Mega kill. Fabian gonna be caught in the Thunderclap again. And Aran falls to Savero.
Oh, they're not stopping just yet. Look, he just goes in again.
Diversion to the back. Keyboy looking for the crash course. Unable to go for the Sun. Kai with the flank. A killing spree. HQ whip down. Lutpe. A shutdown to him. He's unstoppable.
A portrait in motion for the Porcupines. Like listening to a beautiful staccato right now. 4.5k gold lead. This is the old Onyx that we're used to seeing. But what a play coming in from the whole team of Onyx. They're not stopping. Even with Kiwi getting bursted down. The early team fight.
It's strange, Sheffin. The old Onyx, but the new Liquid that just doesn't feel right. 3-12, 5,000 gold lead, neutral objective control, but I think they're usually known as a team that has the better battles, the better skirmishes. Now it's Onyx who are playing their game.
Yep. And they can take this as long as they want to, especially with the fact that Keyboy and Sans can pull the trigger anytime they want to. Lutpi secured a huge item there. So all the damage dealers coming in from TLID will be much more vulnerable by now, and it secured that, I believe, tire hit as well. Hoping for it to proc in the later part of the game. 6k for Onyx.
Wow. And Onyx at this point, they're gonna have to play just discipline. At this point, they don't need to rush anything.
Yeah.
5,000 gold lead at 8 minutes with a composition that even though you think is more of the early game, I think it's more mid-game for Lutpi especially. Now that he has to have to see, 2,000 gold lead in XP. Technically, he's known for this. Last time we were in the Velodrome, it was Lutpi who carried Onyx with the carry picks to secure the 4th title. Back to back to back to back.
They stuck to the KTV, man. Give Lutpi the EXP carry, the Keto is the Benedetta. And this time, it's Masha. We've been wondering why it got banned quite a lot in the regular season. But this is the answer. 5-0-3 for Mr. Lutpi, and he's looking to get more in his bag. And the fact that he can just split wherever he wants to. There's 2 teleporters. He can go into team fight anytime he wants.
It's way too easy for Onyx to set up after getting the early game lead. We expected TLID to be the ones leading in the early game, and then in the mid game, perhaps for Onyx to turn the tides with the man advantage, with those teleports. But when they have a lead like this gives Onyx all the room for Prio up top. TLID are not sending anyone. Holy Defense already procced. Lutpi is going to stay there.
Wait a minute, Kyo, is he gonna clear? Is he gonna cross that?
He's dead if he does.
Yeah. Looks like he's gonna take the long route, but Onyx, they're on a case on towards the Lord. Already 20k. Keyboy might be getting engaged on.
Tsunami Slam over to Keyboy. Unable to go. Oh, shortcut in the flicker route. Kyrie walks at Divine Judgment. Over to Fabian. Sabero picks up the killing spree. Heavy crossbow coming down. Witty. Gun down. Onyx with a 2-0 lead.
How do you deal with this diversion on towards that bushes? Kyo did not read that one. It looks like Onyx will take this one without any contest. There you go. I was wondering, Mirko, like at this point, Kyo and Yehezkiel, what do they do? What are they here for? Because if they actually proc the ultimate, Lupti can just jump on them with a flicker, and it's easy picking for him.
That's a good question. I don't know what he does. Either way, it's going to be tough. He has Purify up against Akaja. Again, easy Divine Judgment. It goes through that suppression. I'm trying to think about it. I'm trying to think about ways, but we do have a game fact here by our new application, Goping.
Kyrie's Kaja Jungler makes a return in MPL Indonesia after being last used by Kyrie in MPL ID Season 11 regular season when Onyx defeated Alter Ego. And Sans, that's a huge item there on the Winter Crown. Now, we can see the old Sans with the Purifies, with the Winter Crown, the micro god of Indonesia for the longest time. Look, we also secured that Malefic War. So, again, if they want to go for a run, they can do it any day of the week.
It really just feels, oh, Ron is holding an angle, perhaps looking for a play again. Jumps on the Sans, but he has to Purify. Witty, able to go for the catch. Yep, nice walking up, the Lord as well. Savero, oh, that damage! The Hezkiel and Kyo down very low, diversion onto the side. They're gonna take it, but it's still just away. Tsunami-san locking T-Boy down. Now with the lockdown as well, with the shortcut coming down. T-Boy has the immortality. Witty, obliterated. T-Boy still stays alive. Kyo goes in. Aran goes over the 6 crack. Gets a kill on the T-Boy, but Lutpi and Kai are just dismantling the back. Base wide open. Savero walking him down in the fountain. Another wave spawning in. 16 seconds for Witty. Onyx can take it slow.
They're still gonna wait for the minions. Mid lane turret will be down to the hands of Savero. Fabian and Kyo, 2 defenders for the Stallions.
Persian, yo, what happened to Fabian? It's a magic trick. You blink and you miss it. Lutpi wants to go for more. Onyx start the best of 5 with a game 1 dominant display.
12K against the reigning champion of MPL ID. We might see a resurgence of Onyx ever since Yep came back. It's just all good for the Porcupines and all the Sonics. They're happy to see this. The old dominant Onyx in game number 1. Way too easy.
I don't want to say we expected this, but we kind of did. We've heard the scary stories all throughout. How good Onyx are behind the scenes. How much they've been preparing. A good friend of mine, Mr. Midnight, Mr. MPL, just messaged me saying Yeb is a cheat code. I think he really is, man. This guy, the impact that he's brought to the table right instantly as he rejoins back the team that he left.
My deepest apology to Coach Yeb because I doubted you when you first came in. And look at the TIFO, better than Arsenal's somehow.
Everyone's TIFO is better than Arsenal. We don't need to talk about it. We don't need to mention it.
Yep. This is the ending moment there. Good effort by Iran, but Sans with the Winter Crown and only gets T-Boy at the end of the week. And Kyrie, this is unnerving for TLID. But panelists, you gotta break it down for us. Eterna, got something to say?
Thank you, boys. Thank you, Chef, and thank you, Mirko. Wow, 12 minutes. And 17 seconds, I believe. That was a very fast first game in this best of 3. The Sky Kings take it 1-0.
Oh boy, dude, that was a rough one. I really think that, I thought that Team Liquid ID really should have gone for a chip or a low yi, dude. I feel like it's in the win conditions. There's no reason not to go for it. The clear is valuable, but dang, dude, we saw how Onyx were able to use both, and we know that they can pick both and take it away from Team Liquid ID. So I thought that was a bit of an oversight. And then afterwards, the Badang to try and maybe stop the Masha. Bro, Lutpi was out of control, dude. That was brutal.
We had this conversation, right? Was it fatal for TLID to just not contest the Luoyi and Chip? Because it's their bread and butter. They like this composition, they like the global presence of it, and they thrive with it. But it feels like taking Kalea first pick and leaving that Luoyi and Chip open was a fatal mistake for them. Because we saw what Onyx was able to do with the Masha, plus the Kaja as well. They wanted more engaged, they had that lockdown as well. They had multiple ways of just picking off TLID and then engaging it, following it up into a bigger fight that just destroys TLID.
Because I feel like it's a double negative, because they lose the macro pressure and they're giving it to Onyx, who really know how to use it, right? Maybe the idea is to get T-Boy on the chip, so that way, you know, there won't be any big engages, right? But then, boom, Kyrie in the jungle with the Kaja. Bro, Coach Yeb, man, who let him cook?
It was all according to plan because if we take a look at the drafts, legit, they knew that TLID would go for respect bans against Kyrie for sure. And they also did the same thing to Fabian to try and limit the jungle pick possibility. And the fact that they pulled in a debut pick Kaja, something that we haven't seen. Have we ever seen a Kaja in the jungle? I don't remember it.
I think earlier we saw that asset say that there was last seen in season 11 when Onyx
Season
won
11.
against Alter Ego using the Kaja still. I think Kyrie himself was also there.
That was a long time ago.
Long time ago.
Wow.
We're gonna play the game though.
For sure.
Oh,
Kyrie
man.
on the Kaja was a really good mediator to, of course, mediate this, right? The player of the game presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy A36 5G. Lutfi on his signature damage-dealing EXP laners. The Masha comes through though this time.
And everything just works so well right here. The fact that Onyx should not have a suppression available to them. But with this weird pick in the jungle, they're able to secure that. And because of that, dude, the early game was brutal, man. Again, they have so many ways to secure the kills. They got the damage output supplemented by Lutfi on that Masha. And if you look at the win conditions for TLID here, which is, get some damage, right? Have enough damage to melt down the Masha so that the Masha can't really be out of control. They're going to be relying on Kyo. And in the mid-game, Kyo was 0 and 4. Onyx knew exactly who they wanted, and every single team fight, Kyo was just demolished, dude. He was not allowed to participate.
He was totally shut down. I mean, we talked about the Masha again,
man.
having so much agency, plus the Luoyi as well that helped the Masha activate with the diversion. You could see that he was going in for those important prio targets, like the Harith, the Farsa again. And not only that, but he's also able to display the macro game, split push up top, always push the waves and make it crash onto the turret. So it's like TLID are overwhelmed with so many issues that Onyx is just bringing to the table, and voila, it's just a quick game.
And we haven't even started talking about Savero. The fact that he's on an Irithel, so he can't really be ganked as easily, can run the Purify, has the heavy crossbow to get out of danger. So even if Team ID wants to lead away, wants to avoid team fights and go and shut down the gold lane and get Kyo snowballing to be able to deal with the Masha, with the frontline presence of Onyx, they can't do it either. So, dude, the layering of the win conditions from Onyx here is crazy, man. This is what makes it so difficult to try and expect what Onyx are going to come up with when Coach Jeb is in the picture.
Sleeping Giants, right? The Sky Kings. Depending on how, of course, the series goes, the fact that we've seen the performance from them here in game number 1 just really shows that they have so many different strategies that we haven't even touched yet or scratched on the surface.
If you know, look, the only kills that Team Liquid ID got were on the roamer. Everyone else, perfect game. So you tell me what that means.
Yeah.
Dude.
Unfortunate.
That is
was
crazy.
There. T-Boy was in the front line, obviously, crashing in with the shortcut. So,
I think it's by design. I think, like, compared to everyone else, the chip is the most sacrificial one.
Yeah.
So, fine, take the chip. Use your Feather Airstrike. Use all the combos on the chip. We don't care. That means the Luoyi can just go in. The Masha can go in. The Irithel can just heavy crossbow and just start shooting.
Yep.
That's crazy.
Beautiful game from Onyx. I'd say a very seamless game as well, because it felt like they wanted to play the pickoff style, but at the same time they were running into TLID, blatantly. So it was hard for TLID to stop it again. And we had this conversation with Arashi. Would Akai be a better pick? Because they need something to dissuade the Masha from running in, right? The Badang doesn't really stop it, because aside from the Masha, you also have the chip, and then you have the Irithel just gunning down at you. We also had that conversation, well, maybe a split push carry for Iran might be better. But I think that also kind of is hard because they have the Luoyi to match that pressure.
Exactly. And the Masha in a 1v1 really isn't any pushover either.
Yeah.
So they need someone to split push that can escape, mainly. That's why we thought the Benedetta might be an option for Iran. If it's not that, I feel like the Badang will work against a lot of different dive compositions. But against a comp with the Masha in particular, man, you saw Lutfi just power through the first track and just go to town. That's why we thought the Akai maybe, at least, it's not as damage heavy, but it's more constant crowd control. Maybe would have been enough to save one of the backline members. But overall, again, once you go and solve one problem, the other ones are still given to you by Onyx. So that still isn't a winning condition either. Man, nothing given, honestly.
I mean, you can see from the stats that, Yaskill tried his best, right? 23,000 damage dealt.
That's a lot.
But overall, he is actually close to Lutfi on the Masha, so...
I think better edge 6k off, yeah. That ultimate is very strong as well to just play around Onyx backline, but Onyx was very, very calculated.
Yeah, it didn't matter.
But I think what you should look at right here is the fact that Kyo deals marginally a bit more damage over Aran on the Badang. This is a Harith, and this is a Harith that wants to be team fighting, right? And yet, you can see that he was absolutely shut down. We talked about how Onyx can shut down junglers, but we're seeing again, when the jungle isn't the win condition, they can go for the mid lane. They know how to shut down every single role here in order to really just shut down whatever win opportunities your team can possibly get. And Kyo was the recipient of that factor here.
For
in
sure.
the first game.
He's only on 2 items. He hasn't even gotten the chance to either go Holy Crystal or even, Blood Wings. Nothing. Just the Starlight Scythe and the Feather of Heaven. And back to the point earlier, despite Yaskill being one of the highest on the damage dealt, it makes sense because the damage dealt is only on Keyboy. Meanwhile, if we're looking at Onyx, you can see that the damage dealt was given over onto the important people, right? Kyo, a lot of times getting taken down. You can see him getting a lot of damage taken. Weedy as well, even Aran. So, like you guys mentioned, the Badang wasn't given any chance or possibility to make a play, considering that every time he did go in, he was always taken out before he was able to make that play.
Yeah. And honestly, the Kaja in the jungle, aside from just being a great way to kind of like round out the composition, I feel like it's kind of underrated when it comes to clear speed, right? Because he's clear there against the Suyo. He wasn't really winning it out, but he wasn't really falling too far behind. That could be because of the team helping him out, sort of. But still, dude, that's a respectable amount of speed that he has in the clearing department. And technically with the passive, the empowered basic attack of the Kaja, you actually have a deceptively good time trying to steal away objectives. We've seen it before in past seasons. Roamers on the Kaja will just flicker in and just whip that neutral objective and steal it away.
Yeah, and Kyrie was also going to a much more tankier build, obviously, with the Oracle and then with the Radiant Armor, because he knew that he was not going to be the main carry. Obviously, as a Kaja, you're much more supplementary. And there goes Lutfi, full build, full damage build, excuse me, that had to see his first item just full on with a mission in his mind that he needs to take down and burst down those targets in PL ID quickly.
I mean, look at this timeline, dude. The War X for Fabian, the guy we were talking about farming well, was completed at what, like 8 minutes?
More.
8 minutes something. That's kind of, oh man.
I think there's kind of this gap line where on the early game it felt like PL ID had control and he was able to farm up a bunch, get that Hunter Strike. But then, boom, the Onyx Apocalypse happened. He wasn't able to farm.
Onyx Apocalypse.
Yeah.
I like that.
He wasn't able to just have that agency to move around, farm to his likeness, and get the item quickly, because you can take a look at that gap that was kind of long, and that gap was, the Onyx Apocalypse.
So now the big question is, what do they have to do in game number 2? Let's start with the drafts first, right? Because I think that's where it all went wrong for TLID. Luo Yi and Chip together being able to be picked up by the Sky Kings. What should be different?
I feel like we can start by Team Liquid ID possibly taking one of those options for themselves, especially their first pick, right? There's no real... They might be really overthinking the Korea, because if they go for the Luo Yi, let's say, then even if Onyx go for the Korea, but I guess then the chip, I don't know if they can do a Luo Yi chip though.
Let's rewind a bit, because we're looking at the bans first, right? TLID went for 3 straight jungle / you mentioned roam ban with the Boxia. I would actually consider it to be a Kyrie pick, because he even set up on stage, right? He's half Boxia. I'm half Boxia now.
Half Boxia.
There's even like an asset for it. But
Boxia from Bekas.
Anyway, would we change the bans there first? Do they go for a different side maybe?
That's kind of tricky, because again, you have to pinpoint and navigate through the draft where it doesn't give Onyx as much freedom to play what they really want to play with the power that they have in a lot of heroes, because this is a team that is able to play a lot of heroes, right? I mean, that Kaja in the jungle was a statement from Kyrie as well.
Yep.
But I think, again, playing to their strengths, I think it's fine to trade the Boxer with the chip. Totally fine, because I think Liquid also likes the chip more. And I think it's more prio for a first pick chip to happen compared to the Luoyi for Liquid. So I think just trade out. I mean, if Onyx can have a power pick that they like with the Boxia, you can have it too with the chip. So it's a fair game, I guess.
I feel like if you want to look at it positively, again, you have to remember this is a best of 5 after all.
Yeah.
You know, Realize was telling me like, dude, this is gonna be quick, man. Onyx are so dominant. And I have to remind them painstakingly that remember the last time RRQ seemed to have Team Liquid ID solved out, it was a reversal. It's a best of 5, man. There's a lot more games to go. And same to Lucas does have that problem-solving factor we've seen again and again. So I feel like it's if you want to take it positively, this might be Team Liquid ID probing at like how flexible, whether banning out Kyrie can be an angle. But now after seeing that Masha, after seeing some of those surprise picks from Onyx, I feel like the bans definitely are gonna change over from Team Liquid ID. Is that gonna be enough for them to get a dominant, a winning draft against Onyx? I really doubt it, to be honest, with Coach Yev in the picture. But we'll have to wait and see.
What did you guys think about the Suyo pick in the first phase? Did you think that was a comfort pick? Do you think that Suyo is still strong in this meta after seeing, different regions kind of experiment with their jungle picks?
Well, I mean, it's still strong to a certain degree, but I made it clear from the get-go that Suyo pick is comfortability.
Okay.
For Fabian.
For more comfort.
Yeah, it's for more comfort. He has more time to farm quickly with the Suyo, get his items rolling. But I think the Suyo was just under too much pressure. It was very hard for, again, like how Arashi mentioned. So does the roamer wants to protect a single member, or does the roamer want to really, become the sacrificial lamb and just play for everyone? And that happened. That dilemma happened for Witty, because Onyx was just everywhere on the place. They were shutting down the left side, right side. Kyo was also shut down. So Faven had no help on that regard, and the Suyo just made it worse because he fell because of how aggressive Onyx became with the Masha and the Kaja.
I feel like that could be also the idea could be to kind of build onto the Kalea, right? Again, Kalea or Jawhead, a pickup hero along with a Suyo, has been a working combo.
Yeah.
The fact of the matter is, the Suyo can clear fast, has good mobility if you want to try and get out of sticky situations, and you can also execute, right? You can seal the deal when someone's low HP as well. So it's not really a bad pick at all, I feel like. And then we go for the Harith. So I think the idea was to go for this early game pick-off heavy style, right? That's where the Farsuck comes in as well afterwards. And then later on, in the mid-game, the Harith should be taking over.
Right.
But I think the pick I'm looking more towards is the Badang, like you mentioned, man. Because what exactly was the idea for Aran to be doing here? Is he going to be diving in, right? Is he going to be peeling back? Because I feel like if you're going to be peeling or diving, there could be better options regardless. He seems to be something that's in the middle, a bit too much even.
That makes sense. That makes sense. So we're looking at the Luoyi and Chip problem that TLID will have to address in the next drafts. And what else do you think? Is it just purely that?
Recovery.
Did you see any issues with, execution by a particular player?
I think it's just recovery now.
Just recovery.
Mentally recovering from this, because it's a stomp. But Arashi mentioned it.
12 minutes.
That sweep might happen if they're able to solidly become like a unit.
Are we going to be looking at a 3-0 today for the Sky Kings?
Arashi.
It's a huge possibility.
Crazy.
What was your prediction for this match? TLID 3.
He went 3-2 TLID.
3-2 TLID. I
believe so. I thought as Team Liquid ID could get it done, right? They also got it done against RRQ, so I gotta gotta show some respect.
A little bias there.
Wrap them up, yeah.
Just a little bit. But I think a lot of people were thinking this is gonna be one of the highlighted matches, even though it's the first match of the playoffs. And so far, at least, Onyx has kind of made sure that doesn't seem to be the case. But looking at this asset eternal, the Battle of Champions.
Battle of Champions. MSC, know your rival. We're looking at these teams that have been able to lift up the trophy. We're looking at CLPH champion of M4 World Championship. We have Onyx PH for the champions of they were champions of the M6 World Championship. What are we going to be expecting for this next MSC? As you know, we're kind of on the way to it right now.
One thing that I like is the resurgence of unexposed.
Unexposed.
I think we do have a poster for that, so I'm gonna keep that for later.
Okay.
So we're gonna focus on the GOAT.
The GOAT
Conquered all the official tournament trophies this man has collected.
It's kind of crazy.
Bro.
He has the M series from Onyx PH.
Yeah.
He has the MSC when he was with
Season 7.
Was it Execration back in the day?
Good throwback. First season.
Of course, an MPL trophy to boot. He's completed everything. We're looking at a player that's successful, being able to lift all three.
And he's young.
He is.
He has a long career ahead of him if he can keep himself locked in. And on top of that, so I guess now he's on side quests, right?
Yes,
when you've completed the game of life and now you're just doing side quests.
Side quests.
Looking for the other, the other tournaments that aren't really up there. Aren't really
so
official.
crazy. Because I think, if I'm not mistaken, Miracle, correct me if I'm wrong, but back at MSC and Execration, I think he was also Finals MVP in the gold lane.
Was it him or was it like...
And then M6 Finals MVP,
as well.
in the gold lane.
What if he
But
was
guys,
the
back at
MVP?
home, I have really bad memory. I think a lot of people already know that by now. Was it Chakno?
I'm kind of hazy myself, man. It might be an age thing, honestly.
Age thing.
But regardless of whether or not he was the MVP, his mechanics back then were already crazy. I think even back then, being relatively new to the scene, I'm like, dang, this guy is crazy. He's different.
Yeah, this guy has completed MLBB.
He has.
So,
That's it. He's no longer just the golden standard in the gold lane. He's legit the golden standard player.
for MLBB.
That's so crazy. He has a little bit of a quote to his perspective on the Indonesian rookie gold laners. Whoever has glasses, take the stage.
Yep. All right. So all of the teams have improved compared to previous seasons. The rookie I noticed the most is maybe.
Interesting.
As I think he has potential with good mechanics and well-prepared positioning during the clashes.
We talked about this.
Maybe.
I think it was the when we kickstarted MPL ID Season 15, it was week 1, week 2. We saw maybe number 1 have that mechanic. He was so good with the heroes like the Moskov, which I think everyone is good with the Moskov. I think it's a very...
Are you good with the Moskov?
I am. I'm the gold standard in the Moskov. You gotta ask Mirko for that.
That's fake news. Ladies and gentlemen, that is fake news.
But number 2, maybe is so mature on his decision making. He's able to play the macro game neatly, and to have that praise come from Kelra when you haven't made it to playoffs yet, you know he's the real deal, sir.
Yeah.
Kind of crazy because he didn't mention Toy, he didn't mention Arfi. Kyo even not mentioned.
Yeah,
as
man.
a rookie.
Skylar, nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah, to be noticed, to be named by the gold standard, that is definitely something to brag about. If I was maybe, I'll be going home like, Mom, Dad, Kelra mentioned me, dude. I'm someone now. I'm a real human now.
Accolade. I
was a nobody.
I'll hang it on the wall that I was quoted by Kelra. But I had this conversation with Mirko. I asked him, what do you think if Kelra makes it to MPL ID? Do you think he'll get destroyed? Nah, he'll destroy everyone. Bar Eman, he says.
Bar Eman?
Or maybe on the same level.
Oh.
Eman and Kelra.
Yeah.
Same level.
I think just clashing.
Interesting take.
Bold statement here, realized in front of the public.
Nah. I'm not saying that they are on the same level, but they're kind of close. At least in the.
I think Eman. It's safe to say that Eman is the closest thing. We have to Kelra.
What I'm trying to say is
at this point in time, yes.
But to say that they're close.
Yeah, equal.
Equal. Even?
No, I mean like. What I'm trying to say, okay, let's rephrase
Okay,
everything, right?
okay, it's fine,
So the
we'll go back.
Take a step back.
The scenario was, what if Kelra enters MPL ID?
Right.
And Mirko says, yeah, he's going to destroy MPL ID. He's going to be going insane. But the only guy who can get close to him is Eman.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's the main premise. I'm not saying that he's equal to Eman.
That's just where phrasing becomes important.
Yeah, we gotta
be careful with that.
Properly.
Sometimes it's hard.
Yeah, you're a victim of it, huh?
I have bear witness to interesting phrasing coming in from Realize. That is certainly the case.
But speaking of interesting, we're actually going to see these two teams opt to swap sides. TL ID for game number 2 will actually be on red side, I believe. Did I see the asset correctly?
Yeah.
Okay, let's say it was correct. Let's say it is correct. Let's say my eyes didn't fail me this time, right?
Yeah.
What would we say would be different coming from them on red side?
Oh boy, I feel like for them on red side, then the Fanny for sure will show up on their side of the bans. It's just a bit too important. But along with that, I don't think they're gonna go for a full-on assassin type of ban. There could be a chance that they want to go for one of the macro threats. I'm not sure if they want to go toe-to-toe against Onyx, you know, like low Yi for Chip or Chip for low Yi. So I think it's going to start there. And along with that, maybe some looks towards the gold lane, right? Because the gold lane, if both teams are so good and they can kind of like stall out long enough, the gold lane always becomes important. So, especially with Kyo in the picture, that has, you know, has to be a bit more by the book. I feel like Team Liquid ID definitely have some ideas for that gold lane.
I think if we're talking generally for the draft in the red side, TL ID has a chance to be more reactive. So they can probe, like you said, look at, you know, the draft early on, and then they can respond to what Onyx wants to play. So now they're following the script, but they can flip it in the last few picks.
So let's see if that's actually gonna come to unfold as we get into the drafts. Ladies and gentlemen, for game number 2, presented to you by the official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy. With TL ID now on red side, there you go. We are seeing a change. Luo Yi banned out, respected away from Suns. Onyx, however, still go for the same route, right? There's still respect banning Fabian with a Ling, the Joy, and respecting maybe yet another jungle ban here coming into the 3rd slot.
Wait a second, is Onyx trying to force Team Liquid ID to put Fabian on some kind of fighter? Was that the idea? Right, because we really haven't seen him be as flexible as he was during the quote-unquote prime era of Team Liquid ID.
Yeah.
But man, with the Ling and the Joy already, that certainly narrows down the hero pools, and Kyrie doesn't have the same problem. Kyrie can play those utility heroes. He can play the Kaja, no problem at all.
I think this was one of the largest criticisms given towards TL ID, especially during that 2-week break. The fact that TL ID have for so long worked around Fabian. Fabian to carry, Fabian being the number 1 pillar. But what happens when Fabian's level of sharpness gets limited by his own hero pool? So we were expecting some adaptations coming in from Fabian in particular. Let's hope if he's actually explored different options, considering Onyx will actually take away the chip instead.
Yeah, gonna ban it out. I mean, for TL ID now, they can have the chance to maybe ban the Boxia here, but then... no, I don't think they're... Wait. If banning the Boxia comes here, it means that, yeah, Onyx can get Kalea, so yeah. I try to ban out the Kalea, and Onyx... They can trade here. If they want to go for the Boxia, TL ID takes the Luo Yi. Oh, sorry, with Luo Yi's banned, so yeah, no global presence whatsoever.
Yep.
For Onyx, it'll be the Padang first pick, so...
Wow, okay.
I think it's much more of a safe pick for Onyx.
It's a flex pick as well. Onyx loves having the flex potential. That's why they always go for the red side, right? They want you to show your cards, and they always have something in the bag, something in the top hat to just surprise you with. So they go with the Badang that can kind of move around over.
Which technically can still build damage in the EXP lane as well.
Exactly. So for Team Liquid ID, they want to go for the same gold lane approach here, because if they go for the Harith, we saw that, you know, with the Masha earlier, the Harith couldn't really do much. Although without the global presence, maybe Team Liquid ID are confident enough that they can kind of get it done this time. Oh, Bovius Mathilda.
What?
That's comfort, right, for TL ID. We've seen the same strategy even back in MPL ID Season 14. It's something that they could actually go for maybe an alpha with, that they can combo. An option that they can go for here, especially now that Matilda gets taken down.
Yeah, Mathilda really was global number 1 on this Mathilda, if I'm not mistaken. So this pick is respected a lot whenever he's in the picture. Now with the Phobias though, if they want to add an alpha to it, then the two are going to be fighting for that Mathilda airline ticket. That's the first issue. Second of all, for Onyx, they can go for a strong EXP laner and still get a winning lane against his Phobius. The Badang can very easily go to roam. Exactly, right? Because we've seen T-Boy pull up a crazy roam Badang. So with the glue and the Hayabusa, a lot of dive potential right here actually. There might be an angle for Onyx to just skip over the Phobius and just get to that back line.
Did they go the Faramis now though, Arashi?
Oh.
Because they're looking at the glue, right? The Faramis might just come out here. It's also quite good against the Hayabusa. You have that extra life with the Nether Realm.
But then it groups you up together for the Badang.
Yeah, that's
right?
exactly it, right? I
So
mean,
they can go Vexana instead.
Vexana, I think Vexana is, I don't know, in this meta, it's very, very situational. And
well, against the blue, you know, the blast, the passive.
Yeah, they still go Faramis though.
Faramis, yeah.
I mean, I think that concern from you is very, very warranted because the Faramis entails you to just group up together on the back of another realm, and then that is actually a beautiful setup for Keyboy to pop the fist crack, and then it becomes a problem.
Well, the Faramis does show up here, and technically the glue is actually weaker now compared to before against the Faramis, because you get that the blob passive, you get that effect a lot more frequently and a lot longer compared to before when you have to use the ultimate in order to block it. So I think the EXP lane is going to be a bit weaker now for the side of Onyx. And again, they're all moving inwards. You know, they're all trying to dive in together here. So anything that can AoE from Team Liquid ID is going to be a lot more valuable too.
Okay, Alpha gets banned out, so the possibility of the Alpha Matilda combination gets taken away. If we're talking about AoE damage, Arashi, from TLID, was it? Earlier on, Arashi?
What?
Was it TLID looking for an AoE damage dealer? Or was it for Onyx?
I think it works for both, but I think it works better for Team Liquid ID. Because it can get something to stop the dive.
Exactly. So I'm looking at something like Xborg, maybe as a possibility for Fabian, if he's explored it. And I'm wondering whether or not TLID want to go for the ban against Valentina. Because technically, Onyx still have the ability to pick up Valentina, take the Nether Realm for themselves, but instead they go for the Yves ban, taking it away from Sans.
They're focusing more on the team fight prowess here. Again, any kind of AoE, any kind of way for Onyx to kind of force Team Liquid ID to stick around in the same area, like the real-world manipulation. Yeah, that could be, you know, a winning factor here. So they go for the Chushin and the Yi first, but again, with the Valentina can be an option, especially if they want to go for. Yeah, the Valentina can be an option, or the Kimi actually.
Kimi,
right?
Kimi is still available, obviously.
Continuous damage output has always been a great solution here, and you can hit everyone at the same time with that Kimi when they are grouping up for the Paramis.
They have a good setup as well, right? On the back of a Detraction Pulse. But now it's up to TLID to go for their pick. I mean, they are still without a marksman. Jungler as well. Fabian, what does he pick, right? Because, again, the sample size is limited to the Suyos mostly. And
here's the thing. Technically, Fabian can still pick up the Lucas.
Lucas, yeah.
And there's no setup against the Lucas either. But he has to be careful because there's still a potential slot from Onyx. So wait for the Lucas pick for the next pick. Wait for Sans to pick up something else.
Yeah.
And then he can utilize that as a possibility because that is something he hasn't used in the regular season. Exactly. So he goes Granger first.
Yeah.
Cool.
Makes sense.
All right. So now, without knowing exactly what the plan is for Team Liquid ID, do they want to go for that Valentina and still get the value out of the Nether Realm? Or do they want to go with a good old tried and true Farsa for Sans? Because on Sans, the hero isn't just an artillery mage, it's also a utility assassin.
Last pick though for Onyx. Yeah, they need a mid laner that can really fare against the Paramis. The Valentina was a good shout. They have extra sustainability then if they have the Nether Realm stolen to their clutches. But again, the question is the magic damage enough from the Valentina, right? I mean, it could be in certain degrees, but they go for the Farsa, so... I don't know, man, the Farsa? I think the Farsa gets disrupted by the Phobius. The Phobius can just dive to the backline and have safety with the Guiding Wind.
Well, this is Sans we're talking about, though.
Exactly.
It is a lot more difficult to get to him somehow. But to be fair, The Ghost of Jakarta, Yehezkiel, knows how the Farsal wants to operate.
Yeah.
A very avid Farsal player himself. Now though, final pick here for Team Liquid. Is it gonna be the Lucas? Do they wanna fight fire, or do they wanna go with the aggression? Or do they wanna fight fire with fire and go for the expert like you're mentioning, Eterna? Something even crazier somehow.
What are the other options we're looking at? Fredrin?
Fredrin gets kind of easily, to be honest. Lucas.
There you go, Lucas.
Called it, yeah.
All right.
So in a weird way, both teams want to just go in and dive. More burst damage available for Team Liquid ID. More AoE available for Onyx. Now the problem is, when Team Liquid ID are grouping up together, that Feather Airstrike has to be dealt with. The Fist Crack as well, and even the Heavy Crossbow. The AoE damage output is just so much higher from Onyx. So Team Liquid ID have to find ways to avoid that. Perhaps using the Mathilda's mobility.
Exactly. So we're going to see exactly how this all pans out as we head over to our casters. Mirko, Sheffin, take it away for game number 2.
As Mirko would say, it was a stompy stomp in the first game. But let's see if TLID can flip the script here. They have the winning lineup in Season 14. They were the runner-up in M6. Can they do it against the mighty Onyx? Here we go, game number 2.
We've been seeing a whole lot of the mighty Onyx here so far. Game number 1. Indeed, Sheffin was a stompy stomp. Let's see if game 2 is any better for Liquid. Because the drafts, we went through it. I think we got all of the picks right. And I don't think we're too big of a fan of the TLID drafts, right? This is like very one-dimensional team fight draft from them.
Yeah, but you gotta remember, Mirko, these combos in Season 11. You can bring it back to that season. The Faramis Mathilda. The Mathilda Phovius. Mathilda Lucas. This works really well. As Yehezkiel getting burned out of his flicker. Kyrie takes some camps away from Fabian. Some pressure early game right from the get-go from Onyx.
Oh, man. The thing about the... Oh, they're going to go all in on Taran. Maybe forcing a flicker out. Brought back to the team again. Wow, still saving the flicker. First blood. What?
This is as worse as it gets, especially for an EXP laner. You need the XPs for you to be able to contest the first neutral objective, and they just shoot themselves in the foot.
We got that one. Sheffin, this is a Phobius. You need 4. You need to survive there. I wonder what the decision was. I mean, yes, sometimes you do want to save your flicker. B-Boy walks up, he has skills, hit the KCC, and now good night as well. Fabian goes for the fight, doesn't have ult, has the guiding win to take it away, but it's a 1,000 gold lead for the mighty Onyx.
They said on my bingo card, Kyo is losing the lane too. Top lane, it's nightmare for Iran. Mid lane, Keyboy's doing work, already 2 involvement in the kills. Kyrie looking for a kill here to Kyo, already level 4, and it's already 1.4k in a span of 2 minutes. This is... We might be seeing, once again, the resurgence of a Prime Onyx.
I feel like TLID are taking it so... Like, they're taking the front face value of all the picks from Onyx. They're really not thinking about it deep. That's the thing about Yep's draft. You see a few picks, you can't just go for that pure counter straight up. I wonder why the Jusin was banned. Honestly, Feather Airstrike down below, Kyo, flicker out, free turtle. This is looking to be a stompy stomp. Sounds of the flicker out. Fabian does have the Sacred Beast form. Will be able to dive inside. B-Boy with a stun. B-Boy unable to go for the chain CC. Fabian gets away the guiding win from Witty, but no one follows through.
Yeah, this is just absolute domination again in the early game. Even more than game number 1. Looking at the win rates though, Fabian. That's a pretty bad win rate on Lucas. 0 out of 3 in regular season. Let's see if they can, once again, flip the script, because it's not looking very good for the Cavalry right now. If this continues on, Eterna said 3-0 might really be possible.
After looking at the drafts, I wasn't a believer before, right? You told me it might be a 3-0 day. I'm like, nah. Maybe B-tier Alter Ego, but not Onyx TL. After game 1 and then the draft in game 2, I think you guys have convinced me this could be, yes, a 3-0. And man, what a 3-0 would it be? We expected TLID to pull up a whole lot more fight in their first match. An elimination match as the defending champions.
Yep. They got better later part of the season, but when you look at the improvement of Onyx compared to other teams, it's pretty much night and day. Yep, the savior of Onyx and Kyrie already looking for an engage. Kill getting chopped on.
Shadow kill as well.
Too easy. way too easy. I don't think he needs even the shadow kill at that part. Keyboy still saving up the flicker, still saving up the ult, and Savero is having the time of his life. Keyboy, are you looking for a solo kill, my dude?
Yeah, taking a Stampede away already. No engage potential, mid lane's being frozen. This is a complete shutout. Onyx are not letting TLID breathe, not even in their own jungle.
Yep. Very early glowing one there from Sun, so a lot more work to do for Weedy and crew because they do rely heavily on the extra shields, extra HP that's gonna come. Even the spell farms coming in from Fabian and Aran, but they're still on the case on towards the turtle. They have the advantage.
But with the flicker already with the grab as well. Now, able to get onto him. Fabian with the Sacred Beast already used up. That's going to be a big bait onto the resources of TLID. Sacred Beast does nothing. The tail beast bomb tickled Lutpi. He regens back up, and the win condition of TL is evaporating.
Silver lining, Kyo is getting some turret hit, but Savero still has the sprint. Let's see if they want to go for this one. No. Onyx, man, they're playing it a bit too cleanly, I gotta say. In that fight earlier, they understand, especially Lutpi understands, even though right now he's not on the damage jungler that he really likes, he still somehow controls the objective for Onyx. Looking at the in-game equipment by Dunia Games, already 1.2k on the jungle. This is just absolute nightmare for TL. They're looking to make something happen here, but Keyboy with the stun!
Whoa! Keyboy turns it around, Lutpi in the back as well. He's gotta be careful about the Ghost Bursters and all in over the back, but no Sacred Beast form, just a turret take, but responded over by Kai up top with another turret.
Yep, it's a trade. At this point, they want to take any trade that they can take, even though it's an equal one. It's gonna favor towards the losing team. They still gotta stack up on the stacks coming in from Kyo though, so that might be something they can use or utilize in the late game, but Lutpi can just open the bushes anytime that he wants to. Already some EXP leads on towards around Keyboy again. On the Badang, on the momentum heroes, you always can count on this guy to make the play.
Wow.
First item secured, finally, by Fabian.
I don't know, Sheffin. This arena, this Onyx performance really is giving me those flashbacks of the mighty Onyx of season 13, 12, 11, and 10.
A bit too long.
A bit too long, their reign, their dynasty. But it could be flashbacks or a rewind of what we saw before. Onyx are really controlling every single point. Oh, Aran's chunked down, Feather Airstrike. Taking your SQ Force and regen slow push up top. This is beautiful from Onyx.
Yeah, all the while Onyx, Kyrie is just farming. Yeah. He does not care about the team fights at all. Even right now, he has almost 4-level lead after this turtle against Fabian. But he wants to go for that still. Did he get it? I think he did. And he gets the turtle.
No, Sans gets a turtle. That's the
Who
key
cares?
in him.
Oh my
God. Who cares
God.
indeed? The orange buff got taken. Fabian is a 4. He was 4 levels down. Now he's 9. So that makes it only 3.
Not much better.
What? The thing is, Sheffin, this is what we were already discussing about in the draft itself. I didn't like the Fermis pick because it forced them to just purely play for team fights. They went with the Granger, and then the Lucas was kind of like an obvious pick. They're stuck in this win con. They're stuck in winning a team fight. How do you win a team fight up against a composition that scales better than you, that can deal that much damage? We're still in the early game. I don't even count this as mid-game yet.
Yeah, maybe they need to kite, but maybe a bit too late at this point. 5k, they're still chasing for that 1k gold difference per minute Prime Onyx that we used to see. And mind you, this is the stage that Onyx got that 4-beat. Wow. Onyx always remind that to me every time he went to sleep. Now, TLID, what do they do? That was the question that you asked to me, Miracle.
Yeah.
But at this point, they're just, waiting for a mistake coming from Onyx. Oh,
is it the best choice to go for Shadow Kill? Kai picks up a kill. The Nether Realm was years too late.
That's a Phobius, my dude.
Look at Main Kids. Even he's kind of cringing at that damage.
Yeah, he's bracing for Onyx in the next round already, it seems like. And it would be a tough matchup even for Geek Fam. TLID. Being on the back foot is an understatement. They're in the purgatory right now, trying to climb back from the depths of hell. Look at the shots coming in from San, forcing Kyo and Yehezkiel to maybe recall. Jeez.
Onyx re-climbing the stairs back to the sky, trying to reclaim what was once theirs for the longest time. That Sky King mantle, that moniker, might just come back to them with this kind of performance. Great Dragon Spear, third item. That's how much you know he's snowballing, brother. Usually you go for maybe a melting gun, maybe sometimes a win in nature when you're behind. He goes for a GDS, he wants extra move speed, more crit. He knows TLID cannot take the crit damage, even if they want to.
Yep. Even he's using the sprint. He is confident with his ability to get away from the danger. Kyrie using the Shadow Kill to kill the Lord. And by the way, Mirko, Savero is actually using that GDS in the first game too in the third item. So maybe it's his style.
Yeah. It's not just his style, it's 7,000 gold lead in 8 minutes.
Good point, good point.
Oh, this is a 5-level lead. Lucas, he's not... The Naruto in MLBB isn't the Naruto in the anime, you know? He scales in the anime. He can always just talk himself out of bad situations.
Nah, this is not the Shippuden Naruto, which is why he's losing to Kakashi.
Bro, this ain't even the OG Naruto. This is kindergarten Naruto, you know? Yeah. Like when he was still being bullied. These are the bullies in school.
Shout out to Hiruzen, the best Hokage of all time.
Oh. Ew. Onyx taking control of the mid lane, tier 2. They have... See, their clear isn't even good. Shadow Kill in the back. NetherRealm already baited with a flicker up from Kyo. They don't even have the best wave clear. Their wave clear is kind of mid. No, it's kind of bad.
And Sans will have the Feathered Airstrike anytime soon. This is just absolute disastrous. Absolute domination coming in from Onyx. 9K already in 10 minutes. Not quite the 1K per minute that we're used to seeing, but they can take the turret actually in the top lane here. They have the wave.
Uh-oh, Keyboard's here for the play. Goes in onto Aran, pins him down. That's going to be the guiding win. Anderson with the eagle! Fabian finds a kill. That's a turn. Maybe a mistake from Onyx. Playing it way too aggressively. Winnie jumps in with the guiding win again, but the Shadow Kill does a bit too much damage for them to respect.
Oh my god!
Kai and Lutpi!
They're still going crazy. Kai still wants more. Still has the quad shadow. Didn't want to go around. He went for it, but didn't get the kill. But that was... Savero goes down first, mind you. And they still came out in an equal position.
It's because the damage is still on Kai and Sans. They are just so far ahead that even if you get these prio picks, you've already technically wasted all your resources to get those 2 picks. They should have just been happy with the 2 picks and went back. There's no bounty. This is what's so frustrating for TLID. Even if they get a good team fight now, the good team fight they're looking for is a wipeout.
Yep.
There are no bounties. They can slowly but surely come back into the game, but it'll be a very, very slow game.
Onyx got a hand. If TLID wants to win, the objective is just wait for an Onyx mistake, which is, at this point, it rarely happens. It just happened just now with Savero. A bit too overzealous, just trying to take the turret, but they cannot bank on that strategy. This is not, you know, some Tarkam level tournament. This is MPL ID. The highest stage. Looking at the items though, Kyrie actually goes for
Endless? He's going for Endless, right?
And the Magic Plate. So there's a bit of respect there from Kai, even though he is snowballing the hell out of this Hayabusa.
Yeah.
I mean, you can see the reaction earlier, right? When he went in just because of a single guy. The NetherRealm pump comes out. The flickers. They're just getting away from a single Kakashi.
You know what's crazy is the Shadow Kill could be used as bait to take away the NetherRealm.
And they still have the resource.
They'll still have... Sans is the split pusher here. Oh my lord.
What?
Gila indeed.
What the burb doing?
The Farsa, the bird, is down below, forcing TLID to rotate, giving the full control, full prio over to Onyx.
Whoa.
High with the open on the bush. Fabian is right there. They're still holding on to the Lord. Farsa slow pushing down below. They gotta concede this one. There's no chance. TLID contest full neutral objective control.
Jeez. And shout out to Keyboy, by the way. I think he's been the most, like, I guess, unsung hero of Onyx because he's been doing his best with the fist crack and also the walls. Just trapping everyone in his place. Kyo, I'm curious to see the economic position or status of this Granger compared to the Irithel because look at the levels right now. It's already 2 on this 2 gold laner, and they almost take the turret without even a single turret taker in Savero or Kyrie in the bottom lane. And they're gonna take it with the Lord coming in the bottom lane.
Free from the mini waves. Mid lane siege coming down as well. Wave up top dealt with by TL ID as they grouped up earlier. Savero slowly but surely munching at the HP bar of the turret in the mid lane. Still Canamine in there. Savero gets the final shot. Turret down in the mid lane and in the bottom lane. Sirens has
Watch out for Keyboy.
the feathered airstrike again. Watch out for Keyboy.
Yep, the flicker is always there. He's eyeing for that Keyboy moment. And it might happen in a few seconds. Concealed by Keyboy. Can he get it?
Good spacing from TL ID, trying to deny that. Crazy play from Keyboy. Goes over to pin down right in front. Aran. 3 shots onto him.
Oh my god!
When the circling eagle, Fabian brought back again. Savero has him in the nature. Keyboy locks him down. Savero baited him. Ludpi in the back. Mounts Aran. A flicker up from Aran. Another realm to come down as well. But now it's gonna be Kai, who still has the shadow kill, mind you. Another realm dealt with. Ludpi walks up. We'll have to respect the damage.
Savero on the case, on the base. Kyrie goes in with a quad shadow. Can they do it? San still circling. And they go! Keyboy!
The cleanup. And it is over 2-0 for Onyx. A stompy stomp, 2 games in a row. Yikes.
Yikes is right. What the hell is this team, man? Are we seeing again the prime Onyx that we've always talked about in the regular season? We are seeing it in the postseason, in the playoffs. This might be it for Indonesia. The scariest team that's ever walked in MPL Indonesia stage is here.
Sheffin, we've heard the tales of Onyx, even from last season, how if they didn't get knocked out by Geek, they probably would have won their 5th title in a row. We're seeing glimpses of that, even stronger now. That narrative, the old guard with Ludpi and Savero. That trio mid that was already deadly. Now they have backup. Their backup who are just as clean. We gotta throw it over to the desk as well, because we can look at this game just through the picks, just through the fights, but I want the panel to really dissect the draft. That was Yeb outplaying St. Lucas.
And panelists, there's a lot to break down. Go for it.
Welcome back to the panelists desk, boys and girls. Game number 2. That was a 14-minute, 44-second victory by Onyx. This means we're at match point.
Yeah. So you're saying that the third game is going to be 16 minutes?
Yeah, we have 2-minute intervals.
2-minute intervals. No matter what, it's still an Onyx game. TLID, they literally have only 1 game life left.
Yeah, it's tough because Onyx, I felt like this draft also kind of forced Team Liquid ID into an unfavorable position. We talked about maybe the Faramis pick against the glue, but it didn't really work out that well. The burst wasn't really there that you look for. Usually when you pick up the Faramis against the glue to just pop the blobs. The Lucas was actually doing great stuff alongside the Matilda, trying to salvage a few plays. Like we saw up top, the damage was there, but I think Onyx was just way too fed, way too ahead to be stopped. So they were firing from all cylinders, and it was hard to stop Onyx.
It's rough, man, because their composition forces them to go play a front-to-back properly. That's what the NetherRealm is in there. They have the Granger, right? This is a front-to-back composition with 2 really good fighters. The thing is, like, in the end, they were forced to use the Lucas as a bit of an assassin. You saw the Hail Mary play on the top side, man. The circling eagle, guiding wind into the backline to try and get Savero. And again, I think they were able to get Savero once, but you can't expect to get Onyx multiple times in a row, man. It was just too difficult. And the fact that they were forced to go with that Lucas pick, I think was one of the main factors there.
Yeah.
With all the assassins banned away and Fabian locked into a very small selection of fighters, I think Onyx just got a read on how Team Liquid ID are going to be forced to play, even with that Faramis against the blue counter.
And we haven't even considered the impact that this guy had in the game, right?
Oh boy.
Player of the game presented to you by the official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy A36 5G on the Badang. So many opportunities opened up, so many opportunities presented itself because of the fact that he was able to find these opportunities in the early game, and hence really just caused so much problems and chaos in these team fights that you wouldn't even consider it team fights. They actually forced a lot of skirmishes away from the winning conditions of TLID and their composition.
Like we were saying earlier, with the burst damage that's available to Onyx, these aren't really long team fights. These are multiple skirmishes, one after another. every time Onyx pull the trigger and go for a play, the Feather Airstrike, the Shadow Kill, that's enough to kind of at least, if not get a kill, get one of the members of Team Liquid ID out of the picture already. So it's the difference between just AoE, you know, fighter tools, compared to the raw damage and AoE that Onyx are using to really just get ahead in these fights.
We talked about our concern in the draft, the fact that this Badang can just capitalize on the back of a Faramis Netherrealm. That inherently might just be a double-edged sword that sets up the Badang for success. But the Badang here, what I like that Kibo was doing, he was also peeling for his teammates with the fist break and the fist crack. It really helps them to then follow it up into a bigger fight. We saw that, right? Sans just following up on the back of a 2-man, 3-man fist break into a fist crack, and then Kyrie just jumping in with a shadow kill as well. So everything was just symphonious for Onyx, for TLID. Again, it was them just trying to be far back, waiting for a moment to happen, and then they can just jump and pounce in with the Lucas and the Matilda. But look at the kills that they're able to bring, too, against an 11-kill team. So, yeah, it was hard for them to really win out on the team fights.
Here's the thing. The composition that TLID brought had like a really small window of winning conditions. Bringing a Lucas means that you really need to have to be able to dominate the early game. So even if, let's say, we're utilizing that argument that they have to stave off the pressure from Onyx in the early game, that's not really how a Lucas works. Look at the disparity of gold right now between Fabian and Kyrie. That's a 5,000 gold difference, 6,000 rather.
6,000.
And that was a 5 XP gap between the jungle. So in what world would TLID be able to come back from this? Considering even in the late game, what do they have to show for, right? That's Ranger that they're utilizing, who has no stacks.
And maybe the Faramis with the passive, right? You can kind of come back a bit faster, you know, cycle the death timers in a bit of a cheesy way. I feel like the critical things that kind of made Team Liquid ID lose happened in the early game for sure, man. The fact that they have a Matilda and no frontline roamer makes it so that Onyx, they can always have the first move. They can send Keyboy into a bush, into the danger zones, and then you can see it in the earlier skirmishes, in the highlights, every single time. By the time the Team Liquid has grouped up together, Aran is too low to fight, or even taken out outright. And that's the same thing for him, for the Lucas as well. The fact that Onyx just have the control better off because they're having a Badang against a Matilda in a game where they require that vision and that area control in order to set up for these big plays. Because of that, Team Liquid ID are just gonna be forced to kind of spend some resources and time onto the Badang, and that's where, before you know it, the glue shows up, the Feather Airstrike gets popped up, Kyrie dives in, and before you know it, someone's already out of the fight.
That's sad. That's totally sad. Look at the item timings. At Fabian, for example, the Hunter Strike was completed when Kyrie is able to reach 2 items.
Yeah, it's actually worse. In previous game, like the War Axe was completed, the second item was completed like at 9 minutes, somewhere there.
8, 9.
It's even later now, man. Because again, the Lucas needs to be snowballing, but Team Liquid ID were unable to get circumstances where the Lucas has like a target-rich environment to really, you know, start snowballing, get some kills on the board.
Yeah, because to be honest, Lucas kind of falls out of relevance in the late game. When people are, when your enemies are already stacking up on defense items, the Lucas just becomes another front line to eat, right? And for TLID, I feel like they don't really have an inherent healer. Maybe the Matilda is kind of, because you have the Guiding Wind, but the Guiding Wind will always be equipped for the Phoveus after a dive happens, maybe with Infernal Pursuit just jumping into the back, and then he hitchhikes a ride with that Guiding Wind. But there isn't really a frontliner that really wants to protect the team, right? That's the problem with this with that composition that TLID had. The Phoveus had to dive, the Lucas had to fight as well. The Matilda, somehow with the Circling Eagle, does that as well. So then the backline just becomes vulnerable completely. And picture Keyboy with a Badang just jumping at you, and a fist crack combo happens. That's just the end of the story.
And you have to wonder if that's the idea from Coach Jeb. Go for the glue, bait out the Faramis. Because I think Mirko mentioned that, dude, this Netherrealm is years too late. And that's not exactly his fault, right? With so much mobility, with the Lucas and the Phoveus diving so far out, and also pulling back so far with the Guiding Wind, if you're a Faramis, how are you supposed to keep up?
Yeah.
Right? You're gonna Shadow Stampede to catch up with a flying Phoveus? You know, so it kind of nullifies that Netherrealm pressure as well. We saw that Team Liquid ID were unable to use it to there weren't any big moments, big fights won off the Netherrealm. And not to mention, with the Granger in the picture, it's not even that kind of hyper carry like a Nathan that can really benefit with the safety that Netherrealm provides. So it's a pick that was baited out by that glue pick. And looking at the big picture now, especially after the conclusion, you really have to wonder if that was like a bait, like a mind game coming in from Coach Yeb.
Yeah, with the glue, right? So
Yeah.
Get the Faramis, and then
curveball.
get the Badang, get the Farsa, right? Just combo.
That's why the Farsa pick instead of the Valentino was also really brilliant.
Yeah.
They knew that they needed a little bit more damage in the early game to accentuate the plays coming in from the Badang, plus the hyper aggression coming in from Kyrie on the Hayabusa. And that's the way that they were able to anchor down on the early game and to prevent the snowball happening coming in from Lucas. So it's all just going according to plan now for Coach Yeb and Adi, Onyx 2-0 right now. And it comes back to the drafts once again. Do you think that in game number 3, TLID can reshuffle, refocus, and finally win out the drafts?
Hey, we had this conversation, Arashi. It's okay, it's a best of 5. They can try to probe around, sniff what Onyx trying to do.
They can try more.
That was at game 1.
But this is tournament point for them. This is GG Go Next MPL ID Season 16. They lose here, right?
Yeah.
So there is no more time to try and probe. You have to be bold. I think at this point, just take risks. Just take risks, and maybe try to, contest for your comfort picks. Like the chip, Luyi again, but so far, Onyx has been so good on banning it.
We talked about Fabian and how he's always so important to the team. Maybe get something, urgently for Fabian here, because I was talking about it earlier, looking at the team fights playing out. Dang, Team Idea are just trying to win fights, and then their sons in the back just outputting damage again and again. Now saying with an assassin, this would look so different, right? And that's why Onyx went for the Farsa. But maybe that's where Team ID needs something that's dynamic, something that can make plays happen for Fabian. Because remember, when they won, Fabian was a massive factor there. Whether it's on a fighter, on an assassin, the consistent factor is that he's going to be making plays, regardless of what kind of hero he's on.
Exactly. But we're still going to be expecting 3 jungle bans coming in from Onyx.
Yeah,
and the 3 jungle bans are the bans that Fabian is accustomed to, versed with, right? Joy always taken away, Ling, no chance.
The Fanny perma ban.
Hayabusa picked up by themselves, so what really is the solution here for TLID now?
Yeah, I want to say stop being Fabian-centric, but
it's too late.
Kyo hasn't even been performing, right? I mean, I can't really blame it on him because Onyx is just ruthless on their approaches. But yeah, trying to really champion a Fabian-sided game would be fine, I think.
I guess we'll think about it for just a bit because we are going to take to the stage to see what's going on up on stage.
Terbangin bendera tuh.
Langsung aja kali dari Sonic, mana suaranya?
Oh. Langsung pada teriak-teriak. Namun The Cavalrys jangan mau kalah. Ayo mana nih semangat dari The Cavalrys. Oke.
Wow.
Butuh semangat sih mereka.
Betul sekali ya.
Cavalrys ketinggalan 2 poin.
Sayang sekali, tapi nggak apa-apa. Masih ada kesempatan untuk mengejar. Namanya best of 5. Kita akan melihat apakah nantinya Delegate Indonesia akan bisa mengejar ataukah Onyx yang akan tetap unggul. Tapi Bude,
yes, match point masalahnya.
Betul sekali. Kayaknya ada yang seru nih ya, karena semakin panas kayak kita dinginkan sejenak nih ya.
Enggak sih, harus dibakar sih ini.
Harus dibakar.
Harus dibakar. Kita bakal sebenarnya membakar dari super fans biar mereka juga semakin semangat. Yang ngademin juga lah ya, untuk tarik napas lega sesuai yang Alisa bilang. Karena kita akan bermain bersama dengan super fans dari kedua tim. Ini akan menarik karena kita akan bermain Whack Edit. Wow, Edit nih hari ini memang benar-benar ya, dari pagi udah kelihatan di layar, biasa di Land of Dawn juga muncul, tapi sekarang Superfans akan bermain dengan hero Edit.
Betul
Ngapain
sekali.
ya mereka?
Betul. Dan langsung aja kali ya kita undang siapa yang kira-kira sudah siap bermain Whack Edit bersama Alisa dan Bude. Halo.
Yeay, asik. Boleh langsung ya di sini. Yang dari kanan, siapa namanya?
Halo Bude, nama aku Santo.
Santo, apakah kamu The Cavalrys atau Sonic nih?
Aku Cavalrys Bude.
Cavalrys, dari lahir nggak?
Dari aura sih.
Oh dari dulu benar-benar. Berarti dari dulu. Tetap semangat dong walaupun kondisi seperti ini.
Enggak sih sebenarnya Bude, tapi ya.
Yaudah yuk pulang.
Iron, tunggu Iron.
Oke, masih semangat, masih dong.
Masih
Masih.
membara. Jangan mau kalah yang udah nyetak 2 poin nih. Halo, namanya siapa?
Namanya Bay, Bud.
Namanya kamu Sonic nih?
Sonic, Bud.
Oke, Sonicnya udah dari kapan nih?
Dari season 13.
Wow.
Baru, main baru.
Tahun lalu.
Gak apa-apa, tapi kita bisa melihat ya bahwa Onyx sudah membuktikan dan kita akan melihat nanti di match point. Tapi sebelumnya kita mau ngajak kalian bermain Whack Edit.
Play Reddit?
Play Reddit.
Wih, makin panas. Caranya gampang banget, kalian pasti bingung, nggak mungkin ya. Gimana cara edit nih? Ini dia cara untuk bermain Whack Edit. Langsung aja ini kalian bisa bermain edit bersama-sama. Kalian akan menggunakan sama-sama edit. Nanti akan saling bergantian untuk bersembunyi dan juga attack. Jadi kalian tinggal gunakan skill 1, nggak boleh pakai battle spell. Nggak boleh pakai skill-skill lain, nggak boleh dash. Yang penting pakainya Earth Shatter aja.
Siap Bude.
Kalian mainnya akan bergantian ya, jadi 1 kali langsung berganti dengan player berikutnya. Jadi hanya untuk 1 kali, oke?
Oke.
Pokoknya cuma 2 poin aja, kalian cuma cari depan 2 poin. Tapi kalau misalnya, aduh nggak kena, berarti belum dapat poin. Gantian, turn lagi, oke? Siapa nih yang mau mulai duluan? Pingsut. Gunting, batu, kertas, sweet, kue.
Oke, dari Sonic dulu nih ya, kita akan melihat apakah bisa langsung menggunakan editnya dengan tepat nih.
Aduh kira-kira siapa nih yang menang? Cavalries, Santos atau dari Bay, Sonic? Kita
Langsung
mulai ya.
saja, kita akan mulai.
3, 2, 1, Whack Edit!
Langsung saja kita lihat, apakah
ngumpet
Sonic
ya,
bisa-
kamu ngumpet ya. Berarti kamu ngumpet dulu ya dari
Oke.
Santo ya.
Satu
Silakan ngumpet dulu.
kamu harus bisa berhasil di sekitar sini, bosnya, oke?
Udah gagal.
Gagal.
Take turn, gantian.
Gantian.
Recall ya. Bentar, kata-katanya apa tuh? Kenapa tuh tadi nggak kena dia?
Gak hoki Bude.
Nggak hoki dia. Kamu bakal hoki nggak nih?
Hoki Bude.
Hoki udah, oke kita coba.
Jangan
Akankah
makan malam
dapet? 1, 2, jangan masuk. Oke, Earth Shatter. Keluar.
Oke, berhasil juga ya dari Sonic ya. Langsung gantian, ayo sekarang ngumpet lagi.
Ayo gas.
Ngumpet lagi. Oke, siap.
Ya ampun.
Gantian sekali.
Tipis banget loh.
Tipis banget ya. Ini kita melihat di mana.
Aduh. Ayo.
Ayo,
Gas.
bisa.
Earth Shatter. Keluar. Gagal lagi.
Gantian lagi. Gimana ini sesusah apa sih?
Easy sih harusnya, cuma kebetulan aja dia menang.
Oh, hanya kebetulan ya.
Yuk, gas.
Oke, kita lihat. Oke.
Ya ampun, gagal lagi. Take turn lagi.
Belum.
Ayo gantian ngumpet.
Gantian.
Sekarang, oke, gas terus. Coba dirasa-rasa kiri kanan.
Sambil merem Bude, sambil
Lihat
merem.
ya, berhasil nggak ya?
Gagal lagi. Melek aja gagal, merem gagal, nggak kelihatan sih di Bash ya.
Ini sengit sekali ya Bude ya. Walaupun kelihatannya Bashnya ini satu area aja. Ayo, bisa yuk.
Gagal lagi, oke.
Belum
Gantian
berhasil
lagi.
juga ya.
Ini kayaknya bakal sampai match kedua juga belum kelar ini ya.
Betul sekali, kita masih menunggu nih ya. Oke, sudah siap? Oke.
Pojokan tuh, di pojokan. Pojok yang mana ya? Karena ini lama banget jadi...
Yes, kita akan melihat 1 poin aja. Karena ini lama sekali kalau kita tunggu-tunggu kayak bisa sampai grand final ya. Jadi kita akan langsung saja mencari nih. Geser-geser bisa nih. Kita intip-intip kali ya.
Itu loh. Aduh. Oke, gagal lagi. Next.
Aduh.
Guys, ini The Cavalries nggak ada yang kepengin bantuin gitu?
Ya, kan
ini Santo lagi berusaha nih loh. Ayo Santo kanan, kiri atau mana nih? Arahnya sepertinya agak kebalik gitu ya badannya.
Iya, balik kanan.
Gini lagi sih, agak tembok dikit.
Masih belum dapat. Ayo, Pe. Masih ada kesempatan. Ayo. Ayo aku bantu.
Ini Bude pamit dulu ya guys.
Oke.
Kamu rankmu apa sih?
Aku baru naik IMO Bude.
Naik Imo, Idit berapa kali pakai?
120 season ini. Dia kena.
Ya!
Tergocek oleh celotehan Bude nih kayaknya. Dan kita sudah mendapatkan pemenangnya nih sepertinya Bude.
Mungkin ada kata-kata kekalahan?
Gak apa-apa kalah di sini tapi nanti reverse sweep kok.
Wow, sepeda itu. Sonic jangan makan. Balas.
Kayaknya ini nunjukin kemenangan Onyx sih dengan mudah.
Aduh. Mudah ya.
Makin panas ya.
Makin panas Bude. Kayaknya bukan mendinginkan malah ini kayaknya semakin membara ya Bude.
Iya. Tapi kalau boleh dikasih tahu kunci kemenangan tadi apa tuh?
Trio mid-nya sih dan Coach Chef yang kembali hadir di MPL Indonesia.
Mantap. Itu kunci kemenangan dia. Ada yang mau disampaikan terakhir untuk tim Liquid ID?
Kalau boleh Coach Ade aja nanti yang draft ya.
Oke, sudah disampaikan.
Dari Sonic ada yang mau disampaikan?
Kalau TL ID masih kalah di early udah pasti kalah. Mudah kalah sih sama Onyx.
Wow, emang iya?
Begitu pedenya.
Tergantung siapa yang ngedraft Bude.
Tergantung. Gimana kalau kita aja maju? Jangan. Kita di sini aja. Iditnya aja tadi kalah namun. Hari ini makin benar-benar dak-dik-duk Alisa.
Betul sekali,
Semuanya
Bude.
juga semakin panas untuk melihat bagaimana kelanjutan dari Best of 5 Series. Ini udah akan memasuki game ketiga.
Betul sekali Bude, kita akan melihat apakah match point kali ini akan dimenangkan oleh Onyx atau sebaliknya. Jadi langsung saja kita akan lemparkan ke para panelis. Silakan panelis, take it over.
Shots fired up on stage there with the host. And if you guys want to join in on the fun and the action, you guys can head over to the venue right now in Jakarta, Indonesia, here in the Jakarta International Velodrome. And of course, there's just so many things you guys can, tune into. There's giveaways, there's activities. Honestly, I haven't been there myself, but I will go to the festival later. All right. And hopefully, maybe pick up a free Samsung on the way, right?
Free?
Maybe.
Maybe.
They have a booth, right, in the festival. Maybe there might be something cool that you guys can actually do because this is the all-new Galaxy A series 5G, specifically the A36 5G. And now Arashi will talk to you guys about the specs.
Well, it's packed with a Snapdragon 6 Gen 3 processor, up to 20 gigs of RAM, 256 gigabytes of storage, and you can squat up without lag thanks to the 120 Hz Super AMOLED display. Super AMOLED. Regular AMOLED? Super AMOLED, bro. Super. So it powers up in a flash with a 45 watt fast charging as well. I've tried it myself.
Wow.
Dude, you have no idea. You don't think you need fast charging, 45 watt fast charging, until you have it. Once you don't have it, you're not a happy camper, dude. You're gonna be like, dude, it's taking so long. I'm trying to play a game. I charged while I went for a shower. I come back. Why isn't it full yet? 45 watts give you that ability, man.
Very, very quick. Obviously, for Eterna specifically. She likes to take pictures of herself.
That's true.
Get
I'm a
selfies out there.
narcissist, yes.
She's a narcissist. I'm not trying to say that, but
I am.
if you do like taking pictures and you like content creation, you can do that with the Galaxy A36 5G's 50 MP OIS camera.
50
and
MP.
It also has AI.
Whoa.
Awesome intelligence filter.
What's that?
Filter?
So that is you given the capabilities of creating custom filters for yourself.
Oh, no, I tried that. Yeah. So if I take a selfie here and I have the vibe of the velodrome, right?
Yeah.
The moment I take a picture at home and I apply that filter, it looks like I'm in the velodrome.
I mean,
I'm serious. I'm serious.
They're in
What
the
are you talking about?
velodrome.
Serious?
They're in the velodrome, right?
Yes, sir.
Over at the Team Galaxy Zone Cam by Samsung Galaxy. So if you guys are holding a Samsung device with whatever it may be, you might even bring a TV with you. All right.
Oh.
For all we know.
How about the washing machine?
Try it out.
The shower head.
They have a shower?
Try it out.
Man, they make everything. That's crazy.
They do.
Well, head over to Samsung.com/ID or your nearest Samsung store and grab the Galaxy A36 5G, starting at just Rupiah 5 million. 5 million. And with that, you get awesome bonuses worth over 1.5 million.
That's cheap
including
money.
a free memory upgrade, by the way.
Wow.
Memory at this point with the content, with the photos, you
Yeah.
need that memory upgrade, bro.
You do. But hurry up because the offer ends on June 15th,
Oh.
2025. So don't forget to check it out. Get it. Sit over at the Galaxy Zone up front, right in front of the players. You can basically see their pores. I like to say that.
Their pores?
Every
Their pores?
season.
Wow. Or their pores.
That's how close you are.
Oh, okay. I thought
See
he
their
said.
pores.
I thought she said we could see their Porsche.
The Porsche.
Yeah.
I think one player fits that description, but
parked outside, vroom vroom.
I
Vroom,
will
vroom,
change the topic now.
Yeah.
I'm talking about cars.
Here we go.
Cars.
Oh, cars.
Vroom vroom. He ain't here though.
Ain't here.
Yes.
Where is he?
Lobo. He might be coming.
Ah.
Like to, watch? Who wouldn't want to watch, right?
Yeah.
Of course.
I mean, we also have a certain Filipino caster.
Coming.
What?
Yeah.
He's coming?
He is here.
Are you allowed to
already.
spoil that?
Oh, he came already.
No. He posted a story.
Dang. So it's official.
It's official that he's here.
Awesome.
You know who that is?
I think he might be arriving in the middle of the night.
Ah, in the
Interesting.
middle of the night. Okay, I get you. I see you, Arashi. I see ya.
But back to this, boys and girls.
Yes.
Match points. If TLID cannot win this next game, unfortunately, they will have to say goodbye to playoffs. And it's insane. This guy, again, we're looking at it poster to poster, era to era, then and now. I think he's back. It's safe to say. His performance earlier on as well on the Farsa, we saw him. What do we think about this, Arashi?
It almost feels like he is denying that he was ever away. He comes back as like, oh, you must have forgotten. You're banning the Tsushin, the Yves. You must have forgot the Farsa, the Gila Sans Farsa, dude.
Gila Sans.
He never left.
What were you thinking?
Which is why Miracle posed an interesting question in the drafts. Do Shin banned out? Why?
I think it's more of a very annoying pick to deal against. But at the same time, it also enables Onyx to really just function with it. So I think TLID also. Was it TLID who banned out the juice?
Yes.
Yeah.
In the second phase, alongside the Yves, where Sans picked up the Farsa.
Yeah, so that's why maybe TLID don't really want to deal with that, right?
My theory is that they want to put Sans on something that's a bit more vulnerable. Because that's a factor here, right? When they want to go with these burst options, they don't want these heroes that can kind of have an extra shield, like the Eve and the Jushin, with the extra movement speed, the extra survivability, and all that. So they're trying to narrow down those two options, the Sushin and the Eve, that can survive the initial big Lucas burst. And with that factor, they're trying to zone out and limit the strength of Sans. But yeah, unfortunately, towards the end there, because of the setup disadvantage, at that point, Sans was just free to do damage anyways.
Arashi,
Blue side.
not just that, as you were talking, did you see the Onyx players?
They were laughing.
They were laughing.
They were laughing at you, Arashi.
They were smiling. And you know what that means, right? A relaxed Onyx is a scary Onyx.
Kinda. Look
This
at
is
T-Boy.
like their attitude at their prime.
Yeah.
Yeah. Again, with Coach Yep too. I mean, Coach Yep earlier had a bit more of a serious face, so
He was laughing though before that.
before that he was laughing. So a man of many faces.
He's probably
Coach
just
Yep.
seriously thinking
Poker
about the
face.
next joke that he wants to.
Maybe,
Oh,
maybe.
yeah.
All right, so if you're on Team Liquid ID, I feel like at this point, that's like the one thing they haven't really gotten to explore, the Fabian factor. Again, we've talked about how this guy has so many more options, has many heroes in his hero pool. There's gotta be something, right? There's gotta be something.
But what is it though?
I don't know, man. Ask Sid Lucas. Shoot him
I
a
mean,
text.
They had 2 weeks to prepare.
Yo, SDL.
They had 2 weeks
Yo,
to
SDL.
prepare, and they would and should have known that teams would do research on them, right? Fabian being again one of the anchors, the pillars to their gameplay. If he wasn't able to explore different avenues and choices in the banning phase and the drafting phase and his hero pool, that's a big question to TLID's prep. We're getting into the drafts now, ladies and gentlemen, for game number 3, match point, presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy A36 5G. From the side of Onyx, they have gone the exact same route. Fanny, Joy, Ling banned out, taking it away from Fabian. TLID go for the Hayabusa eliminating that as an option for them to pick up for themselves. Plus, for Kai, the Luoyi and the Chip. So they have learned from game number 1, but their first pick is Jushin.
Safety, I'd say. It's a much more safer pick for SKL to play with. It has the escape, it has the shielding as well. The lift off to look for small skirmishes that you can really play with. But yeah, Jushin I think is a very, very good pick. Matilda Alpha, there you go.
All right,
Is this the something that is in Fabian's pocket? Because we haven't seen Alpha in such a long time.
He picked it once up in the regular season where he lost.
Yeah, he didn't win with it. That's the big concern here. In theory, right now against a glue, it means that the Alpha is going to be regenerating a lot more. And the Alpha does true damage, which is good against frontline pressure. There's a Franco out of nowhere, though. Is this again an attempt to just shut down Fabian even more? With a Matilda and Tsushin, there's not a lot of ways for Team Liquid ID to cancel out that Bloody Hunt as of right now. But so far, this is looking like a stronger, more stable, more brawly trio mid. And remember, trio mid is the highlight of this matchup.
But do you think the Franco is enough to withstand the invade pressure coming in from the Alpha and the Matilda? Because the Alpha and the Matilda obviously has very strong invade pressure, and that could just, you know, screw up the Suyo.
I think this depends on what is picked up for the gold lane and the mid lane here. They need good amounts of damage here if they want to truly make the Franco a real threat. If there's not enough burst damage, then they can just tank through the Bloody Hunt. With a Matilda, especially if they're on curve and not behind, with the plus of the Oasis, they can very easily let a Alpha or maybe someone else in the EXP lane survive from the initial engage. So that's where, for Onyx, they need good amounts of damage, and they need quick damage. If they take too long, then the rest of Team Liquid ID will follow up and even dive through with the Tsushin.
And that's why TLID banned out the Farsa.
Yeah.
So they're eliminating that layer that Arasha was mentioning earlier on. Other than the Farsa, what heroes are we looking at here?
Just not so.
Burst damage mid lane.
An early game base damage, that's good.
What about a Eve?
It's okay, but it's not as bursty by all means, right? It's just a lot more consistent. But it will help with the wave clear though, which is a big deal, considering that the mid lane 1v1 is a big factor in the rotations.
But I personally don't like it in combination with the Franco.
Agree.
Yeah, it hooks you out of the RWM, but I think they need to go for either a mid laner here.
You want to go like Vexana?
Faramis.
Interesting choice.
To live is
So double pull here.
And they're also, well, there's the combo, right? The pull into the Iron Hook, the Shadow Stampede into the Iron Hook. But there's also the fact that now that Coach GF has picked up the Faramis against the glue, it kind of hints at them now understanding that they're going to go for a composition that can actually be countered by that Faramis. So I'm assuming a lot more of an aggressive maneuver, more forward momentum. And technically, if you're thinking about gold laners that can kind of vibe well with the Franco, it's only between the Beatrix and the carry, I believe. Those two
has picked it up.
Exactly. So I think that's where Team Liquid ID are kind of trying to make a read. Go for the Gatot though and the Moscow. So good macro pressure. Good frontline as well here, knowing that the Matilda won't be able to serve as the main frontline. So it's a very brawly composition coming in from Team Liquid ID.
Not a big fan of the Gatot Pacha as the sole tempo setter. However, they go Granger.
Okay.
All right. Interesting.
So no carry, no Beatrix.
Yeah, I think because the main premise has always been the Franco hook into, a Bennett's Rage or with the carry, constant damage. But I think the Granger does give you safety in terms of range and the poke as well. And if they want to play the front to back for ages, I think it helps as well with the Granger.
Match point, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to throw it over to our fellow casters. Mirko, once again, chefing for the final time, potentially. Take it away.
This might be the end of the journey for Team Liquid ID. They're in the brink of elimination. Only one game separates them from the gaming house. They were the runner-up of M6, the champion of MPL Indonesia Season 14. And now, look at where they at. This is their last draw. Can they do it and stop the resurgence of Onyx.
They gotta fight back somehow up against Onyx. Again, the defending champions, ladies and gentlemen, in their first season. A lot of them, at least Fabian, Witty, and Aaron Shiki it was. The three rookies that were promoted into MPL with a lot of doubts surrounding them. Instantly erasing those doubts, carving their name into the history books of MPL ID by becoming champions. Onyx, what do you think about the draft here, Sheffin?
I gotta say, you are very Onyx Pro draft, or like you were very Onyx Pro when the draft happened, right?
Until the Fairness Granger.
Yeah. I think a Yves and also maybe like a 1-1 or something like a Harith would do well, especially with the amount of damage that Kyrie can deal in the early game, but look at that!
That's exactly what. Oh, almost a hook chained together there. Keyboy not gonna find it. But yeah, what were you saying, Shevin?
Yeah, I gotta say, TLID, if they want to go back to the season of 14 form of TLID, they did the right thing. They put Alpha on Fabian. They put the Matilda on Weedy. So the ingredients is there. It's a matter of how they execute. I think it's a much more well-rounded draft and also more competitive drafting phase than first and second game.
I agree. This isn't a complete shout-out on the drafts, unlike what we saw in Game 1 and Game 2. Despite the first pick Juicin, that I was already... I'm a hater. I'm a hater for the Juicin first pick. Not a big fan of that pick anymore, at least not a first pick. Onyx, though, control in the bush, waiting for an ambush to happen. You can see the win rates all throughout. 0 and 1 on the Alpha for Fabian, which is definitely not a stat that we are used to. Last season is Matilda Alpha, the combo of TLID was amazing. Almost an attempt there. Successfully getting the Iron Hook.
Now it's going to be hard for Onyx to be able to get close to the turret or the turtle. Keyboy already getting jumped on.
Uh-oh, and ollie onto the back. Oh, yes, he'll pull back as well. Keyboy walking in front. Fabian able to pull out the Retribution with the Iron Hook connects. Another round coming down as Kyrie gets caught, but will be able to dish out down. What? Kill up top kill. Finally kill Sans. Flicker forward, bringing it back into the damage of Onyx. 2-1, but TL got the turtle.
Well, it's the same thing that happened in the first game. They got the turtle, but there's some retaliation on the other side of the map. Wow, they gotta stop with the 1v1s, man. They gotta take care of themselves.
I think it's fine. I'm curious as to how Kyo won that battle.
Yeah.
Granger should be the one with an advantage in the lane.
I mean, we can see in the items, already warrior boots for Kyo. Maybe that plays a part, that 1v1 earlier. But yeah, curious to see what happened in the replay. Looking at the other items though, nothing too crazy just yet. A rapid boots for Keyboy. Oh, getting all in by Fabian, but he knows. He's gonna go for a Franco in the middle of a turret.
This is looking more like the TLID we have seen in the regular season. You know, not the inconsistent version, but the normal form where they are actually able to fight. They're actually able to finally coordinate together, unlike the last two games. But somehow, Onyx find themselves still 1,000 gold ahead with no neutral objective. This is just the pure... What is it the Suyo? No, he's a level down.
I've always said this, a sign of an elite team is when you're losing the trade, or at least the trade is even, you see the wave clear, you see the pathing in the jungle. And this is what Onyx did throughout the prime Onyx era. The micros on all the members is very sound around, getting jumped on, but still has the AOG.
Sans walks off, Fabian already there, asking for the guiding wind, bringing him back into the circling Eagle Sans! Another round with the bloody hunt, locking Fabian down, instantly cancel with the AOG!
Oh! Look P though, still chasing Fabian. Keyboy already low. Kyrie just goes back. Still want to stop it or not. Look P taking a bit of damage, but there's no kill just yet on that exchange.
Just poke. Sans so patient with the Netherrealm. I thought he died before he could pop it in, but he gets it in time. Onyx now with the great Iron Hook landing again, but it's only onto Aran who has the guiding win provided by Witty. Hold. Fabian on the turtle. Lutpi walking up already. On Aran, mounting him up, bringing it back all the way to Savero to get some free shots. Fabian on the turtle, and that's a save with the guiding win. Onyx cannot contest. Lutpi caught in deep waters.
Getting jumped on by 4 people. It might be the end for Lutpi in this case. Keyboy though, the hook. Lutpi gets to that form, but he's gonna get executed. No! No kills at all. Again.
Wow. They're holding their ground. They're standing their ground. The lead is gone. But with 2 turtles, you would expect TLID to be the ones holding that lead. A turret down below. And right to our lefts, ladies and gentlemen, me and Shepin's left, we got two legends who are streaming in the venue.
I mean, literally 20 feet away from us, we can see them just yapping for you guys out there. Check out their stream if you're bored of us.
Shepin, who do you think's better? Who do you think's better?
You're really gonna put me on the spot here?
Hey, I'll answer too.
If we're talking about peak,
yeah,
Anti-Mage.
Anti-Mage.
Overall, our 7.
Anti-Mage.
Wow.
Once an MSC winner.
All right. To each their own. And to each their own also in audience prediction, 80% to 20% as expected. Going by what happened in the first 2 games.
80%. After what we saw from game 2, understandable. This was not the audience prediction that we saw in game 1. It was actually quite even, I believe. And then we saw a big shift after that stomp in game 1. And now Onyx are finally in a position where they're the ones forced to trade it out. How is it that they are still the ones leading? It's a turret, 2 turtles, and it's a gold lead for Onyx.
I think it's the fact that Kai is much more dynamic than Fabian. Because Fabian, he kind of have to rely on Wiri to be able to get around the map, and he's been doing that. That's what's supposed to happen, and that is their game plan. But Kyrie can clear the lane on his own, can just farm on his own, and make a play on his own. But gotta say, the one thing that really impressed me the most is the fact that Onyx, not one of the members has died yet. Might be changing it now.
All in over to Keyboy, another realm in time, but he will still fall. Flicker, outburn, out SOD. Kyo joining the fight. Savero with a few good shots. Great revitalize to keep him alive. Aran and the rest of the team. Kai will give away the turtle and just, oh man, he's wiped the entire bottom side jungle.
Free real estate for Kyrie, even the orange buff as well. The one thing that makes Onyx special in their prime era, they let go of the things that they're not gonna take care of or have the disadvantage. And truly they are in a disadvantage in objective battle, especially after Keyboy getting jumped on. The key is Keyboy getting the initial hook and getting someone to burst the opponent down before the fight begins and make it a 4v5.
All right, we gotta think about this though. If they had a Yve in the mid lane, this is the playstyle that I expected. They would just play it slow, give away a few neutral objectives, maybe actually be able to contest Turtle 3. With this composition, playing it safe like this, trading across the board, means that they're going to be scaling for mid. I believe TLID have the better mid game.
Yeah.
And late game with Moscow?
Yeah. Right? That's what I'm gonna say. The long lane pressure that they can definitely utilize, and Kyo hasn't died just yet, even winning on a 1v1 against Savero on his own. 500 though, this is not a lead that's really safe at all in MPL Indonesia. I wonder how many lead changes, at least 2 so far in this game on the economy. And Onyx, look at the bushes miracle. This is what having an Alpha and a Mathilda gives you. I really like the fact that they're going back to their form in Season 14. This is their bread and butter. Just own the bush. Try to get your map or like the advantage on the vision. And Keyboy, all he can do is just try to get this blind hooks that most likely not gonna land. You gotta scan the bushes, you gotta scan all the things that he cannot see in plain sight and make a play out of his micro.
It's all about pushing slowly and steadily for TLID. They have the lead, and like you said, it isn't safe, but it's fine. They have a composition that scales pretty well into the late game. The range is the only thing that I have doubts about, right? Sans walks up. Oh, good damage.
Yeah, yes, skill already low, around half HP. Savero dealing some death sonatas as while Kyrie just clearing the mid lane.
Oh, Keyboy! Purify. Good call. That mid bush, man, so important for the neutral objective take in TLID. They are struggling to get control of it. Sans, another risky move, walking up front. Orange buff taken. That's a level lead for Kai. Iron hook not landing. Lord very low.
10k on the load. Kyrie goes in. Fabian getting jumped on
all lane with the Bloody Heart and the Winter Crown. Lord stolen already. Now the mount down over to Fabian. This should be a trade. Lutpi is dead. Isolated from the team.
AOG.
The Lord Aran jumping in, but it will be Keyboy still surviving. SOD! Kyo! Jumping on the Kai. Soul Sever coming down. Yes, here with the flicker forward on the Crimson Peak, and Kai getting away with the Blade Surge.
Finally a W for TLID, but no, the Lord is taken out by Kyrie. Overall though, in the kill department, it's an equal one. Fabian is trying to sandwich Kyrie and Sans.
Whoa.
Uh-oh.
Crazy poke Fabian with the flank though, but no one walks his
minute.
way. Wow, okay. Clean, taking control of the mid lane as Fabian looks for the flank. That will not amount to anything. Fabian sees Kyrie. San sees him too. Death Sonata, Ghost Bursters, and that will be it with the wave in the mid lane. Now a Lord up top.
Yep, this is the problem with, yes, you have the Mathilda on the Fabian, but...
Oh, come on, Kai.
Yeah, just Kyrie thinks, man. The god of the jungle, the red trees are there. But yeah, look, be in trouble. Spear of Misery connected. Half HP, but they still have the Lord and the siege potential. Savero just gunning them down with Detonatas.
And Rhapsodies are on very low already. Lord marching down. TLID. Fabian walks up. Oh no!
Jeez.
Another round coming down with the SOD as well. Don't take it, kill. Onyx on the brink of eliminating the defending champions.
Yup. This is just clinical Mobile Legends coming in from Onyx. It wasn't that clean in the early game, but they know what to do, even in the objective battle, that they're not supposed to have an advantage on. Yes, they have the Bloody Hunt on a Keyboy, but this is Alpha against a Suyo and Mathilda we're talking about. Man. The HP bars is leaning towards TLID side. Onyx gotta rely on the micros, Fabian. Oh, man. Gotta watch out for the soaks, man.
He's so far up front alone with no Mathilda. That could have been real bad. Luckily, the timing wasn't, the best. Even if Onyx got that, they would have got more pressure, but there's no neutral objective up.
Whew. Now it's time to breathe for both of these teams. Once again, I think the win con, or the plan, Fabian though, Spear of Alpha onto his Lutby.
Oh, JCC.
Left
SOD,
the
OG. Keyboard with clicker out. Aran looking for the play. Kyo takes the SOD. Another round for Sans to escape. 28 seconds for Lord. Lutpi, 20 seconds to respawn.
You gotta find a way for Lutpi to be able to check the bushes a bit safely. Maybe just a blind hook from Keyboard just to clear the bushes so that Lutpi did not get engaged on, just like what happened earlier. TLID, they're 5 men strong, but can they make a use of this advantage that they have right now? 4 seconds towards the lower. Lutpi is already up on a respawn time.
Good control. Look at the piercing damage from Kyo 2. Keyboy looking for the hook. TLID on the Lord with a slow push down below.
I gotta wait for Aran to back away. Or maybe just heals up with Widdy's photo. That's something they can do, but it's already half HP. So that's something that Savero might be looking forward to burst, especially with the Sky Piercer.
The wave is good for Onyx. In the bottom lane, great. Zoom in into the map. You can see again how they're managing the waves. Kyrie notices it is building towards a slow push for them, so that's why he rotates without hitting the wave. Onyx controlling the neutral objective. Moskov seen down below. Onyx, are they gonna make the shot, the call?
They're still healthy. Misses on the hook is Keyboy.
Tier 2 for free. Lord Dance in favor of TL. Moskov still in the bottom lane, farming and clearing it up, shoving the wave in.
You don't have to.
Holding on to it.
What? They're still going for the Lord. Lutpi getting jumped, knocked up into the air by the Lord.
Face turret taken out again. Bloody Hunt. Hakai able to secure it now. In the back, yo. Onyx, what was that? A gamble that could not have been worse. TLID. Just run it down.
They just handed the W on a silver platter to Kyo. I was gonna say this is the prime Onyx that we're talking about before the game starts, but what the hell was that? That is a stinker.
Oh, I gotta agree with you, Shepin. I'm not a fan of the Fairmist Ranger, but it wasn't because of the Fairmist Ranger that they lost the game. It was they didn't want to let go of anything. They didn't want to let go of the Lord. Some signs of that inconsistent Onyx from the early weeks of the regular season, ladies and gentlemen. All of a sudden, TLID are back in the series. All of a sudden, that 80% to 20% audience prediction might just be shifting back.
I don't understand. A team on the level of Onyx, based on what we've seen in Game 1 and 2, this is not a mistake. That kind of team could be making.
I was gobsmacked.
What the hell was that? And shout out to Yeskiel to cancel the recall from Suns. Hey, this is the time for the panelists to break it down because we are speechless.
Thanks, boys. We're going to game 4. The dream for TLID is still alive here in MPL ID Season 15 with an amazing play by Kyo, utilizing the team fight and being able to go for a split push in the bottom side to get to the base. Unexpected, but we're here for it.
I mean, where do we begin? We said they needed something, right? They need something, whatever. And they brought out the Alpha. The Alpha Mathilda is great. The skirmishes were great. It's a lot more calculated. If you look at the previous games compared to now, game number 3 here, 5 kills for both teams.
Yeah.
It's a very low action game. It's just threats upon threats, but no one's overcommitting. And I really want to ask, like, I wish we can have a segment where we can ask like the coach immediately. Like, say, DeLucas, is that the idea? You have the Sushin, like you were mentioning that Yeheskiel on the Sushin went in with the Crimson Beacon to try and stop the recalls, and then the Avatar of the Guardian from the Gatar as well. Is that the idea, having all these tools to stop the recalls so that the Moscow can end?
I mean, they couldn't have predicted that would happen, right?
I don't think so,
The opportunity
but
presented itself and they took it.
You never know. I mean, it was the last stretch, right? I think that Crimson Beacon in the last second was so crucial because Sans, I think, was a second away from recalling back to base. And I think for Kyo, it was all about him just focusing on the crystal because he knew that in that fight, Onyx was about to turn it around. But Sans recalled, and that Crimson Beacon even only touched the tip of it. That tip of the Crimson Beacon touched Sans, canceled the recall, and Kyo continued with the split push.
And so we're gonna crown our MVP or player of the game here for game numero 3, and it's going to go to Kyo. Presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy A36 5G. There's definitely an argument to be made for all the rest of the players, but that last minute play from Kyo really took the cake. I don't think things would have been as easy for TLID if it went otherwise. And I think the one thing that I really wanted to add for this game in particular is the differences of the previous game, which is what? This is a draft that is so TLID, to quote a young man from the Philippines, right? It's so TLID. This is their comfort. This is how they've been able to find success, not just this season, but last season during their championship run here in MPL ID, right? Aran on the Gatot, Fabian on the Alpha, Yeheskiel on his power pick as well, the Jushin, Witty on the Matilda. They know this draft well. They've utilized it numerous times, and you can see them actually executing that game plan to comfort.
Every single time there's a lull in the action, you can see that, I don't know if it's the comfort or if it's a different plan and whatnot, but even against the Iron Hook, against all these tools that Onyx has at their disposal, TLID did a great job avoiding the pickoffs and finding pickoffs of their own somehow, even though they were on a Mathilda roam. We talked about how that limits your offense, but they used Fabian to walk in the front, and to be fair, he almost got hooked a couple of times forward, but he was the guy walking up, trying to find a backwards Spear of Alpha, try and kick things off and start a big fight. It is just so good, man. You're seeing the dynamic potential, the creativity in the fights as well that we've been wanting to see from Team Liquid ID all the way from game number 1. And to his credit, Kyo on the Moscow, 0 deaths, despite all the dangers available here. He was definitely in the scope for Onyx in this game. And his Spear of Destructions have been really accurate this game. If you notice, it's always being used to secure kills, or it lands at the back line. So the accuracy of those spears, it doesn't seem like it's just thrown into a high populated area. He is looking, he is waiting and targeting exact moments, man.
That SOD really helped him as well to join the fight. Obviously, that's always the premise of a Moskov, is the fact that a 4v5 can turn into a 5v5, and even worse, like a 3v2 can turn into a 4v3 in one spear. And that SOD did land for Kyo, but I think he had one target in his mind, was that split push. That split push was indeed one of TLID's pressure as well, because let's take a look at the draft that Onyx brings, right? The only hero that can really match that is the Suyo. But the Suyo was also, the Suyo was too busy on focusing on the objective and that last stretch as well. So then Kyo took the chance, and it was a final push to end the game, and TLID brought back the momentum that they need.
And they're able to stay in the area, in the Lord Pit, in the mid lane. They're able to stand and like dance off against Onyx, despite being up against a Granger, which outputs a lot of damage with low commitment. And despite being up against a Franco, where one single hook can kind of spell doom for the whole team somehow, and yet they were able to do so. You can call it luck if you want, but I'm gonna say that that's a tall order to achieve against Onyx. Not to mention still Kyrie on the Suyo, outputting extra damage with the Queller. Dude, they're able to actually stay there for so long. Even though when the fights do start, you can see that Aran usually is already halfway beat up.
And to be honest, TLID draft a very, very safe draft. Like, if we take a look at the heroes that they have self-peel, they have escape. I mean, the AOG is there. You can use it defensively. The Spear of Alpha backwards, like you said, to save the Alpha. And then a Matilda with a Guiding Wind, plus the Chusin that is super safe.
Yep.
And the Marksman in the Moskov. Moskov is one of the safest marksmen that you can play with the Abyss Walker. So that really helps TLID to then survive in those long drawn-out altercations.
And in the previous game, off camera, we were talking about how Team Liquid ID might have to kite better. I forgot who mentioned it. Realize or Eterna mentioned like, oh, there's a kite here in this moment. And we were like, oh, they have a Lucas and Phoveus. But now, with a composition that actually kites so well, you're seeing them actually do a lot better here. And remember, back when Onyx were still dominating, we said that the big thing that made them so fearsome is the distance management. How they're able to just stay just out of range and still move into range to do damage when they need to. And I guess with mobility, that's how Team Liquid ID were able to match up to that.
Exactly, absolutely. We're finally seeing TLID being able to utilize a loophole in what they see maybe the drafts that Onyx brought here in that previous game. When we threw it over to the casters, I overheard them talking about them not usually questioning the drafts from Coach Yeb, but here in particular, it was a big question mark. What do you guys think about the drafts for Onyx? Do you agree with that sentiment?
We had this conversation. Again, I've been using this word a lot of the times, but yeah, we had this talk in...
well, you talk the talk, now walk the walk.
That's true.
Say it.
Been having a lot of conversations here.
Swapping a few of the heroes out, right? Like, for example, interchanging the Granger with the carry, or maybe the Beatrix would have been better, or maybe they would have went into something much more offensive compared to the Faramis. Because sure, they are drafting a defensive draft, but I think when you push them to the edge, TLID just, goes fight or flight mode, and Onyx lacked the offense, I think, in that particular draft.
Yeah, because I think Mirko was mentioning that he was seeing everything okay, good, and then the Granger showed up, and he's like, right? And I kind of agree with that, because we were theorizing that with a Franco, right, you need something to kind of combo with it.
Exactly.
The mid lane is a Faramis. We talked about the difference in burst damage and damage output in the previous game. Now in this game, they have a pick-off style composition, sort of, with the Suyo, with the Franco, but then the mid lane isn't really a big burst hero.
Yeah.
The gold lane also isn't that much of a burst hero. Technically, if you're alone and all the bullets from the Rhapsody hits you from the Granger, then it's kind of bursty.
But it's not...
It's not quick.
Straightforward.
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah. So we're seeing a lot of moments there in that game where someone gets hooked and they're able to survive just long enough to at least make it kind of even. So with a different selection there in the gold lane, maybe that could have been avoided.
I mean, Granger is a burst gold laner, is a burst marksman, but it's not quick. Like the DPS.
Yeah.
Usually when you expect a carry to do that, the carry is very quick with the Speedy Light Wheel or the Nibiru's Passion and the Beatrix, but yeah.
We'll see the adjustments coming from Onyx. Were they limit testing or were they just backed into a wall by TLID? Before we get into the next game, we are going to throw it over to Alyssa.
Sama Alisa, hari ini Alisa lagi ada di boothnya Sukro di MPL Festival. Dan kira-kira ada keseruan apa di sini ya? Langsung aja kali ya kita invite salah satu teman kita dari Sukro, ada Kak Ocin. Halo. Selamat siang nih Kak. Oke, Kak, ini tuh ada activity apa sih yang menarik di boothnya Sukro?
Jadi secara umum kalau di activity di booth Sukro itu kita bisa beli produk. Jadi dengan pembelian produk, setiap pembelian paket 20.000 itu bisa main Franco's Iron Hook. gitu. Nah hadiahnya macam-macam. Jadi ada mulai dari jersey RRQ, ada kaos Sukro X RRQ sampai dengan hadiah-hadiah lainnya. Terus juga kita di setiap harinya nih Kak, itu kita akan ada fun match. Kurang lebih di sekitar jam 4 sore, mungkin sampai dengan setengah 6 sebelum parade ya, sebelum parade dari fans, nanti kita akan ada fun match. Jadi 5 lawan 5. Mungkin nanti di sekitaran itu boleh crowd-nya pada kesini supaya main karena kita ada ratusan WDP buat kita bagi-bagiin, kurang lebih gitu.
Jadi langsung aja ya main ke boothnya Sukro. Jadi pembelian 20.000 bisa langsung main Frankos Iron Hulk. Kayaknya aku tadi udah beli jadi kita boleh coba kali ya Kak. Oke. Kita akan langsung cobain ya. Guys di sini ada namanya Frankos Iron Hulk. Bisa dapat produk Sukro, jersey Sukro ataupun jersey RRQ. Wow, nah tim kesayangan kalian Kingdom nih khususnya ya main ke sini nih. Oke, kita coba ya. Ya, ini sekali aja Kak cobainnya. Sekali aja teman-teman. Jadi langsung, ini padahal kelihatannya gampang ya. Sekali lagi deh Kak, kita coba kali ya. Oh, itu nggak bisa juga ya. Jadi teman-teman nanti langsung aja cobain di sini kalau mau dapetin kaos RRQ, jersey Sukro dan juga pastinya ada produk dari Sukro. Nah, kalau misalkan di sini berarti jam 4 sampai jam?
Kurang lebih jam 4 sampai jam 5 atau setengah 6 tergantung fansnya. Pokoknya kita ambil waktu break moment antara match pertama sama match kedua. Jadi nanti di titik itu mungkin kita adain fun match break. Caranya environment di sini jadi makin ramai sih, mungkin gitu Kak.
Oke, nah itu dia banyak banget keseruannya. Jadi jangan lupa mampir ke boothnya Sukro. Dan pastinya ini gratis ya Kak. Karena MPL Festival ini gratis, jadi siapapun bisa datang. Kalian bisa nonton watch party juga. Dan pastinya bisa main bareng dengan teman-teman di boothnya Sukro. Thank you so much Kak Ocin. Iya, boleh, silakan.
Jadi kalau aku bilang gamers jago, ngemilih Sukro, kita bilang gas lah gitu ya, oke? Oke, aku bilang ya. Gamers jago, ngemilih Sukro, gas lah!
Oh, you're back.
Oh, hey, put away.
Well, there you have it, guys. If you guys want to get some free, Sukro, they have their merch as well up in the booth. You guys can actually join the activities that Alyssa mentioned earlier. I think the Franco Hook minigame looks pretty cool.
I'm out of sucrose.
Bro, this is so
Are
good.
we supposed to be eating on camera?
Oh, right, sorry.
I was like,
my bad.
Yo. Oh.
My bad, but that's how good Sukro is, guys. So you do want to get your hands on it, and why wouldn't you do it for free?
I'm out of sucrose. Yeah, there you go.
So good.
Gasla!
Gasla, hashtag Gasla. What's your favorite flavor?
People.
Me too.
I like the original.
Oh.
Oh, original, yeah, original.
Yeah, I mean the original's good too.
It's proper. It's proper food night.
I love my Kribo though.
Classic.
The Kribo is
Timeless.
unique though. The Kribo one is actually quite special.
By the way, you have a change in name. You're no longer Arashi.
So?
You're Bryden now.
Bryden.
What?
Yeah. So I have to call you Bryden from now on.
But why?
It's a request from the international casters.
Huh?
Sorry.
Wait, for real?
Yeah.
Why?
Bryden.
What the
Because of
heck?
your earring. Anyway.
Nice earring.
Anyway.
I see.
We've been hyping up MPL ID for the past few 3 games, but also we do want to remind you once again that this hype is also because we want to know who's going to be representing Indonesia at MSC EWC. For the past few years, it actually has been Onyx, right? 2019 MSC 2019 champion, and 2023 was when they were able to get the next championship, and then the next is the big question. Will they be able to once again pick up an MSC trophy?
Well, Onyx man, what do you think? Realize?
They might be able to.
Weak answer, bro.
But I think there needs to be a few things that has to be fixed again. Small little details before they can really be back on their perfect form. Because I think if we take a look at the previous iterations of the Onyx that was able to win the MSC, these were all teams that were almost without an error. This was a team that, a couple of two teams that was able to perfectly play the game into the way they like, and I think this Onyx needs to really hit the ceiling in terms of the skill ceiling that they have to then match that. But I think if they do end up winning MPL, they might have a very, very good chance in MSC, I'd say. Like if they get back to their best form and if they win MPL ID Season 15, I think they have a proper chance at MSC.
See, I don't know.
Finals maybe.
Like the optimism in me and like the Indo pride in me wants to agree with you. But seeing the performance of the neighboring teams,
Yeah.
Hey,
The thing is, right?
it's a far climb.
the grass is always greener on the other side.
Okay, fair point. I like your optimism, right? I'm just not so sure about hearing so many ifs.
Not in this.
I heard a ton of ifs in that
You
whole
know,
sentence.
there are prerequisites,
I see.
criterias, requirements, attributes.
Yeah.
Factors.
Onyx PH and
Instances.
PL PH just need to show up. No prerequisite.
Terms and conditions.
Terms and conditions. Fine prints.
Please show up.
Uh,
And it's GG.
Hidden clauses.
hidden clause.
But we have to stay positive. Stay
Yes, sir.
positive.
Yes, sir.
We can do it at MSC.
We can.
It's all good.
I'm not trying to say that this Onyx is back on its best now. It's far from
I
being
mean,
at
it's
at
a different Onyx too, right?
Yeah,
we
yeah,
have
yeah.
Lutfi in the EX.
Savero as well.
Savero as well as a rookie, by the way. So obviously they don't have the international experience that a lot of these international players who are repping their particular region will be having. So it's already a far stretch. But, it's not like it hasn't happened before, right?
Yeah,
ID,
yeah.
absolutely no international experience, going all the way to the grand finals. That's something that I think nobody expected. That storyline has been done before.
Right. So we're not saying Onyx is the best, but you gotta beat Onyx first and
You gotta beat Onyx first, then talk.
and then talk.
We're going there, huh?
Onyx,
I don't know.
I try to save you guys.
I always find myself ending up somewhere there.
Okay, it's fine. It's fine because we're ending back up on stage right now. Still at match point for the Sky Kings. 2-1.
Is this a sweep though?
That's the
We're
big
talking about
question.
this.
not
Match
yet.
point
First
and then at least the beginning of a sweep for Team Liquid ID.
I mean, if Onyx draft like that, again,
Oh, you said it. If Onyx draft like that, did you know what made TLID, capable?
What?
Of that reverse sweep against RRQ?
What?
That Exia pick against the Link. Remember?
the grand finals.
In the grand finals? So that was actually, I'm not trying to blame it on Kescute back then, but
Why is Kescute catching strays? What's going
Guys,
on?
I'm not trying to catch strays onto him, but like, it's a contributing factor. Like Eterna mentioned it, if they draft like that, there could be a possibility where the reverse sweep might happen.
Well, when I hear Eterna say that, what came to mind was that fan member in the audience. He was like,
what?
Yo, can we get Adi to draft?
Yo!
I was like, yo!
If Onyx loses, Adi will draft.
That was the Liquid fan, right?
Yeah, the Liquid
Yeah,
fan.
he was like, yo,
Obviously.
guys, get Adi to draft, please. Please.
So harsh.
By no means is Adi a bad drafter. He's a good coach.
Wait, is he a good drafter or a good, like...
A good coach.
Why did you change the label?
A good coach means you're good at drafting and you're good at, maintaining your players.
Oh, is that what it means?
Yeah, because a coach is an all-in-one type of deal.
I thought the statement we've been making this season is that you're not an all-in type of deal, and people who are kind of exceptions. Like Coach Yeb.
Coach Yeb.
That's why there was a role in the league called the drafter, remember?
Ah.
You're saying those coaches are just not competent?
Nah, I'm not trying to say that, but,
I'm trying to put words in your mouth.
It's okay. We have our own, subjective definitions of what good and bad is.
Subjective.
It's a morality.
And he
debate.
makes a valuable argument, a valid argument.
Valuable argument.
It is a valuable argument because
argument is
real life
valuable.
is valuable.
Really?
All right?
You think I am valuable?
You are.
You think so?
I do.
Wow, that's the first time I've heard a
Alright.
compliment in my life.
You're a diamond in the rough, bro.
Sad.
This
That
is
is
really
sad. Okay. Speaking of rough, TLID now first pick selection, blue side. Back on blue side.
All right. I think this works well for them because then it kind of allows them to actually get an extra ban because they don't have they're not forced to ban the Fanny away from Kyrie. We saw how that played out in game number 2. I really feel like first pick is the way to go for Team Liquid ID. I'm surprised at Onyx. I'm surprised, but it's not. I really shouldn't be because Coach Yeb, I would think he wants to put Team Liquid ID in that spot to force the Fanny ban onto them. But reactive Coach Yeb always does well.
Okay.
I mean, Yeb is always able to read the room and kind of bait out the opposing team to draft into an unfavorable draft that they can play. Like, for example, in game number 1, the Kaja picked curveball as well. So TLID, I think they need to be wary and they need to keep their guard up because there's a possibility that these curveballs are you know, kept thrown at them. So, yeah, they have to be always ready to face all the possibilities of a Yeb masterclass, right?
Right. The Yeb mind game, the Yeb puzzle, whatever you want to call it, man. Coach Yeb with the crazy decisions. But look at Onyx now. Sounds at least looks a bit more serious.
And Keyboy as well, with the pensive face.
Was that a shock, man? Is the mental component here gonna give Team Liquid ID a bit of an edge?
No. They were laughing earlier.
They were. Kyrie was laughing.
Just chill.
We're trying to stir some drama up between.
It's okay. But no. It's still Onyx. I'm not having this. Don't curse my team.
We're trying to make you more optimistic.
Okay. It's just, you know, ever since the regular season, boys and girls, this curse has been a little bit too much. So we're getting to the drafts now for game number 4, presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy A36 5G.
Yo!
It's the exact same drafts. The bands are the same.
The Kalea though.
But Onyx, yeah. It was Suyo and Glue in the previous game. It is now Farsa and Kalea.
All right. So it seems like the big factor in the previous game was the Alpha coming out of nowhere for Fabian. Now Onyx, with that in mind, after securing the Kalea for themselves, the Kalea that, by the way, was valued so highly, they banned it over, what was it in the previous game? They kind of went for the Kalea ban so much earlier on, thinking that Onyx is gonna be a bit dangerous with the Kalea. Game number 1, they first pick, Team Liquid ID first pick it as well over the Chipoyi. So now with Onyx having the Kalea potentially flex over to Lutpi or Keyboy, Team Liquid ID have to read into the intentions.
Yeah, no more flex, right? Blue picked up in the first phase. We know exactly where things are going. But the same thing can be said for TLID. Onyx learned from their mistake from that previous game, will not allow another split push possibility from occurring, so they ban out the Moskov here and now.
It's a very strong pick as well for Kill. It hasn't been shown in the first 2 games, but game number 3 it was out there and it delivered for Kill. Now I really like TLID going back to basics. This is a bare bones TLID draft, right? We talk about TLID back in season 14. This is a draft that they like to play with. The Alpha Matilda and the Chusa just gives you so much defensive options if things go south for you. And now I think they need to supplement it with something even more damaging to the Moskov. I think they need to traverse around other options. But imagine if Aran picks up a Hilda, then it's really, really old school TLID. But I think the Hilda will just get kited by the Farsa again. The burst down is there. The Kalea is also there to stop the Hilda, so that's not really an option. But I wish, you know, Aran might go back to the Hilda.
I mean, without a strong gold laner to really threaten, shred down that Hilda, hey, I mean, there's a chance it can work right here, right? Against Onyx, if they're only relying on the Farsa to secure the kill onto the Hilda, we've seen that happen before. The Hilda will be able to actually take a lot of damage and the main engage coming through from the Kalea as well. So there's a lot of things that depends here. For Onyx, I think they might hide their gold lane for a bit later.
I honestly think they might hide Kyrie's pick for later. I think that could be the big thing we're looking at for this particular game. X-Board is still an option for them to take. Even if, let's say, TLID go for something really oppressive in the early game like the Hilda, they do still have that option to fall onto.
They might just go
Futrix now
Suyo
gets
again.
banned by TLID. Yes, Suyo is also an option.
Yeah, so...
Suyo Alpha used to be the staple matchup in MPL ID back in season 14, right? So, yep. That could be an option again. I don't think the Suyo was a mistake in the previous game because I think it did its job pretty well. It was able to match up the pure speed of the Moskov in the segue as well. So I think if you want to pick up the Suyo, still makes sense. Maybe just change the gold lane a bit.
Maybe a Granger pickup.
I am more than a
Julian!
Hello!
Never mind!
0 picks, 0 Zero everything, first time.
I had a feeling the surprise would be in the jungle.
Yeah.
Because if the 3 first picks are readable, it's usually the jungle pick that gets flexed, or an insane pick gets picked up here, and Onyx goes for it once again. Kaja in that first game, and now we're getting the Julian. Have we seen the Julian in this current meta?
I don't think we have.
We haven't, I think.
If you saw the stats earlier,
Across
it was,
regions?
it was 0 across the board.
MPL
for hours.
PH, MPL MY, SG.
I think across regions.
Let's throw that to Mr. International, Mr. Worldwide, Mr.
Worldwide.
All right, if the casters back at home are watching right now, maybe you guys can give us a heads up whether or not the Julian has been picked up. But we will see the next 2 picks coming in from TLID, and that is Gatot Kacha once again, another comfort pick as well as carry.
I think this is a deny pick, no? Because they don't want Onyx to have the carry as well. The Kalia carry combo is actually very nice when you have the Tsunami Slam going in. Plus, the Beatrix has been banned by TLID. So now Onyx is left with a unfavorable marksman to pick up.
They're doubling down on the pick-off style here, but the main concern for Team Liquid ID right now is that the Farsa is going to be relatively safe. It's going to be the main problem. But for Onyx, again, now in the gold lane, what do you want to put there? Because they banned away...
1-1 option, Irital option, Beatrix option.
To the jungle. Rangers, though. Good old Ranger. Because they banned away the Moskov and Herod, right? That's why I thought that the gold lane is going to be showed first for Onyx. Maybe the Granger again, though. So it's a bit of a similar style. But now with the Julian, I wonder what's the idea here. Is this going to be a utility Julian? Damage Julian? So many options with this hero.
I think it's going to be a gross early game here. Match point once again, ladies and gentlemen. Potentially the last game in the series. Can TLID come back? We're going to throw it over to our casters.
A sign of life from the Cavalry. They took game number 3, not the cleanest one, but at this point, you take everything that Onyx gives you. TLID, the hopes are not dying just yet. If they can force out a game 5, momentum would be on their side. And they're sticking to the bread and butter with the draft. Game number 4 is underway in Jakarta International Velodrome. Here we go.
Welcome to the land of Dawn, ladies and gentlemen. A reverse sweep, is that what you're saying, Shepin? If they win here, we're on track for a reverse sweep. Technically, not unheard of. We did just see in the Philippines, the sister org of TLPH, in their first match, they were able to reverse sweep Falcons.
Yep. And not only that, throughout the first 2 days of MPLPH, it was a 20-match affair, or 20-game affair. Yeah, let's see if we can replicate it here in ID. Would be pretty fun playoffs if we do so. But this is the Kyrie Julian that we're used to seeing, even in season...
when he joined, season 10?
Yeah, season 11, when the playoffs was in International Velodrome, or 13?
13.
He debuted it.
Look at that, the enhanced side that we were talking about in the draft. Sheffin, that's what the Julian is meant for. Insta-kill button when you have a Kalea with you. Now goes back in again, Purify already out, enhanced chain with a knock-up. Just a bit of poke over to Kai.
And by the way, those are almost two kills without assistance from Kyrie. That's pretty much solo kills all over the place. Even Keyboy didn't have to get involved in those assassination. This is the god of the jungle in his pride form. You give the Julian, you're gonna pay.
Tough, very tough. Especially when they get engaged on. That's what you can see. A lot of emphasis on Purifies. Fabian walking up into the mid lane, trying to get some prio. No Purify though. Keyboy. Spirit of Alpha. Also, defensively.
I mean, to be fair, he would have... Yo! Might be another solo kill here for Safero. No Death Sonata just yet. Harry on the case, trying to chase Kyo. Can he do it? Looks like the answer is no.
Okay. Rotation in the mid lane. Aran taken very low, has a guiding win. Already a hold on the turtle from Fabian. Luppi walking up. San's not level 4 just yet. Aran gonna be changed CC now as Luppi walks up as well. Spirit of Alpha and Retribution on point. Keyway with the flicker out. AOG coming down. No, cancelled out by Aran. And a guiding win, but he's brought back so far away.
Yep, Lutpi still alive, but TLID was able to utilize the fact that Kyrie was nowhere to be found on the turtle pit. And Fabian on the alpha with the Mathilda as well, with the screening from Gatot Kacha Varan. Surely will take down the turtle. 300 gold lead-ish from Onyx. Pretty much the same thing that we've seen in game number 3.
But here it's okay, right? Compared to the previous game, scaling was pretty good for TLID. Uh-oh, K-Boy. Ask him to Tsunami Slam into the combo. Oh my lord, deadly combo. Tsunami Slam into an enhanced side feathered airstrike and Death Sonatas.
The reason why they pick Alpha, at least one of them, is the fact that Alpha is very sustainable. But when you have 4 guys ganging up on you, what can you do? Especially with the early game Julian that Kyrie brought out around.
Uh-oh. As the AOG, they're gonna try their best to chain CC it. Again, chain already used. He's gonna try to get the enhanced sword. Kai backs away.
Discipline coming in from Onyx. They could have actually committed on towards it, but surely they're gonna pay kill though. Dodges away from Keyboy CC. Haskell taking a lot of beatings. Might be trouble.
Flickers out to safety. TLID are the ones looking for scraps on the map here. Keyboy has the Tsunami Slam, is trying to get close. Walks up, Tsunami Slam. Kyrie right there to follow it up already. Guiding win. No full burst.
Unfortunate. He was trying to bring back Fabian over the wall, but didn't get the CC that they need to be able to kill down this Alpha. Meanwhile, though, in the top lane, this is kind of as expected. A Granger and a carry. The range advantage is huge, and Savero making full use of it despite Kyo hasn't died just yet. Second objective coming in. Onyx already has the advantage.
Poke from Keyboy, taunt already, locking him down. Still Lantern placed on top of him. Sustained from Keyboy. Aran taken low. Ludwig, spread.
This is the TLID we're used to seeing. The Mathildas, the Guiding Ways is getting full use.
Oh, from Witty! 2-man knockout. Or 2-man immobilization on the back. AOG with a combo of Witty getting the Circling Eagle and all of the Spear of Alpha. Ludwig caught has the mount. Keyboy flickers out. Kyrie in the midst of it all. It has sword! Picked up!
Kyrie is low, as so Fabian is gonna get taken down, isolated. 2 junglers taken away from the fight.
Woo! We got a battle in game 4. No longer the stomps of game 1 and 2. TLID are very slow starters, but seems like they've warmed up enough with the first 2 games.
The fact that they recovered from 2 absolute beatdowns in the first 2 games is sort of impressive, because especially when you have a rookie like Kyo, surely that takes a toll on towards your mentality. And looking at the replay earlier, you can see the game of isolation between Kyrie and Fabian. These 2 are pretty much sustainable. 2 fighters is fighting it out to the front line. And it was a pretty beautiful trade from both.
It's just so tough now for Onyx because, well, now they have a siege going on up top. Good poke from Severo. Kyo's gotta be careful. Guiding win for sustain. Sans, no for the airstrike. Really want to take this turret. Severo, 1, 2. Oh, he goes with the Rhapsody. Risky play, 1v1. Kai versus Fabian, and has sword Fabian. Spear of Alpha, solo kill for the Usurper.
Oh, it's the god of the jungle in front of Fabian. The MVP of season 14 is showing his class to the legend in Kyrie. And right now, that's the boost that TLID needed. The mentality boost, Savero. AOG misses, AOG again!
2-time for the 2-time. Circling Eagle! Catches them all in the back. Tsunami Slam. Severo able to cut away. Fabian gonna be taken down. Sky Piercer already. Immobilization. Onto 3 earlier. Lupi mounting Aran. Good guiding win to cancel it out. Keyboy's there. Yes, kill!
The re-engage continues. Savero very low. Yes, kill! Taking a lot of beating. So is Savero. Kyrie comes. Can he knock them up? Aran is low!
Good chain. Kyo and Witty running for the hills. Onyx in a prolonged team fight. Out-sustained. A team with a Mathilda and a Revitalize on Gatot-Kacha. Now they got... Never mind. I thought they got a free turtle, but Kai is taking it slow.
Yeah. Game back by new application GoPay. This marks Julian's debut in Season 15 after last being used by Sujin when RQ lose against TLID. Season 14 Grand Finals. And you can say the first one that brought Julian back to the playoffs in Season 13 was Kyrie. Turtle, oh,
Lutfi!
Allahu Akbar, Lutfi! Astaghfirullah!
What? Onyx? What's going on? TLID were full of jitters, full of nerves in the first 2 games. Onyx have caught up in the jitters. Lutfi with a flicker. To the wall, did he flicker back?
is the fadeaway flicker by Lutpi.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was a perfect turtle, but the highlight was on Lutpi.
Could say that was a low light coming in from Lutpi, but
that was no light. That's like, that was just dark.
Like a Hellcat ult shot at Beloyski. Looking at the items right now though, I'm curious to see what Kyrie has secured. It's a Feather of Heaven right away. And towards, I believe, Holy Crystal. This is the bread and butter build. Meanwhile, people are getting jumped on.
Tsunami Slam. Oh my lord. Good guy. Airstrike already. Flickering out. Sans getting the spacing as Kyrie pushes up top. Tier 2 should fall. And it's still Onyx despite the little mistakes, despite the little blunders, who are in the lead. T-Boy, no Tsunami Slam. He's gonna be careful. Sans just walks out of the AOG and Onyx keep themselves alive. Bottom lane, or sorry, top lane already into the base turret. Bottom lane for TLID, a turret take.
Well, at least there is a trade for TLID, despite Kyrie just having a time of his life in the opposing side of the map. And this is the difference between TLID and Onyx. Yes, Fabian did win the 1v1 against Kyrie in the bottom lane, but ideally you don't want to split as the Fabian, as the Alpha, because you are the core of the team. Meanwhile, he has Kill. Tsunami Slam still has to purify.
The proper respect given over. Feathered Airstrike now, just to poke them down. Good poke, that's another Kyo! Very low, forced to Sans. You see a little bit of Kila in his eyes.
Just a single peek to the corner of the eye of TLID players, and you see Sans coming, flying towards you. That's the aura that this guy has in ID.
For TL now, it's still an uphill battle. They're the ones behind, despite the perfect turtle, despite what we would consider an early win. Take a look at the kills, the farm. It's all good for Onyx. Kai, solo killed, yes, but has farmed better. 13 to Fabian's 12. 1 level lead. Fabian should be able to catch up here as he gets another camp.
Big item DHS. Swift Trinity for Kyo. This is the time. This is the time to pop off. Kyrie on the other side of the map. Fabian will try to make a use out of it.
Good poke over to Aran. Pops in revitalized already. Slowly but surely, Aran popping in taunt. Oh, Sans almost connected in the back. Good mount over. Lord taking very low. Kyrie very late to the fight. T-Boy gonna be engaged on Pure Alpha. And the shred from Kyo.
I don't know if Onyx wants to go for more. It's a 4v5 now. But that was an error once again on the objective battle from Onyx. They're going back to the script in game number 3, and TLID is happily accepting the gambit from Onyx. That's getting jumped on, circling Eagle.
Over to Lutpi, has a spread, has to flicker out again defensively. TLID, that explosive power, you can see it. This was the TLID we were missing out from the first few matches of Avian.
Oh my goodness!
What? Now gets obliterated. An odd call for a team with a Lord.
He was trying to rely on Witty's guiding wind, but unfortunately a bit too overzealous, a bit too aggressive, my dude. Gotta tone down the testosterone at the time for Fabian. And now, TLID, they should have been up by like, I don't know, 1K
at least
with that Lord, but they missed out on that.
What is going on? TLID, Onyx, we're seeing a lot of misplays, a lot of blunders throughout. This is the pressure weighing down on him, Chefin. Pressure of being the mighty Onyx again, and the pressure of being the defending champions.
I don't know if that pressure is gonna get to them. Look at the feather airstrike from Sans.
So much damage. Aran needs to walk away. That's another coming out of Sky. Tries to attack from a different angle. Fabian claims the purple, gets to 14.
Jeez, looking at the items and also the gold, though, you can already see the 1K gold advantage on towards Kyrie. This is what we expected. If you're playing a Julian, that farming potential, especially once you get to the mid game, getting that Holy Crystal and also Feather of Heaven, that's trouble, especially now with the concentrated energy, more sustainability from Kyrie. He can take on the 1v1s against Fabian a lot better now.
Kyo sent down below. Rose Gold Meteor already. Good item up against Sans. Just for additional sustain. They haven't really been able to utilize the combo we were talking about all the way from traps, right? Tsunami Slam to flicker, or good move there. Just the wings by wings used. But the combo of Tsunami Slam and Sight, the insta-kill button of the Julian, hasn't really been insta-kill as we got into the mid game.
Yep. The thing is though, Mirko, they try to do that all the time, but TLID are eating their greens.
Okay.
Ludwig getting jumped on. Spear of Alpha. Keyboy just goes back.
Safe. 1,500 gold lead for Onyx still. They haven't been able to utilize the 1,500 gold lead. It's always just been a 1,500 into a TLID win to reset the gold lead, and then we go on and on again. Good control up top by TLID. They've done what is necessary to set up for this. And it's a good rotation too, delaying the rotation to Lord, just in case Onyx show up a bit too early for them to catch. Now Sans shows up. He's not even going to build up these waves. He's just going to let the turret deal with it after helping shove it in. It's just going to be a push.
Yep.
I think it's level up top.
Keyboy is going to have a hard time to choose his target. Because when you think about it, Aran, not really the greatest of targets. He has the AOG also to get away. Realistically, it's Fabian because the whole team has Purify outside of the two frontliners from TLID. So Keyboy, who's your target here? Who's going to be Tsunami Slam to the ground?
Keyboy. Oh, Tsunami Slam over to Fabian. Now no follow-up just yet. Fabian in the base.
Oh my god!
Severo gets the Sky Piercer. In the back, Ludwig looking for the mount already. 2 for 0. Ludwig gets away. Lord in control of the Sky Kings.
I told you, man, Fabian is the realistic target, but I was gonna say the guiding wind is always there to bail him out, but not quick enough when you have Salvero, you have Kyrie, you have Sans gunning you down from every moment. Your Hezkiel is low.
Purify out. TLID. The cavalry unable to charge. The artillery of Onyx outpowering TL even without the Lord. Mid lane base turret cracked open.
That's a huge one. That's a huge one. Lord is coming in the top lane. Can they do it? The one season wonder allegations from TLID might be coming through. Lord is about to crash in. They have all the siege potential in the world. Keyboy has his Tsunami Slam ready.
Oh, Feathered Airstrike too. They don't even need the Tsunami Slam. They can play with the range. Sans with the wings by wings already after zoning them away. Tsunami Slam! Over to Fabian, deleted again! TLID, the defending champions crumbling. Fighting back, circling Eagle by waiting to shut him down. Kai!
Kai is low, but he has the Winter Crown. Onyx, one more hit, and that is it. The old glory of the Sky King is back here in season of 15. Jakarta International Velodrome is theirs today.
The Sky Kings are back in action. No longer will they take a beating, a loss, an elimination in the first day of playoffs. Learning from past mistakes, staying calm and composed despite a good win by Liquid. It was too much for them to handle. There was only one strat that worked with the Moskov. Once it was banned out, that forced error, the advantages that they had in game 3 all disappeared, but you can see the agony on the other side. The thrill for Onyx, the agony for the defending champions who thought they could prolong this era of theirs. But for now, they will have to bow out of MPL ID.
It's Onyx time. It's a tough task to handle for the youngins. Despite them winning season 14 MPL ID, they are literally sophomores in this season. And if we're talking about experience, no one beats Onyx as they take another step towards MSC, towards EWC, towards Riyadh to follow their brothers in PH. TLID though, the reunion with the champions of PH will not happen. We gotta wait for another season.
Unfortunate stuff, but it's up against Onyx, a team that was already very, very feared coming into the playoffs. Everybody predicted Onyx to get through, and this is why. There are levels to the game, and Liquid, for some reason, we're not able to match up against the mighty Onyx that we have here. A few mistakes here and there, a few jitters still for some of the rookies in Savero. But all said and done, after this, more experience to bring into their big match against GeekFam tomorrow.
And let's see what they have to say in the stage with our hosts.
The Defender Champion gagal untuk melanjutkan perjalanan mereka dan gagal untuk mengamankan gelar mereka di musim ini. Kali ini kita harus menerima bahwa ini akan menjadi one last bow dari tim Liquid ID. The Cavalry, sambutlah tim Liquid ID. Perjuangan mereka harus usai di sini, namun kita mengharapkan mereka jangan sampai tertunduk terus dan harus bisa bangkit untuk selanjutnya. Dan permainan kita sudah melihat bahwa 3-1 ada kekalahan, namun kali ini kita harus merayakan kemenangan untuk tim Onyx. Sonic, sambutlah. Mereka beradu dengan begitu kuatnya, begitu fantastis. Dan kita bahkan melihat mereka hadir ke babak playoff dengan penuh strategi dan juga gameplay yang apik. Menang Onyx, halo playoff match 1.
Ya udah.
Menang di match 1, gimana nih?
Mantap.
Mantap. Tapi apa sih mental yang kalian bawa ke dalam babak playoff ini nih?
Kita fokus sama tim sendiri. Kayak fokus sama tim sendiri aja sih pokoknya. Kita bagusin gameplay kita gitu.
Namun kita ngelihat gameplay kalian memang begitu apik, begitu menarik. Dan kalau ngelihat permainan kalian ini, udah jadi penasaran 2 minggu ini ngapain aja Lutfi?
Yang pasti kita latihan keras lah. Latihan try hard.
Latihan keras, latihan try hard. Tapi kemenangan hari ini kita ngelihat kalau 3-1 game yang beberapa game bahkan hampir semuanya itu cukup one-sided. 2 game awal khususnya. Gimana sih dari tim Onyx melihat Suns? Gimana kamu melihat The Defenders Champion yang kalian taklukkan hari ini?
Senang aja sih. Karena masuk upper bracket juga, jadi tambah senang.
Langsung masuk ke babak playoff, lolos dari play-in. Beda ya dari season lalu ya?
Ya namanya juga belajar, kita belajar.
Pelajaran udah cukup berarti ini?
Ya belajar harus perlu juga.
Belajar, oke. Terus-terusan, namun kalau ngelihat pertarungan hari ini, expect gak sih kalau kemenangan kalian tuh seperti mendominasi tim Liquid yang notabene adalah juara dari musim lalu? Kurang keras gak sih perlawanannya atau sudah cukup menurut kalian?
Nggak tahu sih, yang penting ya kita hasil kerja keras juga, kita makanya bisa mendominasi. Jadi ya itu hasil kerja keras kita semua.
Hasil kerja keras yang terbayarkan. Dan ketika menang untuk di match kali ini, apa yang Suns teriakan?
Nggak ada sih, senang tadi, senang doang.
Senang aja semua.
Ya, betul.
Dan pada akhirnya mungkin yang paling senang di sini ada satu player yang baru menjajakan kakinya di babak playoff, namun performanya begitu stabil dan banyak memukau ke mata-mata di sini, kayaknya banyak yang shock. Savero, permainanmu di babak playoff terlihat semakin kuat dibandingkan babak regular season. Dari mana nih datangnya kemampuan kekuatan Savero di babak playoff ini?
Pede aja sih.
Pede aja?
Ya, yang penting mental.
Berarti mental Savero udah cukup nih untuk babak playoff, sudah kuat, sudah siap?
Udah dong.
Oke, apakah ada kata-kata atau sebuah wejangan dari coach atau dari teman-teman sebelum bermain untuk babak playoff ini?
Udah dilatih mentalnya aja sih sama Adi sama coach Chef.
Diapain Savero? Jadi penasaran kan? Apakah spesial nih babak playoff ini sabetan mentalnya lebih berbeda dari regular season?
Lebih keras lah di playoff.
Lebih keras di playoff. Dan bagaimana kamu melihat hasil hari ini dari dirimu sendiri?
Gak terlalu puas.
Kenapa?
Kena solo kill.
Oh, kena solo kill, oke. Tapi kalau ngelihat hasil hari ini tentunya pada happy semua. Tapi yang lebih menarik adalah baru game pertama semuanya udah kaget. Apalagi Kairi tiba-tiba jadi burung. Pakai kaja. Oke, persiapan menggunakan kaja sebenarnya itu untuk melawan tim Liquid ID atau memang draft seperti itu memang siap untuk segala macam keadaan.
Ya itu yang dikasih sama coach. Kita udah siapin juga di latihan. Jadi gua tadi pede.
Jadi pede aja, ini akan menjadi regular hero atau special hero untuk tim Liquid ID?
Rahasia.
Rahasia. Tapi untuk melihat hari ini hasil 3-1. Apakah ini Onyx mode playoff?
Yang pasti kita semua mode playoff. Semua anak-anak Onyx. Ya.
Oke, kasih tahu dong mode playoff-nya tuh gimana sih Onyx ini? Tell us.
Kata Savero kita bantai semua. Nanti.
Wuh, Savero ya ini memang panas banget. Tapi dengan melihat hasil di babak playoff dengan adanya Favian dan juga tim Liquid ID kalian taklukkan dengan 3-1. How do you see tim Liquid ID in this playoff?
Kuat. Cuman kita mungkin lebih prepare. Lebih ready untuk playoffs.
Prepare dan ready. What is one thing that you think about tim Liquid ID for the playoff? Ada nggak kayak satu hal yang kamu pikirkan tentang tim Liquid ID? Gameplay mereka, hero mereka, atau mungkin Favian ya?
Favian sih, assassin Favian.
Assassin Favian. Tapi kalau mengingat dari kemenangan hari ini tentu cukup menarik karena ini adalah match di saat region lain di Philippines, tim Onyx gagal untuk menjadi juara dan ditaklukkan oleh tim Liquid ID. Onyx menjadi runner up. Does it mean something for you?
Gak ada sih.
Gak ada pengen balas dendam?
Gak ada sih, soalnya beda ini kan, beda negara.
Beda region, so your friend didn't tell you anything?
Mungkin nanti kalau udah masuk EWC.
Oke. Kalau udah masuk ke BC, kalau sekarang karena berbeda region jadi fokus sendiri-sendiri dulu.
Ya betul.
Betul. Tapi Kiboy, apa nih fokus dari tim Onyx untuk season 15 ini? Selangkah demi selangkah sudah kalian jalani, tapi apa sih yang untuk menjadi fokus kalian?
Ya kalau buat fokus kita mau berusaha buat seperti Onyx yang dulu lah.
Seperti apa itu Onyx yang dulu?
Onyx yang mendominasi, Onyx yang bantai-bantai gitu.
Dan kita juga mengingat bahwa tim Onyx di tahun lalu menjadi juara di Velodrome juga, menjadi perwakilan Indonesia di MSC. Apakah itu menjadi salah satu hal yang ingin kalian capai lagi, redemption di MSC?
Ya motivasi sih. Terus kata Savero dia mau juara juga. Jadi ya udah, kita juga semangat.
Semangat ya. Forfeit champion dipatahkan dan sekarang kepengen balik lagi ngedapetin kemenangan. Akan menjadi tantangan nggak untuk season ini?
Ya kalau itu pastilah karena semua tim sekarang udah kuat-kuat banget. Cuma kita bakalan berusaha juga lebih kuat lagi.
Lebih kuat lagi. Namun yang menjadi lawan kalian adalah tim yang memulangkan kalian di musim lalu. Esok hari kalian harus bertemu dengan Geek Fam. Memandang Geek Fam di season ini, yang notabene semua talent juga setuju bahwa Geek Fam di season ini kuat banget. Gimana nih untuk esok hari dari tim Onyx?
Ya kalau itu paling Geek Fam memang kuat. Cuma kita bakal berusaha lebih kuat lagi dari Geek Fam.
Selalu ingin menjadi lebih kuat dan inilah dia Onyx. Namun banyak sekali support system yang sudah hadir. Play-in setelah usai. Dari keluarga juga banyak yang datang. Savero juga yang mungkin ingin mengatakan sesuatu dan juga
Ya,
Kiboy. Savero, bener Savero. Ini adalah panggung playoff pertamamu. Say something. Kemenangan kalian. Yoho.
Lu baru playoff sekali, lu dulu dong.
Nah yang baru sekali nih. Silakan Savero.
Savero. Tes. Makasih buat Sonic yang udah dukung. Support kita terus nanti di besok upper bracket.
Untuk yang spesial nggak ada Savero?
Buat orang tua yang datang hari.
Buat orang tua spesial, terima kasih support system. Dan tim Onyx akan melanjutkan perjalanan mereka. Play-in setelah mereka lalui. Dan Sonic, sambutlah kemenangan pertama di babak playoff. Inilah dia, tim Onyx.
Our opening match of the day here at MPL ID Season 15 once again reflects that sometimes veterancy reigns supreme over the young bloods. And Onyx winning it out 3-1 against TLID is a testament of that. Why are you waving at me?
Goodbye.
I know.
Goodbye, Eterna.
I know the young stallion
It's so
dream
sad.
is dead this season. Thank you so much, though, for their hard work. especially this
Appreciations,
season.
obviously.
Big appreciation.
Yeah.
They tried their best, but unfortunately, you know, we already talked about it, right? Over and over, coming in first day up against the Sky Kings, who are on a rampage. It's not an easy start to the playoffs.
And to be fair, they did kind of turn up towards the end there.
Yeah.
I really thought they were going to be able to get it done in that final game, dude. But it only takes one moment. And one moment snowballed out of control. Just like that. Team Liquid ID, better luck next time.
They showed the courage, the spirit, the fighting
alpha.
spirit, the alpha as well. And hands of Fabian, it shows that comfort is there with this draft. But again, the choosing first pick, even Mirko was talking about it, it wasn't really optimal for TLID in a lot of ways. Number one, you don't really have burst damage and consistent damage aside from maybe the alpha, and you have to wait for the carry to go online, right? The Thilda is not going to deal the damage. Obviously, to a certain degree, it does, but it doesn't really go into a threatening level. And the Chusen is more of a control mage compared to what you would want as a damage dealer. So the Chusen first pick, I think it was 50-50, to be honest.
I feel like there was a chance, because I feel like in the end there, even though they were doing so well, it seems like the final factor was the fact that Onyx found ways to get onto Fabian, right? In the Lord Pit.
Honestly,
and then after, Fabian was just taking the heat, and he couldn't take it.
I want to beg a different angle.
What?
I think Fabian was playing really weird.
Really?
I think there were a lot of moments where he overstepped. He got caught out in that moment where they wanted to go for the push in the bottom side of the map. But before we get into that, let's highlight our player of the match. It's Key Boy. Game number 1 on the chip. Game number 2 on the Badang. And then in the final game here on the Kalea, once again proving that he still has it. After so many seasons, people have been doubting his potential. He's here performing out of his mind, and we're going to take a look exactly why a little bit in more detail with the MVP heat map.
This is where Keyboy was at in the first 5 minutes of the game. And you can see the side lanes for the most part aren't really that big of a priority for this guy. Leaves the side lanes to their own devices and make sure that the mid trio has that pressure, they at least can control and match the rotations of Team Liquid ID. As long as they do that, you know, we've seen them find great moments themselves. This moment in the early game though, that was crazy. 100-0 level 3, an alpha. Dude, Julian, man, out of nowhere. It looked kind of wonky, but in the end there, it really did pay off. It's a pick that gives you a lot of sustainability on top of damage, and you're so flexible. And you have that power spike level 3 to work with. But unfortunately for them, in the early game, the alpha and the aggressive style of Team Liquid ID allows them to actually get a bit of the advantage. This was at the 1v1. Fabian showing again that alpha is, you know, the real deal.
It's the alpha.
Afterwards, you can see there were some moments like this where it's just so aggressive. Look at the Haskill right here. Nope, not going. Tries to get Sabero in the back on the Tsushin. Which is why when Eterna mentioned the Tsushin factor here, like, yeah, there are some moments where it just seemed so over the top coming in from Team Liquid ID. It's like they were pressured to do something that's just too crazy. But when they go and fell back on what works, the neutral objective take, they're able to get a bit of an advantage. But here too.
This was the moment that I was talking about.
Yeah.
The Lord, by the way, is right behind them.
Exactly. What is he doing?
I second that. I do concur that there are overextensions and there were weird plays, but I think it's not only Fabian, it's a collective issue. I don't know why. Maybe they were on the verge of trying to force a game 5, and they went for the go bigger, go home plays, the high risk, high rewards plays, but it just didn't show up, right? I mean, because Onyx had so many layers to deny a possible dive happening. Like Jusin wants to do that with the Crimson Beacon. The Alpha does want to do that as well with the Spear of Alpha. And maybe TLID might have underestimated their damage, or rather overestimated their damage. So Onyx look at the layers. I mean, you have a Kalea that can just hold you in place. The glue has been very, very sticky for the most part.
Literally.
And yeah, literally sticky. And the Julian just bursted you down, even if that wasn't really a clean game from Kyrie. And by the way, going off track, there was an interesting interaction that I just knew. That when
the glue
when the glue sticks to the Gatot Kacha and the Gatot Kacha flies with the AOG, the glue follows it.
Comes with him.
Yeah,
It's
a
a free
passenger,
ride.
basically. A hitchhike.
Which was really, really funny. But again, Onyx, yeah, despite all the win cons that Team Liquid ID have for themselves, just found a way. It seemed like it was lost until they, I don't know, something clicked for them, and they were able to find Fabian again and again. After that, in the last Lord fight, where they're able to find Fabian with the Tsunami Slam, every single fight afterwards, I really feel like everyone was just focusing on Fabian, trying to make sure that they go on the guy with no Purify, and they know that at that point in time, it's still mid-game, by the way. We aren't even like late game, by all means. But at that point in time, Onyx recognized that they have enough damage to burst down even the fighter in the jungle, the Alpha. And despite the best efforts of Witty and the Mathilda to try and keep him alive, to try and keep the fight going just a bit longer, it just wasn't enough. And because the fights are kind of settled so early on, that means that Kyo on the carry, that was kind of relevant, kind of doing a lot more damage in the early game actually, was actually doing a very little damage in the later stages, the later team fights close to the end of the game.
Going back to your point earlier, that's what I wanted to highlight, right? Timing. In the early stage of the game, the way that Fabian played was forgivable. But as we got into the 15th minute, we see a lot of Divine Glaives being built up. We see a lot of, just heroes that can, items that can really melt through that initial defense of both magic and physical from Fabian. And yet he still made those plays. I'm not really sure whether he was a little bit too focused on making a big play happen, therefore forgetting the targeting or not. But we're looking at the items and the timings coming through. Does anything stand out for you boys?
That's kind of brutal. Fabian only has 2 items. The War Axe and the Brute Force. Compared to Kyrie with a Sky Piercer purchase, by the way, at the end. Because he knows he gotta burst the players of TL ID down. Because they are relatively tanky. I mean, the Alpha is their juice, and I would consider him to be a tanky mage as well, right? But yeah, how does Fabian only has 2 items?
Well, there was a lot of like fights, brawls, back and forth happening, right? So he wasn't really power farming as hard as he would probably have liked on this Alpha. Not to mention that he's up against a Julian. Julian clears quite fast. You don't really think about that. There were moments in that game where Team Liquid ID were able to win out a neutral objective fight, and Kyrie just slid over to the other side into Fabian's jungle and started just jacking everything, taking away all the camps. So
3,000 gold difference.
Showing again that for Onyx, sometimes like the initial situation isn't fatal. They can find ways to adapt and respawn that can still keep them in the game and even give them still some kind of advantage in the late game.
And TLID also were able to secure the objective, right? I mean, they got 3 turtles, a lord.
Turtle.
Yeah, a perfect turtle. So that is a courtesy of Fabian, by the way, who sacrificed that farming speed and the gold that he had to just play collectively for the team. And we talked about it. Fabian is the guy who wants to look for kills when he's behind. But on an alpha pick, this is where he gets very collective. This is where he gets very supportive, and he plays for the team as well. So it is unlucky that Onyx were so far ahead of them when the mid to late game hit, but I think Fabian was doing a decent job with the alpha in the early game, but come the late game, it was hard for him to traverse around the team fights, and with little to no items, he's pushed it down easily. So
the strength of TLID has shown to become their downfall this season. Which is, for me, you might have a different opinion, but them falling back to what works for them.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, they weren't able to be creative in the playoffs, and that might have been the big problem. But we are going to take to Alyssa now, and we're going to take a look at the jersey wall, which is new. So you guys have fun with it.
Oh lala, di sini ada yang spesial pastinya karena kita melihat kemenangan dari tim Onyx Velodrome. Spesial untuk kalian gak sih?
Alhamdulillah.
Tapi spesial nggak? Kalian kan pernah juara di sini dan sekarang dapetin kemenangan pertama di play-ins juga. Berat nggak untuk mengalahkan the defender champion?
Alhamdulillah nggak terlalu berat sih. Alhamdulillah sesuai rencana.
Sesuai rencana. Jadi memang di sini Coach Adi sendiri melihat bahwa ini memang Onyx mode playoff.
Ya, mode playoff.
Mode serem banget atau gimana sih?
Marah besar.
Marah besar. Oke, yang lebih menarik adalah katanya udah siap untuk playoff, mode playoff juga. Apakah persiapan kalian lebih ke arah dari segi draftnya?
Overall sih semuanya draft, out game, in game, K-game, Taman W, semua.
Banyak?
Banyak.
Pokoknya semuanya udah siap. Tapi kalau ngomong-ngomong dari draft pasti banyak yang penasaran. Kan dari game 1, game keempat, game banyak sekali ini bener-bener kayak sulit untuk dibaca dan banyak yang mengejutkan. Ini yang ngedraft siapa?
Kebetulan untuk sekarang Gilang.
Gilang?
Sans.
Sans. Lalu Adi ngapain ini di sini?
Aku sama Coach Cep ngeliatin aja Gilang ngedraft.
Gak mungkin ya guys ya, pasti ini Coach Jeb dan juga Adi berdua ya berarti ini ya. Rame-rame.
Rame-rame enggak, berdua.
Berdua, oke. Tapi dengan melihat adanya 3 band Assassin terhadap Favian, apakah memang itu yang menjadi strategi kalian? Kunci kemenangan kalian memang harus nge-shutdown Faviannya?
Enggak sih, itu adalah hasil dari apa yang kita lihat dia ngeband apa ya. Kita menyesuaikan aja gitu. Kalau dia nggak mau tukar assassin ya udah ayo gitu. Kita mau kasih tahu aja kalau hero Kairi itu banyak banget.
Dan banyak banget, ini memang spesial untuk Kairi, bukan untuk khusus melawan tim Liquid ID dengan hero-hero ini gitu? Enggak. Semuanya bisa?
Iya.
Tapi kalau ngelihat hari ini 3-1 kemenangan yang beberapa tim bahkan benar-benar one-sided. Kalian cuma ngasih poin kill 4 dan segala macam. Dari segi coaching staff, kalian ngerasa nggak ini belum maksimalnya tim Liquid ID atau memang ini Onyx yang overpower?
Kita nggak tahu sih Liquid kenapa, tapi yang pasti mereka harusnya jauh lebih jago sih karena kan mereka juga perwakilan Indonesia di SEA Games dan di SF nanti kan. Ya mungkin mereka lagi menyimpan strategi atau apa, kita nggak tahu sih. Jadi kayak kita fokus sama tim kita sendiri aja.
Fokus dan sesuai dengan semua hal yang kalian persiapkan ya.
Betul.
Jadi cukup puas 3-1?
Alhamdulillah.
Kalian menutup berarti kesempatan untuk tim Liquid ID untuk kembali ngedapetin kemenangan dan ada yang spesial di season ini. Tim pemenang dari coaching staff bisa mematikan lampu dari tim yang mereka kalahkan. Official menutup perjalanan mereka dan ini adalah simbol bahwa kalian mengalahkan, menutup dan menundukkan tim lawan kalian. Yuk kita langsung aja ke sisi tim Liquid ID. Salah besok itu besok. Tolong dengan sepatah dua patah kata terakhir untuk tim Liquid ID.
Untuk Liquid ID jangan lupa fokus ISF dan SEA Games, oke?
Dan berakhirlah perjalanan tim Liquid ID di MPL Indonesia Season 15 dan juga khususnya untuk MSC berarti tidak akan bisa mengikuti dan kita juga melihat nextnya ada di sebelah. Yakin gak nih untuk besok? Tapi belum kan ada lower bracket ya. Satu kata untuk match hari ini.
Good game well played, good game Liquid.
Good game well played dan thank you banget Coach Adi udah bersama Bude di sini dan kita bakal langsung balikin aja. Satu lampu telah mati. Namun selanjutnya di match kedua akan ada satu tim lagi yang harus tertutup perjalanannya. Siapakah ya? Jadi kita bakal langsung tanya-tanya dulu nih tentang match tadi bersama para panelis. So monggo panelis.
Udah.
I personally didn't like the smirk on Coach Adi's face, but hey, that's just me. Did you see that smile?
I did.
Absolute no
Evil
remorse
And
at all. Just
and it
boom,
was about
with a
to
big
just
smile.
press Geek Fam's button.
Because he knows next up in the brackets,
Geek
they're
Fam's
going to
gonna
be
lose.
facing Geek. And they want Geek to lose.
What can you blame him though? He just won. You know, he's like, well, well played, Liquid.
No remorse.
Well played.
And I think he is relieved because according to the TLID fan, if Onyx loses, Adi has to draft now. He doesn't have to. So yeah, it's all happy days.
LG.
It's all Yev now, still working 24/7. with Adi as well.
But by the way, that new jersey thing is pretty cool. You
Yeah.
know, so for every time a team gets eliminated, you guys will be seeing the winner coach press the button into red, which is pretty cool. I hope
red.
there's actually buttons in the, GoPay
I have buttons.
booth. What?
Here.
Oh.
No, it's like if you use the GoPay app, right?
Okay.
Like, see, this is Eterna's app.
Okay.
So if you go,
How do you know my password?
I just.
you have to unlock.
I know your
Oh.
credit card number, so.
What? Whoa, that's extra.
Joke's on you, I don't have one.
Oh,
Ah.
okay.
She follows the teachings.
Anyway.
Yeah, you go to gopay.co.id/games, right?
Yeah.
And you can win the guaranteed rewards, right? You can get up to 59 diamonds and 1 token. So you see that token right there?
Yeah.
Yeah, you spin that token and you can get prizes in the
Spin it.
gift arena.
Spin.
As of right now, realize,
Yeah.
if you didn't know, there are 2 electric motorcycle winners.
Whoa!
5 smartphone
Boom,
winners.
boom.
5 power bank winners. 25 wireless earphone winners.
Earphone.
And you still have a chance to win 13 remaining electric motorcycles and the other awesome prizes. You go to gopay.co.id/games, open the app.
Yeah,
like
the
I was
app right
saying,
here.
you select top up game,
Yeah?
the top up game icon right there.
Okay.
On the top right. And then you get a token from doing that. And you pick your winning team right here and you enter the match scores.
Ah.
If you think you can predict everything, enter the match scores, then you can get those rewards. Just start spinning.
13 motorcycles, man. That's
2.
kind of crazy.
2 motorcycles.
13.
13?
13.
I thought it was 2.
13 electric motorcycles are still available for you guys to grab. But other than that, you can also hashtag Pasti Gege because, ladies and gentlemen, the thing that we've been talking about throughout the entire regular season is still up for grabs. You can get the WDP or the weekly Diamond Pass at GoPay Games. 100% secure, only 26. Wait, actually, it's 14.9K IDR. That's a big discount from the 26K from the regular season. All you need to do now is just scan the QR code right down below me here to check that out.
Thank you,
Download
GoPay.
the GoPay. 3, 2, 1. Thank you, GoPay.
Usually, before GoPay, I used to get WDP from Limkocho.
Oh.
Because he has this TikTok series where if your comment gets read out,
Okay.
you get the WDP. So I made 10, 20 bot accounts to just comment on WDP. Now with GoPay, it's easier.
Much, much easier. And I feel like days go by easier when you're having a good day. And speaking of having a good day, you gotta taste it right now, guys. So many variants of flavors, including the
Originale.
fantastic mochaccino, the original cappuccino. There's a
grazie,
bliss,
grazie.
the
Grazie,
avocado
grazie.
delight, and of course the groovy cookies. Do we finally get to taste the avocado one?
Ballerina cappuccino.
No avocado.
I don't see it, man.
What about these 2
This
flavors?
is the original cappuccino.
Yeah, we just get the cappuccino.
Ballerina cappuccino.
Can I get this?
Assassino
Can I see it?
Here, it's here.
It's here. There's 2 here. Are they all the same flavor?
Yeah, they are.
Oh, I already tried the cappuccino one. I want the avocado one.
The Vakadu? Yeah.
Good day, please.
That's good.
Avocado tomorrow.
Eh?
Please.
Yeah. That's good.
Like-
We're brothers.
Right. Okay.
That's good.
She thinks it's weird to share drinks. Come on, let's do it again. No, I'm kidding.
What the heck was
What
that?
is going on?
I don't know about all that.
Do you guys share drinks back at home? I don't think that's
We do.
sanitary.
Sanitary?
Sanitary?
Like
well,
hygienic.
we just fight off the bacteria.
Are you telling
We're
people
clean.
that their families are unhygienic?
Are you telling?
it's like-
Are you telling us that we
Am I
don't
weird?
shower? We're not
No.
hygienic. We're full of bacteria.
Yeah, I think that you're reaching a bit too far.
Okay, my bad.
I mean, comment down below if you guys share drinks with people.
With the
I share
boys.
drinks.
No, not with people. Not with any random
Everyone.
guy.
Yeah.
With the
General.
boys.
I share drinks
dude.
with my mom
Alright.
as well. So it
Either
makes me
or.
Italian, by the way. Ballerina cappuccino. Para
You sound like you're having a good time. Feels
Numero
good, yeah?
uno.
numero uno para scusi. Grazie.
Salami.
Feels
Salami.
good having your
Salami
team move
pastrami
forward in the
margherita.
playoffs, guys. Look at this. Look at this burst of energy.
Woo!
He's feeling it.
I'm back, baby. Thanks to Good Day.
Feels so bad for TLID, man.
Yeah.
Woo!
Can't
Feels
help
good
it.
for Onyx though. Forgot my jersey. I was supposed to bring it here and
This
shove
is
it on her
actually
face.
a pretty big moment because SPS, Onyx was taken down by TLID. Their
yeah.
tournament run was stopped by TLID.
Mm-hmm.
Their MDL team was stopped by TL,
Really?
TL Academy.
Yeah.
Yikes.
So it's a bit of a revenge play here for Onyx.
I am vengeance. I'm vengeance. I'm Batman.
Amazing, amazing. But before we get into our next elimination match
Yes, sir.
between Bigatron and Alter Ego, we are going to go to a short break. Ladies and gentlemen, so we'll be right back. Stay tuned. Don't go anywhere for more MPL ID Season 15 Playoffs action.
sore dan selamat datang di acara MPL Awards Season 15. Tentunya bahagia banget kita di sini Bude Clara dan juga Alisa karena kita melihat banyak sekali kejadian. Bukan hanya hari ini namun dari babak regular season. Banyak pertarungan sengit antar tim. Dan sebentar lagi kita akan menyaksikan secara langsung momen yang tentunya menorehkan sejarah baru bagi dunia e-sports. Yaitu momen penganugerahan, penghargaan, dan apresiasi kepada semua individu yang terlibat di MPL Indonesia Season 15.
Dan terkhusus untuk para player, coach, komunitas, dan semua yang terlibat karena telah memberikan usaha terbaik mereka selama musim ini. Dan sebentar lagi kami akan mengumumkan siapa saja yang akan menjadi pemenang dalam 5 kategori dalam MPL Awards Season 15 ini. Dan 5 kategori tersebut adalah kategori Most Improved Player,
kategori Dream Team,
kategori Coaching Team of the Season,
kategori Rookie of the Season,
dan pastinya kategori Regular Season MVP.
Dan sepertinya semuanya udah gak sabar dan penasaran. Jadi langsung saja kami akan bacakan dari nominasi Most Improved Player by Head and Shoulder. Semua player telah menunjukkan kemauan keras dan tidak hanya itu. Mereka juga didukung oleh para teammates, coaching staff, dan juga super fans. Mereka mampu menjadikan setiap player berkembang menjadi player yang lebih kuat lagi dan membawa mereka sampai di titik ini.
Dari seluruh player di season ini yang sudah menunjukkan kemampuan terbaiknya, siapakah player yang mampu membuktikan bahwa dirinya lah player yang terus berkembang dan layak menjadi Most Improved Player by Head and Shoulders? Dan nominasinya adalah EVOS Albert,
Geek Aboy,
Bigetron Alpha Eman,
Geek Fam Cops,
Alter Ego Nino. Dan kami akan mengundang kepada Bapak Martinus Manurung selaku Head of Esport Business Development Munton Indonesia yang mewakili dari Head and Shoulders untuk naik ke atas panggung dan memberikan sambutan serta mengumumkan pemenang dari kategori Most Improved Player by Head and Shoulders. Kami persilakan Bapak.
Terima kasih. Dan pemenang untuk kategori Most Improved Player by Head and Shoulders adalah Nino dari Alter Ego. Selamat.
Congratulations Nino. Season demi season dia lalui dan kali ini di season 15 dia menorehkan hal yang begitu baik. Terlihat dari pergantian role-nya tidak membuat ia jadi jatuh, namun malah dia menjadi semakin tinggi dan semakin membaik. Dan selamat untuk Nino dari tim Alter Ego, Most Improved Player by Head and Shoulder. Kenang-kenangan sudah didapatkan, mendapatkan penghargaan langsung dari MPL Indonesia.
Congratulations dan terima kasih kepada Bapak Martinus Manurung selaku Head of Esport Business Development Munton Indonesia yang mewakili dari Head and Shoulders. Kami persilakan untuk bisa turun dan duduk kembali. Dan kepada Nino dari Alter Ego kami persilakan untuk memberikan speech.
Tes. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat sore semuanya. Pertama cuman mau ngucapin makasih sih sama coaching staff Alter Ego, teman-teman semuanya, keluarga yang udah dukung. Tanpa kalian mungkin Nino bukan siapa-siapa ya. Cuman itu aja sih guys, makasih ya guys.
Selamat sekali lagi untuk Nino dan sebagai Most Improved Player tentu tidak mudah. Dia membuktikan dirinya di season ini dan tentu saja Most Improved Player sudah kita dapatkan. Selanjutnya kita akan melihat siapa yang akan menjadi pemenang di kategori Coaching Team of the Season by Telkomsel.
Pastinya perjuangan setiap tim tidak hanya lahir dari mereka yang bertarung di medan laga. Di balik setiap kemenangan, ada strategi yang diracik dengan cermat dan dorongan motivasi dari para coaching staff baik in-game maupun out-game.
Di MPL Indonesia Season 15, banyak coach yang mampu mengeluarkan potensi terbaik dari setiap playernya. Dan siapakah coaching team yang berhasil menunjukkan strategi dan tentu saja memberikan yang terbaik pula. Dan nominasi Coaching Team of the Season by Telkomsel adalah RRQ Hosi,
Onyx,
Geek Fam,
Bigetron Esport. Kami akan mengundang kepada Bapak Benny Hamdani selaku General Manager Loyalty and Digital Brand Communication dari Telkomsel untuk naik ke atas panggung dan memberikan sambutan serta mengumumkan pemenang dari kategori Coaching Team of the Season by Telkomsel. Kami persilakan Bapak.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Pertama saya ucapkan selamat kepada para tim pemenang yang telah berjuang dari awal sampai saat ini. Telkomsel melalui dunia game sebagai one-stop gaming solution, kemudian simpati terbaik untukmu, mendukung penuh industri dan ekosistem e-sport Indonesia. Saat ini Telkomsel setelah 5 musim berturut-turut bergabung dengan teman-teman dari MPL untuk mendukung ini. Kemudian kita juga mengharapkan agar pro player dapat lebih berprestasi lagi baik dalam skala nasional maupun internasional. Sebagai bagian dari mendukung ekosistem di grassroots, e-sport Telkomsel juga menghadirkan dunia games waktunya Indonesia bermain. Semoga juga ini bisa jadi cikal bakal teman-teman player untuk bisa lebih profesional seperti teman-teman yang hadir di sini. Dan kemudian kami coba sampaikan pemenang Coaching Team of the Season by Telkomsel adalah RRQ Hoshi.
Congratulations! Selamat untuk RRQ Hosi yang sudah berhasil memenangkan Coaching Team of the Season by Telkomsel. Untuk coaching staff langsung saja. Tentu saja sudah tidak asing dengan panggung ini, coaching staff. Beramai-ramai bertiga, kita tahu sih bagaimana NMM, Cascute, dan juga Rave bisa mengembangkan RRQ hingga titik ini menjadi juara regular season dan bahkan membawa mereka ke upper bracket di season 15.
Ya, dan berikut pemenang kita dari Coaching Team of the Season by Telkomsel, RRQ Hoshi.
Kita abadikan momen ini dengan piagam, penghargaan, dan semua yang telah mereka dapatkan dengan kerja keras dedikasi untuk timnya. Inilah dia, coaching staff dari tim RRQ Hosi.
Congratulations sekali lagi dan terima kasih kepada Bapak Benny Hamdani selaku General Manager Loyalty and Digital Brand Communications dari Telkomsel. Kami persilakan untuk kembali dan kepada coaching staff RRQ Hoshi kami persilakan untuk memberikan speech.
Tes. Selamat sore semuanya. Nggak banyak-banyak sih, paling ya say thank you lah buat RRQ Hoshi, tim semuanya dari manajemen, player yang tetap percaya sama kita. Ditambah kita sekarang nambah personil lagi, ada Rev. Terus kita masih mendapatkan award ini, ya bersyukur. Dan untuk para penonton setia, tetap enjoy minggu ini untuk nonton MPL. Thank you.
Sekali lagi congratulations. Dan memang kita melihat dedikasi yang luar biasa dari gameplay, strategi segala macam telah mereka eksekusi dengan baik. RRQ telah mendapatkan awardingnya, namun selanjutnya kita akan memasuki kategori Dream Team of the Season by Good Day. Dan untuk menjadi tim yang hebat tidak hanya coaching staff yang mampu meracik strategi yang apik, tapi juga memerlukan player yang bisa mengeksekusi plan dengan baik.
Dan pastinya para player dari 9 tim sudah menunjukkan kualitasnya di season ini. Walaupun tidak ada tim yang sempurna, namun setiap orang pasti memiliki player impian untuk masuk ke dalam timnya. Dan pastinya MPL Indonesia ingin mewujudkan seluruh keinginan para superfans. Dan kita akan melihat Bude, seperti apa sebenarnya line up Dream Team dari komunitas MPL Indonesia yang dirasa akan menjadi tim sempurna di MPL Indonesia.
Ya pastinya menarik karena untuk Dream Team of the Season akan terbagi menjadi 5 kategori. Yaitu Gold Lane, Jungler, EXP Lane, Mid Lane, dan Roamer. Pemenang Dream Team of the Season ini telah melalui tahap voting dalam proses seleksinya.
Dan sebelum kita melihat siapa yang akan memenangkan Dream Team of the Season by Good Day, kita akan memanggilkan terlebih dahulu Bapak Dedi Napitupulu selaku Brand Manager dari Good Day. Kami persilakan.
Good day everyone. Good day everyone, dengan bangga Kopi Good Day menjadi official sponsor MPL Season 15. Karena kami percaya in the power of positive energy and the spirit of never giving up. We know what it takes to have a good game and push rank at the same time. Karena Kopi Good Day selalu hadir menemani setiap aksi serumu. To all Mobile Legends players out there, keep believing, keep chasing your dreams, and always remember to start a good game with sebotol Good Day. Karena Good Day perlu banyak rasa. Terima kasih. Dan pemenang Dream Team of the Season by Good Day adalah God Laner RRQ Toy. Jungler RRQ Sujin. XP Laner RRQ Dire. Mid Laner RRQ Rings. Dan yang terakhir, Roamer RRQ Idol.
Selamat kami ucapkan untuk para player yang berhasil memenangkan Dream Team of the Season. Kami persilakan Bapak Dedi Napitupulu selaku Brand Manager dari Good Day untuk memberikan penghargaan dan piagam dari MPL Indonesia.
Idok telah mendapatkan piagamnya dan kita tahu bahwa menjadi roamer butuh dedikasi yang luar biasa membaca permainan. Selanjutnya pun kita bisa melihat bahwa Idok bisa dibilang dia berhasil untuk memecahkan histori menjadi roamer yang masuk ke dalam MPL leaderboard. Lalu ada Rins, ada Dairen, wow sudah sampai Susujin. Langsung ngebut di sini semua dari RRQ merupakan dream team. Bagaimana tidak? Mereka adalah juara dari regular season.
Betul sekali Bude, kehebatan dari RRQ Hoshi ini pastinya tidak terlepas dari peran Gold Laner, Jungler, EXP Laner, Mid Laner dan juga Roamer.
Kita dari timnya yang selalu konsisten memberikan yang terbaik dalam setiap matchnya.
Kita akan berikan momen ini, di mana momen Dream Team by Good Day. Tim RRQ berhasil menyabet keluar dari setiap lane-nya. Menjadikan mereka benar-benar bisa dibilang mendapatkan mata, mendapatkan perhatian dari seluruh super fans di Indonesia. Terima kasih kepada Bapak Dedi Natpitupulu selaku brand manager dari Good Day. Kami persilakan untuk turun dan duduk kembali. Terima kasih Bapak Dedi. Dan kepada para pemenang kami persilahkan untuk tim RRQ untuk speech satu persatu dari, ayo siapa nih? Kita RRQ Toy dulu gak sih? Let's go, Gold Laner!
Pertama gue mau ngucapin alhamdulillah dan juga mau ngucapin makasih ke orang tua gue, coaching staff, manajemen, ke Kingdom semua. Jadi makasih aja.
Yeay, itu dia tadi dari RRQ Toy. Dan selanjutnya our juggler ada RRQ Sutsujin.
Gue cuma mau ngucapin terima kasih ke Kingdom yang udah support dan tentunya award ini menjadi motivasi buat bermain lebih baik lagi. Thank you.
Itulah dia dari Sutsujin. Namun selanjutnya ada RRQ Dyron, the XP laner.
Sebelumnya terima kasih semuanya yang udah support gua dan teammate sampai di titik ini. Ya terima kasih juga yang udah voting kita mendapatkan Dream Team of the season ini.
Yeay, congratulations RRQ Dyron. Dan selanjutnya mid laner RRQ Ritz.
Pertama-tama mau mengucapkan alhamdulillah bisa dapat lagi. Terus terima kasih buat para Kingdom, fans, udah nge-vote saya. Terima kasih buat keluarga juga.
Itulah dia sang kapten. Namun last but not least, romer kita ada Idok.
Ya yang pertama-tama alhamdulillah bisa menang awards ini. Ya terima kasih buat Kingdom yang selalu support kami dan keluarga di rumah, manajemen dan coaching team.
Once again, congratulations to Dream Team of the Season. Kami persilakan untuk bisa kembali. Selamat sekali lagi untuk para pemenang. Dan selanjutnya di MPL Indonesia Season 15 ini Bude, kita bisa melihat munculnya banyak wajah baru yang hadir dan membuat MPL Indonesia menjadi lebih berwarna. Terdapat 19 rookie yang telah hadir dan membuat MPL Indonesia Season 15 menjadi season dengan rookie terbanyak.
Kita bisa merasakan bahwa regenerasi terus berlanjut. Bahkan hadir lebih masif dibandingkan season-season yang lalu. Wajah baru membawa warna baru untuk MPL Indonesia. Di mana kehadiran para rookie membuat MPL Indonesia lebih kompetitif dan lebih panas.
Dan pastinya potensi para rookie terbilang tidak kalah dari para seniornya. Namun ada banyak rookie yang di season ini tampil dengan sangat gemilang dan bahkan performanya tidak terlihat seperti rookie.
Betul, dan kira-kira dari banyaknya potensi yang lahir di MPL Indonesia Season 15, jadi makin penasaran gak sih? Siapakah yang layak menjadi Rookie of the Season by GoPay? Nominasinya adalah
Geek Make It,
Onyx Savero,
RRQ Toy,
Alter Ego Rene,
Geek Kenziski,
Tim Liquid ID Kyo,
Navi X Magic,
Dewa Maybe,
Alter Ego Arfi,
Navi Washipol.
Kami undang kepada Bapak Rudi Tantio Setiawan selaku Head of Product Marketing dari GoPay untuk naik ke atas panggung dan memberikan sambutan serta mengumumkan pemenang dari kategori Rookie of the Season by GoPay.
Ya, selamat sore semuanya. Terima kasih Bude dan Alicia. Terima kasih juga buat Muntun. Tidak terasa sudah 3 season, 3 musim GoPay menemani teman-teman di sini semua dan mempersembahkan penghargaan bagi talenta muda Indonesia yang berbakat, yang berhasil membuktikan diri mereka di panggung e-sport Indonesia. Ya, saya rasa kita semua setuju, season 15 ini masih mengusung tema yang sama seperti musim lalu. Ya, temanya tentang regenerasi, tentang para rookie yang muda dan berani. Tanpa mengurangi rasa hormat saya kepada para pemain yang senior, tapi kita melihat bahwa musim ini benar-benar para rookie menjadi andalan di tim mereka masing-masing. Ya. GoPay sebagai salah satu official e-wallet yang mensponsori MDL, MPL, dan M-Series selama 2 tahun berturut-turut, saya khususnya mendapat privilege bahwa saya bisa melihat perkembangan dari pemain masing-masing. Ya, yang membuat saya sangat bangga. Rookie of the Season MDL Season 9 dan Rookie of the Season MDL Season 10 berada di dalam nominasi Rookie of the Season MPL Season 15 ini. Jadi 2 dari antara mereka itu berhasil naik level dan main di MPL Season 15 kali ini. Dan gak cuma mereka naik level, tapi mereka membuktikan diri mereka benar-benar bisa diandalkan dan tidak tergantikan, bahkan membawa tim mereka berlaga di upper bracket playoff kali ini. Naik level, bisa diandalkan dan tidak tergantikan. Sama seperti GoPay yang terus hadir menemani para player MLBB untuk terus boleh naik level dengan GoPay Games, gopay.co.id/games, tempat web top up di mana teman-teman bisa menjadi wadah untuk terus berkembang dan naik level dengan top up yang konsisten dengan harga murah. Kami ingin pengalaman bermain menjadi hashtag pasti GG. Kemudian GoPay juga hadir dengan aplikasi baru untuk terus bisa diandalkan dan tidak tergantikan sebagai kegiatan sehari-hari untuk mengisi pulsa, membeli paket data, membayar tagihan listrik, membayar tagihan internet. Juga kami hadir dengan feature-feature finansial, tabungan, transfer, dan kami terus berkomitmen untuk menginovasi sehingga GoPay terus menjadi andalan bagi teman-teman gamers. Akhir kata, untuk semua pemain Mobile Legends, dimanapun semua berada, juga untuk para nominasi Rookie of the Season MPL ID Season 15, terus berprestasi, terus semangat, berikan yang terbaik, dan bisa mengharumkan nama Indonesia. Maju terus e-sport Indonesia. Dan saya akan membacakan yang menjadi Rookie of the Season MPL ID Season 15 by GoPay adalah Make-It dari Geek Fam.
Congratulations Make-It! The Smiling Jungler telah berhasil mendapatkan Rookie of the Season by GoPay. Sejak debutnya hingga regular season berakhir, namanya tak pernah hilang dari perbincangan superfans, dari perbincangan para talent. Dan tentu saja dia akan langsung mendapatkan penghargaan dari Bapak Rudy. Dan ini adalah tentunya yang diharapkan dari Make-It. Sebagai rookie, mendapat apresiasi dan dari GoPay.
Congratulations dan terima kasih kepada Bapak Rudy Tantio Setiawan selaku Head of Product Marketing GoPay. Kami persilakan untuk Make-It dari Geek Fam untuk memberikan speech.
Ya pertama-tama alhamdulillah aja. Nggak expect sih bisa dapat rookie. Ya makasih buat coaching staff, orang tua sama tim gua nge-support gua terus. Makasih.
Terima kasih The Smiling Jungler. The Jungler gemoy, banyak sekali nama yang dia dapatkan. Namun sang Rookie of the Season dari tim Geek Fam memang masuknya tuh membawa sejarah baru. Geek Fam masuk upper bracket, juga bisa dibilang berkat dirinya. Dan banyak sekali tentunya kita melihat performa Make-It yang membuat kita wow.
Betul sekali, membuat kita terkejut dan layak sekali pastinya untuk memenangkan Rookie of the Season by GoPay. Dan yang tidak kalah luar biasa pastinya adalah player yang bisa terus-menerus memberikan penampilan yang maksimal di setiap matchnya dan membawa timnya menjadi lebih baik di setiap pertandingannya. Dan kali ini kita akan memasuki dan membacakan nominasi untuk MVP Regular Season by Samsung. Dan nominasinya adalah Oni Kairi,
RRQ Idok,
Geek Make It,
Bigetron Eman,
Onyx Sans.
Semuanya pasti deg-degan. Maka dari itu kami akan langsung mengundang Bapak Martinus Manurung, Head of Esports Business Development Munton Indonesia yang mewakili dari Samsung untuk naik ke atas panggung dan memberikan sambutan serta mengumumkan pemenang dari kategori MVP Regular Season by Samsung.
Baik, dan pemenang kategori Regular Season MVP by Samsung Galaxy adalah selamat kepada Idok dari tim RRQ Hoshi.
Selamat untuk Idok dari tim RRQ yang sudah berhasil memenangkan MVP Regular Season by Samsung. Ia merupakan satu-satunya roamer yang masuk ke MVP Leaderboard dan nominasi MVP Regular Season dengan 3 kali Player of the Week. Idok membuktikan bahwa roamer ternyata juga bisa menjadi carry untuk timnya.
Back to back nih Idok, tadi baru naik sekarang naik lagi. Memang Idok menorehkan sejarah baru bagi roamer Indonesia. Dan kita melihat banyak sekali yang didapatkan dengan kerja keras yang ia berikan. Banyak sekali. Dan inilah dia MVP Regular Season. Seorang roam yang masuk ke dalam leaderboard dan berhasil memenangkan. Terima kasih kepada Bapak Martinus Manurung sudah memberikan penghargaan dan inilah dia Idok. Dipersilahkan untuk sepatah dua patah nyanyi juga boleh Dok.
Ya, yang pertama-tama gue nggak nyangka lah bisa dapat MVP regular season. Ya, piala ini membuktikan buat para roamer ya bisa bersaing dengan role yang lain. Dan gue juga makasih buat teammates gue yang selalu mendukung gue, coaching staff, manajemen yang mempercayai gue, dan keluarga di rumah. Thank you.
Congratulations sekali lagi untuk RRQ Idok. Wow, luar biasa sekali prestasi yang ditorehkan ya Bude.
Iya, gak kerasa ya. Udah banyak kategori kita bacakan, sudah ada 5 para pemenang pun juga sudah kita dapatkan. Banyak sekali mungkin yang benar-benar menikmati bahwa apresiasi diberikan. Dan kita langsung aja mengucapkan terima kasih sebesar-besarnya kepada semua yang telah bergabung bersama kami di sini dari awal hingga akhir, baik yang ada di Jakarta International Velodrome maupun yang ada di rumah menonton secara online.
Dan tidak lupa juga pastinya kami ingin mengucapkan terima kasih kepada seluruh player, pelatih, manajer tim, content creator, komunitas, sponsor, dan pastinya penggemar dan para super fans yang telah membuat MPL Indonesia Season 15 menjadi yang terbaik hingga saat ini. Kalian adalah tulang punggung komunitas MPL Indonesia.
Benar sekali. Dan memang kita melihat semuanya bersatu untuk hari ini. Tak lupa kita ingin mengucapkan congratulations. Selamat untuk para pemenang. Semoga penghargaan ini memacu semangat kalian untuk terus berjuang, berkembang, dan menjadikan dunia esports Indonesia semakin besar dan kuat.
Dan tidak terasa selesai sudah dibacakannya 5 nominasi MPL Award Season 15. Dan sekarang waktunya untuk Aliza bersama Bude pamit undur diri. Namun jangan kemana-mana karena sesaat lagi kita akan menyaksikan match yang seru antara Bigetron yang akan berhadapan dengan Alter Ego.
Tentu saja ini yang dinantikan pula bagaimana kelanjutan dari hari yang pertama babak playoff. Jadi sampai jumpa dan selamat menyaksikan MPL Indonesia Season 15 Playoff. We are this!
Galaxy A36 5G. Baru. Awesome intelligence, tambah makin next level, always red. Semua game kita gak worry, fast story, comes victory. Baru Galaxy A36 5G.
Walau yang lain terus berubah, GoPay konsisten, kasih yang pasti murah. Tagihan murah di aplikasi GoPay, transfer 100 kali per bulan. Download aplikasi GoPay baru, nggak pakai lama. Dompet andalan gamers banyak damage-nya.
Rasa baru makin seru. Pertama di Indonesia. Kopi susu rasa cookies. Always ready, warnai harimu. Good day Groovy Cookies. Nikmati sensasi asyik kopi cookiesnya.
Tak ada hari tanpa mabar. Main ngelek, kerap buatku tak sabar. Gimana mau main sampai kelar? Ini waktunya ku bersinar. Okay, let's do it. Games main sandalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Tim stabil main makin mulus, rankku fix naik terus. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Cuma Games Max, makin no debat.
Games Max Booster, kini dapat DG rings. Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya di aplikasi Dunia Games.
相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせで行くわよ。 よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。みんな、渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。クラマ、力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
In time immemorial, the endless war destroyed the balance between yin and yang, plunging the Cadia Riverlands into chaos. As catastrophe loomed, a woman of destiny stepped forth, casting aside divinity for the plight of mortals.
Such sacrifice for a fleeting moment of peace in the mortal realm. Does thine heart not regret?
To protect the realm.
What is there to regret?
This day, destiny descends once more. Zutian the Ordained, of untold merit and unbound benevolence, preserver of peace and prosperity, unfaded by time. This day, let heaven and earth bear witness as the Phoenix ascends the throne. A realm united toward a new golden age.
From time forgotten to the new dawn, as long as I breathe, Shandu shall never fade.
Miseてやるよ。シャリンガンの本当の力をな。力が湧いてくる。相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
They said there's a limit in the women's league. In MWI, we say limit? Watch us bounce. From the MWI queens everyone knows, to the stars who came out from nowhere, to the ultimate champions. Now, MWI is expanding greater than ever. Turkey, EECA, Africa, Mongolia, and beyond. We're stretching the map wider. MWI, where dreams get louder. This isn't just a tournament. It's your passport to the world stage. A spotlight for women in the EWC. No rules, no ceilings, no limits. Just this. We're vibrant. We're ready. We're limitless.
just about my thing. Next level, always rest. Wasting time, no more. Charging obviously faster.
Baru Galaxy A36 5G.
Baru. Awesome intelligence, about my thing. Next level, always rest. Semua game kita gak worry. Next story. Comes victory.
Baru Galaxy A36 5G.
Di aplikasi GoPay, di aplikasi GoPay. Walau yang lain terus berubah, GoPay konsisten, kasih yang pasti murah. Bayar tagihan murah. Di aplikasi GoPay, gratis transfer 100 kali per bulan. Download aplikasi GoPay baru, nggak pakai lama. Dompet andalan gamers banyak damage-nya.
Rasa baru makin seru. Pertama di Indonesia. Kopi susu rasa cookies. Always ready, warnai harimu. Good day groovy cookies. Nikmati sensasi asyik kopi cookiesnya.
Tak ada hari tanpa mabar. Main ngelek, kerap buat ku tak sabar. Gimana mau main sampai kelar? Ini waktunya ku bersinar. Okay, let's do it. Game smash andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Tim stabil main makin mulus, rankku fix naik terus. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Cuma Game Smash makin no debat.
Game Max Booster, kini dapat DG Rings. Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya di aplikasi Dunia Games.
相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。クラマ、力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
In time immemorial, the endless war destroyed the balance between yin and yang, plunging the Cadia Riverlands into chaos. As catastrophe loomed, a woman of destiny stepped forth, casting aside divinity for the plight of mortals.
Sacrifice for a fleeting moment of peace in the mortal realm. Does thine heart not regret?
To protect the realm.
What is there to regret?
This day, destiny descends once more. Zutian the Ordained, of untold merit and unbound benevolence, preserver of peace and prosperity, unfaded by time. This day, let heaven and earth bear witness as the Phoenix ascends the throne. A realm united toward a new golden age.
From time forgotten to the new dawn. As long as I breathe, Shandu shall never fade.
Misete yaru yo. Sharingan no hontou no chikara o na. 湧いてくる。相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
They said there's a limit in the Women's League. In MWI, we say limit? Watch us bounce from the MWI Queens everyone knows, to the stars who came out from nowhere, to the ultimate champions. Now, MWI is expanding greater than ever. Turkey, EECA, Africa, Mongolia, and beyond. We're stretching the map wider. MWI, where dreams get louder. This isn't just a tournament. It's your passport to the world stage. A spotlight for women in the EWC. No rules, no ceilings, no limits. Just this. We're vibrant. We're ready. We're limitless.
wasting time no more. Charging obviously faster.
Baru Galaxy A36 5G.
Baru. Awesome intelligence, tambah makin next level, always red. Semakin kita gak worry. Next story. Guns victory.
Baru Galaxy A36 5G.
Walau yang lain terus berubah, Gope konsisten, kasihnya pasti murah. Tagihan murah di aplikasi Gope, transfer 100 kali per bulan. Download aplikasi Gope baru, nggak pakai lama. Dompet andalan gamers banyak damage-nya.
Rasa baru makin seru. Pertama di Indonesia. Kopi susu rasa cookies. Always ready, warnai harimu. Good day groovy cookies. Nikmati sensasi asyik kopi cookiesnya.
Tak ada hari tanpa mabar. Main ngelek, kerap buatku tak sabar. Gimana mau main
Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed,
Live from Jakarta International Velodrome, MPL Indonesia Season 15 is powered by Moonton. Supported by Esports Federation of Indonesia. Presented by official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy. Official e-wallet GoPay. Official sponsor, Head & Shoulders. Official coffee, Good Day. We own this.
Jakarta International Velodrome, bersiaplah untuk berderum drum semua hal untuk menyambut match kedua antara Big Keton dan Alter Ego. Ini adalah pertarungan do or die. Kedua tim ini harus bisa memberikan yang mereka miliki. Karena kesempatan hanya satu kali saja di babak play-in. Mereka memang finish di klasemen yang begitu tipis, posisi 4 dan 5. Namun dengan histori yang begitu memukau dan memikat, kita tidak bisa lupa bahwa kedua tim ini selalu baku hantam. Mereka selalu memberikan gameplay yang begitu apik dan menarik. Dan kalau kita bahas tentang babak playoff di musim lalu, bagaimana kita bisa melupakan bahwa Alter Ego harus go home dengan skor yang cukup telak di tangan tim Bigetron. Dan progres dari kedua tim kita bisa saksikan bahwa balas-membalas sudah terjadi di season 15. Leg pertama, Bigetron berhasil menumbangkan dengan 2-0. Namun di leg kedua, Alter Ego berhasil membalas dengan 2-0 pula. Dan pertempuran yang bisa kita bilang baku hantam tak akan usai. Akan terus berlanjut di babak playoff. Namun hanya akan ada satu tim yang melaju ke babak selanjutnya. Dan satu tim lainnya harus berpuas diri. Dan ini adalah pertemuan mereka yang bisa dibilang di babak playoff sering sekali bertemu. Dan histori terus akan berlanjut. Seperti apa tim akan menulis dari histori mereka. Dan tentu saja kita juga penasaran seperti apa keramaian, keseruan dari Biget Troopers yang udah ramai di sini. Dan juga Alter Champs yang sudah mulai bersiap. Dan kita akan menyaksikan bahwa banyak sekali pertemuan yang kita nantikan. Dua tim bisa dibilang baku hantam terus menerus. Dan tentu saja acara hari begitu meriah babak playoff bisa mengumpulkan semua super fans dari seluruh penjuru Indonesia dan bahkan dunia. Dan tentunya tak lekang dari dukungan para sponsor dan partner. Karena MPL Indonesia season 15 babak playoff powered by Munton. Supported by PBSI, presented by official turnamen smartphone Samsung Galaxy. Official e-wallet GoPay, official sponsor Head and Shoulder, official coffee partner Good Day. Dan juga kita punya partner ini sports, ada Telkomsel, Dunia Games dan IndiHome. Bersama dengan advertiser Kacang Sukro dan juga Hawkband. Dan supplier kita ada RSV Helmet, UBS Gold, Kila Food, Royal Guard, Mercon Merah Putih, Imaginary, dan Jakarta International Velodrome. Dan mengingat bahwa playoff apapun bisa terjadi, semuanya akan benar-benar kita lihat siapa yang akan berdiri dan siapa yang akan tunduk. Di match pertama 3-1, usai begitu saja. Nasib tim akan benar-benar tergantung dari bagaimana mereka bisa beradaptasi di babak playoff ini. Semuanya berekspektasi, semuanya ingin menyaksikan pertarungan yang epic. Mari kita sambut bersama-sama Jakarta International Velodrome. Inilah dia pertemuan Bigetron dan Alter Ego.
Another elimination match ahead of us, ladies and gentlemen, as we're back for MPL ID Season 15 Playoffs here live in Jakarta International Velodrome. Back with me, Eterna, alongside with Arashi, as well as Realize. And we're going straight into yet another bout of the Chaos Derby.
Dude, Chaos Derby in the playoffs, we haven't seen this in a long time. They were playing that recording of us, not of us, but of Alter Ego and Bigetron.
Of you?
In Bali, dude, in season 8. Dude, the nostalgia hit me like a truck, man. We haven't seen this in so long, and I think, dude, if you thought that the earlier match was loud, in theory, this should be the louder match, dude.
Yeah, this actually goes back to kind of the lore of why this was called the Chaos Derby to begin with, right? Season 7, it was BTR, I believe, that sent Alter Ego home on the play-ins on the first day of the playoffs. And they said, what? I think they said something spicy in Season 7. They were like, Alter Ego, go home.
Go home.
And then in Season 8, sorry. In Season 8, Alter Ego were the ones to be able to take down BTR on the first day of the play-ins and singing Sayonara.
Sayonara.
That's a little bit of the lore. So ever since then, it's been very spicy when they meet each other in the regular season. But finally, we get to see them in the playoffs. We did have a little bit of a survey going on earlier. Ladies and gentlemen, you guys can go ahead and check out and vote what you guys thought. I kind of missed it. What was the topic? Did you guys catch it?
One of them being they will take revenge. That's
Okay.
it.
What was the main question though?
Who will win the 6th Chaos Derby?
Oh, this is the 6th.
Yeah.
And I believe the score right now, the tally, should be 3-2 for Alter Ego.
Yep.
Ooh.
So a certain young red-headed man was saying it's time to equalize the score.
Absolutely, absolutely. 3-2-6. Will it go in favor of Alter Ego or will it go in favor of BTR? But before that, we do want to discuss a certain new figure that has climbed his ranks in the regular season and made his way to later on, though. We'll be talking about that. We're talking about this first. Again, it's a little bit of a nostalgia, a breakthrough that we're looking at. The Sayonara versus the Go 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 Home thing. This is something that we did explain earlier on. We're looking at the past matches and their results. But honestly, 2-0 Alter Ego in the final week of the regular season. What are your guys' thoughts on today?
I mean, today will be very, very close. I feel like that 2-0 was reminiscent of how Bigatron were performing, obviously. Alter Ego, they were able to put an Arfi onto the lineup. That guy's the one who we will be talking about.
Yeah, I got excited.
Yeah, we will
Too
be
excited
talking
for
about him. Spoiled, but I think for Arfi, he has been able to adapt to the team very, very well. He fit in like a glove for Alter Ego. People were talking about Highs leaving. Will that be impact? Will that have an impact to Alter Ego? But turns out it's Arfi just making plays left and right, and of course Rin is always also there. So I felt like the Chaos Derby kind of lost its touch when Key left, when Pai left.
Right, the vocal ones.
Yeah, the vocal ones, right? The ones who are...
Forget Udil.
Udil as
Oh,
well,
yeah. Oh, yeah.
The trash talkers, basically. But now Rin is reinstated into the Alter Ego lineup, and then you have Arfi as well, people who also talk. It feels like they're spicing up the heat again.
That's definitely what we were expecting, what we were hoping for, right? Come on, man. We're Indonesia. This is a country known for spicy cuisine. We gotta have spicy players too.
Yeah.
We should.
Fair point, fair point. For sure, for sure, for sure. So back to the audience topic voting earlier on. Oh, there you go. Who will win the 6th Chaos Derby in the play-ins? It looks like...
Bigatron?
I can't see. 43% to BTR continues dominance over Alter Ego.
Dominant.
Not surprising. I wouldn't call it dominance, but...
I mean, Alter Ego were able to get the last laugh, at least in regular season, the closing match.
Yeah.
2-0. But Bigatron has been always criticized for, you know, choking in the playoffs, not making it to the last cut. So I hope they're able to show much more sustainability in the playoffs and then provide us with, you know, a chaotic match that should be chaotic.
That should be what we're looking at, but we've got to address the problems with BTR. Right? So...
Which is?
Exactly. Let's talk about it.
Oh, okay. Well, something I've heard before, some people have voiced out concerns about how Bigatron, they have a very good gold laner, right? No one's debating that.
He's a gold laner.
But is this team becoming a bit too reliant on said gold laner? We just saw earlier a team that has always been able to rely on Fabian. You saw how Onyx approached that, man. Fabian taken out of the equation. There's nothing to say that Alter Ego can't do something similar, especially because if you look at their situation, it's the exact opposite. They have multiple ways, multiple channels to try and get that win.
Absolutely, and one of which is Arfi, right?
Yes, sir.
Arfi, we have Rin, we have these really new young blood players coming through from the side of Alter Ego that have really shaped and held on to how they've been able to perform this season. But finally we get to, you know, the topic that I've been waiting for. Chasing the gold standard. You're seeing Arfi and Kelra up on your screen right now, and the big question is whether or not Arfi can actually follow in the footsteps of the golden standard in the gold lane, which is Kelra.
Yeah, back rooms, we're talking about this being a far-fetched statement, but I guess it's all about the process. It's all about making it up there, right? Kelra, I was about to say Kelra at first was having his own process, but he turned out to win MSC right away, so I can't really say much.
Yeah, he kind of exploded onto the scene, so...
It's unfair.
I think people are drawing comparisons with how explosive the debut was. Arfi, dude, within the first few games, savage, if I'm not mistaken.
Against RRQ.
Shut up, bro. We did not need that extra information.
Okay, I will.
That,
keep it
that
to
was
myself.
that was a little personal for Arashi.
It's a critical hit.
What I'm trying to say is that it's a savage on your debut against RRQ. RRQ was the leading team in the regular season.
Absolutely. Yeah.
They were the Titans that everybody was fearful of.
Yes.
So that just adds more, I think, more spice to the mix, and it adds more credibility to RFE that he won't be tackled by the stage jitters.
For sure. For sure. And whether or not BTR as well can actually get through that kind of hindrance. Because you mentioned earlier on, right? BTR, when it comes down to playoffs, it feels like there's kind of something going on with them, and they kind of fail to get all the way into the grand finals. So it's a little bit of a flashback to Season 7? Was that? Yeah, Season 7 BTR alongside with EVOS. It's BTR's mission now to come back to MSC to represent Indonesia once again here in 2025 from their last time, which was 2021.
Dude, I mean, that is such a different time. Look at the familiar face that we saw there. Mr. Age, the mad scientist. We saw Key still in Bigatron. No, who was it? The twins. I keep forgetting which twin.
Max.
Madam Max.
Were they both there in Season 7?
No, the one.
Season 7
it was Max.
I think it's Max, right? So I mean, dude, what a trip, man. But Season
Brand.
7, Brand was still there.
Yeah.
I mean, I bet Mirko was having a nostalgia trip immediately. He has all those rosters locked
Exactly.
in.
And that's why it's funny, because back in the day, Season 7, when Brands was in the roster, well, of course, he kind of wasn't available for the MSC run, but it was all around the gold lane. Paspam Brands. That's where it came from. It wasn't when he was at EVOS. It was when he was with BTR. And now, one of the biggest questions is, BTR have kind of fallen back to that Season 7 strategy, that one-dimensional BTR. That poses the big question. If they're so one-dimensional, will they be able to go all the way into the grand finals here?
And that's the thing, because for Bigatron, this is a team with flexibility. We know that Luke can go and have that carry style. He also has that Masha in his arsenal. On top of that, the Moreno can carry as well. But it really seems like when they do carry, it's out of necessity. It's out of circumstance. Bigatron doesn't seem to have, I don't know, like a game plan where they are going to rely on Luke to hard carry, where they're going to rely on Moreno to just snowball out of control. It seems like, okay, it's always Iman.
Technically, it's always Iman and Moreno, reflecting back to the regular season.
Yeah, but it seems like it's mainly Iman, and then, you know, Moreno is just there. And if Iman falls short, then Moreno is always around, right? But we haven't, I don't think we've seen a very, like, Moreno-centric...
Moreno-Selena matches? I'd say he'd be hard carrying as well. Instead, I'd say he'd be the spear, facilitating Eman in that regard. So it really depends on the drafts.
But he's facilitating Eman.
For later on.
I think it's fair, because Eman is just world class. This guy is way too good to ignore. Why would you choose a winning condition that isn't the best winning condition? You could choose Eman because he's the best goal laner there is in MPL ID. Let's just be fair.
I agree.
This guy is so good to just ignore.
But that's in the regular season when you're trying to get points, when you're trying to get
exactly.
things. But now in the playoffs, it's a whole different ball game. It's a best of 5. If you are too used to just Eman, there are 3 games technically or more for your opponents to kind of solve it out. And when that happens, I really hope that Bigatron has alternatives.
We have a lot of questions, ladies and gentlemen, but of course only the players will be able to answer it because it looks like they are ready. We haven't seen the Chaos Derby in quite some time, but here they are walking up on the stage.
The Jakarta International Velodrome will bear witness of yet another Chaos Derby. Not just another Chaos Derby, it's an elimination match with both teams possibly duking it out with every inch of their power. Mechanical Titans without a crown. They have time and time again fell short. In front of them are the 3 masked men standing strong. Forged in crimson steel, it is Bigatron. And the 3 masked men behind it with the thirst for chaos. It is Alter Ego.
That is the Chaos Derby, ladies and gentlemen. Walking down right now, here are the coaches. And NFR, along with Theo and of course, our Marshall here are Dimas bringing in Sefer and Tazi. Let's see, man. The drafts have been so important all the way from the beginning. We've seen it happen in the first match. The drafts can immediately decide who gets the upper hand and who can actually get a straightforward path towards victory. So the homework, the research has begun way, way back in the past 2 weeks, but it's gonna come to conclusion now.
We've seen the impact that the draft can have in our opening match of the day. We saw when the draft coming in from Onyx was a little bit questionable, that gave TLID the loophole to be able to get in that victory, that one game victory earlier on. So the drafts will be a huge decider. And we're now going to take a look at BTR's meta check.
Well, immediately, right, the pocket picks do stand out. See that Masha that was popularized by Bigatron. Along with that, the most banned, the Fanny as well. So this is a different situation here because before Bigatron Esports, one of their main solid carries is their jungler. But we're in a different time. Annabelle definitely has a ton of potential, but he hasn't really been the most flexible or the most dominant of junglers so far. So that is something that we have to wait and see. If he can step up to the plate right now, that could be the extra factor as alongside Moreno as well as Eman to really kind of throw some confusion into the drafting mind game.
It's insane for me how Luke is able to absorb at least one ban. So technically, the enemy team will only have 4 bans because that one ban will be targeted towards his Masha, right? And that just gives Bigatron more leeway to then navigate in the draft and dictate what draft they want to bring. For Alter Ego, it's always been the Granger, obviously since Highs. But I think RFP with the Granger, this is the hero that he got the Savage, by the way, against RRQ. He's able to perform very well in this hero as well. And they like it. They like it so much.
For Alter Ego, you do see that Leo Mort lurking around in the bottom right corner. Beware of that. But if you look at the most banned, again, the Fanny has been banned by both these teams. So are we gonna see a match without a Fanny ban? Because they respectively don't seem to be that confident with their jungler's Fanny performance.
Is Annabelle good with the Fanny though?
I think he hasn't. It's okay, but he really isn't like Kyrie level.
I'd prefer it to fall. I'd prefer it to be banned rather than fall to the hands of Rin, because Rin is.
But Rin is also okay.
Yeah, they're just decent with the Fanny.
Oh, yeah.
So that's why this is kind of different. Because before, oh man, with Fabian and Kyrie, there's no way that Fanny sees the light of day.
No way.
But now that might happen. And considering the stakes right now, do teams want to try and take that risk and go for something like the Fanny despite the lackluster performance? And another factor for the 3 masks here is Nino.
Absolutely. Nino then and now. 5th to 6th place in MPL ID Season 7 back then. And then he was able to get the best gold laner in his next season. It's a different kind of storyline to what we saw in our first match, considering that they were able to finally lift the trophy. But that's why Alter Ego are called the Uncrowned Kings, right?
Yep.
Haven't been able to lift it up, but this might be that rare season and that rare occasion that Alter Ego has that chance, because among all the casters, we've seen a lot of them actually saying that Alter Ego is the dark horse of the playoffs.
And I can agree. When I was asked myself, who do you think is the dark horses of the playoffs season 15? It's Alter Ego, man. If they do indeed improve at a adequate pace, there's no saying that they can't really beat Bigatron, man. They have the flexibility, they have the standout players, and Nino has improved so much, especially considering he moved over to a different role. On the opposing side, though, this is a man that has not moved roles, has stayed consistent. What Mirko would refer to as the smartest gold laner in Indonesia.
He did it before it was cool.
Before he was cool,
yes. Like the item swapping, that was insane. That was groundbreaking.
That was only a jungler thing.
That was only a jungle thing. Exactly. So the fact that he was able to do it back then, I don't remember what season it was. It was like super long ago, before it was cool. This is why Eman, up until this point, is still the golden standard for gold laners in Indonesia.
Don't forget the itemization. That's one of the things that made Mirko, that really impressed Mirko as well. when he was able to just go with a weird, unorthodox item build. But when you look at it, when you try and see the intention behind it, it all makes sense. And that's something that's going to be very valuable, especially when interests matter in a matchup like this. A different item or even a different item component can swing the balance in favor of your team. So we are definitely going to keep an eye out for that for Eman. And look at the hero pool. Dang.
I actually really wanted to talk about Luke. We talked about Nino earlier on, the fact that he's really developed and progressed in his performance. But what did you guys think about Luke in the regular season? Sure, we're seeing him being on the top 5 player of hero pools, especially in the EXP lane particularly. But yeah, performance-wise for Luke in the regular season?
Yeah, it was solid, but I always say that, you know, in Geek Fam he had much more freedom, to be honest. And Megatron is not given that much of a task to be the enabler for the team, but I think he's fitting well, and he could be the main carry for Megatron attack.
I feel like it might be the difference between who he's bouncing off of. Because we've always mentioned the synergy between the EXP lane and the roam position is always going to be so important. Back then, Luke was with Beloyski, and Beloyski knows how to adjust, how to kind of bring out the best in his teammates. So now, in Bigatron, he's usually paired up with roamers with their own, with a strong sense of identity as well. Back then with Key, now with Light as well. So it's almost like there's not a clear direction on who's actually steering the boat. And you know, in the highest level of Mobile Legends, that has to be cleared out in order for the EXP lane and the roam both to be able to make those plays more confidently.
Exactly. So, Light or Finn?
Ah!
See, that's another thing that we're not really sure what to expect. Because up until the very end of the regular season, they still have been swapping out these roamers.
Yeah, we cut Light some slack.
Whoa, 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 whoa!
Wait, what up? Whoa!
Is that Optimum Pride?
That's pretty cool too.
Optimum Pride though.
Sorry to cut you off, realize I just got caught off guard. What the heck was that?
Earlier.
Me too.
Now it's Optimum.
Optimum Pride.
Optimum Pride.
We can't say the whole thing. We can't say the whole thing.
Yeah, we can't say the whole.
It's Optimus Pride.
You gotta ask Midnight later.
Oh, I think I know.
Yeah. So
Nice.
Optimum Pride.
Optimum
Yes.
Pride, babe. Say Optimum Pride though.
Yeah, exactly.
So going back, Finn or Light?
I started my point by saying that we cut Light some slack early on because maybe he's still trying to adapt to the language, and communication issues and all that. But I think coming into the regular season and towards the end, I think Finn was much more dynamic because, you know, Light wasn't really able to go online when he wasn't able to get his power picks like the Cho, the Chip. And even with the Chip, sometimes his engages were questionable. Like he was following up and crashing into the second tier turret while it's still standing and everyone just follows suit, ending up with them all dying. But for Finn, it's always him able to play different types of heroes, different approaches in the team fight. So personally speaking, I would prefer to have Finn because they look more solid, but I'm not trying to discredit Light. He's good in his own regard. But as of now, Finn, I think, is much more dynamic.
Well, especially with the drafting phase being so important right now, I do feel like Finn brings a lot more questions towards the opponents because he's been a bit more flexible, and we've seen him with being decent with a lot more heroes compared to Light.
He picked up the Angela even.
Yeah.
Exactly. With Light, when he gets his signature heroes, he pops off. That's great. But when he doesn't, it's not really as consistent. So it's kind of the highs and lows versus the consistency. And if you want Luke also to gain a bit more consistency, I feel like Finn would be the right answer. But who knows?
Who knows? I guess we'll see as we get into the drafting phase. We kind of missed the earlier lineup because it was shown to us who was playing.
It's Light though that's playing. Right?
Oh, it's Light.
Yeah, he was in the frame, right? It was.
Oh, you're right. It is Light.
Playing
Okay, there you
He was
go.
playing with his phone.
So here are the drafts, ladies and gentlemen, in this best of 5 elimination match between Alter Ego as well as BTR. That's not Onyx. I think a little bit.
Hey!
They can't
We won our match.
They can't move on, man.
We won our match.
Even the asset can't move on. Blue side Alter Ego, presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy A36 5G. These are fast picks coming through. Fredrin, Masha, Chip Banda by Alter Ego. Onyx, sorry, BTR go for
On.
the Hayabusa Jory and the Phobius ban. They pick up the Baxia for Alter Ego, and the Luo Yi and the Kalia gets picked up.
The Bakhtia is very good, especially against a Harith. We talked about this. The Kimi, some sort. It's some sort of a deny pick to the Kimi as well. But with the Bakhtia, you can skip the Dominance Ice, the Genius Wand early on with Glowing One as well. You can skip anti-regen items so that you can exhilarate core items that helps you with the skirmish, because he has his own built-in anti-regen with Tortoise Passants in the ultimate, so that really helps. So for again, for Bigatron, excuse me, I got off guard as well right there. For Bigatron, Kalea Luo Yi, the Kalea has been their bread and butter. They're gonna probably pair this up with a Beatrix later on if they wanna open it right now.
Oh.
Selena though, for Hijume, that's a pick stolen then from Moreno.
Kind of, but with the lawyer already in the picture, I think Moreno wouldn't be too concerned about that.
That's true.
But, oh boy, we've seen this before, by the way. Shield Unity into a skill shot.
Oh, yeah.
We saw it before with a Franco, I believe. Now with the Selena, there's a chance they can elevate this combo even more. So far, we've seen what could be the trio mid already from Alter Ego, but we'll have to wait and see. They definitely have the rotational advantage, especially in the early game.
Yeah.
But remember, with the diversion, things aren't always what they see.
But I'd say that that combo is kind of telegraphed, because the Abyssal Arrow is kind of slow, right? Even if it received a few buffs, moving faster. Compared it to the Iron Hook just goes fast. It's instant. But the Abyssal Arrow is kind of telegraphed, so, you know, the execution needs to go down to the minute details.
Alright. We're coming to the second phase now of the ban and picks. Looks like Valentina is the choice of a ban coming through from BTR, I believe.
Valentina, yeah.
Valentina ban. Why
And
do you
blue.
think the Valentina ban here? Do you think it's a potential deny Lucas, Edith?
Or maybe the Selena might go Rome, but if they picked up the box. Nah, there's no way. Wait, well, wait till the end of Valentina then. Yeah, kind of makes sense.
Because
There you go, because Lucas picked.
But
boom.
Because Valentina can be picked up by Nino in the EXP lane.
That's true.
And he has done it before.
Yeah.
Amazingly, by the way.
Yeah.
He wrecked that match.
It was insane.
It's kind of carrying, so hey. Now for Alter Ego, they bend the glue as well. Trying to make sure that that Nino can't get on anything that's a bit too they're gonna be facing anything that's a bit too annoying in the lane. Any kind of those really strong all-in laners. Because Alter Ego, they really like having Nino in a more dominant position. Bigatron though, Angela, what?
Technically, Dreams can pick it up. Ijume too.
Angela Baksha combo?
Exactly, they're denying that for sure.
Okay, well, that's an interesting decision there. I mean, if Alter Ego went for it, that would be... I feel that would be severely limited when it comes to the front lines, right? But I guess with the Baksha, they're confident that's gonna work. So 1-1, being the final ban here for Alter Ego. They want to make sure that when they do roll and crush into someone, especially the gold lane, they want to make sure they can get Eman without any weird outplay potential.
Alright then, a pick for Bigatron. The Beatrix is still available if they want to pick it up now. Could be a possibility. Or the carry even.
I mean,
two
technically,
strong picks.
Moskov is still
Yeah,
up
Moskov
for
as
grabs,
well.
right?
If you want to play, the global route, you can. But they've go with Granger. What is up with Kalea and Granger today?
I'm not quite sure, man, because again, in theory, that shouldn't have that big of like a synergy bonus, by all means. But I guess again, if the Granger is snowballing, then, you know, the Kalea does a great job enabling pickoffs, which means stacks in the Sky Piercer.
Yeah.
So that could be it.
Makes sense.
Can
By all
Ranger go Purify?
Ooh.
I
think so, I can.
I think you can. But again, Granger, as much as he has a mobile skill, he still needs that flicker, especially when you have a Selena and a Badang
Exactly.
and a Baxia as well.
So it's an interesting pick that they
Yeah.
still go for the Granger. Perhaps they want to try and win the lane, but the trade-off is he's going to be very vulnerable to these picks, especially
Ling.
now that we do see this.
Ling Harris and
plus the Harris.
Especially and with that same logic as well applies to the Beatrix pick. If he goes for the Beatrix, he can't run the Purify as well. So now Eman is stuck in a losing matchup somehow. It's up to Light, or rather the last pick for Bigatron now.
Right, so...
XP, right?
For Bigatron now, I mean, their front line already looks kind of shaky. No one's a real big tank in the front, by the way. So, they have the diversions, but do they want to play this almost similarly to Team Liquid, right? Just go in, go for the burst on the first target you find, and then when you need to flank them, you flank him using the diversion. Now they go for the Cho as well. Cho Kalia. Yo.
Comfort pick for... Oh, it's Luke Cho. Okay. So it's not a light pick then.
Okay, well, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen, to open the Chaos Derby here. We're gonna throw it over to our casters. Go ahead.
Chaos Derby is here in Jakarta International Velodrome, and this is your match, Mirko. How are you feeling?
Hey, I'm pumped up. This is obviously a big match for me. Big stakes here as well. My pride is on the line. My boys, my goats are on the line. And they're up against not a 0% chance to M6 Alter Ego. They're up against a really strong lineup of Alter Ego.
Yeah, just as the panelists mentioned, they are the dark horses of MPL Indonesia. Jakarta International Velodrome is red tonight. Violence and chaos is bound to happen in the Land of Dawn. Two teams still looking for the crown after multiple heartbreaks, and they're trying to tip their brush with their opponent's blood to write their own legacy. Whose blood will be the sacrifice in this match? Is it Bigatron or Alter Ego? Their stage is set and they're ready to brawl.
A battle for the ages, a derby for the ages. You heard the panel, they spoke about it. This is their 6th time meeting in the playoffs.
3-2 so far for Alter Ego, but Luke actually uses the Cho EXP, contrary to what we kind of expected in the draft, because this is a Chahia special, man, the Cho.
Yeah, I thought with the Cho and Light in the same team, it is guaranteed that it'll be Light on the Cho, Luke on the Kalea, but it seems like they have different plans. Heck, I think we both thought that it would be Finn over Light today. Yeah. Victory battle, Annabelle wins it out, jumps on towards the lane, gets a good Rasengan. Light with a walk up, Moreno walks up as well. Light picks up first blood. That's gonna be a knock up over to Dreams, who has to flicker out.
Yep. Good early win coming in from BTR, as expected with the Lucas matchup against Ren. Still level 3, still trying to look for that level 4 to further his chances in the next objective fight, which, you know, it's already on BTR's hand at this point because they pick a Lucas.
Pull yourself together across the board here. On the other side too for Dream, so you can definitely see that this is a more of an aggressive angle for the Badang. Yeah, weapon mastery, not the bargain hunter. He wants to play for the late game.
Hey, we talked about the Kellera. We mentioned about him and Kellera kind of having a similar start in their MPL career. We're not trying to compare them, by the way. Like jumping on towards Dream just to chunk some of his HP, and now they're looking to go for a level 4 here. Luke already got it. Moreno is trying to secure that one. So does Nino on this Baxia. Annabelle is already dragging the turtle on towards his
Break kick with the way the dragon, instant pick off. Dream's gonna be taken down. Abyssal arrow does land, but it's only onto Light. Good one. Wow. Annabelle able to go for the CC, and Alter Ego are completely disconnected. Another G Kudo for Luke. It's an all-in from Rin. Tempest of Blaze can only find Light. No, can't find anyone. Alter Ego.
Huh? They're not stopping just yet. Diversion on towards the purple buff to try to take this one for Annabelle. He's very low though. Hijime!
Flicker forward, no one there to save him. A greedy play, and another Abyssal Arrow for Hijime. Shield Unity. Luke gonna be caught, will be taken down. Shunbu and Jikudo gets him out, just barely.
Hey, they're greedy, both of them. What was that coming in from Nino? Like, the retribution was not there from Rin. Now, gonna secure this one. Will he get punished? Oh, yes!
Purple for your life is not a value trade, Rin. 0-3 in 3 minutes.
Welcome to the Chaos Derby. Welcome to the Brawl server, ladies and gentlemen. This is Indonesia in its prime form. My goodness, they're not stopping. 5 kills already for BTR, and they're looking for another invade.
You gotta be careful, Rin. I don't think they want to fight this. Nino already rotating. Annabelle on the purple buff already. That's gonna be the retribution to secure the purple buff, taking it away from a very purple buff reliant hero.
Finally, an invade, and it actually paid the dividends. Looking at the talent prediction, though.
Definitely, we got beef.
Wait, did I pick Alter Ego? I don't think so. Two matches already.
You're right next to me, you know, Eterno, whatever. She's in the panel. We don't care. You're next to me, man.
Bigatron.
Okay.
This is preposterous. This is fake news.
Okay, I'll take that. We'll see. We'll recheck later.
Okay. VAR.
Well, BTR definitely the favorites in this matchup, despite, again, a very 50-50, I would say, matchup, because they are 1-1 in the regular season, and Alter Ego have kind of been on the rise in the regular season.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. Oh, Luke. Away the dragon. Luke gonna be caught in the bad spot, still able to flick around.
Oh, no way, no way.
Oh, my goodness. Almost getting taken down. Turtle for free. Eagle's gonna cancel Luke, but Turtle for nothing.
I don't get it, man. I really do not get it. Alter Ego right now, they're definitely in the back foot, and they're trying to rely on the late game potential of RFE and Rin. That's already 0-3.
But they're grouping up.
Yeah.
They're rotating to mid and then instantly to the bottom lane when Luke can rotate again, and they have a diversion. Eman just got all the... Alter
Why are they
Ego.
going for Luke?
These are some nasty, in a bad way, rotations, diversions to the bottom lane, and all in over to RFE, who has a Purify, but still the damage comes through. Whoa! Light goes in, that Tsunami Slam over towards the rest of the damage. Yin-Yang reaction constantly from Moreno. Nino splashed again. Granger in the lane, Abyssal Arrow already landing, and Man almost getting a solo kill on Rin as they get a free turret down below.
How?
And up top.
What? There was a 1v1 between an early game Granger. Yes, it's 0-3 lane, but like, that shouldn't have happened. Alter Ego, they are in a very disastrous position right now. 3.5k gold lead in 5 minutes for Bigatron Esports. Things are looking south for the three-face mask.
It's looking everywhere right now, you know, all directions. South, north, west, east. Make a new direction at this point for Alter Ego because this is not how they played in the regular season.
Yeah, they're going to the bottom.
Oh, the jitters get... Oh, good timing with Way the Dragon. Waiting for the fist crack, the instant burst them on. First stack on the Sky Piercer as they look to pressure mid.
Yeah. Oh, diversion again. Where two though?
Into the back they
We're
go.
in trouble!
Knock up again for the Tsunami Slam, and then all in as Eman picks up the second stack of this game. This is looking really bad for Alter Ego.
You give them their comfort picks, you know. You see the Moreno, Maestro Moreno, Luo Yi. You see Eman on the Granger. That's pretty much the recipe towards disaster for Alter Ego. Yes, they banned the Masha for Luke, but there's a lot of bigger fishes in the sea.
Again, knock up onto Nino. Look at the damage already coming down. Good missile arrow to the back, but it only finds light as Luke will save the Way the Dragon and the flicker. Not worth it to go on Nino. Moreno hovering on the diversion already.
Yeah, they gotta bank on the fact that Rin is trying to split push. Because if you're looking at the... I mean, that works, you know, Eman probably hits the most out of all the heroes that BTR has. He is pretty much the carry. Oh, Brotayo!
Hey, he missed it, but he found it. Tsunami Slam, Nino this time, no Revitalize. Annabelle picks up the kill, they won't funnel it over to Eman. Opinion still in the mid lane to go. Now, diversion up top. No Zaman Force, he looked for a play. Luckily, Arfi read it out.
He read it out, but again, Alter Ego still has a lot of catching up to do. Rin, 0-4-0. When this guy picked a lane, like, I always have this kind of excitement in my eyes, man. But this is not what I expected. Yes, it's a Lucas. It's supposed to win the early game, but not in this fashion.
Luke's still saving the Way the Dragon. Like to be stunned up, has the dash, and will be able to escape.
And you know what? Hijume is on a Selena, which we know it's gonna fall off towards the late game, except if you're a super friend. The audience prediction, though, pretty nice for Alter Ego. A lot of Alter champs here in the building in Jakarta International Velodrome.
Way more than the Bigot Troopers. But BTR are the ones in the lead, 5,000 gold. It's the opposite. In the talent prediction, we saw more BTRs. The audience prediction, it's been more Alter Ego. Luke, I guess the Cho could be, again, a good pick because he's able to just walk into traps, take these arrows, and then Shunpu out. Eman so free, diversion outside of the map, RP! Oh, purifying out, able to get the Zaman Force and cutting away, but Luke goes in. That's a tail beast form. Eman going wild, gutting them down, a triple, and a maniac for Eman.
Say the name. A maniac is here in the building. Jakarta International Velodrome is going crazy with this guy. I gotta say it, should have been MVP. And they're knocking on Alter Ego's door.
Sheffin, no, we don't do points. Tsunami Slam coming down. Oh!
He couldn't even ult!
The guy got dismantled by both magic and physical, and now it's a free. This game has just been dictated by the red robots.
I am speechless. Oh my lord. We kind of expected them to be the dark horse of the tournament. Everybody counted them out. And there's this sliver of hope that they can perform better than expectations. But right now, it's looking like TLID and Onyx in game number 1. It's a stompy stomp.
A big stompy stomp. 8,000 gold lead. And Chefin, it's a Ling. It's a Selena and a Harith as well. The comeback potential isn't really. I mean, it's there with the Ling and the Harith, but I think the Selena takes a whole lot away from that. Eman just sieging, and no one can get close. No one can even provide that artillery. Diversion from the Maestro Moreno in the back. It is the crazy beast. Ninetales going into the back and dismantling that front to back. Alter Ego left inside of their base.
They're not stopping. As long as the diversion is there, it's go time for a Bigatron. Mid lane turret is still safe. And they still have the holy defense in the bottom lane, so I guess Alter Ego lives to see another day.
Oh man. Slowly but surely, they try to crack open these turrets. They've already cracked open the base turret up top. It's not the far lane, so forced. I don't think. Oh, good missile arrow. Dreams now walking down with the pin down, but it's only onto Luke Moreno.
Whoa.
Doing so much damage. Amon coming back into the fight. Luke goes for the flanker on the way to Dragon, but the Purify's a bit too late. Luke gets the kill. Tsunami Slam. Not even used at that point. It's another, and another. Just keeps on stacking up for Amon. Abyssal arrow coming in.
Oh no.
Moreno solo diversion.
Just to establish dominance there, Moreno. He's the front line of BTR. He don't care. He's there just to spread his aura to Alter Ego's members.
They are not stopping. They want to end the game right here. 11 minutes in the playoffs. The artillery coming down. The Abyssal Arrow again. Luke goes into the back. Will be able to find the way to Dragon and lock him down, and that will be the chain CC. Amon got stunned by the Abyssal Arrow. RP jumps in. RP going back again.
Ren going forward, but look with the knockup, and that's another kill for Demoniac Nino. And Hijume left alone. Diversion, where to?
Good question. BTR on from the side, a knockup, another one, a gun down from Eman. 11 minutes and 30 seconds. 11,600 gold lead. What was the stat line? They had like 20-ish kills.
I don't get it. 11 minutes game in Big 2025? In Season 15 Playoffs? Hey, I don't get it, man. Oh my lord. And it's not really clean in the early game either for Bigatron. They made a lot of mistakes, but Alter Ego made a lot more.
I think the only mistake they made was the purple buff attempt after Turtle 1. Other than that, I think it was pretty clean. It was a lot of Alter Ego mistakes. I agree with that. But hey, BTR take what they can get. They see blunders, they will take the blunders. They will punish the blunders with or without Brochahyo. Look at him, Mr. Light in the building.
With the bus cut. My, oh my. We expected chaos, but not this one-sided chaos. This is a slaughterhouse for the robot. Very systematic, especially later part into the game. And Rain, valiant effort, but it's a bit too late, my dude. Eman, how many kills he racked up?
He got 10 by the end?
Yep.
Yeah, 10 kills by the end of it all. Wow. MVP. He doesn't need that many kills, by the way. Like, he's not going to win regular season MVP anyways.
Panelist, MVP, or?
Thanks, boys, and I share the sentiment. I share Chefin's sentiment. 11 minutes and 35 seconds for our opening game here in the Chaos Derby. Well, I honestly have no words. Alter Ego, that was a game. That was
no
a
words
game.
too.
Well, I'll tell you one thing, it's not a good look.
That was a
it's
game.
still game number 1.
I know, but dang, bro, you're supposed to set the tone with this first game.
Indeed.
What was that? In a way, from both teams, because Bigatron were still cleaner, but there's some moments where you're like, are they just brawling it out? Like, what's going on here? The pace was insane, man, and it really felt like Bigatron were just bringing in the aggression, right? Okay, you want to go aggression? We'll take 2 pick-off tools. And despite RP surviving from a tsunami slam, Luke comes in like, not this time, bro.
Kung Fu.
We'll get you twice. You know, one purify. You're not getting away. And for Alter Ego, man, honestly, not trying to be rude, but it felt like they were winging it the whole way. Like towards the end there, when they were chasing Bigatron out of the base, what was the plan? Who were you looking for? Who was gonna output the damage? So many questions.
Felt like they ran it down to a certain degree.
To a degree.
And come, I think, minute 6, minute 7, Rin was 0-4-0-5. It was unplayable for him. It was so unplayable because, like Arashi said, they had 2 engage tools. The first one was a Tsunami Slam. The second one was the Way of the Dragon. And those are 2 lockdown tools that is so good against the Ling that is really elusive. So, so hard for Rin to play that game.
So is this the idea, like in match number 1, hey, take Fabian out of the equation, your team crumbles. Is this the idea? Take Rin out of the equation, your team crumbles? Because he was targeted, man, every single time, even here. Even with the Tempest of Blades available, it's just not as secure as you would imagine. Oh, here, by the way, here's just that play. Gets him twice, man. Bigatron were out for blood. For Arfi's blood in particular.
To be honest, like you guys were talking about, sorry Arashi, Alter Ego are their own enemy. You mentioned them like crumbling in terms of their execution and their game plan, but what were the drafts as well? They found their winning conditions towards the end of the regular season. Ino going on a carry kind of hero, allow Rin to play a little bit more safer, but they didn't go with that, and they just accentuated this man right here. Player of the game presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy A36 5G M-Maniac in minute number 8, I believe. Already opening his first performance here in the playoffs with a Maniac on the Granger.
I mean, that's how you set a tone on a signature hero. The Granger, man, was just so elusive for Bigatron, and Alter Ego, again, look at how these fights are playing out. Who is supposed to scout for information? Who is supposed to go and engage? And when do you do it? A lot of times you're seeing one person here get jumped on by the whole team of Bigatron, and Alter Ego are like, oh no! And then they let it happen again. Where is the coverage? Where is the unity that we are expecting out of Alter Ego, the Familia?
Danger. I mean, he's able to get the Maniac going because the setup was there for him. The whole team was, again, funneling it to him. Look at the initiations, the number of controls, the CZ that Bigatron has in their pockets. It's just insane how many tools are able to lock them down.
And that's why I think it's brilliant. Sorry, continue.
Yeah, Alter Ego just doesn't have a fair chance against it because, number 1, it's a Boxia, number 2, they have Selena, and the Harith is also very, very vulnerable to that.
Yeah. This is how a Lucas is supposed to be played. This is them giving a tutorial like, hey, with a Lucas for TLID, right? This is the Lucas that requires proper setup in the early game, and he gets it. They need to find the snowball in the early game. They get that. I think it's just really brilliant drafting as well. They have the Luo Yi, who definitely will have mid-prio, being able to roam around the map as well to get the picks onto the side lanes. You have the Cho, fast clear in the EXP lane. Was he on damage or was he on tank? Oh, he went tank.
Yeah.
So full facilitating, good clear, good movement, objective setup was there. And the big question for me was, Alter Ego understanding that, why did they contest for Turtle 1?
I have no idea.
And they kept going after that.
My big question immediately also was that the Boxia, again, so why was the Boxia picked up? It was first pick, my guy. You know, first pick. Like, what could possibly be that valuable? And then afterwards, you ban the glue that's like a, healing based as well after you've acquired the Boxia. So, I don't know, Eternal. It seems like they understand that they can't really match up to Bigatron Esports in the early game, right? They need a bit more time, a bit more gold. But they just kept going for it because I feel like their composition forces them to do so. The Boxia and the Selena, this is not a composition that can kind of hang back and wait to scale, and more importantly, that can farm up easily either, right? For Bigatron, it's the exact opposite. they're fine just farming if they wanna. If Ultra Ego wants to keep farming and make this a late game direction, they have the macro tools in the late game to try and play with the Lord and the neutral objectives. So Ultra Ego kind of drafted themselves into a weird corner.
Yeah, you don't want to stay put, right, with the Selena, with the Ling as well. I think I'll put it to account as well. Boxia, you really want to get rolling. You really want to get onto the sidelines, and I believe that I think they had a plan to really match the prio that Bigatron had, but I think overall the control was just too heavy for Ultra Ego to deal with. So yeah, the Boxia pick was questionable. The Selena, I think, still works to a certain degree, but hey, you're up against a Luo Yi that is able to just take control of the map.
Do you see that? Rin did less damage than Dreams.
Oh no! Wait, Rin is on 6k?
You want to talk about not being allowed to play the game? That is it.
6k damage on a Ling. Is that it?
Yikes.
I'm right.
Is that real?
Yeah, the Badang did more damage.
6'8", 6'4". 6k damage on a Ling. Now that is the first time.
I mean,
shut down. Only 4 purple buffs.
He's 0-7, right?
Yeah.
At the end, yes. Yeah, 0-7-0.
Why can't I mean?
Call me Bond.
Which is again, why did they allow this to happen to the boy, man? Let him split. You know, like avoid the fights.
Yeah, we can't pin the blame on Rin. You know, wholeheartedly. It's a team game, number one, but number two, yeah. They did not create a protective environment for him to bloom and just get his buffs, you know, get going, keep farming, and you know, do the split push, because Ultra Ego were constantly fighting, even if we know that they have that characteristics that, you know, they like to brawl it out early game, but that's just not it. When Rin is 0-4 behind in the 6th minute, you know something is wrong.
And by the way, I really feel like there's a lack of synergy as well between the Baksha and the Selena.
Yeah.
Because again, the idea is to have these engage tools. And we even talked about the potential combo.
Yeah.
But first of all, no combo. First of all. Second of all, is Nino's job to engage or is his job to scout by rolling around? Right? Is Hijume's job on the Selena to engage with the arrow or to set traps around? Because I feel like these two should have some kind of communication, some kind of synergy for best results. But it really seems like there was a complete disconnect, man. They were just doing their own thing. Like sometimes Nino will engage, and then Hijume also kind of like doubles down, and you just have no idea, like, you know, what is the job description here? We haven't even started talking about Dreams, by the way, who is also in the mix there somewhere in the engage in the scouting, because he was also engaged on multiple times. So you have a Baksha that's notoriously tanky, right? Why the heck is the Badang getting bullied? You know, like, why is the Badang in the vulnerable areas? Shouldn't the Badang be the counter engager to save the Baksha? So many questions, man. Like, I have so much I want to like.
It's confusing.
It's okay. Get it out. Get it out.
I have no idea. I'm just gobsmacked.
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 I'm battered.
I'm flustered.
Gobsmacked in the first day already.
Oh man, oh man.
So what do you think could have been done differently for Alter Ego? Do you think it started with the drafts, maybe? Do you think it started with just execution? Was it weird? The Badang and the... What's his name? Baksha?
Baksha.
Did you think that maybe if they were swapped, it would have had a different result?
Maybe, but regardless, they should be looking further ahead.
Okay.
But on a quick segue, before we revisit this topic, Eterna, looking further, this is the new gen of MSC 2025. Yo, some familiar teams right there, realize. I know you know some of them.
Yeah, obviously Zeta Division. I'm very happy. I've been following this organization since 2022. They weren't even in the MLBB scene, but, you know, now they're there. And by the way, I want to highlight Ultra Legends. So this team is from MPL MENA, and they are just a group of friends.
Oh.
Who played in MPL MENA, and they created this narrative that is called the Power Shift. You know, MPL MENA, they have titles like Falcons, Twisted Minds. They're all gone. They're battered by Ultra Legends. Just a group of friends. A group of friends making it to MSC. They don't even have a proper organization.
That's kind of cool, actually.
And now they're in MSC. The wildcards, though.
So it's literally just like, you know, what, like that legendary squad.
Yeah,
that's
like a group
so
of friends.
good that And turns out they can actually match up to the pros.
Yeah, Ultra Legends, that's why.
That's kind of crazy.
It is crazy.
Good fun fact there.
So who knows? You guys keep playing, in the back room.
Hey, I don't want to make Iman retire. My Moskov might just...
I think we need some medical assistance here. Someone clearly has like heat stroke or something.
Medic over there, please.
What was that? Your Moskov.
You gotta take a look at my Moskov. Mirko is amazed by it. Arashi.
Is it as good as Arashi's jawhead?
It is. Arashi's jawhead is.
Jawhead. I don't know about that.
I remember the jawhead from back in the day. I regret it.
I believe that was a coup for another. I don't know.
I swear it was a jawhead.
We're too old, but.
I swear.
Okay, Arfi's leading. The top 5 player Maniac.
He is still leading. Even when Iman got one earlier.
Yeah.
But I think Iman has more savages.
Yeah, I think so. So, okay. I thought they were gonna show it.
Wait, no, Arfi also has a savage.
Yeah.
Does Iman have 2?
No, I think he only has 1.
So there were the rumors, right, when Highs left, and the fans went, "Why did you bench the marksman that is able to get us a savage?" And then
First savage of the season as well.
And then Arfi came in, savage, right on the dinner plate, straight away.
I think that's exactly why he got accepted by the community like almost instantly.
Yeah.
like
savage.
Wait,
yes.
He got a Okay, all right.
Alter ego.
My bad, Arfi. I wasn't familiar with your game.
Up and down performance, it's fine. Savage.
Yes. Goni approves.
I think that's what was happening with Alter Ego in that game, honestly. They're like,
Are they
just
waiting?
fight.
Are you trying
We're
to say-
behind, fight.
Are you trying to say that they're waiting for an Arfi savage to happen?
Yeah, fight. Keep fighting. We're behind, fight. Losing neutral objectives, fight. Losing priority in the lanes, fight.
Let's kind of shift this angle right here and try and talk about what Altrigo can do like a little bit better, some adaptations. Because I feel like
go back to your win con.
Yeah. But I also feel like they have a limited amount of crowd control. I really feel like they should save it, We save it for the moments that matter. Because if you, again, I'm trying to put myself in the shoes of Rin and Arfi. Dude, Arfi outplayed the heck out of Bigatron, escaped the engage, only to get engaged again.
Yeah, with the kick,
Feels
right?
bad.
I feel like if I was in his shoes, I'd be like, guys, no stun, nothing. This guy just went at me, bro.
No feel?
Like,
no front
help
line?
me, bro. Help me.
I saw that, right? He popped the Zaman for us, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I feel
done.
like maybe they can be a bit more deliberate with the amount of crowd control they have and then ration it, right? Okay, Fist Crack is for defense, Shield Unity to attack. Abyssal Arrow is to attack, and then, whatever, something like
Something
that.
of the sorts.
Because especially, again, shifting over to Rin a little bit, especially against a Kalia, dude, it's not just the Tsunami Slam, I forgot the name of the second skill, but that second skill is basically like an Edith onward.
Yeah.
So the moment you're down from a Tempest of Blades, dude, I feel like in that game, Light was on point with the toss over.
Well, there it is, boys and girls. We're looking at the previous game recap now, and we gotta address the main concern for Alter Ego coming into the playoffs, right? People have been talking about Rin. Will he be able to evolve from just playing assassins? Will he be able to finally pick up the utility jungle properly? Because of course, flashbacks to regular season when he picked up the Fredrin disaster. We thought the Baxia might be flexed for him. Now the big question is, was it flexed because he's not comfortable on it, or was it a coach call? Because if it's because of Rin, that's not good. Because Annabelle technically is a lot more flexible, right? We haven't even seen Prime Annabelle Alpha gameplay yet. That's still something that he has in his pocket too, that he can utilize in this matchup.
Yeah. Again, there's just no reason to be backed up into a corner that fast in the drafting phase.
Exactly.
For Altrigo. And this is a team that we have just highlighted. The reason why they're the dark horses is because they are no longer as one-dimensional. Before, it's shut Rin down, win. But now they have all these other tools, but it seems like they just weren't working well together, at least in game number 1. On top of that, I do wonder, right? If we do want to play, I was going to say devil's advocate, but not quite. If we're going to say that Rin can't play anything but assassins, were there any other options available right there?
Leomord. He's played the Leomord.
Yeah, Leomord.
Or to a certain extent, the Lucas is also available. If they want to pick it up for themselves.
That's
He's
true.
picked up the X-Borg in the regular
Yeah,
season.
X-Borg as well. I was about to say that.
Hanzo.
What do you think about the Hanzo now, though? I feel like
I
it
don't
takes
know.
a little too long to get rolling.
I feel like it's in a weird spot. I'll be honest with you. Like I don't exactly know where to place it almost. Because, you know, with the right team, with the right player, it's still a great asset to be able to just yoink away a buff, you know? But easier said than done. Anyhow, the point we're trying to make is that Alter Ego have options. They should probably start exploring some of that. And as we've highlighted, just to recap a bit from that long rant, they should probably get something aggressive for Nino, right?
Agree.
As identity. We've highlighted him being like the strong laner. Get something for Nino there. And then be a bit more deliberate with the plan there. Is it going to be more for Rin, more for Arfi? And if it is, you know, draft accordingly.
Let's hope.
Amen.
Let's hope things change. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I don't know if you guys share the same sentiment with us on the panel or not, but something's got to be different here for Alter Ego. 11 minutes. That was a very short game for BTR to really dominate over. We're looking at a 3-0 if we continue to see the same pattern from three-phase mass. So now Bigatron are going to be on blue side here in the drafting phase for game number 2, presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy A36 5G. And straight off the bat, right? Hayabusa taking away, power pick for Rin. Joy taking away, power pick for Rin. The Luo Yi gets taken off the map. Alter Ego go for the Chip Masha ban and the Fredrin.
Wow, man, this Masha is really living rent-free in the heads of Alter Ego, man. Again, if you're talking about wanting Nino to go aggressive in the lane, that makes sense, right? So if they're already willing to ban the Masha because it's just that big of an obstacle for Nino, then let's get Nino something aggressive, right? For Alter Ego, options are available. I would love to see a carry Benedetta. We've already highlighted the possibilities.
Obvious.
The flexibility as well. But again, obvious if it's going to be a bit more straightforward. The Bigatron are the ones now taking the Baksha themselves. Is this going to be a statement? Are they trying to show Alter Ego how to use it properly?
It can still be flexed as well. I mean, that's the main premise of having the Baxia. Is number 1, skipping those items for anti-regen, and number 2, is that you have flexibility. You can go XP, roam, and jungle, but I would prefer to much more go towards the roam compared to the XP or the jungle. But Alter Ego, they go for the Badang and the Granger, so yeah, Arfi with the Granger, it's a comfort pick of his. The Badang though, this is interesting.
Well, it is still a flex pick available, so they're not really showing all their cards just yet. Kind of even out the score, because even for Bigatron, right, this Baksha can go several places technically, depending on how creative Bigatron gets with it. So now, this early on, I do believe there should be some value in taking a jungle pick away from Alter Ego, right? That's always a good option to go for. Never mind, Kalea, along with the Farsa, so a lot of engaged potential, a lot of burst damage. The early levels should be quite dominant here from Bigatron, having the Farsa base burst damage and also the Baksha spam ability antagonist to kind of abuse.
It's also really good range against the Granger, right? The Farsa. So that is a deterrent against Arfi, just in case he wants to get into the team fight. It's not going to be as clear-cut or simple. But for the flex potential on BTR, Realize mentioned earlier on, Baxia is flex, and normally it should be. But I don't believe so far we've seen BTR actually flex as Baxia. Now that we see the Kalea as well, who technically should also be flexed too. Are we seeing just flat Kalea, roam, Baxia jungle?
Yeah, I think with the Kalea, it just sets in stone that this Baxia goes to jungle. You mentioned it before as well. Annabelle really is apt on playing utility heroes, and the Baxia is one of them as well, right? The Kalea is much more efficient going to the roam because of the freedom you have and the quick pickoffs, the pressure you bring into the early stages of the game. So it is set in stone that this Baxia will play jungle and the Kalea goes roam. The Eve though, against a Farsa.
It's gonna even out the range game for sure.
Yeah.
And then Badang and Eve, you know, they really want you to stick around. That's the signal they're showing right here. But the Kalia, I feel like the only time the Kalia does go to the EXP lane is when you really want something in the roam position, right? It's not like it's better in the EXP lane. It's just when you really want to get another different tool. And I think that's why we see it a lot coming in from RRQ. For instance, when sometimes Edok is just Edok on some roam heroes. But moving on, 1-1 Beatrix.
Yeah.
Responded with a Lucas or Bigatron.
They want to ban out the 1-1 and the Beatrix to take away that combo with the Kalea, and it's something that BTR, that you should have been right from game number 1. It should have been the Beatrix.
Should have been right.
But they want Granger instead, but considering that the Granger has already been picked up, obviously they don't go for that. So the possibility of the Beatrix being a pickup for Emman gets higher as a possibility. Blue Lucas banned out. BTR actually still have the option to go for something crazy like the Claude if they want to against the Heave.
Oh.
We've seen it work back in the day when the Heave was super meta. But what should Alter Ego consider here before we get to BTR?
They might contend with the possibility of Bigatron going for something like an Irithel, right? Mobility becomes important here in a game like this to keep up with the Baksha and Farsa. Good burst damage with the Kalia. So if Alter Ego predict that that's the case, then something can kind of lock down. Oh, never mind. Ignore what I just said. Lancelot coming in, talking about aggressive assassins. Alter Ego flashing a big card right here.
Oh, Lancelot. Is this them again playing?
Is this
for Rin?
debut?
Debut?
This is debut Rin Lancelot.
Oh, Rin Lancelot, yeah.
Oh, no, it's not.
Isn't it?
I think he's picked it up one.
I thought you said Lancelot debut, because if it's the debut, I think Annabelle picked it up as well, right?
No, yeah, because that was like that big crazy play
steals and all that
by Annabelle. But did Rin win on the Lancelot?
Oh, let me check.
I don't remember.
I don't check.
I think he picked it up at least once.
I
don't remember.
Oh yeah, once. 0% win rate.
There you go.
Yikes. All right. Well, a lot of burst damage available, so the Lancelot can play for cleanup. Now for Bigatron. Oh, they get that Phobius.
No.
Oh boy. And Irithel indeed does show up here. Now the Phobius kind of stops a lot of the forward momentum from Alter Ego. That's a bit of a concern. But that'll be for later, right? For Alter Ego though, do they want this Badang to actually go toe-to-toe against the Phobius? Or do they want to get something that can give more of a better matchup for Luke here? Because the glue isn't available. But aside from the glue, usually the Hylas comes to mind, but it really hasn't been as meta.
They don't really have a clear-cut frontliner. A tanker. I think Gatot.
Gatot Badang?
Gatot does make sense because again, you can really, curtail the Farsa to just go on a steamroll. And yeah, they do that.
It is Gatot. But is it going to be swapped around though? Because Alter Ego, they can go for damage Badang. That seems to be
Rome.
Huh? Rome got to catch exactly. It could be this damage Badang angle for Nino.
That's it. That's what we're waiting for, right? Damage for Nino. Hopefully, we'll see it work out. But what do you think about the drafts in general? Fast, BTR, Alter Ego?
I think I gotta go with Bigatron.
Bigatron.
BTR 2-0. All right, I'm just gonna throw it over to the panel because I have a curse. Casters, take it away.
Questionable draft coming in from Alter Ego. They are definitely the one that has a disadvantage after that bout. But it's been a sad story for the one that already goes down 1-0 so far in this day. Is it gonna be the same thing for Alter Ego? Will they go down 2-0 to a match point for Bigatron Alpha?
Oh, that's gonna be grim. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Land of Dawn for game number 2, an elimination match. BTR a step closer, especially with this quite convincing draft. Really, this is kind of like a face value type of draft, you know? You pick the Phobius after seeing the Lancelot, and on the gold lane actually ending up winning a trade up against RFE. I thought that was just going to be a loss. Moreno with the clear in the mid lane as well. But yeah, like you said, Shepin, advantage to BTR.
For sure. Already looking pretty good on the exchange there with Eman and also Arfi. A lot of experience coming from Eman, MSC winner, but Arfi is a rookie. Yes, he's stacking up the Maniacs, the Savages, but he's up against Emaniac himself.
Good take there actually by Hijime. I believe it was Hijime, right?
I believe so.
By IndieHome. Let's check it out.
Yep. Master Assassin from Eman, so he needs that 1v1 potential coming in to go up against Arfi to make life a bit easier. A lot of concussive blasts too from Big Kitchen Alpha, so a lot of emphasis towards the clear for them to be able to rotate a lot faster. But speaking of rotating, Rin already on the case, just erasing some of the camps from Annabelle.
Oh, good cancel by Nino. A retry used by Annabelle. Luke with a bit of poke. But that is all she wrote. Just, oh, Annabelle actually is just going to stay in the lane, shove it in.
Yep. I mean, if you're a Baksha, then there's, like, you can only just farm in the early game or just help out. Again, with the concussive blast that you have, Dreams is not spotted out. Just a bit of HP chunk towards the guy.
Good poke. Annabelle now stopping the rotation. Luke able to get level 4 just in time. Nino forced to flicker out. Gets level 4, but might be too low to contest for the neutral objective.
Look at all these beefy boys in the front line for BTR. Can Rin even go through or pass through this wall that BTR has built? Oh, he's ignoring the pull buff.
Uh-oh, jumps in and gets squashed again. A force from Alter Ego. First blood turtle double for Moreno. Flicker, Tsunami Slam!
Oh, Tsunami Slam! And he is out. A kill towards Nino, a purple buff towards Annabelle. And once again, it is looking grim right from the get-go. The three-face mask.
No purple again. Sheffin, I thought they would have at least learned from the previous game. But Dong no flicker, baited out, got level 4 but was too low. No one was there to open up for Rin. He decides to go for the solo play, and Annabelle now is just wreaking havoc on the green camps of Rin. Yes, Rin is a level ahead, ladies and gentlemen, but look at Annabelle. He has yet to clear, he has yet to take a single camp from his own jungle.
Yikes. That was a questionable play, but speaking of questionable, Dreams might be spotted out.
RWM, but they're too damn tanky for their airstrike coming down. Rin on the back, Light will be taken out. A roamer for a roamer, 1 for 1.
Yep. And Eman is winning out on the trade. Oh, Rin missed out on the puncture. Might get punished here. Annabelle trying to go through Rin. Luke is on the case.
Uh-oh, full chase. Rin taken down again. Annabelle, shield unity, zoning Arfi. Oh, no way, no way. Come on. Annabelle, you're on a Baksha.
Man, I don't want to say it, but the way they're playing right now, like, what do they even hope for at this point? This early game is just all BTR, especially with the Baksha as well. Do they want to bank on the Rin late game with the Lancelot? I don't think so, because in game 1 earlier, you can see in the stats, even Rin 0-7-0 and dealt the least damage out of all the players in the Land of Dawn.
Wow. Moreno's actually waiting. Going for the
No
steal,
way,
takes it
no
away!
way!
The Maestro!
Come
Moreno!
That is illegal!
And the
he's not stopping, he's getting jumped on!
Dunk again, AOG, Luke walks away. Nino wants to go with the pin down again, but Luke's just dodging everything. Now Luke jumps into the back line there, real Robin Ablation and the kite back, Tsunami Slam.
Nino is very, very low. Eman is there to execute him. Dreams in the front line, still trying to tank up some of the damage. Rin is very low. Light might be spotting Rin out.
He's so low. Light's gonna go for the kill. Rin taken down solo, assassinated. Not just by Kalea, that's Sakura. That's a Sakura skin.
Oh my lord. Is there a worse play? Oh, Arfi getting taken down. He is the maestro indeed.
Solo kill by Moreno. A phenomenal performance.
I am speechless. Rin finally secures an item.
Wow!
What are they hoping for at this point? Annabelle still running down Rin. They're not stopping Rin.
He gets the camp. Oh, did he?
I think he does, but that was a
pattern strike! Moreno! Stop this man! He's unstoppable.
Smooth criminal. Get him to Nusa Kambangan. These are some crimes!
So again, it's Hijume. Pops in the RWM just to delay the inevitable. Luke's the one to pick up the kill. Arfi zoned away. Luke's walking up just to deny all the minions away from Arfi.
Like, we always talk about like a certain roles gap in a game where it's a stomp. This is the whole 5-main gap, especially in the synergy part. BTR is just much more connected than Alter Ego by 10-fold. now?
I don't know.
Like, how do you come back from this point?
I honestly don't know. Like, yes, obviously, Lancelot scales, but it's a 5,000 gold lead in 6 minutes.
And you're up against a Volvius, and mind you, this
Exactly,
is
yeah, stoppers.
You know, yeah, I asked some of the pro players, and Volvius is meant to deny assassin picks, and they're picking it. Oh, that's a Sun's move if I've ever seen one.
And now the all-in onto Rin. Phantom execution now going to be soloed perhaps by Annabelle. Rin's got to run towards his boy Sun, slowly but surely whipping away the HP bar even with the Revitalize. It's Annabelle who picks up the kill. That anti-regen's down. Moreno
still waiting for the further airstrike. It's not there yet. But Rin, oh my lord. Has there ever been a worse debut in the playoffs than this?
That's harsh, man, but unfortunately it is the reality we are seeing. 0-7 in game 1, 1-4. 1-11 currently. Just in the 2 games that we've seen. Light jumps in, Tsunami Slime able to lock Hijume down again, goes down as Light takes the kill. And the Lord still has his spot in the game, ladies and gentlemen. BTR don't care about the Lord. Or the turtle, rather. They want to wait for the Lord.
And I don't think they care about who to go for. Light can go for Dreams, can go for Nino, can go for everyone on the Alter Ego team, and it still does not matter. The gap is way too big at this point. Moreno already secured the Wishing Lantern too, and that's gonna help them to burst down the frontliners.
Moreno should be slain here.
Finally.
Nino gets a shutdown though. Not really the best when it comes to the bounty. You would definitely want to have that on Rin. Still, finally, Alter Ego showing signs of life.
Yep, they need it. Maybe a confidence boost.
They're scaling.
Yep, they're scaling all right, but like, how much do they scale with that kill, Nino? So trying to get away from the shield duty of Annabelle. Oh my goodness, oh AOG, where you go for?
Oh, Luke might just be too ahead. That's gonna be the pin down coming down. Luke able to flicker out now. Light in the midst of it all. Still no Moreno to be seen. Tsunami Slam locking him down, and that will be the kill over to Iman. But their airstrike doing a whole lot of damage. No flicker to follow it through. 1-0 Dreams for nothing.
Here's the thing. That was actually a pretty decent engage, especially Hijume on the real world manipulation. That was perfectly placed. But again, if you see the gap, then you realize that maybe Dreams shouldn't have gone for that one.
This should be a free Lord. Let's see, Lancelot is up top. Once he shows, BTR are just gonna commit. And there you go.
Uh-oh.
Lancelot showing up top.
Oh, wait, right?
This should be free unless there's a big red tree steal from the Badang. I've seen that before.
I mean, you see everything in Mobile Legends, man. I've seen a Franco steal the Lord with a hook.
I saw that in MPL. MPL PH. Ogwin. Fistcrack stealing the Lord.
Yep.
Against Carl TZ.
And Eman secured the Great Dragon Spear. That's trouble, especially for Hijume. That relies on slows. Annabelle getting stunned up by Dreams, but what for?
Jumping into the front, the AOG. Oh no! Tsunami Slam to the best possible member. Rin able to escape. Nino all alone, isolated. The heavy crossbow dealing so much damage. RP kiting away. Light goes for the flicker in. Annabelle.
Very, very low. Nino getting taken down by the crossbows of Eman. Another kill for Emaniac. Up to 3 right now.
5-1 and 7. Moreno doing so much damage. It's not a feathered airstrike, that's a nuke.
Yep. It's an airstrike, all right, and that's a huge item coming from Luke because he's gonna overextend, and for a good reason too. And he's gonna get punished quite a lot with the slows. Oh my lord, Eman!
Thank goodness for the holy defense. RP.
Holy damage!
Would have just gone one-shotted there. Was it? That was just Eman?
Yep, that's a single combo, I think.
Skill 1, skill 2, basic attack with heavy crossbow, that's it?
The shred.
Yikes.
And also the burst from the crossbows. A bit too much at this point. I mean, there is some silver lining from Alter Ego. They managed to get, they managed to get some members when they overextend, and this is a good composition to punish overextension. So they gotta bank on the fact, like it or not, bank on the fact that BTR will do that and punish to the highest of levels. By the way, Moreno secured a Divine Glaive. So again, they don't care about who to go for.
If you guys are
person down.
We were talking about the scaling. We were talking about possibly Alter Ego getting to their item power spikes, but they are a far shot away from even getting close. That is
even
an average.
Rover.
That's an average of 1,500, I think, gold lead. Maybe even more, 1,700 average.
Jericho, 8K divided by 5, it's 1.6.
There you go, 1.6.
Quick maths. But yeah, 1.3K gold lead on the roamer. On the roamer.
1.6 average is ridiculous,
Yeah, this is something that you don't really see every day.
Oh, man.
And you're seeing it quite a lot in this first day of MPL Indonesia. TL ID against Onyx. The first 2 games, it was a stop.
Wind
and this one, the first 2 games is building towards 1-2. And yeah, Eman, Wind of Nature, America.
So, I didn't see that many magic defense items from Alter Ego. This Divine Glaive will, in a way, technically just make it as if Moreno's dealing true damage, right?
Oh, man. Yeah, maybe could have gone for Holy Crystal, actually. He has the penetration, but maybe he lacks the girth.
Oh, maybe he does. Who knows? The Maestro thinks in different ways compared to the normal human. Luke with the control. BTR still. This is, I think, the discipline that was completely lacking from BTR in the regular season. After getting a lead, they would just go and throw and fight. Here, they're playing it so slow, waiting for those simple mistakes. Conceal from light just to get him out, but the heavy crossbow also just used up by Emma. No conceal, no AOG, that means, yeah.
They're just trying to find a needle in a stack of hay, man. That was a weird interaction or engage, but Dream walking up to the bush.
Jumps into the back, gets the Dark Wave, Tsunami Slam! Arfi's Purify was baited earlier, Dreams is running away. Eman right there to capitalize. The ex-BTR roamer gets taken down and win a crown to survive from Luke.
Do they even want to go for the Lord at this point? It's only 2, Nino and Rin. The wave clear is there with Rin, but can they do it?
Annabelle walks up, shield unity used up. Good clear from Rin and Nino. Back to the Lord they go. They can't end here.
Oh my god. A lot of oh my gods and oh my lords in this game because we are speechless.
There's only been one Lord this game.
Yeah, domination for Bigatron.
Hey, I'm just as surprised as you. I know it sounds weird coming in from me, but I didn't expect BTR to play like this.
And Moreno, finally a utility item. Something that I should have built in the first item usually if it's an actual pro scene. But this is a gap in all places. And look, my god!
This is what...
Ex-Geek Fam, by the way.
Oh, hey, I gotta give you props there. He is ex-Geek Fam. Valoisky created this monster, but now it is being... This monster, it is being utilized by BTR. Annabelle up top in a 2v1. We saw this before. Badang and Nino on Badang, Rin on Baksha up against Annabelle. Not the same story though. And this is why I say Luke is kind of a playoff player when I had a talk and a podcast. The guy plays good when there are big stakes in the mid lane. Almost a catch from Light. Didn't have the flicker. Good Death Sonata again. Waves coming down slowly but surely.
And they can take this low, especially with... Yes, you have Moreno. Yes, you have Eman. That's a really good siege potential, but it's Annabelle on Baksha, a hero that's going to fall off in the late game, like it or not. He's going to be there as a damage tanker for Alter Ego. Essentially a second roamer against or with Brotahyo.
They're scaling, folks. BOD. AOG lock in Light. A good taunt over. Luke jumping in with the Winter Crown as well. Turret's still up. Luke might be dead. Actually gets a kill before he dies. No! He's still alive, somehow not taken down. Our feeling for the kill. Annabelle is body blocking Winter Crown. Oh! Moreno! With a stun baiting on the Purify. RP finally gets a Sky Piercer stack. Oh, cancelled. Tsunami Slam over. Annabelle dead, but Nino falls as well.
There was a good effort coming in from Nino, but unfortunately the follow-up was not fast enough. And Light has the... Oh, he's going in again!
No Tsunami Slam, don't Iman! In the back, diving in on the Crystal Rin! Obliterated by Moreno.
It's only the base. It's only the base for Alter Ego. Dreams comes out. But what can he do?
Wow. Nothing at that point. Bigatron with a stomp. Ladies and gentlemen, I think out of the 2 matches today, we expected match 1 to be 3-2. Became 3-1. We expected this one to be much closer, and so far, it's the same story as match 1. It's a 2-0 lead to PTR.
Hey, if you follow the script though, if you follow the script, game 3 will be for Alter Ego. In a stupid way too. If, that's a big if, but it could happen for Alter Ego, especially they're known to be a team that's really leaning on towards the familial value.
No wonder Iman's playing like a beast. That's the girlfriend buff. I believe that's Light Luke as well. Bringing on all the girlfriends over to MPL ID.
Hey, might as well play with them in the stage. In a Mobile Legends game,
That's true, absolutely. That's what I was thinking too, Shepin. The confidence. We were already concerned about Alter Ego and how they would perform on stage with Rin and Arfi. Remembering these two guys are rookies. Now, what do you do when you're 2-0 down? You have to deal with the playoffs pressure, but now you have to deal with the playoff pressure being 2-0 down in an elimination match.
Miracle is something that maybe they're hoping for. Hey, maybe Miracle Boy wants to step up for Alter Ego.
At this point, we gotta ask the crowd. I mean, we gotta ask the panel and the crowd, and then more analysts.
Yep. What do we have to say, guys?
We gotta say that Alter Ego were outclassed. That's the only term that we can use here. Outclassed from the early game up until the final point. Moreno, the maestro, showing off his skills on the far side as well, stealing here and there. The solo kill happening onto RP in the bottom lane. Actually, there were so many solo kills that I couldn't even count.
Yeah, Alter Ego go gone. They were gone that game. Fully gone.
Because like in game number 1, it seems like it's a whole team thing, right? Oh, this is not the right game plan. It's like they lose team fights, you know? Game number 2, dude, Bigatron were just taking all of the highlight moments. 1v1, you want a 1v1? And they just delivered. Dude, every single one of them were just making crazy plays and again and again. And Alter Ego just could not stop it, man. They did try to make some maneuvers, but overall, I would say like 80% of the moments, if you're gonna watch a highlight reel, it's gonna be Bigatron, man.
They were able to exert pressure since minute 1, I guess. With the Farsa, you have so much, I'd say, control as well, reaching out to the back line and having that burst damage. But in the hands of a Moreno, that Farsa was more like a heat-seeking missile. Like, it was missile. It was able to just burst down like the members of Alter Ego. And how do you even win a 1v1 against the Granger as a Farsa?
You're not supposed to.
You're not supposed to, and Moreno was able to show that.
And he also,
incredible.
Remember the flicker?
Exactly.
Yeah, that flicker, and he recalled in front of Alter Ego.
So his anticipation moments with that flicker was insane. The fact that he was able to anticipate Arfi as well in the bottom side with a feather airstrike opened up was also incredible, which is why he deserves the player of the game here for game number 2, presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy A36 5G. As we take a little sneak peek into the highlights, those were one of the moments where Annabelle was actually able to get a lot of solo kills happening on the board as well, against Arfi, against Rin.
And you're seeing the terror of that Baksha, dude. In the right hands with the right game plan. You saw that Rin was trying his best to get out of the way, dude. Get away from the wheel. But Annabelle cannot let it slide. Brother, this guy was burned down slowly but surely by the tire.
There you go, that was a moment. Oh, that's a big play.
Yeah, and dude, Light again on the Kalea. Once again, just enabling the team so well. Because Alter Ego are forced to respect a lot more of the other heroes coming in from Bigatron, this means that Light, he's just doing what he needs to be doing. And he just looks so much better here because of all the opportunities.
I don't know, I'm out of words to say what I can say, because Alter Ego, it felt like they were outclassed on a micro scale, on a macro scale. Even Rin was able to show some fight in this game. At least he wasn't really playing an unplayable game as a Lancelot. I had high hopes for the Lancelot to go online. We're waiting for the power spikes to happen, because if they were able to reach that, I mean, Alter Ego had a solid chance, especially with the Gatot Kacha and the Badang in the fray. But how do you even survive that first layer of the fight if the front line just evaporates in an instance? And it seems like Alter Ego are also clueless at the same time. It's like a back-to-back stomp losing type of deal, you know? And the question becomes, when they enter game number 3 later on, how can they mentally recover from this?
That's a big question, because Arfi is new to the MPL scene.
Rin
is also new to the MPL scene. maybe playoffs also, the pressure is bigger, a lot more people are watching you, the stage is also a lot larger. So there are, once again, a lot of questions. And knowing Alter Ego from back in the day, Alter Ego are a team that work off of momentum. And this is a situation where it's the exact opposite. They have to try and figure out how to go back, reset, refresh from a 2-0 loss and a very stompy 2-0 loss.
And I think the even bigger problem for Alter Ego is that whatever is causing them to lose, they are not having a good grasp on it. You get what I mean? So if I'm the coach right now, I'm seeing these games play out. Going to game number 3, I have no idea what is the main issue. It seems like there's a lot of small issues building up together, rolling up into one. So it seems like a problem that will require a lot of time to solve. And I don't think they have the time.
On the topic of the rookies, right, for Rin specifically, I feel like he's pinned to a wall where people are just going to judge him like, why aren't you carrying us? Why are you not performing to your best? When in game number 1 and slightly in game number 2, he isn't really protected and helped by his teammates. I think a first reason to that premise is the fact that they are too busy containing Bigatron. They're just running at them. But number 2 is the fact that I think they all think that Rin is able to be independent. But again, you're playing a Lancelot. You're playing a very, I think, still fragile to a certain degree. Yes, Lancelot does have some escape skills, but you still need to be funneled. You still need to be protected to an extent so that you don't fall under pressure when it comes to Bigatron coming at you. Now that Rin is 2-5, 0-7 in the first game even, I'm afraid that he'll fall further even into the spiral. You get what I mean? Like, it's not entirely his fault, but he's gonna think it's his fault.
Well, he's gonna feel like it.
He's gonna feel like it because he knows that, okay, the team is counting on me. I'm able to show signs of insanity in the regular season. But come the playoffs, he's gonna question himself. Am I jittering? Am I under pressure? But at the same time, Alter Ego is not also enabling him. So it becomes this problem that's just venting everywhere. It's hard to face it.
Yeah, again, he has so much to deal with right here. And looking at that game, again, if you look at the items he's building, yeah, eventually he's able to get all the way to a Malefic Roar, but at that point, everyone from the side of Bigatron are just way too tanky, man. The fact of the matter is, he has a very few selections of targets on that Lancelot, the Farsa and the Irithel, and technically, come on, the Irithel is going to be very difficult for you to try and dive onto, deal damage, and survive from. Because you see the damage that Eman was doing. He went straight for the Great Dragon Spear, something Mirko was highlighting.
Yeah.
He doesn't care about the extra range, about the extra penetration. He wants bigger crit numbers, and that's exactly why. Usually on Assassin, when you go in to the marksman, in the past couple of seasons, you are the danger. But you have to remember back when the crit meta was a thing, when Bruno was a thing. If you misplay as an assassin against a Bruno, against an Irithel, 2 or 3 basic attacks and you're gone.
Not just that, but also the additional movement speed that it offers. Right?
Yeah.
So it really allows mobility around the skills that the Lancelot has in his kit. So it makes it a lot more difficult. Plus, he also has the Has Claws to boot. So even if he did get damaged by the first or second skill, or even the ult coming in from Lancelot, still there are ways to kind of work around that, especially with the Wind of Nature too. So, well,
one thing for sure though,
here we are.
In game number 3, I'm pretty sure that Lancelot ain't showing up against the Baksha, dude. If they see the Baksha, I think the big takeaway for Alter Ego is that you need some solution for that Baksha before you can pick something like a Lancelot. Because otherwise, dude, Annabelle, again, with a vengeance, is just running straight at Rin, and there was nothing that anyone can do about it. So, that's an issue.
Is this the end, though? Is this the possible end?
It could be. It looks really bad on Alter Ego right now. Like, there's no way to sugarcoat it. There's no way to address it in a lighter fashion. It's not looking good for Alter Ego. Rin, again, succumbing to his power picks. The fact that his heroes have been taken away from him, he's not been able to perform on the other heroes. It looks like the rest of the team is also very uncomfortable. We've been very enthusiastic about the idea of Nino on a damage dealer, but the fact of the matter is, it's not going to happen if Rin is still on an assassin in the jungle.
Wait, you're right. Yeah. If they do so, there'll be an overload of damage. There'll be a lack of frontline.
Exactly.
And resources also.
What?
Resources as well, right?
Yeah, exactly.
You kind of have to funnel the gold and all that.
And that's why Nino here is going for the regular tankier kind of build.
Yeah.
And again, maybe... Man. Again, we're talking about the Benedetta. Like, is something split pushing the option? Because in the team fights so far, it really feels like Bigatron has Alter Ego's number.
Because technically, against the Baxia, what do you guys think about this, right? Alpha Export. Do you think these two junglers could be an answer to the Baxia in the jungle?
Back when that was the meta, when the Baxia Angela was constantly showing up in the league, that was the answer. Something like an alpha, the true damage being the main thing. If you don't want to deal with the alpha, then I guess you can go. Back then, the carry also shows up. And again, it's a whole order to fit those tools into a proper rounded out composition. So it's easy for us to speak from the comfort of the sofa on the panel segment here. But we really do sympathize, man. Alter Ego, they're in a tough situation. And I really do feel for them, because if I was in their shoes, I don't know if I have what it takes to just, to perform.
Let's thread back the storyline, right? Last season, Alter Ego are on the same fate. And impending doom today might happen like last season, and Nino is also kind of down, mentally broken. He had steps towards Kodel with their CEO, obviously. He wanted to pay back his trust. And now they're on the brink of elimination. I think this is the time if like he wants to show it, not only Nino, by the way, the whole team, if they want to show that they can pull it out, that they are the dark horses, they can start by winning game 3 and possibly go back to comfort. But again, if I want to say comfort, they're not getting comfort because all their favorites are banned out. I mean, the Joy today, by the way, hasn't seen the light of day, and that is a Rin staple, by the way.
And that's
Joy, Hayabusa.
Hayabusa as well.
Yeah. The mobility type of heroes, that's where usually Rin performs, which is why they went for the Ling earlier, It's something that should be comfortable for him, but
the Ling is even more vulnerable than the Lancelot.
Yes.
Exactly. That's probably why they went for an alternative.
Lancelot.
Oh boy.
But Nolan's like down in the abyss.
Well, so we're back here, man. Alter Ego, with only minutes to go before what could possibly be the final game of the season. They've done so well and they got so far. I really want to see something, signs of life coming in from Alter Ego, right? Because I feel like, if this was a book, if this was a novel, a movie, I would want to see something from Alter Ego, For our sakes, for their sakes too.
It felt like a teenage novel. That's flowers and daisies. No problems.
Let's hope with the short amount of time that they have, it will be enough for them to come back because match point. But before that, we are going to throw it over to our host.
Dan di Jakarta International Velodrome, semua superfans masih bersemangat walaupun kondisi sedang tidak baik-baik saja buat Alter Ego. Alter Champs, mana semangatnya? Tapi Bude, jangan mau kalah. Big Troopers, mana semangatnya? Kalau untuk Big Troopers, mereka udah bukan semangat lagi, mereka udah sambil bahagia.
Betul sekali, karena hanya tinggal 1 match point saja. Bigatron akan bisa mengantungi kemenangan di hari pertama ini, Bude.
Yes, ini akan menjadi mendebarkan karena akankah sejarah terulang kembali atau malah di sini tim Alter Ego yang bisa mengejar. Kalau kita ingat-ingat dengan game yang begitu, aduh kayaknya kita belum melihat full potential nih.
Betul sekali, kayaknya belum jos gitu ya. Kita akan melihat apakah di game ketiga nanti akan keluar potensial dari kedua tim ya. Khususnya kita pengen melihat perlawanan juga dari Alter Ego nih, Bude.
Iya, semuanya pastiin yang terbaik. Tapi kalau ngelihat di sini kok kayaknya rame banget ya. Ada Alter Champs, ada Big Troopers, ada Super Fans. ada tim-tim juga berkumpul di sini.
Betul sekali, keseruan dari MPL Arena yang ada di Jakarta International Velodrome ini pastinya luar biasa sekali ya. Dan tapi Bude, ngomong-ngomong soal keseruan, tadi Alisa juga udah jalan-jalan nih ke MPL Festival.
Wow.
Udah ketemu para super fans dan pastinya tadi udah melihat teman-teman yang lagi watch party juga nih.
Rame banget yang ada di depan sana. Gak hanya yang ada di dalam, namun juga yang lagi watch party di luar. Hello semuanya.
Hai, dan pastinya Bude, Alisa nemuin sesuatu yang menarik banget nih.
Ada apa Alicia?
Alisa nemuin logo dari MPL. Bener gak sih Bude logonya yang ini nih?
Serius kamu nemu logo MPL?
Ih Bude, masa meragukan Alisa?
Agak sih, agak ya.
Nih. Bude, aku langsung
Tunjukin,
kasih
coba
lihat
tunjukin.
nih. Nih, logo MPL ya.
Bener gak ya?
Bener kok Bude, harusnya ya. Nah, tapi ngomongin soal logo MPL ini nih Bude, gak cuman Alisa bisa lihat logo MPL ini aja, tapi logo MPL ini juga Alisa bisa langsung search di Samsung terbaru
Pembuktian
Alisa.
ya, pembuktian bener atau
Betul.
salah.
Nah Bude, lihat ya, ini Alisa tinggal pencet aja home buttonnya, lalu tinggal Alisa circle to search ya. Nanti bisa langsung muncul di Google untuk apa sih sebenarnya logo MPL ini dan langsung muncul nih Mobile Legends Professional League Indonesia.
Keren bener, memang nih Samsung Galaxy A36 5G. Ini adalah yang terbaru dari Galaxy A series 5G. Karena kita bisa ngelihat mau cari apapun gampang. Mau tahu apapun gampang.
Gampang banget Bude, tinggal cekrek langsung circle to search langsung bisa ketemu di mesin pencarian favorit kalian.
Tapi nggak cuma itu Alisa, karena ini di Samsung Galaxy A36 5G ini dilengkapi prosesor Snapdragon 6 Gen 3. Yang pastinya buat kita para gamers makin happy. Ditambah RAM-nya hingga 20 GB dan memorinya hingga 256 GB juga. Jadi buat mabar, buat kita para gamers pastinya anti nge-lag. Dan ditambah displaynya itu loh, udah Super AMOLED 120 Hz. Jadi lancar dan gak cuma lancar, mata nyaman. Tapi juga kita kan para gamers nih maunya ngegas terus kan. Baterai habis nggak masalah karena ngecharge-nya itu pakai 45 watt fast charging. Jadi nggak pakai lama.
Wow, jadi bisa push rank seharian ya, langsung gas terus nih ya untuk kejar ranking favorit kita.
Benar, langsung bisa siap nih gaspol. Tapi nggak cuma itu aja karena kita bisa nge-content, bisa nge-vlog, bisa nge-video, bisa foto-foto dengan kece. Karena ini juga pokoknya awesome banget. Kameranya, nih lihat, 50 megapiksel.
Wow.
Bentar, nggak cuma itu karena OIS-nya Galaxy A36 5G. Jadi ini kamera 50 megapiksel with OIS-nya Galaxy A36 5G udah bikin kita makin keren. Awesome intelligence-nya ada My Filter. Wow, bisa bikin filter sendiri. Bikin foto kita makin awesome.
Wow, jadi kalau aku ada jerawat terus aku foto bisa langsung nggak kehilang gitu ya Bude
Pokoknya
ya.
langsung aja meluncur ke samsung.com/id ataupun kalian bisa langsung ke toko Samsung terdekat buat dapetin Galaxy A36 5G ini. Harganya mulai dari 5 jutaan aja.
Demi apa Bude, ternyata affordable banget.
Serius, dan kalian juga bisa ngedapetin awesome bonus senilai lebih dari 1,5 juta. Ditambah free memory upgrade dan juga travel adapter. Dan ini sampai tanggal 15 Juni 2025 kalian masih punya waktu.
Ayo buruan untuk teman-teman semua yang pastinya lagi nonton ya, para super fans, langsung buruan karena ini still deal banget, good deal banget. Harganya mulai 5 jutaan aja dengan berbagai bonus menarik dan pastinya asikin games kamu dengan langsung bisa push rank dan awet seharian juga ya untuk baterainya Bude.
Betul, makin awesome dengan Samsung Galaxy A36 5G. Tapi pembuktian untuk keawesoman masih terus berlanjut tentunya untuk match kali ini. Satu nyawa terakhir untuk tim Alter Ego dan Bigatron. Satu langkah lagi untuk melaju ke babak selanjutnya. So, super fans, kita sambutlah game ketiga Bigatron dan Alter Ego.
The fans in the building are unrelentless there. You can see all the Alter champs and the Bigot Troopers showing their support for their team, but more so for the Alter champs because it's match point. It's match point, guys.
They're showing support for their team. They're trying to let know their opposition that our team is better. But yeah, at the end of the day right now, it is match point for Bigatron. So all three go backs against the walls. We've seen Wild come out from them before.
Yeah.
If there's any moment for that wildness to make an appearance, it is now, my guy. It is now.
Right now.
It's also now to take a shower.
Really?
What?
For maybe the viewers, you know. Like after this, I'm going back to the hotel room and I'm gonna, you know, wash my hair.
What are you using?
Head and Shoulders.
Hey.
Arashi, remember
Oh.
Arashi? He commented on our hygiene.
He?
She, excuse
Don't
me.
dox me like that.
My bad.
I'm
I don't want to mispronounce. Yeah.
Why'd you tell them? That was a secret.
Yeah. Okay.
Cue the conspiracy, you know, meme.
A lot of conspiracies, but hey, you want to stay hygienic with your,
Nothing happened.
with your hair game to the
Nothing
max. You gotta use Head and Shoulders
It's in,
because
it's
with
in
Head
that-
and Shoulders
that,
you can
yeah.
wipe out 100% of wet dandruff plus itchiness protection, and of course CITB.
I dropped it.
No, CITV.
Shepin's in the
Velodrome.
Velodrome.
In the Jakarta International
Velodrome. So CI.
TJIV.
There you go.
CITJIV. Sitjiv.
Legit.
Sounds like a navigation system.
Yeah, actually. Well, from the drafting phase at least, how shall all three go navigate through Eterna?
Head and Shoulders.
They need,
Head and Shoulders.
They need the clear mind, especially with this mental dingin.
Cold mental.
Exactly. That's gonna allow them, you know, like a machine, like an engine, it's gonna overheat when it's working too hard. You cool it down to improve the performance.
Lemon Sagar. What does that mean?
That's fresh lemon.
Not lemon is overrated.
Lemon
Just want
Sagar.
to remind you. What? Sorry, producer man? Zipper man? Can you repeat that?
What's going on?
Oh, so.
Okay.
Oh, the diamond giveaway, dude.
Diamond giveaway.
Wow.
But there's more than a 10k gold difference. Right here, GoPay sharing 10k is the direct translation. 110 diamonds for 1 rupiah for the fastest 100 people, dude. Scan it now.
Get
Now.
your Samsung phone
Here.
out and scan it.
Scan it, guys.
You don't want to participate, Eterna?
She's
No.
on camera, she can't. She was
No,
backstage.
it's just I want to give back. I'd rather the
Give
viewer.
back.
you know.
Alright.
I think they're more deserving. They've been with us
Yeah.
I don't know if
from
I
day
trust
one of the regular season. You know, from week 1 up until week 9, and then now into the playoffs. So you guys deserve it, right? Because of the 10k gold gap, GoPay will be giving free diamonds. So keep your eyes peeled for that, ladies and gentlemen, as we take a look once again to the previous game recap. What needs to change for Alter Ego? Let's start with the drafts, Realize.
I mean, the draft, again, just trying to give Rin a favorable position, if that is your one and only winning condition, I think it's going to be good. But again, that becomes hard and difficult because Bigatron are just straight out banning his favorite hero. So I think just shifting and pivoting into the second layer, which is, you know, Arfi, again. Just give him a hero that can really carry the game and focus your entire team playing around it. For example, the Granger of the Harith was also there. And I think number 3 as well is just trying to ban out possible curveballs that Bigatron are throwing at you. For example, that game number 1, the Badang and the Cho. It was some sort of a curveball, I'd say, because then you have to engage, like just lock down the Harith. The Harith wasn't able to function properly, and that defeats the winning condition of having Arfi carry the team. So I think playing around that and knowing your win cons should be like the basis before you enter the draft.
Well, right now, Alter Ego is going for a first pick selection, trying something new.
It's like game 1.
Yeah, so
we've seen, sorry Arash to cut you, Fredrin always banned out by Alter Ego. Do you think that needs to be done?
I don't know. I mean,
I think the idea is that when you're on a mobile hero, you like those mobility options. Fredrin kind of catches you, right? But at the same time, Eterna, I get your point, man. Rin has been caught either way, even without the Fredrin.
Yeah.
You're caught with the Baxia. In fact, in a Lancelot against against the Lancelot, I feel like the Baxia is a worse matchup compared to the Fredrin. So maybe, right? Maybe the Fredrin removed from the ban angle could be an option Ultra Ego can explore. Not to mention, not to mention, if the Fredrin gets picked up, there's a possibility for Ultra Ego to go with that cheese Valir counter. Can work. Can work.
Yeah, the Valir, obviously.
The fire
pushback, but again, this raises questions on, again, Rin's flexibility, right? I think it'll be easier for Ultra Ego to draft if he was able to play the Fredrin, the Baxia. But again, I get it. It's playoffs, you only have 1 life. 5, basically, if they go game 5, but at this point, it's just comfort over gambling, I guess.
So the big question is, can Alter Ego secure their comforts in game number 3, match point? Now, BTR just need 1 more game to move on to the next stage of the playoffs here in MPL ID Season 15. Presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy A36 5G. The drafts. Fredrin once again banned out. Masha still banned out. The chip is still banned out, just like in game number 1. But the big difference is Alter Ego this time will go for the Baxia first pick. This is legit just game number 1 all over again.
Wait, we haven't seen the Suyo at all in this match. And I think particularly for Rin, he has 3 games played total with the Suyo, 67% win rate. Why not go that route? I mean, the Suyo is pretty flexible for a jungler, I think, for Ultra Ego.
Suyo is one of the most flexible junglers, actually. So that's a good point, realize. It just seems that the compositions hasn't really been allowing that to happen. Now for Ultra Ego, though, they go with the Baxia back again. Hopefully they have a real plan for this all the way to the end of the drafting phase. But along with that, they take away this Farsa that was so good in game number 2. Again, back when Baxia was meta, a known combo was Baxia Farsa, right? You get knocked into, you get slowed, you get hit by 3 bolts from the Feather Airstrike. They're getting Phoveus here in the hands of Nino. Matchups that can do well against the Phoveus are still available, but Nino on the Phoveus has been a big factor in the improvement and performance for Ultra Ego in the later weeks.
Exactly, and Phoveus was the choice of ban actually by BTR in game number 1. So Luo Yi gets taken out here, the Phoveus gets picked up. What is the better trade-off for BTR now because of that change?
I think if you want to shot, I think Bigatron knows that this Phoveus is going to be one of the ventilators for Ultra Ego with Nino on the card. So I think they go for a CC here. Could be okay against the Phoveus because you really want to shut down Nino. So that could be quite early. Oh, they go for the Kimi. In front of the Baxia?
Going for the Kimi against the Baxia now. That's a new one. All right, that's a pretty good factor here for Ultra Ego. But if Bigatron shift over this... Oh, never mind. I was thinking you can maybe move to the gold lane.
Yeah.
But no, they have a Granger already. What is this?
At least Bigatron, they have a proper poke composition. Right? They have so much poke from the Granger, from the Kimi. From afar as well, that range is perfect. But at least for Ultra Ego, they have established something. That this Baxia won't go XP, like how it was in game number 1, because the Phoveus has been picked up. So at least this time, if they want to play the Baxia, they'll play it properly. They play it efficiently. Or even better, we might just see Rin use the Baxia. But again, we had that doubts of him using utility junglers. But we'll have to see. If push comes to shove, I think he has no choice but to just take it.
Why do you think the Hanzo ban now?
Wait, Hanzo ban?
Hanzo ban from Alter Ego onto BTR. Are they afraid that BTR are just gonna play fully with range, or?
Backline access maybe, because they know.
Here?
Kimi Granger, you have 2, I'd say, vulnerable heroes that is your main damage dealer. So obviously shutting down a possible backline access with the Hanzo is a good
but
choice.
Alter Ego is the one that bans it out.
Might be because they plan on getting a marksman that can do a lot of damage from further back. Like they want to make sure that they are the ones that can fight front to back properly with the Farsa, with the Baxia and the Phoveus. Right now they have a really good source of AoE magical damage, and they have 2 really strong frontliners, right? If they can remove all the assassins from the picture from Bigatron and they want to play a proper front to back, I mean, it's not looking like such a bad idea. And they bend the glue as well here. More dive. that can reach the backline.
To ensure the Phobius has a winning matchup as well. But yeah, the CC is still available. I think Nino will be content on playing as a CC. The Phobius CC is kind of still 50-50, but CC does have the upper hand with the early damage that she's able to bring to the table. So I think that's fine. Megatron though, with their own pick.
Oh.
Wait! The dinosaur has been extinct for such a long time. It's now back.
Wait, what year is it? Baksha and Barats?
Oh my, it's season 11.
Barat's jungle?
Potentially, potentially. I wouldn't put it past Bigatron to flex this somehow into the EXP lane. In fact, I believe we've seen the Barats in the EXP lane, what, just last season, I believe?
Or Kalia gets flex, Matilda Barats.
Ah.
That can be an option as well.
Now that adds more pressure to Alter Ego. Whoa. See? They're gonna bring out the Boxy jungle. Ah.
About time.
They're on a knife's edge.
This could either be really good or really bad.
Exactly. Or maybe we can even create hypothesis that, you know, Rin is trying to hide his utility skill set.
Could be.
Right? But that's far-fetched somehow, I'd say.
You think they would wait until like game number 3?
Or maybe they could wait to the grand finals if they make it up there, but I never know.
That's a crazy possibility. Not for Bigatron though. Right. If it is indeed going to be an EXP Barats in the jungle against the Baksha, you kind of have the same kind of style. You're just clearing your good front line. And okay, let's see. There's going to be some switch-ups here for sure. But for the Barats, if you are indeed the jungler, which it seems like it is, then your big advantage is that even with the most chaotic team fights, all you have to do is pump the Daytona's welcome and you have a almost guaranteed retribution because of this crowd control immunity.
Yeah, I believe the Badang is going to the hands of Light. So Kalea flexed into the EXP lane. Let's head over to game number 3 here. Boys and girls, match point. I wonder what the casters are thinking about this right now.
Only one more chance left for Alter Ego to prove that they belong in this building. They belong to go to the next stage with 4 other contestants in ID. But it is going to be a tough task indeed against the Red Robots. They were dominating in game number 1 and game number 2. But this is the time to dig deep in the back and pull out your tricks. Alter Ego versus Pikachu.
Welcome to Mobile
A possible
Legends.
3-0, ladies and gentlemen. I believe even Alter Ego have that in the back of their heads. Thinking about it, that extra pressure. Let's hope they have reset after losing game 2. Because BTR, they're back to their roots, playing for Eman and Moreno. Granger and Kimmy. This is something that Alter Ego were able to beat in the regular season. Oh, Iron Hook from Dreams. Already shutting down that main carry.
Yeah. Dreams Franco. We don't really see this much often in this regular season, but we know that he can pull off this Franco as well as a lot of people out there in ID. Some exchange there with Emma and also Arfi. But yeah, that is a huge confidence boost, I gotta say. Especially with Moreno just in these 2 games owning the mid lane.
It's a signature pick. This Franco for Dreams. I think even in season 13 when they made it to the grand finals, we saw a whole lot of that Franco from Dreams here in this very arena.
And he's looking to make the dreams come true, man. But Annabelle, this is a peculiar pick, I gotta say. The Barats, we kind of expected it to go to the jungle. It can be flexed towards EXP too, but it looks like Luke will play that Kalea. So a lot of tankiness there, and also Dreams. It's not really the greatest of target when you're up against a Barats. It's a big target, but do you want to go for that?
It's a good question. There's also a Detonus welcome, right? So if you do get the Bloody Hunt down, it's going to be great. It's just, how do you deal with the Detonus welcome if Annabelle is the one to go in first, or let's say Light or Luke? Because Light is on a Badang, signature pick as well. Something that we have seen a whole lot. RP! Solo kill against Eman down below.
I'm sorry, Arfi. I was not familiar with your game. That's Emani we're talking about. But Nino goes in, Red, running down Annabelle.
Good cancel, Annabelle falling. Both the carries of BTR shut down quite early. Mid lane Dreams almost finding the Iron Hook. Light gonna be caught as well. Moreno trying to deal enough damage to stop Alter Ego from taking orange, but Rin finally will be able to win the early game.
Yep, a whole 180 switch here in this early of the game. Alter Ego is already up 3-0 now. The brawly type of playstyle by Alter Ego is finally paying dividends. Oh, Tsunami Slam!
Pin down, Nino, able to flicker out. No kill, good deny by Nino.
And there's a green light towards the tunnel. Oh, Dreams!
Bloody Hunt and the flicker and the Iron Hook. Oh, what? Feather airstrike. Oh, that could have been bad. Kijume got it in the end. Good recovery. Traction pulse and the immobilization forcing to purify out as Moreno soaks in the gold cannon minion. NFL invaded, has the red tree, got the purple.
Kijume almost turned into Hijumeng there. Missing out on the feathered airstrike. But this is a very interesting matchup when you see it. Barat and also Baxia. We're back to season 11 once again. Light though. Some stunts onto Dreams.
This crack too. No Tsunami Slam. Luke has it on cooldown.
Back to my point earlier, Baxia and Barat's kind of the same like jungler in a way, the way they're farming, but the rotating speed is gonna be the one that makes a difference for Rin, and it's already showing in this early of a game. 2.7k gold lead for the 3-face mask. Something that they want to build for in this mid game, especially when they have a Farsa here. Looking at the items right now, that gold lead 999 for Arfi, something that we don't expect him dominating Eman in the gold lane.
Good shield unity. Iron Hook into
There
the
you go.
Detonus Welcome, cancelled out. But that's the risk of now not having the Detonus Welcome. Now Rin is all free to engage in. Tortoise and Puissance, no. Re-engage Animal, pop back by the Dark Wave. Tsunami Slam knocking him down under the turret. Moreno will be able to get this kill.
Well done, team.
1 for 1. Annabelle for Nino.
Plus the orange buff, so Alter Ego once again. They're happy with the trade right now, and they're happy with the way they're handling the invades here. Much better than the first 2 games when it was like too chaotic, even for Alter Ego. Some kind of oxymoron there.
Way too chaotic for Alter Ego in the early game, which is, again, it sounds weird, ladies and gentlemen. Alter Ego are usually the ones to utilize that chaos. But BTR, with the Kimmy, it'll take some time for them to actually be able to fight. Rin knows that, and that's why he's pushing on the pace. Shield unity forward, Nino. Not able to find a Dark Wave, but the shield unity, let's connect. Exodus, welcome to cancel. Light in the back line, able to find the fist strike, but Annabelle gets melted down. Light in the front now, caught by Nino.
And there you go, Emma getting jumped on by Nino. Tsunami Slam on towards the turret. That's a retaliation. They're not stopping just yet. RFE.
One more Inferno Pursuit, but Luke gets out just in time. Alter Ego, yet another turtle for them for free.
Now this is a Chaos Derby. Now it's a match.
Finally.
That we have in our hand. Some kind of signs of life here for Alter Ego, despite them getting destroyed in the first 2 games. Sims Crypt in the first match with DL ID and Onyx.
Slow. Alter Ego now, they're the ones with the 3,600 gold lead. They are the ones that just need to take it slow. Their composition does really well as we get into the later stage as well. Well, maybe not the super late game because that's where the Kimmy does super well, but Game Fact here by our new application, GoPay.
It's Barat's debut in Season 15 after it was used last by Dairen in Season 14 Grand Finals. And we know that Cascute loves to pick the Barats over Fabian Sling. That's been the bread and butter in the Grand Finals, but unfortunately, TLID was able to win it. But look at where they're at right now.
Oh, first
already
item
eliminated. And that's the usual first item for the Franco here. Tsunami Slam right away.
Full lockdown, and it will be a kill. Ren gonna be taken down, but now attention as well. Wait. Traction pulse knocking him down as well. It's gonna be out knocked down. Dark Wave already from Nino. Getting so many in front of pursuit stacks, but Nino will fall. Sky Piercer strike. It's another hook to get the kill. And Mon gunning them down, and somehow it ends up being 2 for 2.
2 for 2, but it's a mid lane turret. So again, Alter Ego taking advantage of the early game lead that they have. It looked pretty good from Bigatron, but the HP bars of Rin is way too tanky and they need a lot of time, even with the help of the aggro of the turret, to get him down. Luke though, gonna be engaged on Bloody Hunt.
Luke gonna be caught? No, he gets out. Traction pulse, Dreams gets pulled back, immobilization as well. Knows there's no Bloody Hunt, they're gonna go for the chase light. The flicker forward too. And it will be flicker for flicker, roam for roam.
Yeah, but despite Alter Ego is up by quite a lot here in the early game or the mid game, I think they're not out just yet. It's a bit of a different story than the first two games where it looks like it's a bit more hopeless for Alter Ego. BTR, they're still holding out just fine, and there's still a lot of counterplay they can think of, but Annabelle taking a lot of heat.
Tetris welcome, used up with the airstrike as well. Defensively, Annabelle to the back already. Red Tree on point by Rin. Tsunami Slam trying to survive. Annabelle will be able to escape. Flicker out to Hijume. Doesn't have the feather airstrike. Traction pulse over to RV and Needle. Rin tagging up the turret. Annabelle in the push. Shield Unity.
And that's a kill. Bloody Hano towards Eman. And Hijume executed him. 305 for Hijume.
That's a stompy stomp. And we were expecting with a 3,000 gold lead. Now, full control to Alter Ego. Orange buff denied. Turret taken up top. 4.5k capitalization for Alter Ego. Iron Hook for Dreams. No bloody hunt. Wow, Luke wants to go in again. Tsunami Slam over light. Traction pulse. Dreams gets pulled back, but there's no follow-up. Not enough damage.
Yeah, once RP is in the field, they're just backing away like a Prime Messi, just destroying the opponents. Well, in this case, it's Neymar with the dribbles. 5k right now for Alter Ego and counting. They're owning the bushes, they're owning the jungles, and looking at the items right now. 1k gold lead for the gold laner. Dreams though.
Another one. Count it. Bye-bye. Mr. Dreams. Call him DJ Dreams. Iron Hook again from... late Tetris welcome in the back for the airstrike, locking him down. Moreno getting caught by that airstrike. Annabelle somehow surviving. RP with a lot of shots. Luke Tsunami Slam. Iron Hook for Dreams!
And he is out. Annabelle and Light is taken out. Rain will be the retaliation, but Alter Ego will be happy with the trade. Eman, so try to gap close with Hijume. Pops the Purify.
Oh, half HP! Gee, that's a crit right there.
Yeah, a lot of damage. Balls to the face of Moreno. Looking at the KDAs though, they're putting the deaths. Alter Ego, their damage dealers hasn't died just yet. So, yes, there is some bounty there, but overall it's looking pretty damn good. Until played out by Light. Nino might be getting caught on here.
Who are they gonna go on? RP has Purify. I think it's the right target. BTR just wanting control over Orange.
And they're shifting their focus on towards the Lord. This should be an easy Lord if Alter Ego knows what they're doing. A bit too much lead for this to get stolen. And mind you, this is only the first Lord. But Arfi is snowballing with the Bruno. So it's gonna be a different story. Maybe a lot more value than you think on the first Lord.
Holy defense already procced, I believe, in the mid lane and the bottom lane as well. So BTR, they're gonna have to be very clinical with this defense. Blade armor built to Moreno. I think now if he deals damage, if he shoots, he's gonna deal more damage to himself than to Rin.
The bullet will ricochet onto his head. But Annabelle though, 064, now he is, you know, having the Rin experience in game number 1, right? There is more assists, yes, but he's always the sacrifice, not a team fight, because he is in the front. Even Luke hasn't died just yet, even though he is the engager. Annabelle, he's a small dino right now, no stacks at all.
The airstrike, Tetris welcome, instantly used by Annabelle. He was trying to predict the Iron Hook, but it did come through. Dreams is in BTR's mind.
Oh my god.
Mid lane base turret falling. They have dealt with the side lanes. BTR walk away with just one base turret destroyed by their opponents. Alter Ego want to come knock it again.
Yeah, and by the way, RP already secured that Malefic gun. So he's gonna be shooting it outside of the box for the penalty area. Like KDB. Eman! Oh my god! What was that?
Way too aggressive! And he got punished. Tsunami Slam! Eman might be able to get another triple kill from out of nowhere! Disastrous for Alter Ego! Light wants to go for more. Orange buff taken by RP. Light is still chasing.
Baby, it's a triple. And they might get some turrets here and there for BTR. Or maybe no, because they have a lot of waves to take care of. But Eman, man, what an outplay there. Let's check the item though. Magic Blade. That's an item that I want to go for when you're up against this much damage, especially Hijume. And finally, he goes down. That was the backliner. The feathered airstrike will be less of a threat right now because he knows that Eman is there to cut them down.
There was no need for that, Hijume. That angle, when your team is up top, you need your front to be able to push out the damage. Yes, you're ahead by quite a bit earlier, but was that really worth the risk? Eman now has a shutdown bounty in his hands.
Only 200 gold difference between the gold laner.
Right.
So you know that's big because it was 8k gold lead for Alter Ego. Now he's down to a 4. Half right away after a single exchange. And they can play it a bit slow here. They have decent wave clear with Eman and also Moreno. Even Annabelle can wave clear just a bit with the Barats. So it's not over just yet for the Red Robots.
The 4,000 gold lead. I mean, earlier we got a little bit of a... We got a glimpse at the items light walking up again. The biggest lead is actually in the jungle and XP. So when it comes to damage, I think BTR have gotten to a point where they can finally put a dent onto Alter Ego's front.
Yep, but I don't think they're gonna contest this though.
No.
They know that
they can't.
A single face check will spell their demise, especially with groups there. Annabelle getting jumped out again.
Yeah, they still decide to walk up somehow. RP gets a kill for free. Iron Hook for Dreams again. Traction bomb, no! Getting the Dark Wave, but getting slain. RP, oh, you gotta be careful.
Oh no.
Luke walks up, looking for it. Purify out already. Luke gonna be followed as well as Eman looks for the play. One more crit is all they need.
The Magic Blade paid dividends, but it's only 2 backliners of BTR. The whiff is coming. It looks like Alter Ego wants to regroup first before they decided to take the base for BTR.
10 seconds for Nino. Lord is coming up instantly, shoving it in the mid lane. This might still be defendable, despite that team fight.
Yeah, Nino is nowhere to be seen. Luke, 5 seconds left. So, an advantage for BTR. Can they divide?
Oi! The pin down damage! Right. No flicker this time around for Eman to make an outplay. Lord dealing so much damage towards the base already, half HP. Dreamsing with the Iron Hook. Looking for it, able to find it now in the back line. Light able to go for the pin down as well as Moreno goes in for the free hits, but Light gets disintegrated by RP. Slowly but surely, somehow is able to escape. The Worldie does not land. Moreno caught very low with the airstrike just outside of the range. Moreno with the flicker out already. Base wide open. They're gonna go for it. Nino in the base already. Alter Ego force a game 4. Whew.
A sigh of relief for Alter Ego squad. For Codelwin that's restreaming it right now. And also Alter Champs. We didn't expect this comeback from Alter Ego. They finally got a point on the board.
Wow. Well played to Alter Ego. There you go, finally. Showing up after game 1 and 2. The big question was, where did the regular season second half of Alter Ego, who are up on the rise, go? It looked gone. Game 1 and 2. Game 3, there's a bit of hope back up. You can see from the Alter Champs though, who never backed down. Even when they were 2-0 down, they were supporting this team.
Never back down, never what? Alter Ego, even when
Never
they
give
were
up.
2-0 and they're still louder. Then I'm sorry to call out your fans, Mirko,
Hey.
PTR fans.
I'm sorry, it's facts. I have to take facts. Yes, they are louder than the Troopers by a lot.
Amelia. And right now, it's time to regroup and rethink their approach in game number 4 because it's not going to be the same. There's going to be some adjustments from Coach Tazi and Theo Nell, surely, but this was unnecessary, I gotta say. They should have just played safe because the Hail Mary play was not there for them. Even Luke, that engage was kind of weird. But Alter Ego, what a game. And this might kickstart the comeback here in the first round.
This is what I think RP brings to the table when we're talking about Alter Ego. Alter Ego are so flashy. They need a consistent gold lane like RP.
Yep. But the panelist is there to break it down.
Once again, we're going to game number 4. Boys and girls, Alter Ego have struck back, going back to their comfort for Dreams in particular. His Franco was an impeccable showing, opening up so much opportunity. And finally, we get to see Rin discovering a new shade of Rin. 50 Shades of Rin.
Whoa. Okay. I told you, right? I mean, we talked about it as well. You can't really mess up playing a Baxia. Like, even if you're not well known to be an to be a utility player, you can't really mess up a Baxia. And Rin showed that he can play the Baxia. They got perfect turtle, for God's sake. And it shows that he can if he is situation in a must-use utility type of deal, then why not? But I think, yeah, Alter Ego obviously back on their feet. This might be the momentum that they need. But to talk about a reverse sweep, I think it's still too far-fetched.
Oh, we'll have to wait and see, man. This was a solo kill, was it not?
Yeah,
Oh man, everyone was hyped up right there for sure, man. Definitely gave him a bit of that momentum. You're seeing Arfi, man, carry the team. And you're seeing a lot of the signature aspects of Alter Ego that you were waiting to see in the past 3 games, you know? The aggression coming in from Dreams, right? Setting of the play, Arfi outputting the actual damage, actually being allowed to output set damage. It's a whole different look coming out of Alter Ego.
Absolutely, absolutely. It really is. It's exciting to see because sure, there was a setback coming into that 12th minute, but at the end of the day, one player stayed consistent, and that was Arfi. That solo kill onto Iman was something that we don't see quite often. This is a rookie versus the Iman, right? I think Sheffin put it really well when he was doing the cast earlier on. So he deserves the player of the game presented to by the official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy A36 5G. And there we go. There we have it. We get to see it once again.
And in these mid-game skirmishes, man, again, the damage coming from Alter Ego is so good. And finally, we're seeing Nino on a bit of a signature pick, and you're seeing the impact immediately. Each of them were doing great, but overall, the fact that they now have a composition where everything kind of works together, you know, you have a good front line, you have a good engage tool, and you have a good damage output. It's almost like Alter Ego went for a comp with a very simple amount of like variety, right? A very straightforward game plan, and they're able to execute it so much better. And Dreams on the Franco, this is a signature pick, and you're seeing why it is, dude. It really helped out, shutting down Bigatron, starting from the Kimi in the mid lane, and then later on in these team fights, these re-engage hooks when Bigatron have disengaged already, and Dreams will find, you know, the straggler that's sticking around, really allowed them to get so much more value.
They're always able to, again, like you said, re-engage and have an extra hand just reaching out to Bigatron. I mean, we have kind of like a premise where, you know, this is a Kimi Granger game. You have to have backline access, you have to be able to shut them down. And that is provided by Ijume with the Feather Airstrike. That was, I think, one of the game-winning kills in that Crystal clash, because that kill took down Iman, and there was no extra damage from Iman. And number 2, they had the hook as well to reach out. And the Baxia rolling in. I mean, the Baxia, again, has that magic resistance against the Kimi to a certain degree. Not even with the Dominance Ice, right? Because of the ultimate. So, yeah, Alter Ego, they showcased a very, very good game, at least in this game.
And for Bigatron, we saw a lot of questionable moments. Even in the final fight there, when Iman seemed like he was going to try and make a big play happen, right? We saw Luke go really deep. And hey, if I was Miracle, right, I'll be a bit concerned, because Bigatron, we know that once they get too hyped, once they get too confident, perhaps, we've seen those moments build up. So, you know, if there's a time to be a bit more patient and kind of, you know, step back and reassess, Bigatron, this is it. You know, you have to show that you have that discipline, you have that presence of mind to still maintain and remove all the win conditions from Alter Ego, even though it seems like it's a done deal from the first 2 games.
That was the big moment, right? 12 minutes in, Iman gets that triple kill because he was able to sidestep out of the skills coming through from Alter Ego. So that initial 8k gold lead coming from Alter Ego actually slivered to 4k. But then what you mentioned happened, the Luke tragedy. Because initially it looked really good, right? He was able to...
It looked really good?
It looked really good.
I'm sorry, go on.
He was able to deny that pick from Alter Ego, but then he flickered back in to perhaps look for a pick onto Arfi. But unfortunately, he got taken down, and then Eman was in a really tough position.
I think it's fair because he knows that Eman is strong. Sure, you can't really go on the offense that eagerly, but
Specifically, he had like 4 stacks by then.
yeah, but I think he knows that the Granger is getting hotter by the minute. It's
Yeah.
getting more dangerous. But you have to note that RFE is a Bruno, and this Bruno late game is a problem. And that Bruno was scaling already. With a few items, the crit is just so spicy. So I think underestimating the damage that Alter Ego can also bring.
Yeah.
That was also done by Bigatron, and overestimating their own damage.
Not to mention, if you look at the item timeline right here, a lot of bunch of components for Luke. He went for the fleeting time. So, I don't know, man. If you're the EXP laner, I feel like the fleeting time can be a valid item later on. You know, I think your main job is still to be a bit of a frontline instead of focusing too much on utility. So, there's things like that kind of get you thinking. Is Bigatron kind of being too over-ambitious here? Do they feel like they can get away with it, you know? Because especially in a high-stakes situation like the playoffs, those are the thoughts that can get you if you don't, maintain the proper mindset.
Was the Barat's pick existent?
I was about to ask.
Yeah. I mean, I wanted to talk about it. We talked with Professor KB from the Indonesian
Just a
panelist
little bit.
desk. We talked about the Barats becoming, a counter towards the Baxia. But hey, I think we'll talk more about it later.
Because right now we're going to throw it over to Alyssa and Bude before we get into game numero 4? 4. 4.
DL, sambut Alter Ego X. Woohoo! Kok nggak dibawa pialanya ke sini?
Berat Bude.
Oh berat. Hais muncul di sini.
Tes.
Ada Dev Coach, ada Styx, ada Cyrus, dan juga ada Founder. Bukan Kodelwin, Founder. Bukan ya. Tapi di sini menarik banget kalian sebagai juara. Baru banget juara. Perjuangan kalian juara. Pada akhirnya kalian dapatkan. Bagaimana? Datang ke sini sebagai juara tuh beda nggak sih?
Beda sih. Lebih banyak yang kenal aja. Agak lebih banyak yang kenal. Agak lebih banyak.
Lebih banyak yang kenal dan mungkin jalannya juga lebih dengak gitu ya?
Iya, palanya ke atas terus.
Oke.
Udah gak bisa ngeliat ke bawah. Sombong.
Sombong, gak apa-apa. Habis juara tapi luar biasa. Dan kita ngelihat kalian kesini untuk tentunya mendukung Alter Ego nih yang lagi memang berjuang. Bagaimana kalian melihat performa perdana mereka di babak playoff?
Aku lihatnya dia Alter Ego di game 3 udah balik sih.
Ini jati diri Alter Ego?
Ya, semoga di game terusnya kayak gitu terus.
Tapi Hais, kamu kan pernah bermain dengan mereka juga. Kayaknya berpisahnya juga baru-baru banget. Gimana sih kamu melihat dari mungkin ada 2 player yang baru menjajaki panggung playoff, Rine dan juga Arvi?
Aku lihatnya mereka di game 1-2 mungkin agak kurang performa, tapi tadi di game 3 udah balik sih mereka. Udah jago lagi.
Udah jago lagi?
Iya.
Jadi memang game 1-2 mungkin agak sedikit penyesuaian gitu kah?
Iya, agak shaky dikit lah.
Shaky dikit? Atau memang sebenarnya kalian gimana sih ngelihat dari Alter Ego terlihat benar-benar di pressure. Rine yang biasanya kita lihat dengan linknya set, assassin link, segala macam dia bisa. Tapi kayak jadi feeder tadi ya game 1-2. Apa respon kalian?
Feeder, kayak udah ngeblank sih tadi. Ya.
Oke, udah ngeblank. Respon kalian gimana tuh? Santai aja atau bagaimana?
Agak kaget.
Masih percaya comeback sih.
Masih percaya comeback?
Kayaknya emang sengaja sih ini. Skenarionya emang begini.
Wah, memang Alter Ego ada-ada aja. Game 1-2 sengaja. Biar bikin musuh kaget?
Gak kaget sih, emang biar gamenya lama aja. Kita juga ngepredik bakal gamenya 5 game kepake semua nih.
5 game? Berarti game ketiga ini jadi titik comeback ya. Tapi bisa dibilang yang bermain bersama Rine dan juga Arvi mungkin ya. Arvi kan bisa dibilang musim ini masih bermain di MPL tiba-tiba dinaikin. Dan gimana sih ini dari kawan-kawan Arvi tiba-tiba muncul?
Ya Arvi di MPL emang gendong-gendong. Terus di MPL dia baru dicoba season ini jadi bagus-bagus aja sih. Terus tadi game 1 sama 2 mungkin emang masih penyesuaian panggung aja. Terus game ketiga tadi bisa dilihat dia solo Philemon ya. Serem sih.
Serem ya. Ini dari Cyrus, MVP dari MDL musim ini. Dan kamu melihat banyaknya perubahan terjadi di tempat kalian dan di Alter Ego. Gimana sih kondisi Alter Ego sekarang? Ini memang Alter Ego, saatnya Alter Ego Prime mengukir sejarah nggak sih menurutmu?
Gak tahu ya, saya nggak pernah lihat MPL latihan lagi. Cuma semoga aja lah sejarah AE sekarang.
Semoga mengukir sejarah. Founder kepengen nyemangatin gak sih temenmu yang lagi berjuang nih, posisinya memang match point untuk tim Bigetron?
Ya, semangat buat anak-anak MPL ya. Selagi Dreams masih spam Franco, kita masih bisa menang sih harusnya.
Kuncinya Dreams spam Franco. Kalau di pen gimana nih ya? Hais, gimana kamu melihat sekarang? Match point, memang udah ngedapetin 1 poin kemenangan, tapi kan Bigetron 1 langkah lagi bisa memulangkan Alter Ego lagi. Apa yang kamu ingin sampaikan mungkin?
Tetap main kayak tadi sih, soalnya mereka jago banget tadi, parah.
Parah. Kamu yakin Alter Ego bisa comeback dan memenangkan match ini?
Yakin 100%.
Yakin 100%. Dan kita udah melihat bahwa dari Alter Ego X sudah datang ke sini, mereka menyemangati untuk tim Alter Ego comeback. Mereka percaya ini bisa terjadi 100% bahkan. Dan mari kita beri tepuk tangan sekali lagi untuk tim Alter Ego X. Dan semuanya pasti penasaran ingin mengetahui bagaimana kelanjutan dari game yang keempat. Langsung saja panelis, monggo.
Thank you, Bude. That was Alter Ego X, by the way, for those of you guys who aren't aware, the MDL Alter Ego team.
That's Heis. Yeah, the guy who got the Savage in the earlier weeks of MPL ID Season 3.
That's Ghani's goat.
Ghani's goat.
Ghani's goat. That's important. Yeah, but going back to the previous topic, Barats. Barats. Wait, Barats rhymes with? Strats, right? And we gotta keep in mind, the best strat to win ranked game is a good connection. Ladies and gentlemen, don't let lag cause you to lose ranks, because you guys can actually enjoy a seamless gaming experience with the Telkomsel Paket G2 1, offering speeds up to 100 Mbps for only 375k IDR. So, what are you guys waiting for? Brats, strats. Subscribe now via Mike Telkomsel or tsel.id/nacional.
That's why I was lagging.
Yeah, I was about to say that's
because I did not have Telkomsel embedded in me.
It's okay, now you do.
You need that.
Now you know.
Now I know that I can speak fast and
you know how to speak faster? You take snacks that help you develop those
We're supposed
oral
to show
skills.
off our sucrose snacks, but we finished it.
But it's all gone.
There you go.
Sorry, guys.
There we go.
We messed up. We messed up.
We have some. We have some. Wait.
Oh, can I have some?
We have some.
This is the fried coated soy, the kadale.
I'll have this part.
Yeah, okay.
It's the top part.
I'm
This
gonna enjoy this
Sucro
real
packaging.
Yeah, well, that's the only one left.
That is good.
Yeah.
That is good. I call these
the
exotic
one?
flavors.
Exotic flavors.
Yeah.
You like the exotic flavors, realize?
I do. They have, I'd say, underground flavors, you know?
Underground flavors?
People only know, you know, the classic one, the white ball and all that. They have like the kacang kribo, which is...
Oh, the kribo one is so good.
Yeah,
That's
kribo.
my favorite, guys. Personal favorite, kribo.
Gasla.
Best.
Hey, Eterna, we had this conversation, by the way, alongside Mirko.
You've had a lot of conversation.
We do. We talk a lot. We're yappers, basically.
Okay. Continue.
Look at the Sucro man right there.
Okay, yeah.
How do you think her mom gave birth to him with that big head?
I don't think I can answer that on broadcast.
It's a tough time in the hospital. Gasla.
I'm not sure if that's how the conversation went, bro.
Yeah, no. But I think I need something more filling after sucro. Do you guys have an alternative?
It was my lunch earlier.
Oh, really? What did you eat?
Do I want to tell her? We should gatekeep these.
Why not?
Gatekeep.
No, why? Why would you gatekeep?
Okay, my bad. Because I had Hoka Bento.
Oh!
You had Hawk Ben?
Hawk Ben!
Are you serious?
Better than Ben 10.
Oh, what did you get? What did you get?
There's a lot of options that you can really get, but my favorite menus is the MPL Hokben fried chicken.
Okay.
It's a very juicy fried chicken.
Okay.
Has enough batter, not the excessive
much,
batter.
yeah.
Yeah, not too much. Yeah. Then the MPL Hoka ramen. By the way, I love
Ramen. Okay.
I love ramen. And of course, when I'm low on budget and I don't have money, I don't hold as much cash as this guy does. When I
Which
only
is
have
faster.
like a few bucks up on my sleeve, I go for the MPL Hoka Hemat.
Sleeve.
Oh.
Hemat means,
Thrifty, economical.
Yeah, economy.
Because I heard with every purchase of the MPL menu, you guys get something in addition?
Yeah, you do.
You get like free diamonds or something like that?
But you get fun
Like
bonuses.
items, like bonuses?
A lot of bonuses.
I guess we'll figure it out later on because safety
Vroom.
can be fun, boys and girls,
Wow.
right? When strategy and speed are the key, focus and protection are everything. So both in-game, on the road, everywhere else. Exclusive collaboration designs are also available for every RSV helmet. So if you guys have a favorite team, who knows, maybe in the official RSV helmet official marketplace, you guys can actually find the team you want, like Geek,
The
X,
design of the team.
RSV, yeah. The white one.
Let's say it, Rashi.
Pretty cool.
Let's say it. Safety is #1 priority.
Yeah, welcome to RSV, where safety is number one.
Safety is #1 priority.
Number one priority, boys and girls, don't forget. All right, we've been reminding you since the regular season, right?
Yeah.
Protection #1, safety can be fun.
You know, unfortunately, Miko was telling us that some teams don't have an
Protection?
edition. Yes, an edition just yet. You know, so like there's some teams that have an RSV edition.
Right.
Some teams don't yet. So, you know, we're looking forward to some more of those exclusives.
Exclusive. Imagine having a Dewa one, right? Then you have
Or Navi.
Olympus behind it.
Oh.
What about
Navi.
Evos?
Evos, it's probably a white tiger, or probably a picture of Albert, maybe.
Which is pretty cool.
I mean,
It is.
Or do you want a jacked porcupine on it?
Hey, we
that
saw
would be
that.
funny. That would be funny.
Right? Oh, it's Cordillwin in the watch party with Fandi.
And?
He doesn't look too happy.
And? Fandi and?
And?
I don't know. That's why I'm asking.
I don't know. I don't know her, honestly.
Probably a nice person.
I'm usually really aware with these people, but
Ah.
I'll figure it out, guys. Sorry, I let you guys down today.
Fandi's a very funny person, by the way.
He is.
He's hilarious.
Prince Fandi to you.
Prince Fandi. Okay, my bad. King Fandi. I'll elevate that.
It's in his name, bro. Fun.
He's fun.
Yeah, he's a fun guy.
He is.
And he's a Didi. Fandi.
But moving on to the previous game recap here. Man, RP on that Bruno. How about that, huh?
Yeah.
The fact that I'm happy to see that crit marksmen still have a place in the meta. Because so far, there's been a lot of those swift build marksmen. There've been a lot of the ability-based kind of, like the Granger, for instance. But when I first started playing, the good old marksmen go for those crits, man. So seeing those big numbers, right, the big chunks, it's a far cry from the good old days where the Bruno would hit you for like half HP in a hit back in the olden seasons. But you know, it's a different sensation. It's a different play style, right? If it's in your team, then you have access to more bursts. If it's on the opposing team, you gotta be more careful. Brings diversity to the game.
I agree. I mean, the Bruno was indeed a late game threat. It's bound to be always a Bruno when he's 3 items in, even 4. Make it even more for RFE because he was playing a spectacular game. He knew how to kite properly because against the Granger, you don't necessarily lose out because the Bruno also has that range and that crit damage that can just burst quickly compared to the Granger. So we'll see if Alter Ego would like to have that type of hero again.
We'll see, because it looks like both teams are actually on the same side. Alter Ego still on blue side, Bigatron on red. I'm wondering whether or not Bigatron will like to go back or fall back into the same draft that they did in game number 1, considering, like Miracle likes to mention, right? If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Hey, that's true.
Drafting phase game number 4 presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy A36 5G, and yet still the Luoyi band. So Alter Ego go for the Boxia. But this is the change from the red robots. Farsa picked up first.
The only one bound.
These are a quick set of picks. I mean, the Baxia again being prioritized by Alter Ego. Bigatron again. Fovia snatch in the hands of Dino because they know Luke also plays this. But these are very, very quick. I mean, the Franco is out, the Kimmy as well. This time the Kimmy is with the Baxia, so you know the Kimmy has more, I'd say, freedom because the Baxia just kind of denies that Kimmy off of a strong start.
But this Kimmy is picked against a Farsa, and we saw how difficult it was to actually have impact and output your DPS when the Feather Airstrike is looming right above you.
Yeah.
So Bigatron has an angle here to try and use that. They've taken the Phoveus away from Nino, and that was definitely a big factor in how Alter Ego were able to actually get good positioning in those big team fights. Along with that, the 1-1 that was banned away, I believe, in game number 2 and number 1 by Alter Ego has been let go. So Bigatron with a gold lane type of angle right here.
And it makes sense, right? The 1-1 against the Franco, technically a free Purify that he's able to utilize.
You pop it when you're hooked?
You have to time it, I think.
The timing.
Yeah.
That's just the hook.
When
I don't
you're
know if the ulti, I didn't think you can do it with the ulti.
Yeah, the ulti
'Cause
is
it's a suppress.
basically impossible, to suppress, and you can't really access your skills bar to the Purify that, you know, it's a spell, right? But yeah, the timing will be very important. And at least the 1-1, the Hands of Iman is a strong pick. The Crossbow of Tang will be very, very good to just, you know, jump over, like, the bulky heroes at the boxer that wants to come running at you. So yeah, I think that's a very, very safe and decent pick, the 1-1.
Which means that there's some urgency for Bigatron to get the ball rolling early. The 1-1 has an okay laning phase and a very strong mid game. So if this drags on, the Kimmy or a different gold laner can have a chance to outscale the 1-1 and have a lot more damage output.
Yeah. Especially when the Winter Crowns start popping in, the Portals start popping in. That's when the 1-1 really falls off. But when it comes down to like early game laning phase, level 1, level 2, the 1-1 is actually quite strong. Carry though gets taken away in the second phase alongside the rest. Cho also gets taken out. Alter Ego respecting light here considering a roamer has not been picked up.
Cool, so the angle right now seems like for Alter Ego is to limit the engage tools. They've been on the back foot and they are unable to mount their own offense again and again because Bigatron has the better engage, has the bigger threat on the map. But now with the Franco that has proven itself very useful, even before the Baxia is even in the picture for the combo, with the traction pulse as well, by the way, can be comboed with the Iron Hook. I think Alter Ego are trying to make sure that, you know, Bigatron can't really get those lockdown type of heroes, and Mathilda will be the option. Mathilda Phoveus for Bigatron, but against a Franco, hey, I don't know, man. You can't take the guiding win when you're being suppressed.
But remember, this Franco was working only with the Kimmy right now, which is why the carry was banned, right?
Right.
So we're looking at something else that is needed to kind of supplement the Franco if they still want to utilize Dreams for the pickoffs.
Beatrix?
Beatrix, yeah, I mean, you need follow-up damage, follow-up burst damage when the Bloody Hunt is out, so you have that pickoff potential. But again, we need to note that the Skimmy still could be flexed.
Yeah, and
go in the hands of Hijumi.
Let them come.
Without,
there
the
you
Benedetta.
go! The Nino special!
I've been waiting for this, man, and the Irithel comes through. And some burst damage. It's not the best burst damage. Oh wow, so if Alter Ego are gonna try and engage with a Bloody Hunt, they have to do so under the Feather Airstrike. This might be a bit difficult, but maybe that's where the Benedetta comes in. Whenever Moreno comes in with the Feather Airstrike, the Benedetta makes sure that he cannot stay there for long.
Petrify, maybe?
Most likely, I think.
What about the Irithel and the 1-1 now? Because earlier we said that the 1-1 would dominate the lane, but with Irithel in the picture.
Oh. Interesting. Mathilda Lucas, Mathilda Phoveus. A strat we saw just earlier as well. Alright. The laning phase though, to answer your question, it's gonna heavily favor the Irithel. I think Mirko is very adamant that it's an absolute counter.
So that's going to be the next challenge that Aman has to face. Still at match point. Ladies and gentlemen, can Alter Ego go for a full force into game number 5? We're going to throw it over to our casters.
Gotta say, I didn't expect to be in this position, but
me neither.
Alter Ego is here, and their draft is looking mighty solid, Mirko.
This is game 5, ladies and gentlemen. If we're looking at the drafts, right? The Lucas and Matilda is great. 1-1 pick without banning Irithel, though. This is wild.
Well, let's see, though. BTR is known to be very systematic, but unfortunately, they're more known as Biga Choke.
Oh no, don't please.
As a lot of people would put it. So maybe that's an omen, bad omen for the BTR fans out there, including this guy right here.
Get a load of this guy. Good cut from Alter Ego. Really, I mean, at this point, also comfort picks from Alter Ego. It's comfort for BTR. But Eman's really going to struggle in this lane. He got solo killed by a Bruno against the Granger. Alter Ego, by the way. Super fast pace, a good iron hook over.
Oh my
Not going to be
lord.
caught, has a Purify to escape. Hijume putting the pressure on as well.
Some early game bravado there from Alter Ego. Very, very aggressive in this early of a game, but talk to me about this matchup, Mirko. Irithel and 1-1, I would reckon that it's leaning more towards Irithel?
Oh, dude, it's not even leaning. It's like the 1-1 collapses against
Even
the Irithel.
early game.
Especially in the early game, actually.
Oh.
Like, as long as you have sprint, even if you don't have sprint, you should be able to walk away, poke from afar, and that's why you can see how safe Eman is playing here. He needs to play very, very safe. He's going to lose out in trades. He's not going to be able to all in, and later on, crossbow attack is almost impossible to get against the Irithel, unless the Irithel is like bad.
Yeah. And they're gonna try to proc the crossbow tank on towards Rin or maybe Dreams. That's the ideal targets. And the fact that RF actually took Thrill instead of like Fatal or like a attack speed boost. I like that. So he can trade a bit better because most of his damage will come through from his first and second skill.
Yep. When it comes to this matchup too, by the way, it's technically not the best matchup picking up the Benedetta against the Phoveus. You enable the Phoveus a bit more, but it is a comfort pick for Nino. Back in Season 7, Season 8. Oh, Iron Hook there. Luke immobilized, so, oh, wait a second. Hijume is quite low. Luke's not level 4. Nino's 4 first. Annabelle already chunked down. Eye for an eye, good one. Luke pulled back by the Guiding Wind.
As cool as it gets, Nino, on the signature Benedetta. So it looks like going by the HP bars is going to be a full damage Benedetta, or at least a hybrid. And they need it to burst down all these heroes coming in from BTR. They're going to just try to run down
2 levels
out to the ground, especially with the Irithel too.
Yep. You can see the bottom lane already losing out. Annabelle with a sacred piece on all into the back line. Dark Wave connecting with the Ninetales. Beast Bomb. Good petrify from Nino.
God. The damage is insane. Light's going to get chased down by Nino. Luke still in the front line, still jumping around, dunking on everybody, but Light is there to bail him out.
900 gold lead with 1 kill and a turtle. I believe it's mainly because of this gold lane matchup that they literally let go against Arfi. They gave him a good lane.
That's a fast Heptasis if I've ever seen one. And no boots as well, so he's pretty much very confident with this damage. Streams though, still looking, traction pulls!
Uh-oh. They're circling Eagle and a Guiding Wind, but Eman is still going to be the one losing out on a lot of value when it comes to that. Luke walking up. Oh, try to catch it. Feather airstrike from Moreno to snipe him down. Annabelle in his own jungle. Oh, still able to secure his own purple. Rin a bit too early with his retry.
And by the way, Dreams is again on the Franco, and mind you that this guy still has 100% win rate this season on a Franco, 3-0. And let's take a look at the item here. Ren actually goes for a Cursed Health right away instead of just maybe more tankiness. So he's confident they can just erase the jungles out of BTR's area, and right away you can see the level difference, 2 level from Annabelle and also Ren. That's a lot.
Now it's a 1,200 gold lead for Alter Ego with a composition that I believe actually does better later on too. The Kimmy, the Irithel, we already know of the Irithel matchup. BTR are kind of forced to win the early game with the Phoveus and Lucas. Yes, they'll have the Farsa, but even the 1-1 will be heavily, I mean, it'll be very easy to counter in the later stage of the game when Winter Crowns start getting built up. Up top, Shield Unity over to Light. Guiding Wind brings him in. Luke still jumping around again, able to get a few of these procs. Annabelle! Rasengan, Nino, bit too aggressive. Dreams walks off. Iron Hook, landing, traction, pulls in the Bloody Hunt too. 1 for 1, Nino for Luke.
Yep, that's a good trade. For it's actually EXP to EXP, so it's a bit more equal than I thought. Annabelle though, Sacred Beast forward is going in.
Another airstrike, Iron Hook missing, but Annabelle's gonna be kited down. Even with the tail beast for Hijume!
With the chase, and Light might be on the other side of the receiving end of the bullets of Hijume. 2 kills, and also Eman falls down with Arfi. Solo killing him again.
The double kill, a dunk below Luke. Traction pulse, good night. Alter Ego, 3,000 gold lead. BTR don't know where to go, don't know what to do.
Yep, it really might be a game 5 here on what was 2 match points for BTR. It's a bit too early to call it, but the way the game is going right now.
It's not early at all.
Hey,
called it during the draft.
I've been wrong a lot of times in the regular season, and I might be wrong again here.
You're not wrong here, Sheffin.
Well, you know, it's spoken from a BTR fan, so maybe I'll take your word for it, Mirko.
Gotta take my word for it. Not just a BTR fan, but a 1-1 player myself. This is an unplayable game.
Oh
Rage.
my
Hulk
God.
again from Dreams, a signature pick shield unity, and the bloody hunt. Time to perfection. 3 Sky Piercer stacks on Hijume.
Sky Piercer very early in the game, and Nino is having a time of his life, just clearing the lane, and no one can really just hinder him from doing so. BTR is pretty much playing a catch-up game, and Dreams, he can wait until he lands a hook, and Alter Ego will just pounce. They can take this game as long as they want to. As long as Dreams gets the hook, it's game over for Alter Ego or BTR.
Here's the thing about the 1-1, right? You need early game snowball too, because up against a composition like this, let's say the crossbow attack, you somehow are able to get it. You're not killing Rin. You're not touching Rin. Like, the Tortoise's Boisans will be enough to just soak in all that damage. Maybe with the burst coming in from Moreno and the Lucas and Annabelle, that could change things. But that's if Rin is all alone. Alter Ego has so much artillery, so much damage from Hijume, a pick potential 2 from Dreams, traction pulse, landing, immobilization, and the poke. That range for Alter Ego is going to be deadly.
I can't believe that Arfi is outplaying Eman in these last 2 games.
In this game,
that's a sentence.
It's a given.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, but previous game it was not for sure. Moreno though, just a bit of a feathered airstrike, and some bullets from Hijume can take him down. Rin, Retribution.
Uh-oh, Moreno gonna be caught. Oh, an assassination from Rin Petri! Nino jumping to the back, the crossbow attack, but Nino is able to dash away in time. The man going for the chase, but look at the tier 2. Luke jumping, Benedetta falling. Annabelle goes in aggressively, has the guiding wind, gets pulled back. Hijume!
Another Sky Piercer stack, make it 2, might be 3. Luke gonna be chased down by the whole team of Alter Ego, but he flickers out. Now up to 7K for Alter Ego.
6,800 gold lead. Hijume has 5 stacks on Sky Piercer. 5. This is a hero that is mid to late game, ladies and gentlemen. Alter Ego are pulling a fast one on BTR. BTR were stomping game 1 and 2. Alter Ego,
no.
They took the stomp so that they could stomp. They studied the stomp so that they could stomp here.
And Hijume paid some respects towards the physical damage healing potential from these guys. Eman, gotta watch out. Not much damage on the traction pulls, but that CC might be dangerous. Dream still scouting the situation. Oh, they're playing with fire.
This game will only be winnable if Alter Ego make a mistake, and it has to be like a crazy, weird mistake. This is winnable right here. I think at the 12-minute mark. They have so much siege. They have already outscaled BTR, I feel.
Oh. And the fact that Franco is not going to be near BTR's players, but at the same time, it's a good engage potential. Oh, RV!
Oh, just as I say, crossbow attack popped in. RV, what was that? Annabelle jumps in, Dreams gonna be falling as well. BTR somehow find a ticket back to the game. Look!
What? Nino is low. Win is as well. Eman's gonna chase them down, and that's a wipe for BTR. They just throw it out of the window. Mirko, that's a caster's jinx.
I'm in disbelief. Utter disbelief. A full counter drafted away. A 6,700 gold lead. An Irithel who's already outscaled a 1-1. How has that happened?
I don't have an answer. Maybe the replay will have an answer. I mean, the main thing is overextension from Arfi and giving that crossbow tank on towards Eman. And shout out to Annabelle just cleaning up the backline there. And this one is unnecessary. Hijume and Nino could have just backed away.
It's not the familiar code though, to back away when your other family members...
You die together!
You die together, or you'll win together. That's the principle, I guess. But how did RP get caught there? He has to be very careful. The game is in their hands. This is not supposed to be throwable.
And by the way, it's still 5k gold lead, so Alter Ego, believe it or not, they're still in a very big advantage. Eman, second skill. And Rin is trying to flank here.
Flaction pulse, shield unity as well, but there's into the back line. RP getting careful again, Rin. Crossbow tank from Eman. Doesn't translate, good flicker from Dreams. That could have been bad.
I guess there is some silver lining in the fact that Rin is not a late game hero, and he's just there as a sandbag. And Eman loves a sandbag in his face.
Okay, Sea Halberd, DHS Corrosion side. He's going for the attack speed build, not the crit build that we've seen a whole lot in the regular season. Because I think he knows he's behind. He knows that he has to deal damage to the front line first. 3,000 gold lead now. Somehow, again,
it's a good trap.
It is a good trap, but again, Alter Ego can just go in. They have a lot of stacks. And the airstrike over to Nino. Taking very low. RP doing a lot of damage. Having crossbow. RP, be careful. Sprint already. Oh my lord, how has that happened again? Alter Ego, Hijume is left all alone. Has him with a nature. Will be able to escape. Eman walks in. Dreams unable to get the hook, and somehow there's 20 seconds on the death timers for RP. The Lord is up.
It's not Game of Thrones, it's Game of Thrones for Alter Ego.
Oh my lord.
It was, I don't know, 8k gold lead? No, it's like 2k! And they have the advantage on the lower. They're a man up, and RP, the most important member in this case, is out. BTR, they don't want to take it. They go the discipline routes. Oh, they gotta, why? Why?
Hey, now I understand what LaFell and Husky had to go through in Malaysia, you know? I heard them casting and I'm like, wow. They seem disappointed. Oh man. Oh man.
I mean, I would love to see what's Codelwin's reaction to all those points.
Oh man.
Is he human? Is he just, you know, facepalm? Both of them?
Calm down. Alter Ego still are the ones who should win in this case.
Wait, they can chase Luke.
No, there's no way. Luke walks in, traction pulse already used up. Again, Eman walks up with a circle Ego, and the airstrike lost RP down. Heavy crossbow already. Annabelle jumps into the back, but over to nature is ready for RP. BTR on the back foot one more time as they look to defend.
I gotta say, the wave clear for BTR is actually kind of bad. Yes, Moreno is there, but this is 1-1 we're talking about. It's just tickles the lane. A single hit, like single target damage to the basic attack as well. It's not a Moskov.
Winter,
and that's a big item. Surely this is not losable here for Alter Ego unless we saw it.
You know what?
Times.
We don't say it anymore.
You know,
we might
nothing is out of the window. Nothing is off the table.
Let's see. Still a chance somehow, some way. Rin shield unity cancel. Feather airstrike doing a lot of damage. Reeves
gets Eman, but don't come up just yet. Once again, the throw is there. Hijume with a nature, and they are trying to throw again. Annabelle
getting another immortality already popped in. Rin all alone in front. Nino going to be taken low, taken down by Annabelle. Moreno handling the Lord. A wipeout. Annabelle gets a maniac. 18 seconds on Dreams.
I don't think they can end just yet. They need to take care of the Lord, and they don't have a wave at all. But that was probably the sequence. This 3 sequence is probably one of the worst Mobile Legends that I've ever witnessed in MPL.
Yo, Chef, and usually I'd be like, man, you're out of pocket for that one. But damn, you're right.
RV is 1-3-1. This is an Irithel that wins the laning against Eman. This is a favorable matchup for Irithel. Why?
And still, by the way, ladies and gentlemen back at home, Alter Ego are the ones who have outscaled BTR. Let's take a look at the real-time gold graph. This is a generational throw from Alter Ego. How is it this close against a composition that should have scaled off, that should have been off? Oh man, Light's gonna go in again, circling Ego onto the back. Luke.
Oh, I don't know about that.
Oh, Nino's gonna call alone. Eye for an eye for the airstrike. No cancel. He gets away with the final blow.
And somehow, some way, BTR has the control. I mean, you can even argue at this point, Alter Ego, draft-wise, composition-wise, they're still up in the air. They're still leading. Like, oh my God, I've said a lot of times in this day that I'm speechless.
Yeah.
This is like the epitome of speechless. The gold gap was wider than Eterna's forehead.
Oh my.
And now
Whoa.
it's only 100 for BTR.
Skypiercer stacks are gone technically for Hijume at this point of the game, right? He had what? I think he had 60 stacks on the Skypiercer, and now it's... I would love to see the count on the Skypiercer now. Uh-oh.
No.
For the airstrike, that was the Kumar push. Annabelle, that's a great bloody hard from Dreams.
And Luke jumps in. Annabelle, the front line guiding Win. Is trying to get away. Hijume chasing. Light also trying to get away. Luke might be at the end of the swords of Nino.
Shield Unity used it. Luke taken down him on 20 seconds of Alter Ego. They should get it done here. They should get it done.
Surely,
now.
Come on. There's a wave. Do they want to go for that one? It's a 3v5.
Iron Hook not landing. Wave in the bottom lane. Still with the traction pulse again. Annabelle walks up again. It's going to be Hijume caught very low. Feather airstrike. Locking him down in the back as Annabelle is able to escape. Light comes down. Click the bloody hunt. Locking him. Alter Ego, despite the crazy game, brings it to a game 5.
Like, I am both relieved and also disgusted with the fact that Alter Ego played that bad, but in the end, they still get the W. How?
Dreams.
Yes, but like...
Dreams.
This is some Indonesian Mobile Legends, ladies and gentlemen.
This is...
It is chaotic, for sure. It is Chaos Derby. But we're on to game number 5. The decider on the fates of these two teams.
Possible reverse sweep in our hands for day number 1, ladies and gentlemen. Alter Ego, we're down 2-0. And now they're the ones leading. They're the ones with the advantage. Technically not leading, but with the advantage of momentum by their side.
Do you have something to say more?
Usually, I'd just be like sad that BTR is losing, but I am sad at the state of this game.
It is a peculiar game indeed. And the Big Choke allegations is coming to the surface once again. Oh my God. It might happen again, man. The panelists, like, you gotta break it down for us.
We're going to game 5!
Absolute cinema. Absolute cinema. And you know, Mirko's famous last words. It's a generational throw from Alter Ego.
But it was.
It was.
It doesn't even matter.
And then
it
Arashi.
doesn't even matter.
And then Arashi. How, I don't want to say bad, but like, in that sense where Alter Ego threw, they still won the game.
Exactly.
So there's layers of mistakes.
It doesn't even matter, bro. Dude, I can't even maintain proper posture. Like, that was... So many things were going on, bro.
Right.
So many things. You saw the gold graph earlier? Great scenery, bro.
Up and down.
That's
up
a
and
mountain
down.
ridge.
You like mountains, you like lakes. Game number 4, it has it all. We're looking at the replay in crucial moment, I believe, and I agree with you. That was supposed to be a BTR win after the throw came through from Alter Ego, but the fact that Emon unfortunately had to get taken out first before the team fight even occurred, that's when it really sealed the deal for BTR, man. I'm at a loss for words. Like, what was that game? What was that game?
I need a break, dude. This is Too much excitement. Oh boy.
Absolutely. Let's crown our MVP first, though. Presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy A36 5G. And it's going to go to Dreams. Once again, on his signature Franco. Game number 3, game number 4. Super accurate. I still don't know how he has the game sense to get these hooks down, but it keeps landing and it keeps finding opportunities for Alter Ego to capitalize over.
Dude, some of these hooks were just really, really good. And you can see that he has a thought process. Whenever the Farsa is ulting, whenever Moreno is in place, he kind of has a bit of a foresight type of deal when he's trying to land some of these iron hooks. And of course, it's a solo kill, but it's a favorable matchup, so we don't really count that. But man, Alter Ego though, despite having everything going for them, again, I have to restate it, it was a generational throw. How the heck did the game even go that far afterwards? Oh man. Once Bigatron got some gold in their pockets, they got the power spikes, they have the tools, the range, the burst damage, and Alter Ego so one-dimensional in their approach, trying to just force their way into the base. It did not pay off, man. Multiple times they lost multiple members when they're trying to get value with this Lord. But after a while, give it long enough, Bigatron finally had the chance, the opportunity, and they wipe out Alter Ego. This was the moment. This was their time to shine. But unfortunately, right here, the suppression, dude.
Yeah.
That was a suppression. That was what happened, man. Eman gets locked in, gets taken out, and from there, it's a matter of time.
Generational suppression, I'd say, from Dreams. He was so good with the Franco. Obviously, a staple pick for him, a signature. And yeah, in that last fight, I think Eman dying just sealed the deal for Bigatron. We took a look at the base conditions, and was it endable or not? But I feel like after
I said it was immediately, like,
yeah,
an end angle, bro.
That's true, but like, after what Alter Ego did, that throw, I don't know what was in Bigatron's minds. I mean, they got the Maniac, they were able to turn it around, but they couldn't even still close it out.
Well, they probably got swept up in the pace and the momentum, right? In trying to make sure that Alter Ego can't recover, can't set up again with 5 members. They're trying to find something. They're trying to force Alter Ego to react. Unfortunately, in doing so, they lost their main marksman, their main DPS output. And you know, at that point, right, technically, if you think about it, Bigatron Esports have the Farsa, they have good damage abilities and opportunities, but at the same time, they have a 1-1 that does fall off, and they're up against a team with 2 marksmen, technically. So, there was some urgency for Bigatron, that's for sure. But dude, I really think that was the hype. Again, we saw it from Luke. I think we saw that from the whole team, and uncharacteristically, I think we saw quite a few of those moments from Eman in this game.
I like that you mentioned that about Eman on the 1-1, because at this point of the game, 16 minutes and 34 seconds, you can see Hijume has Immortal, Dreams has Winter Crown, Rin has Winter Crown. The only person who doesn't have that kind of, factor against the 1-1 is Nino. Even Arfi had the Wind of Nature as well. So even if the Crossbow of Tang was able to be triggered, that damage would be not as optimal or even rendered useless in some occasions. So the fact that BTR lost is not a big, I would say, a big question, because at that point, we were already talking about it even in the drafts. Because even in early game, they were so persistent on using the 1-1 in the first phase, picking it up first, but they didn't even deny the Irithel in the banning phase. They went for the carry ban instead. So I don't really see the window of opportunity that the 1-1 was supposed to have in this game, because early game, taken out, because it was against the Irithel. Late game, we saw what happened.
I think it's more on the fact that it's a generational throw, not because the 1-1 is going to outscale and recover. It's just because they were just so far ahead in gold, and now it kind of evened out the playing field. By all means, it's still going to be favoring Alter Ego. I think we saw that playing out. But right now with the Farsa, we were talking about this. In theory, that should be enough to zone out the Kimi and the Irithel. Although technically with the Great Dragon Spear, the Irithel is going to be really, really fast. So you're seeing double value for Arfi on that Irithel, and you really start to wonder why it really wasn't respected. And maybe the idea for Bigatron is that we're gonna catch him anyways with the Matilda Lucas, which did happen. The first 2 times RFE got picked off was because of that Lucas. You're getting mixed up. It's with that Lucas play diving to the back line. So maybe they thought it wouldn't be a problem, but in the end, it became a massive problem.
Yeah, I mean, it was done and dusted when it reached kind of like the late game because...
By the way, it's actually 16 minutes.
16 minutes?
You know, we're talking it's going to be 2 minutes, 2 minutes. It's actually 16.
Oh, wait. Okay. That's a pattern.
Oh, well.
But yeah, the winner crown was so good against the 1-1, obviously, rendering it, rendering the crossbow of Tang useless, their immortality as well. And for the Benedetta, it's just about escaping, right? Because the Benedetta is able to do that, so mobile. And the fact that the guiding wind was also there, kind of like a saving grace for the 1-1. But in a way, it is also such an offensive tool. Because the Matilda comes in with a circling eagle, the 1-1 can hitchhike a ride to then kind of semi-jump into the backline, get those weakness spots. But that was the reason why they lost the game. Because 1-1 was looking for that angle, went with the Matilda to go to the semi-backline, I'd say, right?
Went too deep.
Yeah, but it went too deep. And the Starlium Beam from Hijume was clutch as well. Like, just locking the 1-1 in place.
And Dreams. Because Dreams suppressed it
and
too.
And Dreams as well, yeah.
Immediately, he was
bloody hunt
on site, dude.
Yeah. It's like kill on site order.
Basically.
Yeah.
That point. And I'm so happy though to see that, again, we're seeing the signature aggressive style of Alter Ego, and it's working somewhat. And dude, Dino on the Benedetta. I mean, he wasn't hard carrying, he wasn't game changing, but there were moments there where that Benedetta really made a difference. Whether it's in the wave clear to roam, whether it's in diving to the back line and stopping the Farsa. And since we've been asking for it throughout the day, I'm like, finally, dude.
It's fan service.
It only took like, what, 4 games before we were asking for it, and it actually shows up in the Land of Dawn.
Slow starters.
Very slow starters.
Yeah, they're growers.
Growers.
Yeah.
But at least they're faster than TL.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
They're faster to get their groove than TL, right?
Ah, yeah.
So, because a lot of people have been saying, you know, in the back rooms, if it was a best of 7, TLID would have won. It wasn't me.
I mean, they did, but
it wasn't me,
you
guys.
know.
I promise. But game number 5 finally going all the way, full best of 5 between these two. Chaos Derby just really never disappoints. The drama from season 7 to season 8, regular season drama as well, and we're seeing that same drama being really sparked through, not just by the players up on stage, but also in the game, right? Game number 1, game number 2, heavy brawl style. We're seeing the exact same, I think, coming into the later stages of the series, but Alter Ego are adapting. Alter Ego are adjusting. They're not as hot-headed. They're not as chaotic-driven anymore, right? You see those moments where like, oh, should we go for it? Dreams, that's a hook, but everyone else is already, you know, kind of retreating. They don't want to overcommit too much. And if Alter Ego can keep this up, I do believe that there is a world and a chance where Alter Ego takes this.
Well, you have to remember, it's close, it's exciting in the game, outside the game, also in the caster desk, because someone is quaking in their boots right now. Woo!
I believe so. I believe so. He's sweating. He's sweating.
Sweating bullets.
Codelwin is sweating in the watch party as well. I think everyone's sweating right now.
Fortunately, his hair's no longer red.
Yeah.
That's true.
He's no longer gonna have hair if this is the case. Now he's gonna bald because of the stress.
Oh.
Come on.
Okay.
Oh, wait, we have an interview though.
Yep, we are going to go to an interview before we get into game number 5 with Bude Clara Mongstar. Take it away.
Babak play-in di MPL Indonesia Season 15 Playoffs semakin mendebarkan. Di match kedua kali ini, dua tim sama-sama nggak ada yang mau pulang, sama-sama ingin berjuang. Dan tentu saja perjuangan mereka terus didukung oleh support system. Bagaimana tidak, Bude langsung melihat semangat dari ayahanda, dari salah satu player Bigatron dan salah satu player dari Alter Ego. Ada Papa Nino. Halo Om.
Ya, halo juga.
Apa kabar Om?
Baik.
Baik, dan juga ada Papa dari Moreno. Halo Om.
Halo.
Om, ini adalah kali kedua Om berarti menyaksikan Moreno secara langsung.
Ya.
Betul ya, kemarin kita lihat pas di regular season, pada saat playoff sama nggak Om vibes-nya?
Beda.
Beda?
Ya.
Lebih debar-debar atau gimana Om?
Ya saya pikir buat pemain pun jago apa awal-awal pasti sedikit under pressure mungkin.
Sedikit under pressure, memang ini panggung yang besar dengan kemegahannya. Tapi kalau ngelihat dari hari ini juga, Bigetron tadi menang 2 poin duluan tuh Om. Apa reaksi Om?
Kalau udah 3-0 kayaknya nggak enak playoff. Jadi saya pikir 2-2 biar lebih seru. Kita sebagai orang tua dukung aja, mau apapun hasilnya, yang penting Bigetron menang.
Yang penting Bigetron menang. Hasilnya mau 3-0, 3-1, yang penting 3-nya buat Bigetron.
Ya,
Itu dari Papa Moreno pastinya. Tapi kalau dari Papa Nino nih, Papa Nino, ini berarti kita baru ketemu nih ya Om ya. Di
Ya.
playoff datang jauh-jauh dari Sukabumi.
Ya.
Bawa siapa aja Om ke sini?
Bawa teman dan kakaknya Nino.
Pokoknya ramean berarti Om.
Ya.
Jauh-jauh, emang khusus di sini atas permintaan Nino atau gimana Om?
Enggak sih, sebenarnya Nino tidak tahu bahwa bapaknya ngasih support untuk pertandingan di playoff ini. Biar dia juga pas tadi lihat dia langsung kaget kok bapaknya ada gitu. Saya enggak ngasih tahu dia bahwa saya akan datang lihat ke sini.
Jadi surprise.
Iya, begitu.
Wah, ini udah kayak ulang tahun nih ya, surprise. Tapi muncul di sini tentunya sangat berarti untuk Nino. Tapi ngelihat Nino tadi lumayan kesulitan, apalagi di 2 game awal. Sempat ketinggalan dan nyaris aja. Tapi mereka berhasil comeback. Itu Om, gimana sih ngelihat 2 game awal Nino harus kesulitan gitu?
Kayaknya dia maksudnya kalau udah pertandingan playoff begini, kayaknya dia demam panggung ya. Jadi kayaknya babak pertama dan babak kedua itu dia agak sedikit canggung gitu ya. Pas di pertandingan ketiga dia udah pas menang, jadi pas pertandingan keempat dia udah percaya diri gitu menurut saya.
Momentumnya dapat ya Om, tapi sebagai ayah, sebagai papa, sebagai bapak, Bude penasaran banget. Apa sih yang Om mungkin langsung muncul ketika nama Nino muncul?
Kalau saya sih sebagai orang tua ya, sama kayak bapaknya Moreno, cuman bisa mendukung aja biar dia prestasinya lebih bagus lagi lah gitu dari tahun ke tahun gitu aja.
Pokoknya harapan yang terus dimunculkan. Dari Papa Moreno gimana nih? Apa yang langsung tersirat ketika nama Moreno muncul?
Yang pasti bangga lah ya. Kita cuma mendukung semaksimal mungkin sama. Papanya Nino Sukabumi, saya juga dari Bandung khusus buat dukung Moreno.
Khusus jauh-jauh dari Bandung.
Sama-sama dari Jawa Barat ya.
Itu dia.
Ya, Pak.
Boleh ngomong Sunda langsung nih Om. Sundain ke Moreno Om.
Ya, nyuhunkeun dukukangana kanggo warga Jawa Barat karena Moreno dari Nino itu berasal dari Provinsi Jawa Barat. Semoga mereka itu bisa berprestasi dan membawa nama Jawa Barat lebih bagus lagi, begitu.
Untuk Jawa Barat, pokoknya ini untuk warga Jawa Barat.
Ya.
Biar mendukung keduanya.
Ya, semua warga Jawa Barat biar mendukung, biar jangan masuk barak militer.
Oke, tapi itulah dia. Akan ada satu tim yang masuk ke babak selanjutnya dan satu tim harus berpuas diri. Kepada support system Bude ucapkan terima kasih, hatur nuhun.
Sami-sami.
Dan kita akan langsung lanjutkan bagaimana game penentuan. So, caster, panelis, semuanya bersiaplah.
Yeah, you can see where he gets.
Yeah, he's super tall.
Yeah, you can see where his son gets the genes.
And
his dad is so cool.
you know the dad personally. Oh, by the way,
No,
those were that was Moreno's dad and Nino's dad.
Yeah.
So that's why we're talking about dad.
He's got a
Nothing
great
weird.
voice, by the way.
He does.
Like great for radio. It was just
He can be
the
a caster.
bass. The bass,
Yeah.
dude. You need a soundbar to enjoy that range.
Oh.
Yeah, not like that.
Okay. Okay, my bad. But by the way, the reason why I said that is cool is that's where Moreno is able to get that swagger. You know? Why are you disgusted? Oh, my bad. I won't do that anymore.
Say something.
Yeah.
Say something.
Save yourself. Save yourself.
Say something.
I will.
I'm not gonna sweep it this time.
I will save it myself.
Save it. Save it like you guys can save money by investing in UBS Gold. Ladies and gentlemen, all right, you want to secure your future. You want to make sure things are right. Starting from just 200,000 IDR, you guys can own UBS Gold bars. So imagine that. You steal mine. Oh my god, he stole all of
I'm
ours.
collecting it. Like Thanos is collecting.
How many grams is that?
This is, let me count. I'm not good with maths.
I mean, Shevin was. Nerd.
This is 0.1 gram.
0.1 grams. So you guys can
All right.
start small, all right?
Yeah.
0.1 gram there in Realize's hands right now. It's 100% authentic, completely safe, and of course, highly profitable. So you guys don't want to miss out. Yay. Rude.
And maybe with that value safe, you can make sure that you stay fed at home. As gamers, we have a hectic schedule, man.
Hungry.
And what
always.
you need is something that can last long and taste good and stays consistent, right? Consistency is key.
It is.
You're talking about Kila food, right?
Yes, sir.
Kila food. I like that you mentioned that because it's the key to everything.
Victory.
Did you see their stand outside? They have a stand that was showing off their new instant Sublak menu.
Sublak house.
There's a black house, exactly.
And,
yeah.
and you know what? Mirko was like, this is Kyrie's house.
Holy crap, it's so good.
This is Kyrie's house right here. It's a black house.
But Sublak is pretty good, man.
It is.
But the way they made it, you add hot water and boom, it's done.
Yeah.
So, I mean, the convenience, man. The convenience value is crazy.
Exactly. Late night cravings, all G. You have an emergency hunger situation, all G. If you're too lazy like me, all G2, you know, guys can actually also get a 50% discount. So scan the QR code down below here and get yours now because holy crap, it's actually so good.
I'll save it for later when I'm stuck in a bear hunting situation. When I'm hunted by a bear or like a lion.
When is that going to happen though?
I think a week from now or two.
Huh?
Where are you going?
I don't know.
Man has plans.
But of course you can't.
That sounds like an Arashi thing to do.
Yeah, that is.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm like,
an Arashi thing.
Is there an event I didn't hear about? What's going on?
Arashi came by and he's like, yo, I'm stuck in the Amazon for like 2 weeks.
I'm in the mountains, bro.
Kila food is the answer.
Exactly.
Kila food.
It'll keep you fed for a while, man. You would be surprised, all right?
Oh, you said you were hungry. We can go get Kila.
Yeah, but then who casts
For
here?
sure.
I mean, after the cast, silly.
Okay.
Because we're match point for both teams now.
Match point, let's go.
One
Match
more to go.
point.
There can only be one more, guys.
Yes.
Oh, man. 4 games has led to this. Has led to Mirko
He was tilting, by the way.
quaking in his boots.
Yeah.
He's
Came
seething.
over and he was like,
He's seething right now. He's seething right now. Dreams as Franco becomes BTR's nightmare in the last 2 games. Do they ban it or do they ignore it?
Ignore it. Do you face the problems or do you just act like they don't exist? This is some philosophical
denial.
question MPL is asking us right now.
being in denial? Oh, that's so me. That's my way of life.
Get gaslit, bro. Get gas.
I'm gaslighting myself.
Gaslight yourself and the problem doesn't exist.
Everything is fine. It's fine. Nothing's crumbling.
But seriously, what do you guys think? Because technically, they actually picked up the Franco in the first phase. Does it warrant a ban in the first phase?
I think in the first phase it does, to be honest, if you want to respect it fully. Because it was picked up in the first phase, by the way, by Dreams, alongside the Kimi as well. It was a Hijuma and Dreams pick. But I think if that happens, if the Franco gets banned, and then it opens up gates for Rin to use his heroes. So yeah, it's a tricky situation for Bigatron right now.
I feel like unless Bigatron has a plan that involves getting hooked, like, you know, or having someone to actually take the hook somehow, then there's no shame in banning it away. I think they can afford to let go.
Of what? Luo Yi? Joy, and Haya. Those were the bans by Bigatron.
You're
Or
right.
do they take first pick?
Yeah, they can take first pick. You're right.
Technically, that is an option.
Yeah, but I'm thinking like, if they do so, right? My point is that it's not the end of the world if you ban the Franco. And some players, especially if you're not used to it, can change the outcome of a game off of one good hook, right? So we see a lot of teams ban the Franco when they're up against RRQ because of EDOC. So
Even internationally.
exactly. So if Dreams is just that big of a problem, which he kind of is, right?
Yeah.
That's what it seems like. Then I think banning it away is an approach they could take. I think that I feel like they should have taken that approach for the previous game, right? Knowing it's a bit of a problem, experiment by taking it away, and then you have one more chance to try something else.
Okay.
But now they're at the end. They're at the end here.
Right, but face value, what are we looking at? So let's say BTR take first pick, right? They go what? Haya, Joy, and then Franco? Or do they go, yeah, Haya, Joy, Franco, and then pick up the Luo Yi? Is that the...
Yeah.
Is that what we're looking at?
I think that's a way, right? Because at least now you have Luo.
Okay, scratch that, sorry. Alter Ego first pick.
Ah, okay.
Doesn't even matter then what we're talking about. All right.
Okay, but still, the same question goes. With BTR on second pick, do they go Haya, Joy, Franco?
They might let go of one of the big macro tools, the chip or the Lo Yi, and then trade whatever hero Rin really wants, right? Which they, in theory, would really want for that. That could be an option.
But I don't think Alter Ego would let the chip go. Right? Because this is a scenario where BTR want to take out the Franco.
But then they might. You can force them to let go one of the macro tools, I guess. And so even though, so you're banning the Franco, man, this is getting complicated.
Right? What do you think, Realize?
It's very tricky. We'll just have to see the draft, I guess.
Okay. I guess we'll have to see it unravel on its own. What does Coach Tazi have up her sleeves? Her back is now against the wall.
No.
This could potentially be the elimination match for the Red Robots, who have come so far. 2 games in a row being able to go back-to-back wins. Unfortunately, Alter Ego turned this completely around, making it a best of 1 once again. So the drafts, ladies and gentlemen, presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy A36 5G for the final time of the day. Alter Ego stick with the same ban so far. Fredrin gets banned out, Masha gets banned out. From the side of Bigatron, it looks like things are a lot slower. I think Coach Tazi is also thinking about this. Hayabusa, though, for sure, will not be let go as a big moment. They really don't want to let that slide, considering Rin has been performing incredibly well on the Hayabusa.
All right, so I think my point is we can maybe Bigatron can trade that Franco if it's going to be that important for other value picks, right? Just force Alter Ego to just concede more value. I think that was the point I was trying to get at. Now they're battling the chip. So Bigatron. Oh no! Now if they want to ban the Franco, they have to pick between the Franco and the Lo Yi.
Yeah, that was my question, right?
Yikes.
Is that okay or not? Do you want to give Alter Ego the Luo Yi? Because Hijume can also perform on the Luo Yi and utilize it. And if we're talking about early chaos, early drama,
they've done it.
Alter Ego are known for it, but they don't go for it. They go Boxy up first pick. Bigatron.
Lo Yi.
They go for the Luo Yi here.
Oh my god.
This is going according to plan.
All right. So this Baksha is just that prio for Alter Ego, it seems. Man, considering they don't have any flex routes with it, considering that Rin isn't well known for playing with it, this is a surprising amount of prio for that Baksha. Now for Bigatron though, Lo Yi with the Kalea, great potential here, and they can pivot into a lot of different situations here. They can play more front to back. If they want a bit of an assassin potential, they can try and do that as well. It's looking pretty good so far.
Still big flex. Still big flex. Coming in from BTR. Alter Ego, not so much. What do they want to go for here? They were able to find success because they were able to get comfort. So I'm looking at comfort heroes for Alter Ego. Do they want to secure a hero early? Cornino, maybe the Phobius, that's still up for grabs. But straight up, Iritel and Angela, the infamous Bucks. What's the name for them?
Combo?
Bucksangela.
The Bangela.
Bangela!
Bangela sounds pretty good. actually.
Yeah.
And Sia.
The what?
Never mind.
I don't know about that.
A party pooper.
It's okay. We like it.
Well, the Angela with the Baksha and the Irrital though, if you've been in a ranked game and you've been ran over by an Irrital Angela combo, you know that is a pretty dangerous situation. So Bigatron, they have the macro threat, but what could they possibly be planning here? Final pick for the last year, is it gonna be...
Experience the euphony.
Oh, Granger. Eman back to his roots.
Alright. Seems like the Granger is going to be much more of a comfort pick for Eman. Obviously it helps them as well, but isn't that a bit too bold going with Granger against the Irrital?
Granger against the Irrital. Is that not a good lane for the Granger?
Yeah.
Early game?
No. It's a better lane for the Irrital, I think. Because again, you can move around and avoid most of the shots.
Oh,
Although,
I see that angle.
That's been a bit of a mini counter, the Irrital for the Granger. But at the same time, towards the end of MPL ID Season 15, we've seen a lot of Grangers like find a way to deal with the Irrital somehow. They've been winning lanes, Granger versus Irrital. So, CC, banned by Bigatron.
Interesting.
You would think they would be interested in picking it up, but no, okay.
Is it a Lucas angle that they're looking for with the CC banned out?
I feel like they need either crowd control to stop whoever's getting boosted by the hard guard from wreaking havoc, or they need enough damage or sustain. There's different angles they can go with here, but I feel like looking at the pattern, Bigatron should be looking at damage options here to really make sure that the hard guard can be nullified.
Yeah. I mean, sometimes you gotta fight sustain with sustain, right? And quite a few times you go to Florin if you see the Angela, but I think that could be far-fetched at this moment. The Phoveus ban does come through. It just denies Nino of a strong pick, a strong lane as well for him, right? With the Phoveus.
Okay, but there's still an option for Alter Ego to go for something crazy in the EXP lane, right? We saw the Lucas in the regular season. We saw the Benedetta earlier. There's a lot of potential heroes that Nino can still utilize if they want to go damage, considering that this Baxia should go into the jungle, right? So, second phase, we see the ban once from Alter Ego.
All right. Interesting ban from Alter Ego right here. I guess
Hanzo.
They don't want they want a jungler that can kind of steal camps and run off, because the Baksha wants to force you into that early game brawl, and the Hanzo can be a bit pesky in a sense, but Bigatron back on the Barats. This is the option they went for in game number 3 earlier. Oh boy, this is a bold one.
Yeah, again, the premise we talked with Professor KB about this is the fact that the Barats can eat the Baksha when objective takes are happening, stop it from rolling around. So I think that could be an answer, but we saw in that game the Barats was, I think the Barats was just not efficient enough, and it wasn't up on par to our expectations.
I think they can still go Matilda though.
Matilda Barats.
Matilda Barats? Yeah, they have it's available from the composition wise, but I feel like what they need, Matilda can work by all means, but I think they need like more sustain, or they need more ways to just do a bit more damage, because when the Baksha and the Barats are just dueling, it's everyone else that's gonna make a difference.
Oh,
it's gonna be a Florin!
yes. No, yes. I was thinking about a support hero for the Barats. I completely forgot about the Florin. This could work, right?
Oh, wow, I don't know if we've seen Light, I'm assuming, played as Florin though. Against the Badang and the Kimi, last pick for Alter Ego here. When it comes to damage output, there is more coming out of Alter Ego. The Bigatron, they have the AoE, they have the crowd control from the Yin-Yang effect, and they have this extra bit of sustain right now. So, it's a battle between defense and offense here, and Bigatron are worth defending.
Okay, we're gonna throw it over now to the casters, because ladies and gentlemen, elimination match, Chef and Mirko, take it away.
Chaos Derby reached its peak. Game number 5, now or never. Win or go home. Bigatron and Alter Ego is gonna fight it out in Jakarta International Velodrome. Last game of the day.
Welcome to the Lanadon. You can hear the Jakarta International Velodrome go crazy with the Alter Champs and the Troopers. BTR started things off with a 2-0. Alter Ego responded with their own 2-0. And we are now in a best of one. One game to seal either BTR or Alter Ego's fate.
Whoa, whoa, look at the poke down in Moreno taking a lot of beating. Oh,
crazy damage early on from Hijume.
It's actually Dreams also with the damage as an Angela early game. Now we gotta talk about this support utility composition that they've both brought out, man. Florian and Angela. Looking at the emblems though, it's pull yourself together. Moreno might be in trouble.
Past the flicker.
The flicker. But yeah, it looks like Moreno wants to play a bit fast. But Eman, gotta watch out, man. Don't wanna repeat the same mistake again.
Yeah. I like that he still has the confidence here, despite, again, already getting solo kill twice in the last 2 games. Annabelle in the mid lane. Oh, a lot of damage! Purify 1 HP! Hijume gets away. A nail biter.
And you gotta go back before the first turtle. Annabelle already level 4, and the 2 is on Annabelle. Makes sense, he's gonna be taking a lot of beating throughout the game, mostly the frontliner that's gonna hold BTR together. But back again to the point where, oh, maybe gotta wait a little bit. Luke getting jumped on again.
Yep, has to flicker, jumps away. It's a big resource though. Could have been the punish if he had the flicker.
Yeah, finally, room to talk for this Angela and Florian matchup here. In terms of healing, I think Florian clears Angela. If we're talking about the amount of healing that they can output, but I feel like in this case, with minimal catch coming in.
Tsunami slam. Wow, they're gonna go in already. Luke very, very low. That's the healing, but it's gonna be cut down by the anti-regen. Hard guard coming down. Annabelle pinned down. Alter Ego traction pulls. Hijume in the back, just going at it. Goes through the wall. Mobilization.
It's oh my god. They're just running down Alter Ego to the ground. And back again with the early game Alter Ego win with that Angela Baxia combo, the Haram combo in ranked games, man.
Reverse sweep. 2,000 gold lead. Luke trying to go for the steal. This is an ambitious one. Ray doesn't even need Turretry.
This is looking really bad. Oh, Eman though might want to go for RV.
Tries to go for it, but will not be able to do it. Uh-oh, Light taken down by RV.
Dreams just came there and take the kill for himself. No, actually, it's actually RV taking the kill. It's even better. Moreno, though, taking a lot of hit also, and Hijume just dominating the mid lane matchup here. Even in the gold lane, it's still a W for RV. So overall, BTR is losing in all lanes that they have. Item check, 2 Demon Shoes from the supports so they can heal their teammates as much as possible.
2,400 gold lead. Again, with the composition that does really well as we get into the mid to late game here, Sheffin. Kimmy, 500 lead against the Lo Yi. The Irithel as well. He's going to do real good once he gets the Haas Claws. This is already a way to win the lane against the Granger. Once you get it, the Granger usually wins out in poke. But when you have sustain to deal with it, the poke is nullified, neutralized completely. Rin already invading the Barats as well, something we were already talking about when we saw it first. Now we see it, I think, multiply that pressure from the Baxia.
This is the weird part, right? Oh, Rin, still one bit of the jungle, and he actually takes it!
Yep, Annabelle caught in the bad spot again, and no hard guard committed, it was just hovered over Rin.
God.
I thought maybe the hard guard was there, he took no damage.
So the only thing they can play with is Moreno diversion. But at the same time, look at the composition, Mirko. The early game damage. Which hero that can, you know, output that for Moreno and try to snowball to mid game?
At this point, BTR are gonna have to wait. And yeah, I think Moreno still can deal damage. It really depends on how he's able to get the yin-yang reactions.
Yeah.
But with the healing of Alter Ego, oh, flicker out. You can, oh, traction pulse! Oh! Nino! Gets a massive pin. Hijume gets the kill. Moreno down. Luke now goes in for a play. Tsunami slam under the turret. No follow-up. Annabelle did not have that as welcome. Ring can be pulled back again. It will be a kill over. Wait. Nino taken very low. RP walks up, a kill under the turret. Eman gonna be taken very low as well. Still Luke there with a sustain. Dreams.
It's chaotic here. Jakarta International Velodrome streams. Trying to run for the heels or maybe take the kill for himself. Luke is gonna go down to the hands of Dreams. Man, oh man, they're not letting us breathe.
8-2. Constant brawls back and forth, and BTR the ones losing out in the brawls. No shutdowns, you gotta understand. No bounty. And Alter Ego, they are happy to oblige in a brawl battle early game. Ijume
spots it out.
Gets the immobilization down, and the reaction does not land. Free turtle to Alter Ego.
And again, the problem with this Luo Pickle, Annabelle getting pinned down to the wall. Chris crack.
That's his welcome, unable to be used up. He actually does in the end with the Bloom coming down to heal, but the healing won't be enough. Not in the early game with a 3,700 gold lead for Alter Ego.
There's no other way to say it. They fell off hard. BTR, just what happened? Is it purely because of the draft? And speaking of the draft, I want to go back to the point of Moreno. Usually you want to pair up either Luo or you with a set. Something like a Tig. Something that can complement this very aggressive composition, but you have a Florin, which basically does not much of a set. It's just there to heal them up and try to play passive. So they can't really go half on the offensive side. Oh my god. Traction pulls.
Luke trying to get them to the wall. Green pin down again. Annabelle has nowhere to go. The Dino is stuck. Extinguish, the Bloom comes in to save him just for a bit, but it's a 5,000 gold lead and the anti-regen is there. Even though, yes, you bypass the anti-regen with the healing, they just deal too much. Alter Ego are shredding through Annabelle. 0 and 4.
Same story with Annabelle and Baksha the first time in the series. Let's take a look at the gold difference though, especially on the gold lane. 1,400 already. Mid lane, 1,402. This is the Kimi power. Once you snowball, once you're able to clear the lane much faster than your opponent, that there's really no way for you to stop them from farming.
And really for Alter Ego, all they need to do is play it slow at this point, right? There's really no rush. Luke, an attempt here. Tsunami Slam actually catching him under the turret. Detonus welcome. Not enough damage, I believe. Oh! In the back line, able to stop the damage from coming in, and Rin is just tagging it all. Zarfi wreaks havoc in the back. Iman forced to flicker out.
Mind you, that Rin was in the turret aggro for a solid 40 seconds. That is how ahead Alter Ego is right now. 1k gold difference per minute. This is some prime Onyx stuff from Alter Ego, the dark horse of this competition. BTR in shambles.
8,000 gold lead in 8 minutes. You called it, Sheffin. This does look like a crazy stomp, and BTR have no way to deal with it as of yet. They can have the healing in the late game, they can have the diversions in the late game, but can they even get to the late game is the big question. Alter Ego don't want late. They want to do what BTR did to them. They want a game that goes only for 11 minutes. And they're on track to end the game by 11.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I'm not a BTR fan, but in a way, I'm also kind of sad to see this. This is just a breakdown in its ultimate form. Plate armor, first item for Mr. Luke. He knows the damage is too much from both Hijume and also RV, and these are two marksmen in their composition. So if there's a role that can snowball, it's these two. Passion pulls right away.
That's in his welcome, used defensively, trying to hold it in. Lord Charge and the Holy Defense. Luke trying to go in, but Nino read it. Up top now. Oh, the damage from Hijume. Start out. Flicker Tsunami Slam with the pin down now. Nino able to get the pin down. Good Bloom. BTR somehow still in it, getting a pick, but there's no bounty.
They want to go again.
They want to try to save the turret is what they want to do. RP's on it. Hard guard already. Good clear from BTR, but another wave is coming their way. RP will decide to back away.
At least they find a kill finally after God knows how many minutes. And it was a flicker Tsunami Slam combo on towards Nino. Like, they don't mind if Nino is dying 10 times. As long as Arfi and Hijume is safe and sound and can deal the damage anytime they want to, Alter Ego is just gonna live happily ever after. BTR though, man, you can say Granger is not really the greatest late game marksman, right?
Yeah.
At least in terms of damage.
Especially with the healing that they have here. I agree.
Oh.
It's tough. But I think we're talking about a possible Harith, Moskov, you know, something to play in the side in case the team fights didn't work out. But they wanted to bank on something that they have consistently gotten wins with, to be fair. The Granger.
Yeah. Just an update to the crowd right now. Ladies and gentlemen, all Alter Ego fans are standing up.
Well, they're anticipating the win here.
Our fans are stunned. I would be too.
2-0 lead to a possible reverse sweep. At this point, it's imminent, it seems.
It's not just about how they lose out on the lead. It's how they, you know, the draft that they pulled off.
Yeah.
How they lose. The dominating display of Alter Ego, which is unexpected from the two games that we've seen. Like, even in Onyx and TLID match when they got the first W, TLID, in the third game, it was Onyx actually kind of winning it out and just messing it up on the objective play. But this is just a breakdown.
Agreed. 9,000 gold lead now. And you can see how good Alter Ego are doing it. Just playing the disciplined game here, something that we didn't get to see in the regular season for them. They always turn out to be, you know, the chaotic team, the brawly team. Here, they know what's at stake. They know it's not worth it to take those risks. They can slow down the game by freezing the waves. They can stop BTR from scaling, even though, again, I'd say Alter Ego have already kind of, they have the better scaling anyways. Stopping your opponents from scaling helps you even more. 9,000 gold lead with a Lord at 12.
Quick item update. Rin has not built, not even a leather jerkin, a single physical defense for himself. It's mostly just magic. Well, it's all magic and HP-based items. So you can see that Eman is a no threat for Rin, unless he's getting, you know, the third aggro, and somehow Eman procs the Sky Piercer. Does he even have Sky Piercer at this point?
That's a good question, actually. I don't know.
It's not really the greatest item to build right now, but
probably not.
Yeah.
This is, and it could be the final moment of the game, ladies and gentlemen. Lord marching in the mid lane. Annabelle caught the traction pulse already. Tenson as well.
Oh! The fist to the death! And RB is going crazy with the crossbows. Rain in the front line. Nino, Hijime, all of them are going crazy!
It's all over! Ladies and gentlemen, Bigatron Esports have been reverse swept by Alter Ego!
And all Alter Champs are standing up, celebrating this very well-deserved win. What a way to turn the script around. They came out as the dark horse. No one counted them in this matchup. The predictions, they were mostly last in the power rankings. But it does not matter to La Familia.
Not at all. 3-2. This is a extra gentleman's sweep. 3-2. Let your boys get two and then smack them. This is a stunner for the crowd here as well. You can see the Alter Champs in disbelief too. But they never wavered. When the team was down 2-0, they were the ones chanting. They were the ones louder than the troopers in the Jakarta International Velodrome. And now they get what they've been waiting for seasons on end. A win, a knockout against a team that is usually always the team that meets them in the first day.
That's the power of a six-man. Alter Ego fans might have one of the best fan bases in ID. And they are dancing around, just celebrating the W. And folks, find the nearest BTR fan near you and give them a hug. A very well-deserved hug after this performance. I am out of words. And Nino, last season, he gave a very emotional speech about how he's letting Codelwin down, the CEO down. This time, he can hold his head up high and say to his face, I made it, Codelwin. This is Alter Ego that we've been striving to see. What a story. What a series.
To get a win in this way is definitely, I mean, it's crushing for BTR and Troopers. Trust me, I know. But for Alter Ego, what a moment. A full comeback with a rookie, 2 rookies.
And ladies and gentlemen, this is gonna be a hard watch. Let's send off Bigatron Alpha.
Dan ini akan menjadi panggung terakhir di season 15 bagi tim yang menorehkan sejarah. Mereka selalu masuk babak playoff, namun perjalanan mereka harus terhenti hari ini. 5 game telah mereka habiskan. Biget Troopers pun bangga kepada Bigetron. Namun kita harus menyaksikan one last bow from Bigetron. Mari sambut, inilah dia, tim Bigetron. Terima kasih atas perjuangan tim Bigetron dan banyak hal yang tidak disangka. Mereka telah mendapatkan 2 game pertama, namun reverse sweep didapatkan oleh tim Alter Ego. Kemenangan yang mungkin Alter Champs juga gak nyangka karena Bude pun udah siap-siap tadi. 2 game berakhir, lanjut ke game 3, 4, 5. Best of 5 series kalian habiskan. Playoff kalian, gimana match ini? Nino?
Nggak bisa berkata-kata sih Bude.
Oke.
Karena aku sendiri kaget aja sih, bisa balikin gamenya gitu.
2 game awal, seberat apa sih kalian memulai match kalian di babak playoff?
Yang pasti nggak tahu sih, lutut juga udah lemes sih Bude. Kalah game 1, game 2, cuman ya balik lagi, untung punya tim yang mentalnya kuat banget. Dia nggak lihat skor lah, main tetap perform, itu kayak salut banget lah sama mereka.
The Young Blood, darah-darah muda ini, tapi cukup aneh ya. Kalau musim lalu vibes-nya nggak seperti ini nih Nino. Di musim lalu kamu minta maaf sama Kodelwin. Sekarang kemenangan ini pengen ngomong apa langsung nih ke Kodelwin?
Yang pasti motivasinya lebih nggak mau nangis lagi sih Bude.
Oke.
Iya, karena kemarin udah malu kan. Terus banyak juga yang nge-DM, maaf kok gue ngecewain lagi, ternyata enggak, itu bullshit.
Ternyata enggak. Enggak ya, dan terbukti kali ini mereka melalui play-ins. Memang dramatis, tapi kalau ngelihat tadi game 1-2 mungkin kita bakal langsung tanyain kepada The Young Blood ya. Darah-darah muda, Rine, game 1-2, kenapa Rine? Kenapa playoff ini mulai game 1-2?
Nggak tahu sih Bude, kenapa ya, belum bangun aja kali ya.
Oke, cara bangunnya gimana tuh tadi di game 3, 4, 5?
Tampar kekalahan biasanya bangun.
Oh, tamparannya keras ya. Tapi kalau ngelihat Rine, game 1-2, kita ngelihat sampai banyak yang menyadari bahwa Rine tiba-tiba feeder. Nggak biasanya kita lihat Rine nge-feed. Apa tanggapanmu terhadap dirimu sendiri?
Apa ya? Kenapa ya diri aku? Aku juga nggak tahu deh.
Oke, lalu bounce back-nya gimana?
Bounce back-nya Baxia kuncinya.
Baxia kuncinya. 3 game kamu menggunakan Baxia lancar gelinding-gelinding di line of down. Sebuah kesalahan dong Baxiamu dilepas.
Nggak juga sih. Soalnya emang seru aja hero-nya bisa gelinding-gelinding kemanapun.
Oke, tapi dari kemenangan hari ini, apa yang Rine fokuskan? Ngelihat musuhmu tadi, Anavel yang bahkan dia sampai dapat maniak-maniak loh. Apa yang kamu fokusin untuk match hari ini, untuk menang? Apalagi lawanmu tuh Anavel yang sampai maniak-maniak.
Yang aku fokusin sih cuman cara balikin gamenya aja sih. Udah nggak ada lagi.
Dan itu berhasil?
Iya, iya kan berhasil kan ya? Ya
berhasil.
Soalnya tadi dia bilang, waktu main link 070 mending main sepeda aja katanya.
Mending gelinding aja ya. Itu requestan dari Rine berarti?
Enggak, dari coachnya, lu gak bisa assassin dah main Baxia aja.
Udah sesimpel itu kalian ya?
Iya.
Problem solve. Oke, tapi ngelihat hari ini juga, bahkan tadi dari Alter Ego X bilang katanya kalau Franco-nya Dream sudah muncul, sepertinya musuh akan kewalahan. Begitukah, Dreams?
Nggak bisa ngomong kayak gitu sih. Ya tinggal lihat hasil aja udah.
Hasilnya bener sih.
Ya udah berarti bener.
Singkat pada jelas dari Dreams. Dreams,
Ya.
masuk ke babak playoff bersama dengan Alter Ego. Dengan histori yang cukup tertatih-tatih. Apa nih yang mungkin dari Dreams sebagai seseorang yang punya banyak pengalaman. Apa yang kamu bisikan kepada anak-anak Alter Ego?
Nggak ada sih, udah kayak main satu as a team aja udah. Ya main ya kalah bareng, menang bareng.
Menang bareng, kalah bareng. Kalah game 1 kedua, bagaimana kamu menerimanya?
Ya lumayan kesel aja kalah, gara-gara botak 070.
Oke, jadi gimana kalian menyelesaikan hal itu? Game 1-2, 070, lalu dia bisa comeback?
Daripada nggak bisa assassin udah instrumen tank aja udah.
Simple ya memang kalian ya. Oke, santai aja dan semuanya ternyata terjawab dengan indah. Dan Arvi ini adalah panggung pertama pula untuk Arvi, The Young Blood. Dua player yang bisa dibilang ajaib sekali. Arvi, panggung pertamamu, gimana sih panggung MPL Playoff buat Arvi?
Deg-degan dikit, udah.
Kenapa deg-degan?
Lebih rame aja sih yang nonton.
Apakah itu mempengaruhi sedikit banyaknya permainanmu di game awal-awal?
Awal doang.
Awal doang?
Ya,
Setelah terbiasa aman? Atau ada
Aman.
bantuan dari teman-teman?
nggak ada sih. Mikir diri sendiri aja.
Mikir diri sendiri? Apa yang kamu pikirkan tuh pada saat itu? Solo kill Eman gitu?
Ya,
Iya. Apa nih strategi, kan banyak banget yang juga berteriak Eman adalah salah satu gold laner terbaik di Indonesia yang sudah melalang buana. Dan kamu melihat Eman di babak playoff ini dan kamu berhasil solo kill juga. Gimana sih pertarunganmu tadi?
biasa aja sih Bude. Jagoan pas di reguler.
Oh, kamu merasa malah lebih sulit pada saat di reguler daripada di babak playoff?
Iya, kalau di landingnya lebih jagoan di reguler.
Well, apakah kamu yang punya strategi berbeda?
Nggak tahu sih Bude. Nggak ada sih kalau strategi berbeda.
Tapi ngebawa Alter Ego dengan kemenangan 1 match di babak play-in. Ada kebanggaan tersendiri atau ada perasaan tersendiri yang mungkin kamu ingin sampaikan?
Kalau perasaan seneng sih Bude. Soalnya baru pertama kali menang di playoff. Dari MDL juga nggak pernah menang di playoff.
Malah di MPL yang ngedapetin.
Alhamdulillah.
Ini nggak ngedapat boostingan dari Alter Ego X nggak? Jadi terpicu nggak kepengen menang juga dan mungkin juara?
Ya Bude, terpicu.
Ya dan tidak. Bisa jadi. Dapat dukungan langsung dari kawan-kawan lamamu yang ingin kamu sampaikan kepada mereka?
Mantap udah dateng.
Mantap udah datang. Siapa dan jelas, tapi Hijume ngelihat perjalanan Alter Ego play-ins. Ya ampun, pernah gak sih kepikir kamu jalanmu melangkah loh ke babak playoff. Play-in lolos nih bareng Alter Ego.
Pasti yang pertama pengen lolos dulu sih Bude. Mau diaper atau enggak yang penting kita lolos sih.
Lolos playoff, play-innya udah menang nih.
Ya.
Kan nyawa kalian hari ini cuma 1,
Ya.
besok akan melanjut nih. Gimana kamu melihat, bisa ya di sini?
Bisa sih Bude, mungkin game 1, game 2 kita kurang panas aja sih. Game 3 dan seterusnya kita udah lumayan panas lah.
Jadi cukup pemanasannya itu game 1, game kedua?
Ya bisa dibilang gitu.
Oke, kalian berdua pernah punya histori juga untuk kita ngelihat bahwa menjadi perwakilan di Indonesia MSC. Kepengen gak sih bawa Alter Ego sampai ke titik itu?
Pastinya pengen banget kan, apalagi Alter Ego gagal MSC gara-gara ini kan. Ya.
Berdua.
Ya makanya kita ini banget lah buat MSC.
Jadi memang goals kalian, play-in udah kelar, apa nih? Sesungguhnya apa sih goals Alter Ego? Apakah nggak kepengen bikin Bapak CEO yang lagi nobar di depan marah-marah atau pengen ke MSC atau ada goals tersendiri nih yang bisa di-share ke kita?
Goalsnya pasti kita targetnya juara ya Bude. Cuman gimana caranya kita yang penting lolos EWC dulu baru step by step aja sih.
Step by step dengan performa kalian yang seperti ini, kira-kira mulus gak sih Hijume?
Bisa dibilang sih terseok-seok sih awal-awal. Tapi aku pernah ngerasain di posisi ini juga. Jadi ya bisa dibilang belajar dari pengalaman aja sih.
Oke, lihat tuh. Ada yang lagi nobar-nobar rame-rame. Lihat nggak tadi? Itu di festival di depan ya. Bersama dengan Vandik. Kenapa kamu kabur, Rine? Ini ngelihat Kodelwin langsung nobarnya di Jakarta International Velodrome loh. Demi nobar kalian. Dan menang. Kasih tahu ke kalian nggak sih?
Nggak tahu sih Bude harus ngomong apa. Kali ini beneran lemes.
Lemes.
Ya untungnya nggak nangis aja kan.
Kodelwin, Nino nggak nangis di sini. Ngedapetin kemenangan.
Alhamdulillah.
Oke, itu pada happy banget tuh lihat di situ.
Halo Ko. Senyum ya Ko, senyum ya.
Senyum dong. Walaupun sempat bikin deg-degan 2-0 tapi kayaknya Kodelwin tetap bahagia.
Bahagia pastinya dia.
Senang. Tapi next step kalian. Lawan kalian di depan mata adalah juara dari regular season tim RRQ. Bagaimana kalian hari ini kelar? Udah siapin buat besok belum sih kalian?
Pikiran kita udah besok sih Bude. Ya, terus yang pasti untuk juara regular season tuh emang pasti iya. Cuman kan kalau playoff menurut Nino tuh beda turnamen gitu. Jadi ya udah main aja.
Main aja. Kalian berarti melihat RRQ seperti apa di babak playoff ini?
Belum lihat sih Bude.
Oke,
Cuman
berarti
kalau
blank.
misalkan di regular
Udah aja ya?
season dia monster. Cuman ya kita belajar dikit-dikit lah buat lawan monster.
Baik, dan kemenangan hari ini lolos babak play-in, gak ada air mata. Apa yang ingin kalian sampaikan terhadap kemenangan ini?
Alhamdulillah nggak nangis. Itu aja sih Bude.
Singkat, padat,
Singkat.
jelas.
Iya, soalnya belum ngomong ke Other Champs karena mereka besok harus nonton lagi kan.
Oke, gak ada pesan-pesan untuk kalian karena besok mereka harus datang lagi. Dan semua support juga sudah didapatkan. Dan terima kasih sekali lagi untuk Alter Ego dan juga Bigatron pertarungan yang begitu memukau. Tapi kali ini Alter Champ bersiaplah untuk menyambut kemenangan dari tim Alter Ego. Hasil yang begitu benar-benar tak terduga. Semuanya terkejut-kejut dan lumayan shock. Tapi tentu saja kebahagiaan ini belum berakhir karena akan ada kebahagiaan berikutnya dari GoPay. Akan ada bagi-bagi GoPay di sini. GoPay hadiah GG. Caranya gimana? Ini sama kayak babak regular season. So buat kalian pastikan sudah punya aplikasi GoPay. Yang belum punya download sekarang juga unduh di smartphone kalian. Karena sebentar lagi kalian cuma tinggal scan terus dapat. Dan buat yang bingung, inilah dia cara untuk mendapatkan GoPay hadiah GG. Dan nanti di layar besar ini akan ada QR yang bisa kalian scan. Jadi ketika kalian sudah download, buka aplikasi GoPay, lalu buka kamera, lalu tinggal scan aja QR yang ada di layar besar ini. Udah pada siap untuk ngedapetin GoPay? Sudah siap? Yang ada di festival, yang ada di dalam Jakarta International Velodrome. Oke, kita bisa reveal sekarang untuk QR-nya. Ready? Inilah dia, GoPay hadiah GG. Tada! Langsung semuanya nge-scan. Congrats yang udah dapet. Dimanapun kalian berada yang udah lagi nge-scan. Jangan sampai lewatkan karena setiap ada MPL di situ pasti ada GoPay hadiah GG. GG matchnya, GG juga GoPay-nya. Dan pada happy-happy di sini semuanya tentu bisa merasakan kebahagiaan dari alter ego. Namun memang pertarungan ini begitu close game. Banyak sekali aksi-aksi yang ditampilkan dari kedua tim. Bigetron dan juga alter ego. Seperti apa pertarungan terakhir mereka? Mari kita langsung lemparkan kepada panelis yang ada di sono. Monggo.
So much drama already to start things off today. Boys and girls, we're looking at a very interesting first day of playoffs, but obviously I don't think Mirko shares the same sentiment. I don't even see him anymore.
He's crying in the bathroom.
Crying in the bathroom. I see R7 though.
Whoa,
on the other hand.
R7.
Yep. R7's in the building.
Oh, R7 there.
Watch party earlier on with
Bye,
Anthony.
R7.
Hi, R7.
That's the real R7,
Alright,
by the
pretty
way,
cute.
waving at us.
Mr. Rivaldi. I'm
There's
sorry.
a fake R7.
Dude, I was starstruck, dude.
The people at home could
Aw.
think, yeah, because he's a gangster.
Crush is crying.
He's starstruck.
I saw him in the mall once, right? From a distance. And I froze up in the middle of the mall. Like, it's him. Oh.
That's so cute.
He's a very cool guy.
Get a picture with him later.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Comes the guy to do that.
And you guys can actually do that too if you guys head over to the venue, all right?
Come
Still have
over.
a few days ahead of us. If you want to see Nino here, you see him on cam. Sometimes he walks around the venue. He will at some point. You guys can actually catch a sneaky pic with Mr. Nino Man because, ladies and gentlemen, he is the player of the match. Presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy A36 5G. And game after game after game. Finally, we get to see, as soon as Rin was able to flex his role from the assassins to the utility jungler, that's when we saw Nino start to shine with more of a damage-centric way in the EXP lane.
Man, Nino, from the beginning there, after shifting over to the Benedettas, shifting over to the Phobiuses, back in his elements, it really seemed like all Trigo were in immediately a better shape. Oh man, look at his traction pulse though. Oh man. They were having so much, they were pressuring Bigatron so much, they're forcing Bigatron to group up together. And when they do, it's all about those combos, man. Everyone getting shredded all the way together. And look how aggressive they play, dude. Like even here, when they have some momentum, look at this dive. You would say it's a mistake, but they make it work, man. Alter ego. Honestly, if you had to vote for one player, I feel like everyone did their jobs and everyone did a bit of a pivot. Hijime was on the mage burst role, turning into the Kimi, the utility DPS. Dreams was on initiators, switches over to the supporters, to the pickoffs, Rin assassin to tank, Yeah. You're seeing a lot more force flexibility, and like you mentioned, realize, you do wonder if they had it in them all along, but they just never dared to explore it.
There isn't a reason for, let's say, Rin to be afraid of picking up the box here. Like we said multiple times, I've made it clear, I've made it stern. There is no way you can mess up playing a box here, right? And
Watch
Rin
me.
picked it up.
I mean,
Yeah, you will.
Oh yeah,
Guys,
watch
mess
me.
it up.
did we forget M series?
That's okay.
I mean, you're the fan of the team.
Okay.
So like,
But that was like 2 years ago. It's history. Now, like, come on. I'm sure Rin can play the box. Yeah, he picked it up once in the regular season. 100% win rate, by the way. And he did not show it up until it was the match point, right? And then he brought it up. 2 wins. So now it's 100% win rate still.
Are you saying his assassins actually aren't that good? It's not. The utility is where he should have been the whole time.
No, I'm saying that he can play utility as well. So even if his favorite heroes are banned out and he has no choices in the assassins, he doesn't need to force himself into a Ling against, like what? A Badang, against a Phobia,
A Kyla,
against a Kalea.
Kalea Cho, I think, right?
Yeah, Kalea Cho.
That was the game.
So, and then he goes 0-7. The burden is on him. The stain is on him. So now at least he's more loose. I believe Alter Ego were much more loose in this match. It felt like they had nothing to lose.
To be fair, that was one game that
Yeah.
he had before, but yeah, I mean, it worked out. And even when he was playing it against Annabelle's Lancelot, Annabelle got rolled over, man. Like, let's be real here. He was not allowed that game at all. But goal distribution here between Nino and Luke. Oh boy.
Why is this Kalea in the XP? I don't really like it. Because in the roam, it activates your other side laners to again get kill prio, you get kill threat as well. The mid lane can always rotate around and play that mid trio. If it's up in the XP, what does it do?
Not much.
Exactly. And they were so fixated on picking up the Barats time and time again. While we made it clear, yeah, there is a way to stop the Boxia from rolling. You get the Batuna's welcome. But it's just not that good anymore in this patch, right? The Barats is bare bones not good in this patch.
And I just want to, put it out there. They picked the Florent into the Boxia. Like, at the time when it was picked up, I was really excited. I was like, oh yeah!
Yeah!
Florent, it will work, right? I retract that statement. I completely forgot that it's a free early game dominance right there and there.
Yeah, we were talking a bit about
Boxia.
about the initial skirmishes, and I'm like,
Yeah.
bro, Boxia, Angela, man. I really felt that there was going to be some late game potential for Bigatron with the diversion, with the heal reduction removal of the Florent, which leads me to be so confused on why they were the ones who started to engage with the Barats.
Yeah.
Know what I mean? Like, even if the Barats is that strong, I don't know if it's like it's like a counter pick against the Boxia, because the Boxia is no pushover in the early game, dude. You have no cooldown.
Plus Angela.
You spam that first skill.
Yeah.
And with the Angela, I really felt that Bigatron really underlined bold italic, should have taken it a lot slower there, but they didn't.
The thing about Boxia and Angela in a composition is that you have sustain, you have anti-sustain as well. People usually, when you're up against an Angela, like we mentioned it, is this going to be a Florent pick? Is it far-fetched? It was picked up, right? So there are ways to stop the Angela. But when you have a Boxia, it feels like it's a safeguard for a potential and sustainability battle, right? Like the Florent wasn't even in the cards because you have the Tortoise Passants to just stop and get that anti-region going. So it's a lose-lose game for Bigatron, I think.
I feel they just lack damage, right? With Luke being utility, with the jungle also being utility, right? The real damage leaders it's just really only Eman and Moreno with a super short range. You get what I mean? And afterwards, because they weren't able to actually do enough damage to be a real threat to the Angela or Boxia, right? To that combo, well, they had lost all control, and then the diversions, we didn't see a single impactful diversion because there was no control on the map.
Yeah.
Right? So I feel like there are some factors that on its own maybe wasn't gonna lose Bigatron the whole game, but together they kind of clicked in the worst way possible for Bigatron. So, man, Alter Ego with the reverse sweep day number
I love
one.
it. I live for it.
Who got it right, dude? Who got it right? I don't know.
Eterna. Her prediction was 3-2 to Alter Ego.
Thank you. By the way, Mirko shouted that prediction out during his cast, and he was like, don't listen to Eterna. She's just a panelist.
Oh.
All right. So, Mirko, who's crying now?
Wait, so we're panel shaming now.
They're panel shaming right now.
We're panel shaming now.
Even Mr. Zipperman.
Yeah, Mr. Bomb Bomb right here.
Confirmed.
Well, what are you
Whoa, that was a dox.
No, Bomb Bomb is his nickname.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but you're still doxing.
Nah, I'm just gonna say that, you know.
I thought Gideon has told you off before.
Oh yeah.
You did the same thing in Bathroom.
I also doxed the other producer. So
I don't know, you just said his name out. Gideon was like, what?
What we
don't
know
dox him.
is don't realize your real name.
I will.
All right.
Find
Play it
you.
safe. Safety can be fun. Wear RSV
Hey.
helmets.
I will find you, and I'll give you diamonds.
Go.
I'd like some diamonds.
They gave out a couple of bonuses earlier, right?
Yeah. Don't miss out, guys. Bagi-bagi go pay with Bude Clara.
Bad guy, go pay.
All right. But boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, it looks like it's ready. We're going to the Jersey Wall.
Oh, Jersey Wall.
With Bude Clara Monster.
Deo, di mana ini adalah kemenangan untuk tim Alter Ego. 5 game kalian habiskan. Seberapa capek persiapan untuk match ini?
Aduh, capek banget Bude. Pengen pulang, pengen tidur.
Kalau pengen tidur harusnya tadi udah 3-0 tuh.
Ya jangan dong, itu menangis nanti.
Jangan ya. Tapi gimana sih untuk bisa dibilang dua playermu adalah The Youngblood baru bermain dan begitu pula dengan Kenny di sini Saver. belum punya pengalaman di babak playoff dan bagaimana kamu membawa suasana baru kah atau hal yang kamu persiapkan untuk babak playoff?
Ya kita udah pasti siapin plan B sih. Emang kalau 2 game awalnya gak works, emang kita udah pasti ada plan B. Dan plan B-nya ya udah kelihatan lah tadi. Baxia.
Oke, Baxia adalah kunci, benar-benar menjadi kunci. Tapi memang titiknya adalah di game yang ketiga.
Ya.
Udah di setnya seperti itu?
Yes.
Yes, dan rupanya plan B kalian berhasil. Bagaimana kalau plan B gagal berarti udah nggak ada jawaban lagi dong?
Ya kalau plan B gagal, ibarat kata ya kayak ini, kayak apa Bude, kayak thumb card aja gitu. Ya kalau ini udah gagal ya udah berarti kita udah ngeluarin semua yang kita bisa. Udah cukup sih, berarti emang musuhnya lebih baik aja.
Oke, tapi apa tanggapanmu terhadap anak-anak ketika game 1 kalahnya bisa dibilang cukup telak, game kedua pun seperti itu. Gimana cara dari coaching staff milik Alter Ego membangun kembali mentalitas untuk anak-anak?
Yang pasti mastiin aja sih, kayak kalau kita belum main sesuai dengan 100%-nya kita sih. Jadi gue pengen, walaupun nanti tadi kalah, kayak kita gak ada regrets-nya gitu. Jadi gue pengen di game ketiga kalian ngeluarin 100% sih. Dan hokinya mereka juga ngeluarin 100% dalam 3 game sih.
Wow, dan menariknya lagi ada satu nama yang begitu banyak diperbincangkan, Arfi.
Ya.
Dia solo kill Eman. Apakah memang ini performance dari Arfi? Arfi sedang tinggi-tingginya, lagi naik-naiknya.
Ya itulah salah satu alasan kenapa dia deserve dapat MPL slot sih di Alter Ego. Kalau dia gak jago, ya gak ada alasan lain untuk gak masukin.
Oke, jadi dia benar-benar membuktikan diri di saat ini. Gak cuma pada saat regular season namun juga di babak playoff. Tapi tadi kaget gak ketika di game ketiga, Kalea muncul di tangan Bigetron namun bukan jadi roamer. Jadi EXP. Apa tanggapan kalian tuh?
To be honest lumayan kaget sih, soalnya aku kira dia bermain dengan like itu emang mau main yang agresif banget, main hero pick off. Ternyata di game ketiga, keempat, kelima tiba-tiba mereka berganti strategi seperti bermain sama Finn sih. Jadi kayak lumayan, mungkin mereka berusaha mengecoh kita tapi mungkin hokinya sih untung kita masih menang sih.
Oh, tapi kalian berarti memang sudah menyiapkan kalau lawan Finn seperti ini, lawan Light seperti ini.
Ya, udah.
Berarti lebih seneng lawan mereka agresif-agresif atau seperti yang game ketiga 4-5 tuh?
Kalau bisa yang 3-4-5 aja sih. Maupun game 4-nya ada senam jantung ya, kayak pasif AE-nya keluar.
Itu dia?
Ya.
Ketika pasif AE keluar, apa yang kamu responmu dan gimana tuh?
Sebenarnya nggak panik-panik amat, soalnya kita tahu kita punya draft lebih better, di late game juga lebih better. Jadi kayak nggak panik aja sih, cuman ya paling lah kenal lagi nih anak-anak nih pasif AE, coach, keluar coach, pasif AE, coach, keluar coach. Ya paling gitu aja sih.
Langsung rame dan beneran itu langsung semuanya bilang pasif AE, pasif AE. Dan ngelihat perjuangan kalian di babak play ini nyawa kalian cuma 1 dan akan meranjak untuk next match-nya. Next match, di situ ada sang juara regular season tim Mararki yang menanti kalian. Udah sempat memikirkan next battle kalian atau cuma fokus untuk hari ini?
Udah ada, cuman kita gak bisa bilang bakal akurat sih. Soalnya Sutsujin lumayan hero yang versatile, banyak banget hero-nya. Pasti bakal ada gaya main dan komposisi hero yang baru sih. Jadi menurut gua data yang waktu di regular season itu gak cukup sih. Dia pasti ada data baru sih.
Oke, dan perjuangan dari tim Alter Ego ternyata berlanjut. Dan ngelihat hal ini pastinya dari Alter Ego lumayan lega di match yang pertama. Berarti kita sudah melihat bahwa kalian berhasil memenangkan di Bigetron. Di musim lalu Alter Ego kalah sama Bigetron 3-0. Kalian bisa membalas. Ada yang ingin disampaikan untuk tim Bigetron?
Good game lah. Kita jadi tim yang pertama main 5 game.
Asik. Dan dengan demikian, tim Alter Ego berhak untuk mematikan lampu dari Bigetron sebagai pertanda bahwa perjalanan Bigetron berhenti sampai sini. Kenny, kamu bisa untuk menyentuh, mencet langsung lampu dari Bigetron. Kita akan langsung ke jersey wall dari Bigetron. Inilah dia. Boleh langsung sepatah dua patah kata untuk tim Bigetron dan mematikan lampunya. Silakan.
Mama aku masih di playoff.
Woohoo! Dan inilah dia kemenangan untuk tim Alter Ego dan panelis. Inilah dia tim Alter Ego bersama dengan Saber.
He did the line!
He did
Mama.
He did the line!
Mama.
He went, Mom, I'm still at the playoffs, and
Yeah.
smack that button, dude.
He did the line because when he was still a professional player in a certain
Game.
game.
In a different game.
Yeah.
He's like, Mama, I'm in this tournament.
Yeah. And that was like clips everywhere.
Yeah.
And then he did the same line.
Mama, aku
That's so
masih di
cool.
playoff.
The throwback.
Pretty cool. It's pretty cool.
Congratulations, man.
Congratulations.
That was full credit to everyone involved in that game, dude. They required everyone to just squeeze out any bit of effort to get it done there. It was a reverse sweep, day number 1, when it looked awful, when a lot of people have already written out Alter Ego. We saw an Alter Ego supporter run past here, and he was like, and then
Yeah.
afterwards, when the comeback began, he was like,
Which is like the
Do
exact
you
opposite
want me
of
to
Miracle.
spill what he said?
what do you say?
Do we say it?
What do you say?
You shouldn't say it?
Just leave it.
Yeah, I'll keep it.
Just leave it.
I'll keep it.
The duality of men.
Do all the effect.
A man. Not just men, but men. I think women do that too. Anyway, playoffs
Social
bracket
commentary.
updated. All right, so
Who would have thought?
who would have thought? Exactly.
Where's the LID? Oh, wait.
Hey, I know.
Where's RRQ?
Waiting for Alter Ego.
Right there.
Exactly.
Right there.
Hey, let's do quick predictions. no?
All right. Onyx, go forward.
Obviously.
Agree or disagree?
I'd say it's a 3-2.
Agree.
But for Onyx.
Okay.
Yeah.
RQ Alter Ego?
RRQ 3-0.
RQ. 3-0.
Yeah.
Whoa.
I think it's going to be 3-1, actually.
A point drop there.
I feel like there's gonna be attempts to do things from RRQ that might result in a game loss. You gotta be careful though. It always starts with one game loss, right? But you have no idea when it's gonna devolve into a reverse sweep.
Devolve.
So
Watch Alter Ego to the end.
you gotta be careful, man. This is why Alter Ego is the dark horse for a lot of talents. It actually happened.
Every single talent
Yeah.
mentioned Alter Ego as their dark horse.
And people were like, what is wrong with these casters? Why don't they believe in Alter Ego?
But we do believe in Alter Ego.
Yeah.
That's why we named them the dark
It's
horse.
a power ranking, not a prediction, you know?
Yeah.
For some people, it's the same
People-
thing apparently.
Well, tomorrow's still gonna be a best of 5, but no elimination matches. They're gonna be able to be, a little chiller, because there's still the lower bracket to fall onto, so it's a safety net.
Calma.
But on the 3rd day, that's when things get a little spicy
That's
again.
scary because
Let's go.
we're gonna lock the first upper bracket finalist tomorrow, right? We're gonna do just that, right? Upper bracket finalist.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
So they have an extra day to chill.
Oh.
Do they? Yeah, they do.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
Well, they did everything they can,
Ah,
they
yeah,
can
yeah.
get to really get that performance going up. They did the rest, the
Fun.
break, but also the. Wait, hang on a second.
The Royal Guard.
Royal Guard.
Is that the Royal Guard?
Yeah, that's the Royal
I
Guard.
was doubting myself. It looked
over
way
there.
too good.
Because, I get sweaty. My hands get really wet.
Oh,
And
These
the
week,
only way to dry it out is Royal Guard.
Royal Guard.
Okay.
Interesting.
So
Can't beat it.
it's
'Cause
okay.
It says jangan dibaca,
Oh yeah, don't
which
read
means don't read it. So yeah.
Reverse psychology.
Reverse.
it. Makes me want to read it
Which
more.
which is why I was looking like, is that the Royal Guard? I wasn't sure.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah.
Mind games.
The Royal Guard is a solution. We talked about the gaming powder earlier on. They also have this product that cleans your screen monitor as well for your PCs back at home. I've actually tried it personally, and it's really good. Also, it's super affordable, just for 40K. You guys can level up like a pro player. And as a special MPL collab, every purchase also comes with a free gaming card
Gaming
containing MLBB diamonds. So don't forget to follow Royals Guard on Instagram for more details. If you want to check it out right now.
Yeah, I play Fanny, 5 cables, all around.
You need the powder,
I
man.
need that powder, and they also have the glove.
Yeah, they do. They do.
Glove.
The thumb gloves.
Yeah, Fanny.
That's so
Super cute.
Indonesian.
Thumb gloves.
Thumb gloves.
Thumb gloves.
Yeah. Indonesian.
So Nino was doing that right earlier.
Huh. Speaking of so Indonesian,
Ah.
Mercon Merah Putih is back.
Is it Mercon or Mercon? The way you're saying
Mercon.
Mercon. Did I say Mercon?
So,
Okay.
Mercon is firecracker.
like a firecracker.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Firecracker, yeah.
So Mercon Merah Putih, because Indonesia, bro, red and white. That's the flag. They has your back with quick, tasty Indonesian meals, ready to eat straight away. Or even better, you can heat it up for 3 minutes for next level deliciousness if you're not a savage.
Yeah. And the best part is that it lasts up to 12 months.
12 months?
A single year. It lasts for a year. So it's perfect for stocking up at home. And I think I'm going to stock up. Previously it was Kyle Foods, and now it's going to be Mercon Merah Putih, right? And I'm going to go bear hunting again for the whole entire year. I'm not going to be hungry now.
Go bear hunting?
Yeah.
Where?
Is that allowed?
Where?
Are we allowed to hunt in Indonesia?
No, I mean like
we had bears?
sight hunting, not like
Oh.
hunting.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, you
So
shocked me for a
Indonesia,
bit.
do Indonesia have bears?
I love animals.
I don't know. I love animals
Yeah,
too.
they do.
You do?
Which areas though?
I'll ask my mom.
Yeah.
Whoa. Okay.
That's the thing about Indonesia, man. It's just too wide. You have to specify which area. And speaking of interesting areas, don't forget Riyadh, bro.
Whoa, Riyadh, baby.
Riyadh, baby. Get ready from July 10th to August the 2nd. It's one game, but two champions because we both have the MSC happening as well as the MWI. So don't forget to, tune in, write it down on your calendar. You guys can actually fly over to Riyadh to witness it all live because boys and girls, the arena, the stage, it's crazy. It's glorious. Even like through the screen it's glorious. In real life it's glorious too.
And by the way, MWI 2025 is free for everyone.
Free entry.
Free of fees you have to pay to enter, the stage. So it's free of entrance. You can watch Pinnacle, Women's MLBB, and MWI 2025.
Support your women.
Support.
All right, 15 July to 19th of July 2025.
Do that line you do.
What?
The teaser video.
No limits.
No limits.
No ceilings. No rules.
No
just
rules.
this.
Hey.
Yeah.
Just this?
Yeah, just this. I forgot the ending. We're ready.
Yeah, that's it.
It's that. You guys see it in the countdown roll.
Close enough.
Yeah,
well,
I tried.
The tournament pass tickets are officially on sale right now, so get your pass for the knockout stage and the grand finals now at thewebook.com. And watch the world's best clash in Riyadh, bro.
Yeah, that's for
That's for
MSC
MSC.
2025. So yeah, MSC, MWI, it gives you a reason to stay longer in Riyadh.
Exactly.
So get Riyadhi.
An entire month. So we have the MSC wildcards, and then we go to MWI, and then we continue MSC.
Right.
Oh.
That same month.
Oh yeah. My bad. I thought you were.
Events after events after events.
And then after that is MC.
MPL. And then
I want to
M Series.
skip quickly to M
All right.
Series, please.
So who's gonna represent Indo
Onyx.
at M Series if we skip? Right. And then they choke.
Yo!
Yo!
Do I jump? Do I jump?
Do I jump?
Do I jump in this bush?
Do I?
Loncat kan?
Whoa. The
Yeah, we don't want
slander.
to. We don't want to talk about that.
Yeah, we don't.
We don't want to talk about that. But what we do want to talk about.
What? What are you talking about?
Thank you for waiting for my pause. That was really sweet.
We
Because I
won't-
thought you would like.
It's called a pause cast. So we wait for that, yeah.
I mean, we want to know.
We're intrigued.
How much do you want to know though?
We're flabbergasted.
Bob smacked?
About 15,000 rupiahs worth.
Whoa.
That's not much.
Yeah.
That's not much.
It really isn't.
It's not. I think. Yeah, that's not much.
Yeah, I mean, that's
it. Not.
Wasn't all that curious.
All right, so they're not curious. Fine. I won't tell you then.
Wow, how stingy, bro. You can't even spare 15K for your friends.
Fine.
Could have used that, you could use that money to get some of those Naruto skins, bro.
Be Ninja, Be Legend. Obviously, the collab has been out for quite some time. I was able to acquire the Sasuke skin.
Okay.
So whenever I play Suyo and I gotta go for a Lord Steel, I go, Sasuke!
You actually?
I do.
Wow.
And and by the way,
Wow.
for each and every character that you get, like for Naruto, Sasuke, there is a special animation that you can get.
Oh really?
Like in the emote area,
Uh-huh.
So for example, for Suyo, it's Sasuke doing the Chidori.
That's super cute.
Yeah, really? Hang
Yeah,
on.
there is.
I must have missed out on that. Wow.
That's why. Gotta check it out.
Interesting. Well, I guess that's part of the game, right? And you can, join in with the battle emotes as well. Keep it fun. Keep the banter going.
Poo, sa poo.
Can you do the
Class.
Can you do the Team Liquid ID one?
Santai, bro.
Look at that sticker. Reminiscent of MPL ID.
No, I can't. no, I can't. I give up. Oh,
You did really well.
Arashi.
This is your time to shine.
Oh, Empress Zetian's
Zetian's
coronation ceremony is about to begin. So watch the Path to Ascension cinematic trailer and share it in the joyous moment right now. From the 18th of this month, I believe,
Yeah.
the 4th of the next, you can complete tasks to get that new hero Zetian for free.
For
Yeah.
free, gratis.
Just making sure, because I have a friend an Indonesian friend that speaks Mandarin fluently, and every time I try to speak Mandarin and I butcher like the pronunciation, she gets mad at
You gotta
hard.
need something else.
Yeah.
That's true.
Exactly.
Zetian.
Zetian.
你好吗？
Zetian.
我的好朋友。
我不知道, but what I do know is that playoff tickets are still
That's smooth.
available. Buy your tickets through the GoPay app right now, ladies and gentlemen, or through the official MPL ID website and get free diamonds. Remember, we still have tomorrow and the next day and the next day and then the grand finals. And it has been super fun, especially now that you guys know that there's so many fun activities like is being held in the MPL ID festival. There's concerts, there's activities that you can go to, there's booths with free stuff that they're giving away if you guys can actually complete it. We saw the Sucro booth earlier on in the broadcast of the book challenge.
Yeah, the
if you
prank
get
call
it,
book challenge.
exactly, you get free merchandise from Sucro and you get free Sucro as well, which is amazing. So imagine all the other free things that you guys can get your hands on.
3 things, and also a picture with Arashi.
A picture with Arashi,
Or Eterna.
with Realize.
Or Mr. Producer. I don't know his
Producer,
name.
man.
I don't know his name. I don't know his name.
He's learning. He's evolving.
Okay, it's good.
Mr.
Process.
You have to trust the process, man.
Trust the process. Like, Alter Ego are trusting their process. Remember, this is a team full of rookies
Yeah.
against veterans.
Veteran.
That's wild, dude.
It's wild. I love it.
What a way to start the first day of the playoffs. Like, the amount of plot twists happening today.
Yeah. Insanity.
I can't wait
I don't
for
believe it.
tomorrow. We're
I
going
don't
straight
believe it.
into that next match. All right, you guys ready? Geek?
I'm ready.
Geek and Onic? Right now?
Ready. I'm ready.
I'm kidding, guys. We're going on. We're going to sleep.
Oh.
All right, we're going to let the players rest.
I was ready.
All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for tuning in to the English panelists and the desk on behalf of Sheffield and Mirko as well earlier on, and me, Eterna, alongside with
Arashi.
and
Realize.
we're signing out for the day. Another action-packed day tomorrow with more MLBB MPL ID playoffs action. I wonder what we're gonna get tomorrow.
We're gonna get
I
action.
wonder. But what? Are we gonna see maybe another crazy pick come through?
Khalid mid.
Surprise
Julian
picks.
Jungle?
Rizla mid.
To Rizla mid.
Please.
That's not that crazy then. But I guess we'll see. So, we'll see you tomorrow, boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen. We love you.
Goodbye.
Hari yang pertama, tentu beragam perasaan muncul di hati semua superfans. Tentu saja kita pula, karena 2 match yang berlangsung hari ini. Ada duka, ada pula suka. Pastinya Bude, karena kita telah melihat 2 tim yang langkahnya telah gugur untuk bisa mewakili Indonesia di MSC 2025, Bude. Dan kita sudah melihat tadi adanya tim-tim yang berhasil untuk melaju esok hari. Dan kita akan melihat apakah konsistensi mereka bisa membawa mereka di babak playoff ini dan bisa mengamankan tiket menuju MSC. Benar, perjalanan mereka masih panjang, dari 6 tim tersisa 4 tim saja. Tapi kita tidak boleh lupa bahwa perjuangan dari tim Bigetron tadi 5 game mereka habisi. Mereka berjuang sekuat tenaga, namun apa daya, perjalanan mereka terhenti. Begitu pula dengan tim Liquid. Sayang sekali mereka berusaha untuk bounce back, tapi tidak dirasa, ternyata lawan mereka terlalu kuat dan tim Liquid pun harus berpuas diri di hari yang pertama. Dua tim telah usai perjalanannya.
Betul sekali, apapun bisa terjadi. Juara bertahan di musim lalu, belum tentu bertahan di musim ini. Jadi kita akan melihat apakah yang akan terjadi di hari esok. Dan pastinya seluruh kesuksesan dari MPL Indonesia tidak luput dari support para sponsor.
Karena MPL Indonesia Season 15 powered by Bunton, supported by PBSI, presented by official turnamen smartphone Samsung Galaxy, official e-wallet GoPay, official dari sponsor Head and Shoulder, official coffee partner Good Day.
And of course, our partners in esports ada Telkomsel, Dunia Games, dan IndiHome. Our advertiser dari Kacang Sukro, Hotband, dan our suppliers ada RSV Helmet, UBS Gold, Kila Food, Royal Guard, Mercon Merah Putih, Imaginary, dan our venue Jakarta International Velodrome.
Yap, ini akan menjadi lahirnya sejarah baru. Karena esok hari dua tim yang telah berjuang hari ini akan melanjutkan perjalanan mereka. Menantang tim-tim yang berasal dari upper bracket. RRQ dan Geek Fam mereka sedang menunggu dan lawan mereka rupanya sudah ditentukan. Ada tim Onyx yang akan menantang Geek Fam di esok hari dan juga akan ada tim Alter Ego yang menantang tim RRQ Hoshi.
Kita akan melihat di hari esok apakah kedua tim ini akan bisa mengalahkan tim-tim yang berhasil mengamankan posisi mereka di upper bracket.
Tentu saja semua yang ingin bertahan di upper bracket, tidak ada yang mau turun ke lower bracket. Nyawa mereka memang masih ada dua. Namun semua yang ingin memberikan yang terbaik. Hari ini kita usai. Bude Clara dan juga Alisa ingin pamit undur diri.
Dan pastinya tetap di MPL Indonesia Season 15, we own this!
Kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani